Chapter 1. Traversing the Ninja World, Encountering Orochimaru's Experiment. Lin Tao, a sophomore in college and a seasoned player of DNF, had just finished a raid with his roommates. Today, he resolved to enhance his equipment for his support character. I plan to amplify my weapon to 15 today. That way, my prestige will rise to 70,000. At that point, the guys next door will have to call me to join their raids, huh? Lin Tao's roommate chuckled and said, "Don't tempt fate. If you fail, you'll be stuck eating instant noodles for a while." Lin Tao shot a glare at his roommate, retorting, "Don't jinx it. If it fails, it'll hold all of you accountable." As the enhancement commenced, the other roommates gathered around. With the first 8 enhancement attempts failing one after another, Lin Tao's excitement grew exponentially. "Oh yes, that's it. Just this feeling. Let the 9th attempt shatter as well." 3 seconds later, the sound of failure echoed, and his heart leapt into his throat. "Huh, exactly. The 15 weapon is almost within my grasp. I would trade 10 years of my lifespan for it to succeed. Just make it happen." Upon clicking to confirm the enhancement, Lin Tao covered his eyes, too fearful to look at the screen. Moments later, his roommates shook his shoulders excitedly, shouting. Startled, he opened his eyes wide, and upon seeing the word success, he spun around in sheer exhilaration. "Ah, it worked. Did you see my power? Can you all do this now? My honor blessing has a total of 15,000 points in all 3 attack categories. I'm just wondering who else can compete." Yet, before Lin Tao could bask in his triumph, the computer screen suddenly emitted a blinding white light, and he felt an instantaneous loss of his senses, as if his very soul was being extracted. "What? No way. It can't be that I've truly sacrificed 10 years of my life. Oh heavens, are you serious?" When Lin Tao opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. What? What just happened? I'm not dead. Could it be I've crossed into another realm? But where is this? The surroundings resembled a quaint village in the countryside. He slowly rose and brushed off the dust from his clothes. At that moment, Lin Tao realized his attire had transformed into a black and white chest plate and skirt, with fluffy arm guards adorning his limbs. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his head. What? A fox head? Isn't this my outfit from the game? Could it be him in the game world? Is this Arad continent? If so, have I truly become my character from the game? Realizing this, Lin Tao attempted to check his attributes through sheer willpower. After 2.5 minutes of exploration, he successfully accessed his status panel. Divine Awakening, Holy Knight. Health points, 200,000 magic points, 150,000. Physical defense, 75 magic defense, 75. Strength, 5,000 intelligence, 6,000. Stamina, 10,000 spirit, 10,000. Physical attack, 3,000 magic attack, 3,000. Physical critical, 120 magic critical, 120. Independent attack, 3,200. Attack speed, 50 cast speed, 120. Movement speed, 100. Attribute enhancement. Fire 400 ice, 400 light, 400 dark 400. Not only had he perfectly inherited the equipment and attributes from a game, but he could also don and switch his gear at will through thought. Most importantly, his backpack and vault had traversed with him, allowing him to retrieve or store items and gold through sheer will. Next, he opened his skill bar to check if his skills levels and attributes had changed. Wow. Level 38 Honor and level 40 Apocalypse Pearl. It seems just like in the game I can designate individuals or groups to receive buffs. However, just to be safe, I should conduct a simple test and adapt to the skill release method. Lin Tao began to silently chant in his mind, and the skills were unleashed. Wings of Faith, Guardian Emblem, Celestial Melody, Slow Healing, Divine Light. Honor Blessing. Oh wow, this is incredible. The honor buff grants an additional 100,000 in strength and intelligence, and 20,000 in all 3 attack categories. This effect directly enhances me, making my strength, spirit, and physical resilience soar by dozens of times, and the duration of the buff has significantly increased compared to the game. Once the Wings of Faith reached maximum stacks, Lin Tao's stamina and spirit surged to 12,000 points. He inhaled deeply and shouted, "Apocalypse!" A massive sphere of light materialized before him, ascending higher and higher, growing larger until it hovered thousands of meters above, radiating golden light akin to the sun. Lin Tao checked the actual effects of his skills and discovered that the strength and intelligence bonuses from the Apocalypse Pearl exceeded 220,000 points. If he unlocked the 3rd Awakening Skill Lives Praise, Divine Might, the bonuses would reach 250,000 points. Phew, the effects are indeed the same as in the game. Does this mean I'm practically invincible? A grin spread across Lin Tao's face while others traversed foreign world from the ground up. He had begun with top-tier equipment and 800 million gold. This meant he could bypass the trials and tribulations phase and jump straight into the enjoyment of life. Meanwhile, a pale-skinned man with long golden hair and piercing eyes was secretly observing Lin Tao's every move. This man was Orochimaru, who had been drawn to the commotion from his underground laboratory. Orochimaru licked his lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Though I know not the identity of this individual, he seems distinct from ordinary humans. I can sense a powerful life energy emanating from him. Perhaps he would make a perfect new experimental subject. Faced with this enigmatic newcomer, Orochimaru refrained from making his presence known, instead retreating back to the depths of his laboratory. Within the lab, over 100 failed experiments lay imprisoned, their bodies mutated after transformation, stripped of most human traits and consciousness, exhibiting extreme aggression. Orochimaru intended to use them to test Lin Tao's strength. Lin Tao scanned his surroundings, but found no villagers. However, the rice paddies hinting at human habitation in the village suggested otherwise. "Hello, is anyone in the village?" he called out, hoping to encounter a villager to ascertain his location. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a small wooden house merely a dozen paces away, growls echoing nearer. Instinctively, Lin Tao's hair stood on end, and he stepped back a few paces. What the heck? No way. Am I really encountering monsters already? Not even a moment to brace myself? Lin Tao immediately switched his skills to judgment mode and unleashed the hammer of punishment, also using Roar of the War God and Battle Power Release Elixir, just in case. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the wooden door exploded, and a dozen black humanoid monsters surged forth, their mouths agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth as they charged at Lin Tao. What kind of monsters are these? Chapter 2, Ambush. The rampaging Jugo. Faced with the oncoming experimental subjects, Lin Tao swung the hammer of punishment. As anticipated, upon contact, the monsters disintegrated into puddles of flesh, all eliminated within mere breaths. Gazing at the blood-soaked ground, Lin Tao frowned. What's going on? Why did none of these monsters drop any loot? At least throw me some spoils, even materials or consumables would suffice. Who are these creatures, and why did they suddenly appear? Where exactly am I? Orochimaru, observing from the shadows, was taken aback by Lin Tao's swift annihilation of his experimental subjects. Yet, excitement soon replaced his astonishment, a glint of greed in his eyes as he murmured, "Ah, such a powerful physique. Both strength and speed are the highest caliber. And that golden giant hammer he conjured out of thin air must be some rare bloodline ability. If I could make him my vessel, Orochimaru's mind was already concocting plans to seize Lin Tao's body. However, having witnessed Lin Tao's prowess firsthand, he refrained from revealing himself, instead heading to the deepest part of the laboratory to release Jugo, who had been imprisoned for some time. Lin Tao turned to the wooden house where the monsters had emerged, realizing it was likely their stronghold. He decided to investigate further. Upon entering the wooden house, Lin Tao discovered an entrance to a basement in the corner. Descending the stairs, he was immediately met with a strong odor of blood. Ahead lay a narrow corridor, where the faint sounds of monstrous growls echoed. This eerie and dark architectural style, coupled with these grotesque creatures, could it be that inhumane human experiments are being conducted here? Lin Tao pondered, pressing onward. Before long, he arrived at a vast chamber filled with numerous experimental subjects submerged in incubators. At that moment, Jugo sensed Lin Tao's presence and raced towards him, the unfamiliar scent driving him into a frenzy as he activated his cursed seal mode. Lin Tao heard the hurried and heavy footsteps approaching him, and he couldn't help but smirk. It seems I have triggered an elite monster, or perhaps even a B0SS in this dungeon, and it appears to be quite a formidable creature. Indeed, Lin Tao still believed he was in the continent of Arad, and the monstrous experiments resembling large snakes he encountered were merely minor foes within a dungeon, completely unaware that he had actually crossed into the world of Naruto. Boom! With a resounding crash, the figure of Zhong Wu burst through the wall, appearing before Lin Tao. Startled, Lin Tao observed the monster before him, which at first glance resembled a human, albeit with an extraordinarily large left hand covered in scales, and a face marked with numerous gray patches, undoubtedly a result of mutation. Out of a sense of humanity, Lin Tao refrained from attacking immediately and instead inquired, "Who are you, and how did you come to be in this condition?" He sought to ascertain whether the orange-haired youth before him retained any semblance of human consciousness if he was still human. Perhaps he could be saved through rapid healing and purification. However, it was evident that Zhong Wu had lost control, his eyes glowing crimson, emitting animalistic roars, before leaping into the air, swinging his mutated arm with force towards Lin Tao. With a swift backward leap, Lin Tao evaded Zhong Wu's attack, which instead struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. Oh dear, I didn't expect such destructive power. If that had hit me, it might have been rather painful. Well, since you can't comprehend human speech, I suppose I shall resort to a more direct approach. With a shift in thought, Lin Tao conjured a golden spear in his palm. Behold, my victory spear. The golden spear was hurled towards Zhong Wu, piercing through his body and pinning him to the ground. This strike reverted Zhong Wu from his cursed form back to his ordinary state, rendering him immobile as he let out a mournful wail, thrashing his arms in a futile attempt to break free from the binding. 3 seconds later, the spear detonated, causing Zhong Wu to spit blood and collapse to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Had it not been for his innate sage body, he would have likely perished multiple times over. Lin Tao approached the nearly lifeless Zhong Wu, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, while I despise taking lives, you have succumbed to the path of darkness and become so bloodthirsty and violent that I had no choice but to strike. I hope you are reborn into a better fate in your next life. Help! Help me! Just as Lin Tao was about to turn away, he heard the plea for help. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhong Wu, lying on the ground, who had spoken, leaving him quite astonished. He then asked Zhong Wu, "What? You still possess human consciousness? Were you the one speaking just now?" Though Zhong Wu could hear Lin Tao, he had little strength to respond and could only blink in reply. "Indeed, it seems so. Excellent. In that case, I shall assist you." Lin Tao activated the Holy Protection Barrier skill, summoning a massive golden magic circle on the ground, from which golden light surged forth, releasing tremendous life energy. Skill effect: the barrier detonates 5 times, inflicting explosive damage on enemies within, while healing allies for 20 of their health with each explosion. Thus, after 2.5 seconds, Zhong Wu's injuries were completely healed, and he rose from the ground, albeit in a daze, struggling to comprehend what had transpired, for in his understanding, no medical ninjutsu could instantly restore a dying person to full vitality. Seeing Zhong Wu's bewildered expression, Lin Tao teased, "Hey big guy, can you still understand human speech? You aren't about to transform back into a monster, are you?" "Ah, thank you." Lin Tao felt a surge of excitement at Zhong Wu's ability to converse normally. After all, in a new world, understanding his current situation was paramount. He then asked Zhong Wu once more, "It's good that you can speak normally. Now, tell me, who exactly are you? What is this place, and who transformed you into a monster?" Now fully aware of Lin Tao's formidable presence, Zhong Wu became quite compliant and replied, "My name is Zhong Wu, and this is one of Orochimaru's experimental bases." Lin Tao's mind filled with questions upon hearing this. "What? Your name is Zhong Wu? This is Orochimaru's experimental base?" Seeing Lin Tao's reaction, Zhong Wu assumed he had misspoken and dared not say more, merely nodding gently. "Wait, if I am not mistaken, this Orochimaru you speak of is not from the Hidden Leaf Village, is he?" I am not certain, but I have heard that there's indeed a place called the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire." "How did you know?" This. It finally dawned on Lin Tao that he had traversed into the world of Naruto, yet he couldn't fathom why. However, one thing was clear. The multitude of experimental subjects and Zhong Wu's sudden appearance to attack him indicated that Orochimaru was most likely nearby. This is rather intriguing. Chapter 3. A definitive blow. "Hey, Orochimaru, stop hiding, I know you're here. Who are you, and how do you know my name?" A pale face emerged from behind the wall, a pair of golden slit pupils warily fixated on Lin Tao, scrutinizing his every move. Orochimaru had witnessed the previous events. Clearly Zhong Wu was defeated before he could even touch Lin Tao, only for Lin Tao to then save him, such prowess instilling a sense of dread within Orochimaru. He deduced that Lin Tao possessed at least the combat strength of an elite chunin. Indeed, it truly is Orochimaru, the infamous rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. How could I not be aware of you? Haha, I never expected to meet you in person today. Orochimaru's expression shifted in surprise. He had concealed himself within the ninja world for many years, and logically, no one should have known of his whereabouts. Yet here was someone who had come to confront him directly. He immediately summoned the Tsunade sword from his mouth, grasping it in hand. So a pursuing ninja from the Hidden Leaf has found their way to the Land of Rice. How unexpected. You truly are persistent. There's no need to be so agitated. Orochimaru, I am not a ninja from the Hidden Leaf, nor am I here to capture you. I merely passed through this place, yet you unleashed so many experimental subjects to attack me and now threaten me with your sword. Isn't that a bit excessive? However, I am generally quite reasonable. If you kneel and sincerely apologize, we can consider this matter resolved. What do you think? At this moment, Lin Tao spoke with a tone of ease and a hint of disdain. Being well-versed in the world of Naruto, he understood that Zhongwu inherently possessed sage-like abilities, along with an exceptionally robust vitality. The fact that such a character could be defeated by a mere skill of his indicated that his strength was formidable enough to dominate the ninja world. Moreover, with several thousand resurrection tokens in his possession, he held Orochimaru in little regard. Orochimaru, observing Lin Tao's demeanor, couldn't help but let out a sinister chuckle. "Ah, it appears you harbor quite the confidence in your abilities. Daring to be so audacious upon my territory. TSK, it seems that before we can engage in a meaningful dialogue, I must first subdue you. However, I fear I might inadvertently end your existence with a single strike." Having been hailed as a prodigy since his early days at the Ninja Academy and later earning the esteemed title of one of the legendary three ninjas through the tumultuous Ninja World War, Orochimaru had established the Sound Village, solidifying his prowess and renown within the ninja realm. Yet, today he found himself subjected to such ridicule, igniting a surge of fury within him. In an instant, his lower half transformed into that of a serpent, weaving and darting around the room, eagerly seeking an opportunity to strike at Lin Tao. Lin Tao stood calmly with his arms crossed, displaying an air of tranquility. His personal attribute panel revealed a staggering health value of 200,000, coupled with a damage reduction of 75. Furthermore, his equipment granted an additional shield equivalent to 30 of his own health. Thus, he harbored no fear of Orochimaru inflicting significant harm upon him. Rather, he viewed their encounter as an opportunity to assess the caliber of his defenses within the realm of Naruto. "Die!" Orochimaru roared, lunging forward with his sword aimed at Lin Tao's chest. Yet, the Kusanagi blade was thwarted at the moment of contact by an unseen force. This bewildering scene left Orochimaru at a loss, as he had not witnessed Lin Tao perform any hand seals. "No, this is impossible. How could you withstand my strike unscathed? What power is this?" As Lin Tao radiated a golden-green luminescence, it was a manifestation of the shield effect bestowed by his equipment. Upon inspecting the shield's attributes, he discovered that the recent strike from Orochimaru had stripped away approximately 1,000 points of health from it, prompting an involuntary chuckle from him. "Oh, I see. Although my shield remains unbroken, such an assault is indeed commendable." After swiftly distancing himself from Lin Tao, beads of sweat began to form on Orochimaru's brow. Yet his pride as a genius forbade any admission of defeat. It seems more troublesome than I anticipated. I must take this a bit more seriously. Oh, allow me to conjecture your next move. A human expels a serpent, the serpent expels a human expels a sword, a serpent expels a sword. A human expels a serpent that expels a sword, or perhaps a serpent expels a human that expels a sword. This string of mockery incensed Orochimaru, who promptly drew 3 shurikens and hurled them towards Lin Tao. "Let us see how you fare against this move." Shadow Shuriken Technique. As Orochimaru activated his jutsu, the 3 shurikens instantaneously multiplied into dozens, all aimed at Lin Tao. However, the outcome was predictable. Each shuriken inflicted a mere 20 points of damage. Is this truly the caliber of your abilities? Now it is my turn. Repentance Hammer. In an instant, Lin Tao conjured a colossal golden hammer that descended upon Orochimaru, its attack radius enveloping the entire laboratory. Yet, even Lin Tao could not foresee that the impact of the Repentance Hammer would cause the entire laboratory to collapse, burying him beneath the debris. Minutes later, Lin Tao emerged from the wreckage, pulling the buried Ju along with him. But by that time, Orochimaru had vanished without a trace. Lin Tao utilized rapid healing to awaken the comatose Rengwu. Upon regaining consciousness, Rengwu surveyed the devastated laboratory, then glanced at Lin Tao beside him, succumbing to a profound sense of isolation as he curled up on the ground, arms wrapped around his legs. In this moment, Rengwu's heart was in turmoil, not out of fear of Lin Tao's potential hostility, but rather due to his innate, uncontrollable senjutsu transformation, which had caused him to inadvertently lash out at others since childhood. To prevent harming anyone, he had retreated into the depths of the mountains, finding solace among the flora and fauna, until Junmaru, under Orochimaru's orders, had brought him back from his secluded existence. Although this collaboration with Orochimaru involved various experiments, it ultimately provided him with a sense of purpose and alleviated his solitude. Yet now, with Orochimaru obliterated and the laboratory reduced to ruins, Rengwu was left adrift, uncertain of his next steps. Lin Tao, observing Chongwu's withdrawn demeanor, comforted him, saying, "Do not worry, Orochimaru is not as fragile as you might think. I deliberately held back earlier, so he should not be dead." In response, Chongwu questioned, "How can you be so certain that Lord Orochimaru is alive? I clearly witnessed He continued, I possess a deeper understanding of Orochimaru. His vitality is 100 times more resilient than that of an ordinary person. Seeing Lin Tao's unwavering conviction, Chongwu nodded in agreement. There is a saying in the ninja world, defeating Orochimaru is relatively easy, but killing him is akin to reaching the heavens. Even in death, Orochimaru can employ various methods to resurrect himself. Thus, Lin Tao did not believe that he could simply strike Orochimaru down. It was highly probable that the latter had transformed into a small snake and slipped away amidst the chaos. Lin Tao was taken aback by Orochimaru's explosive temper. Merely a few words of jest were sufficient to send the latter into a fury. However, upon further reflection, it became clear that such a reaction was understandable. After all, Orochimaru, who had been hailed as a genius since childhood, held even his own teacher, the third Hokage, in contempt. How could he possibly tolerate the provocation from someone as ordinary as Lin Tao? Although he found it perplexing as to why he had traversed into the world of Naruto. He recalled the adage, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Having arrived in this realm endowed with formidable abilities, he felt compelled to assume the role of a savior and indulge in some merriment. However, it was imperative to ascertain the current year. Thus, he inquired of Jugo, who shook his head in ignorance. Lin Tao surmised that Jugo had likely resided in the underground laboratory for an extended period, rendering him oblivious to the happenings outside. He then opted for a different line of questioning. Jugo, are you acquainted with someone named Sasuke Uchiha, or have you at least heard of him? Sasuke Uchiha. I have not heard of him, Jugo replied, shaking his head once more. I see, I understand now. Since Jugo was unfamiliar with Sasuke and had no knowledge of him, it indicated that at this juncture, the third Hokage was likely still alive. Therefore, Lin Tao resolved to journey to the Hidden Leaf Village to assess the situation and simultaneously experience the local customs and culture. Meanwhile, within the depths of Mayaboku Mountain, the long-slumbering toad sage suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring, the prophecy has indeed undergone a transformation. What could this possibly mean? Chapter 4. The gatekeeper of the wood industry. To assess his capacity, Lin Tao first donned a life source and consumed a series of acceleration potions, including a super speed capsule, golden goat milk, and a potential release elixir, enhancing his mobility to an astonishing 200. Subsequently, he commenced his movement at a velocity of 2,000 meters per second, swiftly traversing the land of fire within mere minutes. Lin Tao discovered a quaint village and, armed with gold coins, inquired among the villagers about the whereabouts of Konoha village. However, as an outsider, he realized that to infiltrate Konoha village, he needed a legitimate and plausible reason. Thus, he retrieved 20 bottles of black tequila from his backpack, planning to masquerade as a traveling merchant to gain entry into the village. Approaching the southern gate of Konoha village, he noticed two figures seated at the entrance from a distance, with a table set before them, seemingly tasked with registering incoming visitors. The appearance of these two individuals, one wearing sunglasses and the other chewing on a piece of grass. Could it be the legendary Shan Qingqingya and the enigmatic Hinata Ganjian? Lin Tao approached slowly, addressing the two individuals with utmost humility. Greetings, may I inquire if this is the village of Kanahegakure? Aoyama of the mountain city lifted his gaze to Lin Tao and replied, Indeed, this is Kanahegakure. Who are you, and what brings you here? Oh, I am a traveling merchant from the land of rice, and I have come to Kanahegakure to promote the local specialties of my homeland. Oh, a merchant from the land of rice. Is the item you carry in your hand the specialty you wish to sell? Upon hearing this, Lin Tao retrieved a bottle of black tequila from the bag in his hand and placed it upon the table. This is a specially brewed black tequila from my hometown. You both might want to give it a try. Shan Qingqingya and Niji Huaxianjian exchanged glances, their roles as elite jonin of Konoha, tasked with guarding the gates, instilling in them a sense of caution towards the unfamiliar beverage Lin Tao presented. However, Lin Tao's warmth and the enticing aroma wafting from the bottle proved too tempting for Shan Qingqingya, who ultimately succumbed to the allure under the pretense of inspection. Oh, what is this? He exclaimed after merely a sip, prompting Niji Huaxianjian to worry that he had been poisoned. He immediately drew a kunai, pointing it at Lin Tao. You scoundrel, have you poisoned this drink? Wait, Xianjian, do not act impulsively. This liquor is not toxic, Lin Tao interjected. To which Niji Huaxianjian, bewildered, inquired, Then what does that expression signify? I am astonished by the effects of this drink. It seems to rapidly replenish the chakra expended within my body. What? I assure you, I speak the truth. If you doubt me, you may taste it as well. As Shan Chengqingye spoke, he poured a cup for Niji Huoxianjian, who, upon drinking, wore a similarly astonished expression. This liquor is not only rich and refreshing, but it also restores chakra, and its efficacy surpasses that of soldier pills by several folds. Through their exchange, Lin Tao discerned that the consumables from the game were indeed effective for the ninjas of the Naruto world, with the distinction that what was originally intended to restore magic points in the game now served to replenish chakra here. If you both find it to your liking, I hope you might assist me in promoting it when the opportunity arises. Lin Tao spoke as he took out 4 bottles of tequila from his bag and placed them on the table. This is just a small token. I hope you will accept it. Upon seeing this, Qinglei from the mountain city and Shiranui Jinkin immediately changed their demeanor. Ah, young brother, with such fine offerings. There are certainly many in Konoha who would appreciate them. Simply register your name on this list, and you shall be granted entry. Thank you. After completing his registration, Lin Tao entered the village hidden in the leaves and soon turned into a deserted alley, stowing the remaining alcohol into his system backpack. Initially intended to deceive the gatekeeper, it was unnecessary to carry it any longer now that he had gained entry. This scene was clearly observed by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, through his surveillance crystal ball. The ability to materialize or dematerialize items is not uncommon in the world of shinobi. For instance, summoning kunai or shuriken from scrolls, or sealing various weapons within scrolls. All fall under the category of space-time ninjutsu. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi deduced from Lin Tao's ability that he was at least a ninja. It was evident that ninjas from other villages disguised as ordinary citizens entering Konoha must have special purposes. To avoid alarming the intruders, Hiruzen chose to continue his covert observation. At that moment, Lin Tao's stomach emitted a low growl. It appeared that this realm mirrored the real world, as he could indeed experience hunger. Well then, it was time to find a place to eat, but it seemed he would first need to exchange for some currency from this world. Lin Tao's thoughts stirred as he retrieved 1,000 gold coins from his backpack. Although the monetary systems of each nation within the Naruto world vary, precious metals like gold and silver are universally accepted. After inquiring with passers-by, he arrived at a currency exchange in Konoha village, expressing his desire to exchange currency. The attendant at the exchange, an elderly gentleman of roughly 70 years, was instantly captivated upon seeing the bulging sack of gold coins Lin Tao presented. He extracted 1 coin, scrutinizing it intently, even bringing it to his nose for a whiff. After a moment, a satisfied smile graced his face. 99% purity, indeed a rare find. How much would you like to exchange? Please convert all these coins into paper currency, thank you. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Tao emerged from the exchange with a suitcase in hand. Indeed, his 1,000 gold coins had been converted into a staggering 1 million ryo of the Land of Fire's currency. Thus, at an exchange rate of 1 to 1,000. The 800 million gold coins he possessed could be exchanged for a phenomenal 800 billion ryo. I've struck gold. This must be what it means to be wealthy beyond measure. I shall indulge myself to the fullest. With ample funds at his disposal, Lin Tao decided not to skimp on his pleasures and made his way to the village's renowned barbecue restaurant. Welcome. Please have a seat, dear guest. What would you like to eat? A cheerful waitress warmly guided Lin Tao to his table and handed him a menu. Lin Tao took the menu and, after a brief glance, said, I would like one of each dish and beverage listed on this menu. The attendant, taken aback, asked for clarification. Sir, did you just request every single dish to be served? Indeed, I want one of everything, Lin Tao confirmed. However, sir, we offer over 90 different dishes here. And if we include the beverages. Lin Tao was aware of the other party's concerns, so he opened his briefcase, revealing bundles of cash within. The female attendant was taken aback, her surprise quickly transforming into delight, prompting her to dash into the kitchen. Moments later, an array of dishes began to grace the table. There were as many as 18 varieties of exquisite appetizers alone. Meanwhile, the attendant reappeared, now adorned in a maid's outfit, and took her seat beside Lin Tao. Sir, to enhance your dining experience, I shall be your server this evening. Such a hidden service. How splendid. At this moment, Lin Tao's gaze was fixed on the fair legs of the woman before him, bursting into laughter. For it is indeed a universal truth that wealth begets joy in any realm. The female attendant, far from showing any displeasure, responded with exuberant enthusiasm, pouring wine for Lin Tao. It turned out that the staff received a 3% commission based on the customer's expenditure in the establishment. And given that Lin Tao's table would undoubtedly cost no less than 300,000 taels, He was akin to a deity of fortune to the attendant, who was determined to provide exemplary service in hopes of enticing him to return. The dining experience extended over 2 hours, with Lin Tao luxuriating in the attentive service throughout. When the bill arrived, it amounted to nearly 400,000 taels. However, due to his abundant wealth, he felt no pang of regret. Unbeknownst to him, 2 men in a corner were observing Lin Tao with malevolent intent. Chapter 5. April Moon. Evening beauty in the village of Konoha. Aside from the ninjas, there existed numerous ordinary folk who lacked the skills of ninjutsu. They contributed to the village's stable production. Yet their earnings paled in comparison to the lucrative rewards reaped by the ninjas. A typical laborer toiling throughout the year could expect to earn around 100,000 taels. Thus, when Lin Tao began flaunting his wealth by opening a suitcase at the barbecue restaurant, he caught the attention of 2 middle-aged men. By their attire, they deduced that Lin Tao was an outsider, and his lavish spending led them to conclude he was the foolish scion of a wealthy family from a small nation. Lacking any true understanding of money, they surmised that even if they were to rob him, the likelihood of him pursuing the matter was minimal. Thus, they conspired to relieve him of his riches and followed him after he exited the barbecue establishment, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At present, Lin Tao remained oblivious to the fact that he was being tailed, wandering aimlessly through Konoha, both to familiarize himself with the local customs and to aid his digestion. As he ventured into a more secluded grove, the 2 men suddenly leaped forth to block his path. "Hey, kid, hand over that suitcase. And we promise not to harm you." "What? I never thought I would be robbed in Konoha. How utterly absurd." Lin Tao appeared somewhat astonished, for in his recollection, Konoha Village, as the most formidable ninja village in the shinobi world, had established a security force since the era of the second Hokage. One would naturally assume that the peace and order would be commendable, yet he found himself encountering such an incident on his very first visit. In reality, Konoha indeed had a security force, but at this point in time, following the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the number of personnel had drastically diminished, and their routine patrols were confined solely to the core areas of the village. Observing Lin Tao's dazed expression, the 2 men mistakenly believed he was rendered speechless by fear, and thus approached with knives drawn, intent on seizing his briefcase. Alas, it seems that tranquility is not as ubiquitous as one might envision. Perhaps it is time to impart some lessons to them. As Lin Tao was about to take action, a shadow suddenly leaped from a nearby tree, swiftly incapacitating the 2 men who were preparing to commit robbery with just a single glance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a tall and graceful woman with long purple hair, clad in the attire of a jonin, bearing a long blade on her back and a distinctive tattoo on her shoulder that signified her identity as a member of the Umbu. It was undoubtedly Tsukiyomi Yuka. "Sir, I am a member of the Konoha security personnel. I sincerely apologize for your encounter with these 2 assailants. We will deal with them severely, and I hope you will not take it to heart," she said, bowing respectfully in apology before Lin Tao could respond. What is this unfolding drama?" Lin Tao mused. It turned out that upon his entrance into the village of Konoha, he had been detected by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, through his surveillance techniques. However, Sarutobi was uncertain of Lin Tao's intentions for visiting Konoha and opted for covert observation instead. It is worth noting that Lin Tao did not scale the walls or breach any barriers to infiltrate Konoha. He entered through the main gate, following the proper registration procedures. Later, Sarutobi discovered that Lin Tao had exchanged 1 million ryo at the currency exchange office, and then proceeded to indulge in extravagant spending at a barbecue establishment. What was this? He was practically a deity of wealth. It is essential to understand that the wars in the Naruto world fundamentally arise from issues of resource allocation, ranging from mere plots of farmland to entire islands. An amount as substantial as 1 million ryo could easily fund an S-rank mission in Konoha, or even allow for 2 jonin to provide round-the-clock protection for a month. Thus, in order to ensure that Lin Tao could continue to spend in Konoha and thereby stimulate the village's economy, Sarutobi dispatched Tsukiyomi Yuka, a member of the Umbu, to protect him in secret, leading to the earlier incident. However, Yuka would never have anticipated that had she delayed her intervention by just a few seconds, Lin Tao would have drawn his hammer. Regaining his composure, Lin Tao looked at Tsukiyomi Yuka before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Haha, I never expected to receive the exclusive protection of Miss Yuka in Konoha. How utterly disconcerting." Yuka's pupils constricted as she instinctively took a half step back. "You, who are you, and how do you know my name?" Lin Tao had initially intended to respond earnestly, but upon noticing the unnatural expression on Xian's face, he couldn't resist teasing her a little. With a playful smile, he replied, my name is Lin Tao. I'm a traveling merchant who roams between various nations and happens to know a thing or two about the shinobi world. As for why I recognized you, Miss Xian, well, let's just say I've admired you from afar for quite some time. To have the fortune of meeting you today feels like destiny itself. Tell me, Miss Xian, would you care to spend this evening with me? Yuzuki Xian's cheeks flushed pink at his words, but she quickly regained her composure. Shaking her head, she replied, Mr. Lin, I appreciate your affection, but I already have a partner. I'm truly sorry. However, if there's anything else you need while in the village, perhaps I can assist you. Oh, what a shame. Now that you mention it, there is something I could use your help with. Please, go ahead. I'm considering settling down in Konoha, so I'd like to purchase a residence. I'm just not sure how much it would cost or what procedures are required. Outsiders wishing to reside in Konoha simply need to register with the Hokage. I can handle that for you. As for properties, there are many available in the village. It just depends on which district you prefer. Xian wasn't surprised by Lin Tao's desire to settle in Konoha. After all, many wealthy merchants from other nations sought refuge in the village for its military protection. Naturally, the best location. Money is no concern. Lin Tao learned through conversation that Moonlight Gale is still alive, which indicates that the current Konoha 12 have yet to commence the Chunin exams. And Orochimaru's invasion plan of Konoha has not yet begun. Lin Tao was inherently a person who held grudges. After being ambushed by Orochimaru in the land of rice fields and ultimately allowing his adversary to escape, it was inconceivable for him to remain passive. Therefore, he would undoubtedly intervene in Orochimaru's plans for the destruction of the Wood Village. To establish a permanent presence in Konoha, he would certainly require a stable foothold. Upon hearing Lin Tao's audacious remarks, Yuzuki Yugao felt a twinge of displeasure. Konoha, after all, stood as one of the most formidable ninja villages. Its prosperity and scale of development incomparable to those of smaller nations. Yet, the man before her nonchalantly claimed he was not lacking in funds, which seemed to belittle Konoha's stature. It was worth noting that even the daimyos of other minor countries would not dare to assert financial superiority when commissioning tasks in Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, Yuzuki Yugao addressed Lin Tao. Since you assert that you are not short on funds, I would recommend several villas located around the Hokage's residence, situated in the very heart of Konoha. The price is quite reasonable, merely 100 million ryo. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao furrowed his brow slightly. 100 million ryo could indeed commission numerous S-rank missions, enough to obliterate a small ninja village. Thus, it was evident that either Mizuki Saigen was subtly mocking him or attempting to treat him like a fool. However, as an adventurer hailing from Arad, he could not afford to lose face in this realm. Moreover, 100 million ryo from the Land of Fire effectively amounted to merely 100,000 gold coins. With a faint smile, Lin Tao replied, Indeed, 100 million ryo is not exorbitant, but I do not possess much cash. Would it be acceptable to pay in gold coins? With that, he waved his hand, summoning 100,000 gold coins from his system inventory, which cascaded to the ground, forming a gleaming pile. Here are 100,000 gold coins. I wonder if this is sufficient. Mizuki Saigen was momentarily dumbfounded at the sight. Trembling, she approached and picked up a coin to inspect it. Once she confirmed its authenticity, she felt a wave of regret for her earlier rudeness. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin. I was merely jesting and did not mean to offend. Please forgive me. What? Miss Saigen was joking with me? Ah, I see now. How could the villas around the Hokage's estate possibly be valued at only 100 million ryo? Lin Tao remarked, waving his hand again, causing another 100,000 gold coins to descend to the ground. Merely 100,000 gold coins equates to 100 million ryo. At this moment, Mizuki Saigen felt as though she might kneel in astonishment. Having been a ninja for over a decade, she had never witnessed such a fortune and began to comprehend why Lin Tao chose to settle in Konoha. Such an amount of wealth would attract countless bandits in smaller nations. Simultaneously, she marveled at Lin Tao's extraordinary space-time ninjutsu. After all, ordinary ninjas required scrolls inscribed with space-time techniques to summon basic tools like shuriken or kunai, which necessitated the infusion of chakra. Yet Lin Tao could conjure such a vast quantity of gold coins from another dimension without the need for scrolls or hand seals. Miss Saigen, I wonder if this is still insufficient? Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. I meant to say that I don't require this much, then it is of no concern. The surplus can be considered a charitable donation to the village school. These words left Mizuki Saigen utterly astonished, significantly elevating her regard for Lin Tao. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, learned of these developments through the crystal ball and promptly dispatched over 30 Umbu to Lin Tao's location. Minutes later, these Umbu members appeared one after another before Lin Tao, encircling him and Saigen. What? Is this the Umbu of Konoha? Why have they suddenly? The leading Umbu captain removed his mask, revealing a warm smile as he addressed Lin Tao. Mr. Lin, welcome to Konoha Village. We have been informed of your requests by the Hokage, and we are here to offer our assistance. Assistance? What can you assist me with? We can help you transport and count these gold coins. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao's expression became intricate. It was quite astonishing that more than 30 members of the Umbu were dispatched merely to transport gold coins. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. A single gold coin weighs several grams, and the coins scattered across the ground surely totaled over 2 tons. Although he could effortlessly reclaim these coins into his system's backpack. Since the Umbu members were eager to assist, he decided to acquiesce to their wishes. In the world of Naruto, while martial prowess is esteemed, there exists a comprehensive monetary system that underpins the stability of the nation's order and development. The ninja villages symbolize a nation's military strength. Yet the ninjas residing within do not engage in societal production. Their daily necessities are procured with currency. Thus, attracting investment and fostering development for the village is also one of the responsibilities of the Hokage. As anticipated, Lin Tao was subsequently granted a private audience with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The elder, with a kind visage and a pipe in hand, left Lin Tao with a profound first impression. Upon their meeting, Hiruzen Sarutobi poured Lin Tao a cup of tea and gestured for him to take a seat. Mr. Lin, it is our honor to have you in Konoha. I have heard that you hail from the land of rice. May I inquire what business your family engages in? The Hokage is too kind. My primary enterprise revolves around food products, such as wild strawberries, melons, jerky, the spring water from Sky City, dew from Sky City, sleep shellfish, coral jelly, the specialty cheese from Dark City, black tequila, mare's milk beverages, and refrigerated lamb, among others. Oh, merely selling these items has allowed you to amass such wealth? That is truly commendable. Hiruzen Sarutobi expressed his astonishment. Although the items Lin Tao mentioned bore unique names, they ultimately constituted everyday consumables, and their prices could not be exorbitant. The notion that one could casually produce 200 million ryo worth of gold coins based solely on these goods was beyond Hiruzen Sarutobi's belief. Lin Tao sensed the skepticism from the other party, so he smiled and explained, "Do not underestimate the items I offer, esteemed gentlemen. Though they may sound ordinary, they possess extraordinary effects." Oh, what sort of extraordinary effects? With a grand gesture, Lin Tao placed 2 bottles of Sky City dew and 2 pieces of coral jelly upon the table. Take this Sky City dew for instance. Consuming it not only quenches thirst, but also replenishes one's chakra. And this coral jelly, also sourced from Sky City, can swiftly mend certain injuries. If you harbor any doubts, I invite you to taste it and verify its efficacy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils quivered slightly upon hearing this. Oh, such remarkable properties? I am indeed curious to try. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen uncorked a bottle of Sky City dew, inhaled its aroma, and drank it in one swift motion. He then closed his eyes, earnestly attuning to the changes within his body. Mr. Lin, you speak the truth. It truly possesses the power to restore chakra. However, I must inquire, what is the Sky City you mentioned? I have never heard of such a place. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was contemplating how to extract the location of Sky City, intending to relay this information to Danzo. Given Danzo's character, he would undoubtedly dispatch ninjas to investigate. Possessing the resources from Sky City could yield significant profits by selling them to other ninja villages. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lin Tao struggled to respond, not out of reluctance to divulge, but because Sky City resided in the Arad continent, a realm unimaginable in the world of Naruto. The very consumables before them were merely remnants of his past gaming obsession, accumulated in surplus. Seeing Lin Tao falter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, and he spoke with a hint of difficulty. Mr. Lin, your offerings are indeed impressive. If they were sold publicly, they would certainly incite quite a stir in the ninja world. However, our village already has several establishments selling soldier pills, and our hospital has invested heavily in training numerous medical ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not seeking to create conflict. He understood that should Lin Tao's products permeate the village, the demand for soldier pills would dwindle, and injured individuals might forego the hospital. The abundance of medical ninjas would face unemployment, leading to resentment from the villagers towards an outsider profiting at their expense. Thus, this matter required utmost caution. Lin Tao chuckled and said, I comprehend the third Hokage's concerns. However, I have a proposal. I will provide an annual sponsorship of 100 million ryo to the village, which can be utilized to subsidize other shops and medical ninjas. What does the third Hokage think of this? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately showcased a remarkable change of expression, retrieving a file from the table. With a grin, he addressed Lin Tao. Since you were so generous, I cannot be stingy either. This document contains records of some vacant shops in the village. You may choose any two, and they are complimentary. In that case, thank you very much. Chapter 7. Uncle Yao. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Lin Tao once again encountered Yuzuki Yuka, who stood with an upright posture, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Miss Yuka, what brings you here? Mr. Lin, your residence has been prepared, and I am here to escort you there. I see. I appreciate your efforts. Lin Tao followed April Moon to the villa he had just purchased. The residence boasts 3 floors above ground and 1 basement, featuring an entrance garden, an expansive living room, and a rooftop swimming pool. Moreover, the villa is already furnished with essential appliances. This is truly marvelous. I am quite fond of it, Lin remarked. As long as you are pleased, Mr. Lin. I will now hand over the keys to you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to summon me. I truly appreciate your efforts, Miss Xian. Lin Tao took the key, and after a long day of toil, all he desired was to nestle into his bed for a restful slumber. However, he noticed that Ujetsu Yuin showed no intention of departing. Thus, he inquired, Miss Yuin, is there anything else you require? Ujetsu Yuin bowed deeply to Lin Tao and solemnly responded, Mr. Lin, from this day forth, I shall be your dedicated personal guard, ensuring your safety around the clock. Lin Tao was taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion. Protect whom? Am I the one being protected? Indeed, came the reply. At that moment, Lin Tao struggled to maintain his composure. The realization that his modest abilities necessitated the protection of a seasoned jonin was almost overwhelming. Well, Miss Xian, despite my appearance, I assure you I possess considerable strength. Common bandits pose no threat to me, hence I do not require protection. Furthermore, I will be conducting business in other nations, and if you accompany me, it might impede your other responsibilities. There is no need for concern, Mr. Lin. Safeguarding your well-being is the sole directive entrusted to me by the third Hokage, regardless of your travels to foreign lands. I shall remain by your side as your steadfast protector. Lin Tao furrowed his brows, realizing that it was indeed the third generation who had orchestrated this arrangement. It seemed that through their conversation, the third generation was eager to ascertain the whereabouts of the Sky City, which is why he had dispatched Xian to safeguard him. Alas, Miss Xian, you claim to provide me with round-the-clock protection, but is that truly convenient? After all, do you not have a significant other? If you were to spend every day in my company, surely that would incite jealousy on their part. Nevertheless, it matters not. As ninjas, we prioritize our missions, and all else can be accommodated. Upon witnessing Xian's unwavering determination, Lin Tao could only reluctantly acquiesce, allocating one of the guest rooms in the villa for her residence. For Muyu Xian, the prospect of serving as Lin Tao's bodyguard was quite appealing. After all, her role in the Dark Division yielded a meager monthly remuneration of approximately 500,000 ryo. However, the compensation for safeguarding Lin Tao had been doubled by the third Hokage, making this lucrative yet low-risk position irresistible to anyone. The third Hokage's decision to assign Muyu Xian to Lin Tao's side stemmed from his observation through the crystal ball, wherein he had eavesdropped on numerous conversations between the two, including Lin Tao's explicit admission of his affection for Xian. Hence, the third Hokage believed that having Xian close to Lin Tao would facilitate the discovery of more secrets. This arrangement, however, posed a significant dilemma for Lin Tao. Although it was ostensibly a protective measure, it also bore the undertones of surveillance. Since arriving in Konoha, he had assumed the guise of a merchant, a temporary identity fabricated solely to integrate into the village. Yet, with the third Hokage bestowing upon him 2 shops and the addition of a watchful presence, he found himself compelled to blur the lines between pretense and reality. As for the rationale behind concealing his true abilities and identity, it primarily stemmed from a desire to avoid arousing the suspicions of those with ulterior motives. As an adventurer from the Arad continent, Lin Tao possesses unparalleled abilities in this realm. While it would not be exceedingly challenging to unify the shinobi world through sheer force, he yearns for something beyond a war-torn landscape marred by devastation. To attain the admiration of the masses and be celebrated by the world, a long-term commitment to effort is essential. The following morning, Lin Tao arrived at the two shops gifted by the third Hokage. Although these establishments are not situated in the heart of the village, they are conveniently located across from the Ichiraka Ramen. The choice of this location is strategic, as it offers a high probability of encountering Naruto Uzumaki, while also providing a tranquil atmosphere for Lin Tao to devote his energy and time to other pursuits. However, the unwavering presence of Yuzuki Yugao has proven to be a source of frustration for him. "Miss Yugao, I require your assistance with a small task," he stated. "Please, Mr. Lin, do tell. As long as it is within my capabilities, I am more than willing to assist you." Lin Tao produced 60,000 taels of silver along with a list and presented them to the other party. "I am not very familiar with the village, so I would appreciate your assistance in procuring some shelves and tools. Oh, and please purchase a few storage cabinets as well." Xian hesitated slightly and replied, "But, Mr. Lin, the extra funds can be considered your service fee." "Understood, Mr. Lin. I will take care of it right away." With a knowing smile, Xian accepted the money and swiftly disappeared from Lin Tao's sight. Lin Tao then began to tidy up the shop. After 2 hours, the cleaning was nearly completed. He stood at the shop's entrance, stretching his limbs, and sighed. "Ah, I am so exhausted. It seems that if I wish to run a store, I will need to hire some help." Just then, the ramen shop across the street opened its doors. The owner, wielding a broom, started to sweep the rubbish in front of the store. Upon noticing Lin Tao, he cheerfully waved and called out, "Hey, young man, judging by your appearance, are you a new merchant in town?" Lin Tao smiled and nodded in response, saying, "Indeed, uncle. It seems we shall be neighbors from now on. I look forward to your guidance." "Ah, I must inquire. Given your attire, it appears you are not from around here. May I ask what wares your shop offers?" Lin Tao retrieved 2 bottles of rum from his system backpack, each capable of restoring 220 points of magical energy. He then approached the handcrafted stall and said, "My shop offers a variety of beverages, fruits, vegetables, and meats. This is the rum I intend to sell. You may have a taste, my good sir." The stall owner, upon seeing this, beamed with delight, his fondness for the young man soaring. Accepting the 2 bottles of rum, he exclaimed, "Oh, thank you so much, young man. You must come by my shop sometime to savor my ramen. The flavor will undoubtedly exceed your expectations." "Very well," Lin Tao replied. Once Xian returned with the necessary supplies for the shop, he began to organize and display the merchandise. As the 2 stalls were interconnected, it greatly simplified matters, one dedicated to beverages, the other to fruits. He possessed an array of items, including wild strawberries, rainy flower leaves, magical flowers, rum, dew from the springs of Sky City, sleep shell meat, coral jelly, tequila, special cheeses from the Dark City, and refrigerated lamb, among others, each in quantities of several thousand. His previous penchant for collecting in games had led him to amass not only these consumables but also a warehouse filled with tradable equipment. Although he had confirmed that the gear from the continent of Arad was effective in the Naruto world, he chose to remain discreet as a newcomer and had no immediate plans to sell any equipment. Chapter 8. The Alchemist. After Lin Tao finished tidying up the shop, he arranged the consumables intended for sale on the shelves. However, he found himself in a quandary when it came to pricing them, so he sought advice from Muyu Xian. After contemplating for a moment, Muyu Xian remarked, "Mr. Lin, although the items you are selling appear to be ordinary, they possess unique properties that can heal injuries or restore chakra. Therefore, the pricing should not be too low, yet ultimately, the decision rests with you, as you alone are aware of their specific effects." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, "Why not have Miss Xian assist in the tasting?" With that, he retrieved a bottle of Sky City Dew, which restores 230 points of magical energy, from the shelf and handed it to Uzuki Xian. Uzuki Xian gazed at the Sky City Dew before her, hesitating for a moment before consuming it. "How does it taste, Miss Xian? How does its effect compare to that of the military ration pills?" To be candid, in terms of chakra restoration, it is somewhat inferior to the military ration pills. However, its onset is remarkably swift, allowing one to feel the replenishment of chakra almost instantaneously upon ingestion, coupled with its delightfully sweet flavor. I believe a price point of 150 taels per bottle would be quite appropriate. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao nodded. Such a price was evidently not insignificant in the world of Naruto. considering that a bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen at the Ichiraka ramen shop was priced at merely 80 ryo. Subsequently, Lin Tao introduced Xian to wild strawberries, coral jelly, sweet melons, and the bread of the Imperial Army, among other delicacies, and the results aligned perfectly with his expectations, successfully healing the lingering dark wounds on Xian's body, who offered candid evaluations in return. After deliberation, they decided to price the wild strawberries, which restored 60 health points, at 30 ryo each, while the Imperial Army's bread, with a restoration of 2,950 health points, was set at 2,000 ryo per piece. Furthermore, through testing, Lin Tao surmised that Xian's vitality and chakra levels, when converted to the data of the Arad continent, would approximate 5,000 health points and 3,000 mana points, respectively. This realization caused Lin Tao to inwardly chuckle. For with Xian's caliber, she would scarcely be considered a level 50 adventurer in Arad, and that was without any equipment. In fact, she would likely struggle against even the headless knight of the Dark City. Yet, the seemingly weak maiden foolishly believed she required his protection. Nevertheless, after a day spent together, Lin Tao found himself rather fond of her, for Xian was not merely a guardian, she had been diligently assisting him throughout the day. As dusk approached and the street lamps began to illuminate, Lin Tao, busy within the shop, finally recognized that night had fallen. He turned to Xian and said, "Miss Xian, you have worked hard today. It is getting late. You should return home and rest." Xian, somewhat astonished, replied, "Mr. Lin, have you perhaps forgotten? I am your personal guard, tasked with ensuring your safety at all times." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao let out a sigh. "Miss Xian, what do you think of the items in my store?" Each of Mr. Lin's possessions is no ordinary item. Indeed, the reason these objects possess unique effects lies in their extraordinary origins. The Forest of Glen, the City in the Sky, the Colossal Beast of the Celestial Vale, the City of Darkness, Norsmar, the Snowy Mountains of Stone, and so forth. These locations are home to countless formidable monsters, and I have traversed these lands, returning unscathed each time. Do you truly believe I require protection? Mizuki Xian was taken aback by his words. Although she had never heard of these places, Lin Tao's tone and expression led her to believe in their authenticity. If such was the case, Lin Tao must possess considerable strength and perhaps genuinely did not need safeguarding. Moreover, after a long day of exertion, Xian felt weary and yearned for rest. However, this mission had been assigned by the third Hokage, and she did not dare to defy his will. Thus, with a troubled expression, she addressed Lin Tao, "Mr. Lin, please do not take offense. This is merely my duty." At this moment, Lin Tao found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Xian would be so obtuse. He inquired once more, "Miss Xian, what is your mission?" "The task, of course, is to ensure Mr. Lin's safety at all times. You are correct in stating that your duty is to safeguard me, but it does not necessitate your constant presence by my side. Setting aside whether ordinary thieves could harm me, even if I were an average person, possessing this object would inherently preclude any danger." Lin Tao, having spoken, retrieved a small vial filled with a pale blue potion from his bosom. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yuxian displayed a look of confusion and inquired, "Mr. Lin, what is this? It seems that such an item is not sold in the store. Could it possess some extraordinary effect?" "This is the Sacred Blessing Potion," Lin Tao explained. "If one were to perish within 20 minutes of consumption, they would be instantly revived and regain 1/3 of their physical condition." "What? Such a thing exists in this world? Mr. Lin, could it be that this item hails from places like the Sky City?" Lin Tao chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "How could that be? This potion was crafted by my own hands. After all, I also have a secondary profession as an alchemist." Mizuki Xian was utterly astounded. She never anticipated that Lin Tao was also an alchemist. If the Sacred Blessing Potion could indeed be produced by the ninjas of Konohagakure, it would undoubtedly elevate them to the status of the most formidable ninja village. Alternatively, acquiring it from Lin Tao for 1,000,000 ryo each would hardly be a loss. Given its immense efficacy, Lin Tao seemed to have discerned the other's thoughts and quickly added, "However, this Sacred Blessing Elixir can no longer be produced, as its creation requires the breath of life and white magic crystals, both of which are now unattainable. Each elixir diminishes our stock, which is precisely why I have refrained from offering it for sale." Upon hearing this, Matsuyu Yuan's expression dimmed slightly, yet she soon grasped the situation. After all, the Sacred Blessing Elixir was indeed extraordinarily powerful, and its crafting must have entailed a significant cost. So this is the case. No wonder Mr. Lin possesses such a formidable trump card. "Ah, but it cannot truly be termed a trump card, merely a trivial trinket. In the past, when it was necessary, I crafted over 3,000 of these. However, they have since been rendered largely unnecessary, hence they have remained stored away in my warehouse. Lin Tao was not lying. His secondary profession in the DNF game was indeed alchemist. At the onset of the Four Dragons version, his equipment was merely adequate. Due to his lack of understanding of the gameplay, he was frequently carried away by the Golden Dragonry knack. To conserve his resurrection coins, he crafted thousands of holy blessing potions, divine protection elixirs, and heaven's healing potions. However, as his equipment improved and his gameplay became more proficient, many of those consumables were relegated to storage, gathering dust. Little did he expect that these items would prove useful in the world of Naruto. At this moment, Mitsuki Shiyin stood frozen in place, her mind swirling with the implications of Lin Tao's earlier words. Such an extraordinary item as the Holy Blessing Potion, he possessed over 3,000. Mitsuki Shiyin felt the tumult of emotions, caught between speaking and remaining silent. After much contemplation, she finally said, "Mr. Lin, I hope you can keep this matter confidential. Please do not disclose it to anyone." Lin Tao spoke as he took out 2 sacred blessing potions from his bosom and pressed them into the hands of his companion. But Su Yuin understood the implication and quickly concealed them within her sleeve. Although, as a ninja, she was always taught to prioritize the village above all else. How could she remain indifferent to such temptation? This was indeed a means of preserving her life. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, this matter will remain a secret between us. Well, you should take your leave now. See you tomorrow. After bowing respectfully to Lin Tao, Matsu Yuin departed. Her heart yearning to find Tsukikid Shippu and share the joyous news of acquiring the 2 vials of sacred elixir. After Lin Tao finished his tasks in the shop, the time had crept past 7. Observing the billowing steam emanating from the Ilu ramen shop, he resolved to sample the legendary craftsmanship. Chapter 9. The Arrival of Naruto. Lin Tao lifted the curtain and stepped into the ramen shop, where a wave of warmth enveloped him. The quaint establishment was sparsely populated with a few patrons scattered about. He chose a seat and perused the menu adorning the wall. "Excuse me, sir. I would like a large serving of your signature tonkatsu chashu ramen," he requested. The chef, hearing the familiar voice amidst the bubbling broth, turned to greet him. "Ah, young man, you've arrived. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." A few minutes later, a steaming bowl of fragrant ramen was placed before him. The perfectly charred chashu, the delicately soft-boiled egg, the crunchy bamboo shoots, adorned with a garnish of nori and scallions, complemented the rich, savory broth that was simply exquisite. In a mere handful of bites, Lin Tao had devoured the entire bowl, leaving not a drop of broth behind. The chef, witnessing this, broke into a satisfied smile. "Aha, it seems our ramen has particularly captured your fancy." Lin Tao nodded and replied, "Indeed, this is the first time I have tasted such exquisite ramen." Subsequently, he retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and placed it on the bar. However, the chef, upon seeing this, returned the money to Lin Tao, saying, "Young man, as you are new here, allow me to treat you to this meal. No payment is necessary." Lin Tao sighed. "Oh, but how can that be? If you insist on this, how could I ever have the audacity to return in the future?" Lin Tao repeatedly waved his hands to decline the other's kindness. For the modest decor of the shop indicated that the handmade lifestyle was far from affluent, and he could not bring himself to exploit the goodwill of another. After settling the bill, just as Lin Tao was about to depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of a young boy, no older than his teens, silently observing the interior of the shop. Upon being noticed, the boy quickly averted his gaze and lowered his head. With his golden hair, light blue eyes, and distinctive jacket, Lin Tao surmised that this boy was most likely Naruto Uzumaki. The fact that he wore goggles instead of a ninja headband suggested that Naruto had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. To confirm his identity, Lin Tao turned to the ramen shop owner and quietly inquired, "Uncle, who is that little fellow outside? Why is he wandering the streets alone at such a late hour? Do his family not care for him?" The owner sighed and replied, "His name is Naruto Uzumaki. He is a pitiful child. It is said that his parents were absent at the time of his birth, and he has no one to look after him. So that was it." Indeed, it was as he suspected. Lin Tao approached the entrance, lifting the door curtain as he addressed Naruto. "Little one, are you hungry? Would you care to come in for a bowl of noodles? It's on me." Upon seeing Lin Tao, Naruto instinctively took a couple of steps back. Faced with the stranger's generosity, he felt a bit flustered, internally conflicted about whether to accept the offer. Seeing this, Lin Tao took the initiative to step forward and drape his arm around Naruto's shoulder, guiding him into the shop. "Sir, Please prepare a large bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen for him. I shall cover the cost. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly. It was not until Lin Tao pressed him into a seat that Naruto, feeling a flush of warmth creep into his cheeks, finally inquired, "Big brother, what compels you to treat me to a meal?" Lin Tao smiled warmly, his face lighting up with a broad grin. "There's no particular reason," he said. "But upon seeing you, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Perhaps you bear a resemblance to my long-lost brother. Ahaha. I wanted to have a chat with you, but I don't even know your name or how old you are." "Oh, I see. Thank you. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And I am 12 years old, a student at the Ninja Academy, though I will be graduating soon," he replied cheerfully. "Hiki, nice to meet you. I am Lin Tao, a merchant who has just arrived in the Hidden Leaf Village a couple of days ago. The grocery store across the street is mine. If you have some free time, feel free to drop by and visit me," Lin Tao offered. "All right, big brother Lin." Despite finding Lin Tao a bit peculiar, Naruto felt a certain fondness for him. Moments later, a bowl of ramen was served, and Naruto, who had evidently been starving, devoured it completely within a few minutes, leaving not a trace of broth or noodles behind, yet still appearing unsatisfied. Seeing this, Lin Tao spoke to his opponent, "Uncle, please prepare 2 more bowls of noodles. It appears that little Naruto hasn't had his fill yet." "Certainly. Please hold on." "Eh? Brother Lin, is that really necessary? I feel bad for such extravagance." Although young, Naruto was not someone driven by greed. Upon hearing Lin Tao order 2 more bowls for him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lin Tao, however, smiled and shook his head. "It's no trouble at all. You are still growing, so it's only right to eat more, and besides, a few bowls of ramen are merely a trifling expense for me." Naruto's eyes glistened with a hint of moisture in his childhood. The villagers had always shunned and ostracized him. Suddenly encountering someone so kind warmed his heart. At that moment, Lin Tao's thoughts were quite complex. The son of the esteemed 4th Hokage had fallen to the point of being unable to afford ramen, being forced to mature so early at such a tender age. It was clear that the 3rd Hokage was not a benevolent figure. Despite the incessant rumors, he ought to ensure that Naruto's quality of life was safeguarded. "Naruto, you mentioned that you'll soon graduate from the Ninja Academy. Does that mean you will soon become a genin?" Naruto chuckled. "Yes. Once I become a genin, I can undertake ninja missions and earn rewards, and then I can save up a lot of money." "Is that so? Do you have many things you wish to buy?" "Indeed, there are plenty of items I desire, but my ultimate dream is to become Hokage, so that everyone in the village acknowledges my existence." "To become Hokage? What an extraordinary aspiration." Lin Tao initially intended to share some insights with Naruto, hoping to enlighten hin about the perils of the Hokage world. However, upon gazing at Naruto's innocent face, he hesitated. The journey of growth often necessitates certain experiences, and excessive interference may yield adverse effects. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yuin had arrived at the patrol office of Moonlight Gale and recounted the events of the past 2 days. Moonlight Gale, holding the sacred blessing elixir in his hand, inquired with curiosity, "Yuin, you mentioned that consuming this potion allows one to resurrect even after death within a short time frame?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "But does it come at a cost?" "Often, the more potent the elixir, the greater its side effects. I inquired about this with Mr. Lin, and he assured me there are no side effects. Furthermore, upon resurrection, one can regain a certain amount of chakra, such a powerful elixir." "And he simply gave it to you?" "Surely, it cannot be genuine." "Not at all. I have personally tested many items from Mr. Lin's shop, and they are all effective. He would not deceive me." Moonlight Gale pondered for a moment before softly suggesting, "Yuin, you have been inseparable from Lin Tao these past few days, calling him with such familiarity. Could it be?" Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Yuin's brows furrowed. "Gale, I believed we could trust each other. I am appalled that you would doubt me. My efforts to guard him from dawn till dusk are solely to earn more money to improve our future home." "Yuin, I did not mean it that way. Please do not misunderstand." Seeing her anger, Moonlight Gale quickly adopted a more humble demeanor, continually apologizing. Deep down, Yuzuki Yuin understood his suspicions, as it was indeed peculiar for Lin Tao to provide 2 sacred blessing elixirs so readily. Such doubts, if left unaddressed, could deepen into misunderstandings. With a gentle sigh, Yuzuki Yuin approached Gale and embraced him, offering comfort. "It's all right. I understand you may overthink things, but I would never betray you. As for the sacred blessing elixir, while we regard it as precious, to Mr. Lin, it is merely a trifle. He claims to have over 3,000 of them and is skilled in alchemy. With the right materials, he can concoct even more." "What? He is such a remarkable individual. Does the 3rd Hokage know of this?" "Not yet. I have not reported this matter. However, I am beginning to comprehend why the third Hokage instructed me to protect him at all times. He harbors many secrets and has suddenly appeared in our village, which likely indicates he is more than just a merchant. Nevertheless, from what I've observed, he has not caused any harm to the village. Instead, he has brought numerous benefits. Thus, it is prudent to observe him discreetly for now. Apologies, Yuin. I should not have doubted you. However, in the presence of such a person, you must remain vigilant. Do not worry. I am, after all, a special jonin of Konoha. I shall be fine. Chapter 10. Danzo's surveillance. Lin Tao and Naruto engaged in an extensive conversation at the Ichiraka ramen shop, delving into each other's circumstances. Lin Tao held a deep admiration for Naruto during this phase of his life, innocent, kind-hearted, and imbued with an indomitable spirit. Naruto, in turn, found himself quite fond of Lin Tao. Aside from Irika-sensei, few were willing to engage with him, and even fewer had the patience to listen to him share his dreams. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and soon it was 8:30. As Naruto bid farewell to Lin Tao and headed home, the chef remarked, "Young man, it seems you have taken quite a liking to Naruto." Lin Tao nodded with a smile. Indeed. Although he lost his parents at a young age and has been met with indifference, he has managed to maintain a positive and sunny disposition, a character trait that is rare in this world. This boy possesses the potential of a great emperor. Shota, upon hearing this, showed a puzzled expression and scratched his head. Huh? The potential of a great emperor, what does that mean? What I mean is, Naruto will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja in the future. So that is what you meant. By the way, Uncle, if Naruto ever wishes to have ramen, please feel free to prepare it for him. I will cover all the expenses, considering these funds as my deposit at the shop. Lin Tao retrieved a substantial sum of 100,000 taels from his pocket and placed it upon the bar counter. Upon witnessing this, the bartender's mind buzzed with astonishment. When calculated at 80 taels per bowl of ramen, such an amount could procure over 1,000 bowls. While he was aware that Lin Tao was a businessman, he had not anticipated such affluence, and the nonchalant manner in which Lin Tao produced the money, as if it were mere pocket change, instantly elevated his respect for him. Sir, I beg your pardon, I mean, Mr. Lin, do you truly mean what you say? Of course, Lin Tao replied. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your generous support of my humble establishment. The bartender bowed respectfully, beaming as he collected the money. Lin Tao smiled and nodded in response, then rose slowly to walk towards the door. I'm tired, I'll head back to rest. See you tomorrow, Uncle. The owner, Lin, ambled away, inviting him to visit again. Meanwhile, underground in the Hidden Leaf Village, two masked root ninjas knelt before Danzo, reporting on their activities. Danzo, upon hearing their accounts, was astounded beyond measure. The reason for his astonishment was that Lin Tao had spent an astonishing 200 million ryo upon his arrival in the village. Although this sum was entrusted to Sarutobi Hiruzen as a member of the Hidden Leaf, Danzo was entitled to 30 million ryo for the organization. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's unexpected influx of funds, Danzo felt bewildered and sought out Hiruzen with a smile, saying, Heh, Hiruzen, when did you become so generous? It's quite disconcerting. Aren't you usually quite averse to the actions of our root organization, often curtailing our funding? What has caused this sudden change of heart? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a deep puff from his pipe and chuckled. Don't put it that way, Danzo. I have never targeted you specifically. As you know, the cost of repairing and expanding the village have been substantial over these past years. Even my Umbu operatives sometimes rely on missions to make ends meet, leaving little surplus to allocate to you. I understand your predicament. I just wonder why the sudden generosity? It appears a wealthy young merchant from another nation has arrived in the village, named Lin Tao. On his very first day, he contributed 200 million ryo to the village and promised to pay an annual tribute of 100 million ryo to secure commercial rights here. I see. This could indeed be beneficial for the Hidden Leaf Village, although Danzo spoke lightly. His suspicious nature compelled him to dispatch 3 root ninjas to surveil and investigate Lin Tao. Consequently, Danzo learned about the miraculous resurrection potion. Seated in contemplation, Danzo's gaze was distant as he pondered. A potion that can revive one from death. This is akin to the Uchiha clan's Izanagi. Moreover, it is without side effects. If I possess such a thing, why would I need to implant so many Sharingan into my arm? This Lin Tao reportedly has over 3,000 of them. I must acquire it, even if it means risking everything for the sake of the Hidden Leaf. However, Lin Tao had officially established himself in the Hidden Leaf Village, and directly taking action against him would have significant negative repercussions, potentially deterring future wealthy investors from other nations. Thus, Danzo resolved to bide his time, knowing that as a merchant, Lin Tao would inevitably leave the village at some point. Yet, Lin Tao remained unaware that he had already drawn Danzo's attention just 2 days after his arrival. The following morning, Lin Tao arose from his slumber and, as he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up, was suddenly enveloped by the enticing aroma of delectable food. Turning his head, he beheld several plates of meticulously prepared dishes adorning the table in the living room. Just as he was pondering this unexpected sight, a voice resonated from behind him. "Mr. Lin, you are awake." Lin Tao was startled by the sudden sound, and upon turning around, he discovered it was Yuzuki Saigen. He gently patted his chest and said, "Ah, it's Miss Saigen. Did you prepare all this food? You truly have worked hard." Yuzuki Saigen replied with a smile, "There's no need for such formalities, Mr. Lin. I merely undertook some modest tasks within my capabilities. If you enjoy it, I can make meals for you every day." As a special Jainin, Saigen willingly prepared breakfast for Lin Tao, not out of any burgeoning affection, but rather because, after 2 days of interaction, she recognized that Lin Tao was unpretentious in his dealings and remarkably generous towards others. She surmised that by fostering a good relationship, she might acquire greater treasures from him. After Lin Tao had breakfast, he and Su Yin arrived at his shop. Since he had completed the essential tasks the day before, they could open for business directly today. Therefore, Lin Tao hung the sign of Arad Grocery on the storefront and then settled into a lounge chair in front of the shop to bask in the sun. "Ah, Mr. Lin, you." Mujetsu Su Yin was taken aback by Lin Tao's actions and immediately inquired, "Mr. Lin, with the grand opening of your new store, should you not hold some promotional activities or a ribbon-cutting ceremony? Just let me know, and I believe even the third Hokage would come to support you." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao waved his hand and said, "No need for that. I believe simplicity is best. By the way, Miss Xian, could you kindly fetch me a hat? The sun is rather fierce." "Huh? Well, all right then," Mitsuki Xian responded, feeling quite speechless. She truly could not comprehend how someone with Lin Tao's demeanor managed to amass such wealth. The reason for Lin Tao's demeanor is that the establishment of this shop was merely a fade, a means to enjoy a more leisurely pace of life. However, reality did not align with his aspirations. Merely minutes after the sign was hung, a group of 4, engaged in their morning exercises, halted in front of the shop. Alardi General Store. What a novel name. It seems this is a newly opened business in the village. Indeed, yet I am uncertain of its offerings. A general store must surely sell various sundries. How naive of me. Mr. Kai, that individual at the entrance must be the proprietor. Shall we inquire? The 4 were members of Class 3, led by Kai. They partook in daily running drills, rendering them well acquainted with every nook of the village. And thus they keenly noticed Lin Tao's newly opened shop. The commotion roused Lin Tao from his repose on the lounge chair. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find a bushy-browed, watermelon-headed figure nearly looming over him, causing him to tumble from his chair in fright. What in the world is this? Chapter 11. Mr. Kai. Stay calm. Do not react this way. Might Guy assisted Lin Tao to his feet, revealing a dazzlingly bright smile. "I apologize, dear proprietor. I did not mean to startle you. Are you all right?" Lin Tao squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the figure of Might Guy before him. He glanced at the other 3 individuals adorned in green spandex, with distinctive white eyes and a bun hairstyle, and he had already drawn a conclusion. This was undoubtedly the Might Guy team. "Ah, I am quite well. May I inquire if you have any particular needs?" "Nothing of the sort," he replied. "I was merely passing by with my students after their morning exercises and thought to take a look. Might I ask what wares you offer here?" "My establishment primarily sells various foodstuffs, fruits, beverages, and such. Please, do come in and have a look." Upon hearing this, Niji and Tintin exchanged glances filled with delight. They had been running since 6 in the morning until 7, and now, feeling fatigued and parched, they were in dire need of rehydration. However, as Might Guy stepped inside and beheld the prices displayed on the wall, he was taken aback. The prices for the assorted beverages ranged from several hundred to over 1,000 ryo, and even the most economical honey water, which offered a mere 15 m of recovery, was priced at 180 ryo per cup. With a furrowed brow, Might Guy exclaimed, "Good sir, isn't the pricing of your products a tad exorbitant?" Li Rock and Tintin nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, proprietor, do you truly believe customers will be drawn in by such prices?" Lin Tao explained. "The beverages I offer here differ significantly from the ordinary ones. The reason for their higher price is that not only do they quench your thirst and alleviate the heat, but they also instantaneously replenish a portion of your chakra." "Really? Is it truly that miraculous? Why have I never heard of such a thing before? Surely, it cannot be a deception, came the incredulous response. This beverage is not available in the land of fire, nor in any other nations. It is a specialty of my homeland. Very well, I shall trust you this once. However, if you are deceiving me, we shall not spare you, proprietor. Faced with Might Guy's skepticism, Lin Tao remained unperturbed. He merely retrieved 3 cups of varying sizes from the counter and placed them on the table. Dear customer, what size of honey water would you prefer? Might Guy pointed to the middle cup and replied, I would like 4 medium-sized cups, please. Hearing this, Lin Tao smiled wryly and responded, I apologize, dear guest, but what you refer to is indeed the large cup, while the one on the far left is the medium cup. Mei Ti's mind briefly faltered. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Isn't there a large, medium, and small cup in your establishment? I desire this medium cup. Lin Tao reiterated, I am sorry, esteemed guest, but this is the large cup. And this is the medium cup, the large cup, and the extra large cup. As he spoke, he gestured for clarity. Regardless of what you choose to call them in your shop, I want the medium cup among these 3. Lin Tao maintained, I apologize, dear guest, but this is the large cup, and this is the medium cup. Lin Tao wore a mysterious smile on his face, his heart brimming with joy. For he could clearly observe the expression on Might Guy's face gradually contorting. In the next moment, Might Guy suddenly erupted, delivering a resounding slap to his own face. Li Rock, Ten, and Niji hurriedly rushed forward to intervene, exclaiming, Teacher Guy, please, don't do this. Teacher Guy. However, Might Guy's actions showed no signs of abating. As he continued to slap his face repeatedly, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Tao. Lin Tao realized that the joke had escalated beyond expectations and swiftly stepped forward to grasp Matakai's wrist, compelling him to halt. Please, esteemed guest. There is no need for such agitation. After coming to a stop, Makai stared blankly at Lin Tao, utterly astonished. Despite being one of Konoha's premier taijutsu ninjas, renowned for his exceptional strength, he felt a sense of helplessness upon having his wrist held firmly by Lin Tao. At that moment, Yuzuki Yuin entered, holding a hat in her hand. Mr. Lin, I have brought the item you requested. Oh dear, it seems we have guests. After Lin Tao gradually released his grip on Mei Tikai's hand, he addressed Shiyang, saying, Well done. Mei Tikai, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar, turned to look and exclaimed, Oh, is that you, Shiyang? What brings you here? Shiyang responded, Ah, Kai, it truly is you. I wondered why your silhouette seemed so familiar. I am currently serving as Mr. Lin's bodyguard, so naturally, I would be here. Lin Tao wore an expression of innocence and inquired, Oh, do you know each other? Indeed, Mr. Lin. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed jonin from the Wood Village, Master Might Guy. The others are his students. Subsequently, the individuals introduced themselves to one another. Although Lin Tao was well aware of the backgrounds of Guy's group from the very beginning, he maintained an air of ignorance. After all, as an outsider, being overly knowledgeable about the inhabitants of Konoha would arouse suspicion. Ah, so you are a jonin from Konoha. My apologies for any previous offense, as a gesture of goodwill. Allow me to treat you to the drinks this time. We too have our shortcomings. A few minutes later, 4 cups of refreshing honey water were served before Master Guy and his companions. Rather than immediately drinking, Guy exchanged a knowing glance with Niji, who promptly activated his Byakugan to observe. Moments later, Niji's expression shifted from calm to astonishment. Master Guy, I detected a subtle flow of chakra in the beverage. It seems the proprietor's words hold truth. Oh, how fascinating. Could it be that a certain secret potion has been added? Regardless of its nature, a taste will reveal all. I trust the proprietor would not deceive us. Quite right. The group exchanged glances before raising their drinks and consuming them in one go. How delicious. And I can indeed feel my chakra replenishing. Indeed, it is quite evident. Master Guy turned to Lin Tao and remarked, Proprietor, your offerings are truly extraordinary. There is indeed merit in their cost. Previously, we were rather short-sighted. Once the group departed, Lin Tao gazed at Yukino, lost in thought. If the skills and items from DNF are effective in the world of Naruto, I should be able to learn some ninjutsu as well. Not to mention, the shadow clone technique is essential. Mastering it would provide a chance to evade surveillance. Otherwise, being constantly watched by Yukino is rather uncomfortable. Observing Lin Tao's lingering gaze, Yuzuki Yukino's cheeks flushed slightly. Mr. Lin, do you require something? Indeed, I have a request, and I hope Miss Yukino will grant it. Seeing Lin Tao's serious demeanor, Yukino braced herself for another confession, hastily interjecting, as long as Mr. Lin's request is reasonable, I will do my utmost to accommodate it. However, if it is a confession, I must decline. Lin Tao awkwardly scratched his head and said, actually, I was hoping Miss Shiyin could teach me some ninjutsu. You see, the shop isn't too busy. Upon hearing this, Mitsuki Shiyin was momentarily taken aback, then her expression shifted to one of understanding. One of the tasks assigned to her by the third Hokage was to ascertain Lin Tao's purpose for coming to Konohagakure. And his elusive behavior over the past few days had left her feeling quite unsettled. However, Lin Tao's sudden expression of interest today brought her a sense of relief. In the world of ninjas, there exists a category known as wandering ninjas, who do not belong to any nation or faction, commonly referred to as rogue practitioners. They travel, engage in commerce, and simultaneously learn and emulate the ninjutsu of various ninja villages. Although the techniques they learn are generally of a lower difficulty, they are sufficient for survival in this realm. At this moment, Shiyin had already categorized Lin Tao as a wandering ninja in her mind. Considering his inherently good nature and the potential benefits he could bring to the village, she readily nodded in agreement and inquired what specific ninjutsu Lin Tao wished to learn. Lin Tao chuckled softly, if possible, Miss Shiyin, could you kindly teach me the techniques of the shadow clone, body replacement, and transformation? Ah, Mr. Lin, are you jesting? These are merely the foundational jutsu that even 6-year-olds learn at the Ninja Academy. Chapter 12. The Falling Star Blade. Is that truly the case? Indeed. The children in our village's Ninja Academy learn these as soon as they enroll. They are classified as basic E-rank jutsu. By the way, Mr. Lin, aren't you a ninja? Why is it that you do not know these techniques? Hiss. Miss Shiyin, I never claimed to be a ninja. It seems I have misunderstood. But how is it that Mr. Lin can wield space-time jutsu? Oh, that. What you refer to is not jutsu. It is an innate ability I possess. Lin Tao found it challenging to articulate, for explaining the abilities and items he brought from the game world into the Naruto universe was rather convoluted. I see. An innate ability. Could it perhaps be a rare bloodline limit? However, Mr. Lin, if you have never learned any jutsu and possess no foundational knowledge, embarking on the study of ninjutsu may prove quite challenging. Although everyone is born with chakra in their bodies, after all, am I simply too old? Nonetheless, it matters not. As long as Miss Shiyin is willing to teach me, I shall dedicate myself to learning. In that case, I shall procure a few basic textbooks for you. Mr. Lin can begin by learning about chakra condensation and usage. Thank you for your efforts. The reason Yuzuki Shiyin readily agreed was that Lin Tao's request was remarkably simple, almost to the point of leaving her speechless. Such foundational jutsu are utilized by ninjas from any nation. Anyone desirous of learning could easily find someone to teach them. Hence, it seemed fitting that she would take on the role of the Good Samaritan. Over the next 2 days, Lin Tao balanced managing the shop with studying under Shiyin's guidance, swiftly mastering the 3 fundamental techniques. Once he grasped their essence, it became as effortless as executing a backward jump in the game. The only distinction being that Lin Tao expended magical energy rather than chakra when performing them. Moreover, owing to the inherited abilities of the game's caretaker character, Lin Tao's body replacement technique did not require nearby objects to substitute him. Instead, he could transform into shimmering particles upon impact and dissipate. The clone technique was similarly unique, akin to Zabuza's water clone or Kakashi's lightning clone, classifying them as special clones. Yuzuki Shiyin marveled at Lin Tao's aptitude for learning and generously praised him. Mr. Lin, you are indeed a genius. To master these 3 basic jutsu in merely 2 days is astounding. Back in my Ninja Academy days, it took me over half a month to achieve proficiency. Yes, I owe much to your attentive instruction, Miss Shiyin. However, I did not anticipate it would be so uncomplicated. I thought it would require considerable effort. As a token of my gratitude, I would be delighted to fulfill one request of yours, provided it is within my means. Yuzuki Shiyin shook her head. Mr. Lin, you are being overly polite. This is merely a small favor. Miss Shiyin not only ensured my safety, but also assisted in managing the shop and imparting jutsu. Surely, it is a laborious undertaking. How about I provide you with a modest additional remuneration each month? No. Just a few days ago, I was fortunate to receive Mr. Lin's precious medicine. How could I dare accept further favors? After several days of interaction and communication, Lin Tao understood that Shiyin, though appearing aloof, possessed a passionate heart and disliked being indebted to others. For such individuals, Lin Tao was more than willing to offer his generosity. Thus, after careful consideration, he summoned forth from his storage a blazing red longsword exuding fervent energy, the Falling Star Blade. Weapons of such exquisite design as the Falling Star Blade were plentiful in Lin Tao's inventory, acquired during a prior game version where he had purchased hundreds, initially intending to hoard them for profit. However, as later versions rendered them obsolete, their value plummeted, and Lin Tao had long since stored them away. Now that he had entered the Naruto world, it was an opportune moment to unlock their worth. Miss Xian, I have observed that you wield a blade as a ninja. And fortuitously, I possess a magnificent sword, known as the Falling Star Blade, which I would like to present to you. Yuzuki Shiin's pupils contracted. It was her first encounter with a longsword of such meticulous craftsmanship, and the faint red glow emanating from the blade indicated its extraordinary nature. Lin Tao noticed that Shiin had already become intrigued, so he began to recount the origins of the radiant meteoric blade. Legend has it that several centuries ago, an obscure small nation stumbled upon a piece of extraterrestrial iron. This iron emitted a fiery energy that proved impervious to the smith's attempts at refinement. Even the flames of high-ranking ninjas were ineffective against it. It was not until a blacksmith named Xianda appeared that the situation changed. He utilized the eternal snow-capped mountains as a forge and, after 100 days of relentless labor, shaped the blade. He then crafted the hilt from crimson flame crystals, ultimately forging this artifact imbued with the power of meteors. Once wielded, the long sword would transform the user's attacks into fire attributes, significantly enhancing their speed, while also boosting their resistance to fire. Most remarkably, there existed a 2% chance that, upon striking, a small meteor would be summoned. At this moment, Yuzuki Shiin was utterly bewildered, for the notion that a long sword could summon meteors was beyond her comprehension. If true, this weapon would undoubtedly rival the legendary 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist Village. Mr. Lin, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Ah. As the saying goes, a fine sword deserves a hero, and a beautiful gift is befitting a lady. Miss Shiin wielding this radiant meteoric blade would be a perfect match, ensuring its true purpose is realized. Lin Tao stepped forward and grasped Shiyan's hand, subsequently placing the hilt of the knife into her palm. Infuse a portion of your chakra into it, then allow yourself to truly feel, he instructed. Upon seeing this, Shiyin refrained from further words and followed the guidance, channeling her chakra into the blade. In an instant, a surge of intense energy coursed through her body, and her mind was flooded with detailed information about the Falling Star Blade. This was indeed real. Shiyin's eyes widened in astonishment and delight. Of course it is real. When have I ever spoken untruths? Lin Tao replied. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I have lost my composure. Such a precious artifact feels undeserved. I should return it to you. Lin Tao chuckled and waved his hand, saying, it is futile. This weapon belongs to the realm of divine artifacts. It recognizes its master. And upon sensing your chakra, it has become your exclusive weapon. This means that it can only function in your hands should another attempt to wield it. They would face dire repercussions. How could this be? Since I am willing to gift it to Miss Shiyin, I shall not regret it. Please accept it with peace of mind. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Acquiring such a divine weapon, even a trained ninja like Yuzuki Shiin could hardly contain her excitement. Promptly beginning to admire and handle it, she then placed her previous ninja blade upon the table and remarked, this blade has accompanied me for many years, sharp as ever. It is fitting to leave it at Mr. Lin's shop for cutting fruits and meats, ensuring it is put to good use. Ah, this. Haha. I didn't expect Miss Shiin to possess such a humorous side. Chapter 13. In Izuka Hana that night, Yuzuki Shiin stealthily ventured to a secluded training ground in the wilderness. During the day at Lin Tao's shop, she had been unable to test the knife. But now she could utilize a wooden post to gauge the true might of the Liuguang Xingyun blade. Shadow Clone Technique. Konoha's Flowing Slash. Crescent Moon Dance. Thus, within a mere few minutes, dozens of meteors streaked through the sky, ultimately descending upon a forest within the village. The slumbering Saratobi Hizashi was startled awake, mistakenly believing it to be an enemy attack. He dispatched several Umbu to investigate the scene, only to find nothing but severed and charred wooden posts. The following morning, Lin Tao yawned as he emerged from his bedroom into the living room, where Yuzuki Shiin had, as usual, prepared breakfast and awaited him, her face still radiating uncontainable excitement. Mr. Lin, you are awake. Please have your meal. Yes, thank you for your efforts. After Lin Tao settled at the dining table, he picked up a piece of grilled fish and, after savoring it with satisfaction, remarked, the crispy skin is tantalizing, and the fish is delightfully tender and springy. Miss Shiin's culinary skills have truly improved, but I feel somewhat embarrassed to have her perform these maid-like tasks. Mr. Lin, you flatter me. This is all part of my responsibilities, she replied. The commotion last night was caused by me, wasn't it? The spectacle of falling fireballs must have drawn the attention of many villagers. Perhaps it was a bit too ostentatious. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I did not foresee the high probability of such a situation arising. However, Please rest assured that I departed the scene promptly and was not discovered by anyone. That is indeed reassuring. Although Mitsuki Shiyin is a ninja, it does not imply a lack of intellect. Having navigated the shadows for many years, she understands that if the higher-ups in the Wood Village learned of her possession of a sacred artifact, it would certainly lead to an investigation. Even if she were to confess this matter to the third Hokage, the non-tradable nature of the Starfall blade would be exceedingly difficult to elucidate, potentially raising suspicions that she had been swayed by Lin Tao. Consequently, after careful consideration, she resolved to conceal this matter from the village for the time being, intending to report it to the third Hokage when the opportunity arises. Mitsuki Shiyin's choice aligns perfectly with Lin Tao's intentions. He knew that the third Hokage favored having someone watch over him, and thus he contemplated the possibility of swaying her to his side. Although ninjas often speak of missions, they are still human, endowed with the capacity for independent thought and personal motives. A few days prior, Lin Tao had gifted Shiyin 2 vials of sacred blessing elixir. Ostensibly a spontaneous gesture, it was, in fact, a test of her loyalty to the village. The sacred blessing elixir grants a ninja a second chance at life, holding immense significance for the village. If Mitsuki Shiyin were entirely devoted to Konohagakure, devoid of any selfish intent, she would inform the third Hokage and submit the 2 vials. In such a case, the Hokage would undoubtedly seek a discussion with Lin Tao, and Shiyin would no longer be able to exploit his generosity. However, the past few days have unfolded in a tranquil manner, leading Lin Tao to conclude that the third Hokage remains unaware of the sacred blessing elixir, suggesting that Mitsuki Shiyin's allegiance is not entirely steadfast. Thus, he commenced his second phase of the plan, the Starfall Blade, a weapon that, once unsealed, cannot be traded, as long as it binds to Shiyin, even if she reports this matter upwards. The antiquated methods of the elder officials in Konoha will compel her to surrender the blade to the village. Should they discover that no one aside from Shiyin can wield it, she would find it exceedingly challenging to clear her name, regardless of her eloquence. Therefore, Lin Tao is convinced that the longer he spends with Shiyin, the more their interests intertwine, ultimately leading to her defection, whether willingly or under duress. After their meal, Shiyin retrieved 2 ninjutsu scrolls from her tool pouch and said, "Mr. Lin, these scrolls contain several fundamental ninjutsu techniques that I learned long ago. If you are interested, you may wish to study them." Lin Tao narrowed his eyes upon witnessing the scene. "Oh, Miss Shiyin's actions, will they not disrupt the village's customs?" "Mr. Lin, please rest assured, these are merely fundamental ninjutsu techniques that can be handed down." Although Mizuki Shiyin spoke these words, her gaze instinctively darted to the left and right. Upon observing Shiyang's guilty demeanor, Lin Tao discerned the underlying circumstances. However, since the item had been presented to him, he felt compelled to accept it without hesitation. "Thank you, Miss Shiyang," he expressed graciously. As customary, the two proceeded to the shop where Mayuzuki Shiyang commenced her daily duties as a shopkeeper, while Lin Tao retreated to the lounge within the store to unroll the ninjutsu scroll in preparation for study. Yet, to his astonishment, the first page of the scroll detailed the shadow clone technique. As he continued to peruse the scroll, he encountered various advanced techniques such as the 5-element seal, the evil sealing method, water release, water dragon bullet, wind release, vacuum sphere, and barrier technique for purple flames formation, among others. What on earth? The least of these is a B-rank ninjutsu, and there are several A-rank techniques here. Are these not accessible solely to the elite shinobi of Konoha? What could Shiyang possibly mean by this? Just as Lin Tao surmised, Mayuzuki Shiyang had pilfered the ninjutsu scrolls from the resource room as a form of repayment for the Liuguang Starfall Blade. She understood the principle of reciprocity, and as an ANBU ninja, her elevated status within the village made it relatively effortless for her to discreetly acquire a few scrolls. Having reached this conclusion, a subtle smile graced Lin Tao's lips. Indeed, it seems that human connections hold value everywhere. Before long, evening descended. Through a day's diligent study, Lin Tao had nearly mastered the shadow clone technique, which filled him with elation. He resolved to treat himself to a barbecue as a reward for his efforts. Lin Tao retrieved 10 pieces of chilled lamb from the system warehouse, restoring 700 health points. After cutting and marinating the meat, he set up a barbecue grill right in front of the shop. He then prepared a fruit platter consisting of wild strawberries, sweet melons, and ripe grapes. Before long, the meat on the grill began to sizzle and release an enticing aroma. "Miss Xiang, the meat should be ready. Please sample it and see how it tastes." "Mr. Lin's barbecued meat is undoubtedly exquisite. Merely inhaling the scent heightens one's appetite. However, Utilizing such rare ingredients for a single barbecue might seem rather extravagant. Oh, there's no need to concern ourselves with that. I am not lacking in such provisions. As the two conversed, a young woman dressed in a Chunin outfit was drawn closer by the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat. Lin Tao lifted his gaze and discovered a striking beauty before him, her tall and slender figure accentuated by a stunning chestnut ponytail. The two red markings on her face highlighted an air of aloofness, while her well-defined pectoral muscles captivated his attention. Before Lin Tao could utter a word, Ujetsu Saigen was the first to greet her, saying, "Good evening, Hana. I didn't expect to encounter you tonight." "Ah, it truly is you, Saigen. I thought I might have been mistaken. By the way, aren't you a member of the direct Umbu of the third Hokage? What brings you here?" "That's a long story. In short, it's a mission." "I see. It seems you've had quite a challenging time, with your position constantly being reassigned." "Actually, I wouldn't say it's been arduous. In fact, it has become considerably easier for me." Lin Tao observed the lively conversation between Shiyin and her companion, and softly inquired, "Miss Shiyin, is this individual an acquaintance from your past?" Mizuki Shiyin smiled and nodded. "I apologize, Mr. Lin. Allow me to introduce you. This is Inuzuka Hana. We were fellow students at the Ninja Academy and have been friends for many years. She currently serves as a medical ninja at Konoha Hospital and occasionally undertakes patrol duties in the village." Turning to Inuzuka Hana, she continued, "Hana, this is Mr. Lin Tao. My present responsibility is to ensure Mr. Lin's safety." "Oh, so you are Miss Hana from the Inuzuka clan. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Lin Tao remarked. Inuzuka Hana, momentarily taken aback, then approached Lin Tao with excitement, grasping his hand and exclaiming, "So you are indeed Mr. Lin Tao. I am immensely grateful for your generous support to our hospital." Lin Tao found himself somewhat bewildered by the sudden warmth of the other party. "Wait, Miss Hua. What did you just say?" "Our hospital recently received a generous donation of 10 million taels. And I heard from the third Hokage that it was sponsored by a gentleman named Lin Tao. Was that not you?" "Ah, yes, I remember now. I sincerely thank Mr. Lin for his support of our medical staff. If there's anything I can assist you with in the future, please feel free to let me know." "Ha, it is nothing at all. Since fate has brought us together today, why not join us for some barbecue?" At this moment, Yu Shiyin chimed in. "Indeed, Hua, Mr. Lin's barbecue is exceptional and quite unlike ordinary fare. You simply cannot miss it." "Really? Is that all right? Don't be so polite. Please sit down. Then I shall not impose further." Chapter 14, The Source of Life. After conversing, Lin Tao felt an inexplicable fondness for Inuzuka Hana. Not merely due to her striking figure, but rather because of her selfless dedication to serving the village at the grassroots level. Konoha Village is, in essence, a microcosmic society. Although the third Hokage ostensibly granted equal rights to every ninja in the village, those who obtained favorable resources often did so through connections. For instance, Konoha's primary economic sustenance derives from accepted missions, earning commission fees. However, the number of tasks available is limited, while the total number of ninjas in Konoha exceeds 1,500. This implies that a significant portion, around 70%, of the ninjas find themselves without missions to undertake most of the time, resorting to mundane grassroots work like ordinary citizens. It is these ordinary ninjas, willingly contributing to the village, who forge a stable and harmonious ninja community. Due to her night shift duties, Inuzuka Hana excused herself after chatting with Lin Tao and Shiyin for over half an hour. Lin Tao gazed at the retreating figure before him, a sense of reluctant longing enveloping him. Observing Lin Tao's melancholic demeanor, Mayuzumi Yuin jestingly remarked, "Also, Mr. Lin has a preference for this type?" "Indeed. Miss Hana possesses both a captivating figure and appearance that stir my heart. Her graceful demeanor and eloquent speech are undeniably appealing to me," he replied, a hint of sincerity in his tone. "Is that so? Mr. Lin, you..." Yuin chuckled. "What expression is that, Miss Yuin? Is my response truly so peculiar?" "Not at all. It's just that I didn't expect such candor from you, Mr. Lin. However," she continued, "it seems that Miss Hana has quite a demanding life. Not only does she work at the hospital, but she also undertakes patrol duties in the village while training dogs in her spare time." Yuin sighed softly. "Alas, it is unavoidable. The number of commissions the village receives diminishes, and the funding from the feudal lords is steadily declining. To earn a living, one must juggle multiple roles. It is no wonder that the third Hokage displayed such warmth during our first meeting. It appears that the economic issues in Konoha have reached a critical point." Lin Tao mused. Thus, The third Hokage intends to organize a joint CH-nin exam involving several major ninja villages within this year, where numerous feudal lords and high-ranking officials will be in attendance. This event will undoubtedly elevate Konoha's prestige. Miss Yuin, have you inadvertently let slip something you shouldn't have? Is it appropriate to share such information with me? Do not worry, it is not a secret, and considering your stature, Mr. Lin, you will certainly be invited to witness it. Oh, a joint CH-nin exam, you say? I must admit, I find myself intrigued, he replied. By the way, Yuin continued, if you truly harbor feelings for Hana, I believe you should pursue her boldly. Your looks and talents are remarkable. Surely, you would be her ideal type. Should you encounter any obstacles, I would be more than willing to assist. Yuin's encouragement stemmed from two motivations. First, for the village's sake, as familial unions have always forged the strongest bonds, and if Lin Tao were to become a son-in-law of Konoha, it would undoubtedly benefit the village. Secondly, for her own interests, as protecting Lin Tao was a task assigned by the third Hokage. However, since Lin Tao is unattached, their close daily interactions could lead to rumors and incite jealousy from Tsukage's ship. Lin Tao was taken aback by Yuin's suggestion of matchmaking him with Inuzuka Hana, as it was entirely unexpected, leaving him unprepared. Yet, establishing a connection with such a prestigious family within Konoha could swiftly enhance his influence and reputation. Especially since she was the daughter of the clan leader, how advantageous that would be. Miss Yuin, I suspect I misheard you. Did you just say, Mr. Lin? There is no need to feel bashful. One must be bold when it comes to matters of the heart. Merely speaking without action does not constitute a courageous man. Oh, well, you make a valid point, Miss Yuin, but what should I do? First and foremost, create more opportunities to spend time with Hana. Opportunities to interact. You say? Lin Tao pondered, stroking his chin. After a moment, he suddenly brightened, exclaiming, I have a plan. Since Miss Hana works at the Konoha hospital, I could break my leg and stay there for a few months. Wouldn't that provide ample time to be with her? Moreover, it wouldn't appear too deliberate. Hee. I must be a genius. You fool. Yuin exclaimed, nearly choking on her indignation at such a ludicrous notion. Mr. Lin, please, abandon this dangerous idea. I was merely jesting. If I were to truly suffer an accident, it would certainly implicate you as well. Rest assured, I would not act so foolishly. Thus, the following day, Lin Tao arrived at Konoha Hospital, not as a patient, but to deliver a gift. Excuse me, Miss Nurse. Could you please pass this on to Miss Inuzuka Hana? Certainly, sir. You may leave the flowers and cake here. I will ensure they reach her. Thank you. After Lin Tao set down the items, he turned to leave. Although he feigned indifference, he was inwardly apprehensive about the possibility of rejection. Hence, he opted to gauge the other person's feelings by presenting gifts first. On the other hand, Inuzuka Hana felt somewhat at a loss upon receiving the items. Fully aware of their origin, in the days that followed, Lin Tao delivered gifts to Inuzuka Hana daily, each time a different offering. Finally, after a week, Inuzuka Hana returned to Lin Tao's shop. Mr. Lin, what is the meaning of your daily gifts? When did I do that? Mr. Lin must have underestimated the keen senses of the Inuzuka clan. How could I fail to recognize your scent? Well. Inuzuka Hana chuckled softly, gazing at Lin Tao with affection, and, with a hint of shyness, she added, if it were Mr. Lin, I would be quite willing. However, my mother once said that my future husband must be a powerful ninja. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao finally understood that in a world where early romance, marriage, and parenthood are the norm, Inuzuka Hana remained single at the age of 18 because she was a mama's girl. However, this can be comprehended as the Inuzuka clan, despite being an esteemed family in Konoha, had not produced a single elite jonin for several generations, leading to a diminishing influence within the village. Nevertheless, they have never relinquished the aspiration to revitalize their lineage. For instance, Inuzuka Kiba was instilled with the ambition to strive towards becoming Hokage from a young age, constantly echoing the same sentiments as Naruto. His signature technique, Fong over Fong, is renowned for its destructive power, yet lacking a strong background and access to quality educational resources. He was assigned to Team Kurenai alongside Shino and Hinata after becoming a genin. Although Kurenai is no weakling, when compared to the likes of Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma Saratobi, she indeed falls short. Furthermore, Team 8 is primarily a sensory unit, making it rather absurd for Kiba, a strong offensive ninja, to focus on sensory and tracking abilities. Lin Tao slowly rose to his feet, stretching his body, and resolved to reveal a portion of his abilities to Inuzuka Hana. Miss Hana, I must confess, in addition to my considerable wealth, I possess mastery over several elite healing techniques. Elite healing techniques? Indeed, for instance, this. Lin Tao activated his skill, bestowing Inuzuka Hana with a resurrection buff known as Source of Life. During the duration of the skill, it continuously restored health, increased attack and movement speed by 35, and upon death, allowed for immediate revival with 30 health restored. A blue and a green sprite appeared above Inuzuka Hana's head, swirling in a rhythmic motion. The effects of the skill left her in a state of astonishment, prompting her to hurriedly inquire, "Mr. Lin, what is this? Why do I feel so much lighter, and there is a powerful life energy coursing through my body?" Lin Tao smiled knowingly and conveyed the effect of the skill to the other party, explaining, "Rest assured, this secret technique bears no side effects. Nor is it a forbidden art that consumes one's life force. Its only drawback is that its duration lasts merely around 10 minutes. Does that mean within these 10 minutes, one can engage in battle without any repercussions?" This assertion held some truth, for although the essence of this secret technique was resurrection, the injury sustained by the spirit would heal rapidly during its existence. Therefore, as long as one was not struck down in a single blow, death was unlikely. "Mr. Lin, this is utterly astonishing. May I verify this personally?" "Wait, you cannot possibly intend to know?" Before the thought was fully articulated, Inuzuka Hana swiftly retrieved a shuriken from her blade pouch and plunged it into her palm, blood gushing forth and carving a gruesome wound. Lin Tao's brow furrowed at this alarming sight. After extracting the shuriken, Hana began to scrutinize the wound, and to her astonishment, it healed with visible rapidity, returning to its original state in mere seconds. "Mr. Lin, who exactly are you?" Chapter 15. The Soul of the Guardian. How should I put it? My current identity is merely that of an ordinary person. However, I fail to comprehend why you, Mr. Lin, would willingly choose to remain an ordinary individual, especially when you possess such formidable abilities. Why not embrace the path of a ninja? Lin Tao explained with a smile, "Indeed, powerful ninjas can bestow great prestige and considerable wealth upon their families and themselves. However, the life of a ninja is arduous and fraught with peril. In contrast, I prefer a tranquil and leisurely existence. Besides, I am not in want of money, nor do I crave fame. As for family, it is not a consideration for me. For in this world, I have no kin, merely a solitary existence." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Hana's eyes brightened, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Wealthy and formidable, yet devoid of a familial background. Wasn't this precisely the kind of talent that the Inuzuka clan sought to embrace? "I see," she thought. "Mr. Lin is truly unencumbered. Compared to him, I seem somewhat trivial. Ha ha ha. However, since my mother favors a son-in-law who is a ninja, I shall strive to meet her expectations." As Lin Tao articulated these words, he deliberately referred to Inuzuka Hana's mother, Inuzuka Tsum, as our mother to observe her reaction. Noticing that Hana did not refute this, Lin Tao smirked mischievously and grew bolder, directly wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Inuzuka Hana's face flushed instantly, and she softly remarked, "Mr. Lin, to become an exceptional ninja, it is not merely enough to possess the secret techniques of one's family. One must also learn numerous fundamental ninjutsu. After passing the village's assessment, one can become a genin and subsequently advance through examinations, so one must strive diligently." "Yes, I will work hard." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Hana smiled, leaning into Lin Tao's embrace. Being so close to her and inhaling her fragrant scent left Lin Tao both astonished and delighted. He had initially thought that gaining such intimacy with Hana would require some probing and hesitance, yet she was so generous, while he felt like an old-fashioned conservative. "Ah, by the way, I happen to have a gift that I would like to present to Miss Hana." With that, Lin Tao retrieved a dazzling level 70 artifact necklace from the system warehouse, known as the True Soul of the Guardian, max HP 330, skill damage 6, 5. When HP is above 10, returns 1000 damage to the attacker when hit. Inuzuka Hana gazed in delight at the radiant necklace in Lin Tao's hand and asked, "What a beautiful necklace! Is this for me, Mr. Lin?" "Indeed, this necklace is called the Soul of the Guardian, and it is my token of affection for Miss Hana." "Soul of the Guardian, what a peculiar name. Does it hold any special significance?" "Certainly, it is not an ordinary necklace. It embodies the power of a guardian. Once you wear it, if you are attacked, it will return 1000 of the damage to the assailant, and your mental strength and defense will also be enhanced." "What? It returns tenfold damage to the attacker when struck? Does such a thing truly exist in this world? Even the legendary tools of the Sage of the Six Paths cannot achieve such a level, can they?" "Whether it is true or not, Miss Hana will understand once she wears it." Subsequently, under Lin Tao's guidance, Inuzuka Hana donned the Soul of the Guardian and received all the information regarding the necklace. It is worth mentioning that once the necklace establishes a connection with you, it cannot be gifted to others, nor can it be taken by force. True to its name, it will forever guard you, while those who harm you shall pay the price. Mr. Lin, could you tell me the origin of this necklace? Thousands of years ago, there was a powerful man named Paladin. After years of conquest, he ruled over many territories and established a vast kingdom known as the Paladin Empire. Although he was fervently adored by the people and soldiers, internal strife soon ensued, with many attempting to usurp power. Unable to watch his kingdom descend into ruin, King Paladin summoned a sorcerer to bury the entire kingdom underground, sealing the souls of the citizens with powerful will, ensuring they could never escape. During one of my travels, I stumbled upon the ruins of King Paladin and encountered the 5 great knights who served him: Wind Vortex Su, Guardian Myra, Ice Eston, Flame Guillard, and Light Ward Goes. Each possessed unique and formidable abilities, and the soul of the Guardian was acquired after defeating Guardian Myra, embodying her powers. Inuzuka Hana listened in awe to such an extraordinary tale. Though she had never heard of the Paladin Empire, she felt a deep reverence for King Paladin and the 5 knights, simultaneously growing more admiring of Lin Tao. Mr. Lin, did you personally defeat the knight named Myra in that king's ruins? Upon hearing this, Lin Tao couldn't help but smirk. Ha ha ha, you underestimate me far too much. In my heyday, I wielded a hammer and fought my way from the entrance of the ruins to the burial chamber of Paladin, battling for 3 days and nights without so much as a blink. And I didn't just take. Rather, I should say I inherited their treasures. How impressive. Mr. Lin managed to go for 3 days and nights without blinking. Surely, his eyes must have been dry. Is this a matter of whether my eyes were dry? What I mean to convey is that I am remarkably strong. At this moment, Inuzuka Hana could not help but open her mouth in awe, her gaze toward Lin Tao gradually turning adoring. However, as the saying goes, a true hero does not boast of past glories. I hope you can keep this matter confidential and refrain from spreading it. Well, I have also prepared a small token of gratitude. Mr. Lin, could you please close your eyes for a moment? A token of gratitude? Very well. Lin Tao slowly closed his eyes, pondering what gifts the other party might present. Perhaps ninja tools or scrolls of ninjutsu. To his surprise, he felt a gentle warmth upon his lips. Oh, Miss Hannah, upon seeing Lin Tao open his eyes prematurely, swiftly turned her head away in a flustered embarrassment. At this moment, Lin Tao was breathing somewhat rapidly, rendered momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that his prowess in offense would leave him vulnerable to such a direct confrontation, leaving his mind in a state of disarray. The atmosphere between the two had grown increasingly peculiar. Perhaps sensing Lin Tao's prolonged silence, Inuzuka Hana felt a wave of embarrassment and, after a brief greeting, hastily departed, leaving Lin Tao alone in a tangle of thoughts. Inuzuka Hana dashed home, rushing to the sink to wash her face multiple times. Yet she could not quell the excitement radiating from her visage. This unusual behavior immediately caught the attention of Inuzuka-tsum. Daughter, speak honestly, where did you go tonight? Why have you returned home so late? Mother, why do you carry the scent of a strange man? Be truthful. Inuzuka, why, ever the gossip enthusiast, poked his head out from his room upon hearing his sister being interrogated and grinned. Oh, could it be that sister has a boyfriend? Who is he? Inuzuka-tsum, noticing her usually astute and composed daughter stammering, felt an ominous premonition rise within her, suspecting that her daughter had been deceived by some local scoundrel. Thus, she admonished Inuzuka Hana sternly. Hana, from this moment on, you are not to leave the house without my permission. With that, Inuzuka-tsum mounted her steed, Orochimaru, determined to track down the unfamiliar scent. Chapter 16. What is the price of this melon, sir? Inuzuka-tsum, guided by the scent, located Lin Tao's shop within half an hour. Orochimaru, are you certain this is the place? Without a doubt, that man carries Hana's fragrance. He appears to be an ordinary fellow. It baffles me that Hana would be enchanted by such a person. What should we do? Do you need me to confront him? Let us not act impulsively. We must first ascertain this man's background. At that moment, Lin Tao suddenly sensed something amiss. He looked up to find, approximately 30 meters away, a woman and a dog gradually approaching. The fierce and piercing gaze they cast upon him sent a shiver down his spine. The traits of the Inuzuka clan. Could this be Inuzuka Hana's mother? Yet, why did she seem to harbor ill intentions? Had she discovered what had transpired earlier? To be confronted by a family member on the very first day spent with Inuzuka Hana was indeed unexpected, though anxiety coursed through him. The adage holds true, a homely bride must inevitably meet her in-laws. One must stand firm against whatever may come. Thus, Lin Tao steadied his breath, preparing to face the impending encounter. Inuzuka-sama arrived at Lin Tao's stall but did not immediately inquire about Inuzuka Hana. Instead, she pointed at the melons displayed and asked, "Sir, what is the price of this melon per pound?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tao's mind began to race, and after a brief moment of realization, he promptly selected a ripe melon, sliced it open, and presented it to Inuzuka's paw with both hands. "Esteemed guest, this melon is perfectly ripe. No charge. You may take as much as you desire." Inuzuka's paw was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Lin Tao's response. Noticing Lin Tao's lack of a trap, Inuzuka's paw pointed to the jerky on the shelf and inquired, "Boss, what kind of meat is this?" "Esteemed guest, this is premium beef jerky. If it pleases you, do take some home to enjoy." Inuzuka's paw chuckled awkwardly, grabbing a piece of jerky from the shelf. Suddenly exerting force, he crushed it to dust, then raised his hand dismissively. "Humph, what jerky? This is clearly meat powder." "Indeed, esteemed guest, it is high-quality meat powder. If you fancy it, do take some home, free of charge." Inuzuka's paw was thoroughly amused by Lin Tao's retorts, and much of his anger dissipated. "Boss, if you conduct business in this manner, won't you be incurring substantial losses? Everyone else is the same, but for you, it is all complimentary. Take whatever you like." "Ha, young man. It seems you are aware of my identity. You must be Inuzuka Hana's mother. Indeed, how dare you deceive my daughter? You must be prepared for the consequences." "Madam, you misunderstand. I am not." "Oh? Are you implying that my daughter pursued you?" At this, the nearby Karamaru bared his teeth and said to Inuzuka's paw, "It seems this fellow is not being forthright. Perhaps we should teach him a lesson." Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Tao hastily waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, No, it is I who actively pursued Miss Hua." With a roar, he appeared to embody the essence of a man taking responsibility. However, he soon realized that winning over his daughter would not be a simple endeavor. "First and foremost, I must ask, are you a ninja?" "Although I am not a ninja," the mother replied, "I possess some rudimentary ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Joie displayed a look of disappointment, for in her eyes, a ninja was synonymous with a member of the Hidden Leaf Village, an assurance of stable employment. Any other profession was merely a side path. Only an exceptional ninja could secure a reliable source of income and opportunities for advancement. "If you are not even a ninja, how can you guarantee my daughter's happiness?" "Actually, I have engaged in some small business ventures over the past few years and saved a bit of money. I believe I am capable of ensuring Hua's happiness." Sighing, the mother remarked, "It seems you still do not grasp my point. It is not merely a matter of how much money you have saved, but rather that to become a son-in-law of the Inuzuka family, one must possess potential." "But what if I told you that the amount of money I have is in the hundreds of millions?" "What?" Both Inuzuka Joie and Hyman were left bewildered. Having never encountered such a boastful individual, their regard for Lin Tao diminished significantly. "Young man, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" "Madam, please do not be agitated. Allow me to explain further." Lin Tao spoke and then proceeded to enter the shop, retrieving 500,000 gold coins from the system's warehouse, equivalent to 5 billion currency of the Fire Nation. Once Inuzuka Paw and Karamaru entered the shop, Lin Tao pointed to the several chests brimming with gold coins on the floor and said, "Aunt, please observe, this is 500,000 gold coins. I trust this will demonstrate that I have not been dishonest." Upon seeing the chests overflowing with gold, Inuzuka Paw found it difficult to maintain her composure. After all, having served as a particularly esteemed jonin in Konoha for over a decade, her household savings amounted to merely 30 million ryo. Nonetheless, as an elder, she could not afford to appear unsophisticated, so she feigned calmness and replied, "Kid, I concede you possess some skill. But even if all these coins were taken to the exchange, they would only amount to around 500 million ryo, which is a considerable disparity from the tens of billions you mentioned." Lin Tao smiled wryly. "Ah, Aunt, you have misunderstood. The billions are stored in my villa. The money in the shop was merely intended as gifts for Miss Hua." Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, Inuzuka-sama suddenly burst into laughter, clapping Lin Tao on the shoulder. Ha, young man, my previous remarks were merely a test of your character. Since you are so sincere towards Hua, as an elder, how could I not understand? So, does that mean Aunt is in agreement? Of course. The Inuzuka family warmly welcomes you. By the way, I heard from Hua that your name is? Aunt, my name is Lin Tao. Yes. Young Lin, I genuinely admire you from the bottom of my heart. You must come to visit my home someday. Your engagement with Hua should be arranged sooner rather than later. Thank you, Aunt. I will certainly visit when I have the opportunity. By the way, young Lin, do you live at the shop all the time? Or do you return home every day? I return home every day. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka wrapped an arm around Lin Tao's neck with a serious expression. Young Lin, it's quite perilous to keep so much money in the shop every day. What if it were to be stolen? It would be too late for regrets. Instead, allow me to safeguard it for you. My family's vault is both spacious and secure. Whenever you need it, I shall return it to you. But Aunt, that might not be appropriate. Oh, what is inappropriate about it? Young Lin, we shall soon be family. Do you not trust your aunt? I certainly trust you. And then it's settled. Inuzuka cast a glance at the nearby Kuro, who understood the cue and swiftly dashed out. Moments later, over 50 members of the Inuzuka clan and hundreds of ninja dogs surged into Lin Tao's shop, and under the direction of their leader, Inuzuka, they began to methodically transport the gold coins. Lin Tao initially intended to articulate further thoughts, yet was perpetually restrained by Inuzuka's paw, compelled to engage in mundane conversation. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba, noticing a continuous influx of gold coins into his household, grew suspicious and inquired among his kin about the reason behind it. One of the clan members chuckled as he elucidated, Kiba, I have delightful news for you. Your sister is about to wed. And these are the gifts of monetary tribute from the groom's family. What? Marriage? My sister? Chapter 17, The Village's Regulations. Lin Tao found himself somewhat bemused by the actions of Inuzuka. The coins were undoubtedly a lost cause. Fortunately, he possessed a staggering total of 800 million coins. So the loss of 500,000 was hardly significant. Inuzuka and her clan members toiled for 2 hours to transport all the coins back to their home. When Inuzuka Hana suddenly discovered over a dozen large chests of coins in her house, she felt momentarily dizzy and immediately complained to Tsum, Mother, this is simply excessive. Mr. Lin, has he done anything, yet you led dozens of clan members to seize his wealth? Don't get me wrong, this was voluntarily given to us by little Lin. We felt no compulsion. But how could you possibly bring back so many chests of coins? Alas, Hannah, do you not realize how much wealth little Lin possesses? To be frank, he has hundreds of these chests. He stated this himself. How can that be? Perhaps he merely wished to impress you, Mother. It must be true. For there was no hint of deceit in the air as he spoke. Rather, he exuded confidence. Is that so? Wait, did you just say you did nothing? How can that be tolerated? I was merely 15 when I bore you. And now you are nearly 19 yet have yet to learn the initiative expected of a young woman. It truly disappoints me. Mother, how can you say that? Hannah, you should resign from your hospital job in a few days. Your duties in the clan's canine training will no longer be necessary. What you most need to focus on now, I trust, does not require my guidance. I understand, Mother. Upon returning to his villa, Lin Tao found that it was already midnight. Initially intending to lie down and rest, he discovered that Miss Yue Xian was waiting for him in the living room. Miss Xian, you have yet to retire for the night? Well, regarding the matter of the flowers, I initially believed that Mr. Lin was merely speaking in jest. However, I did not anticipate that you would be willing to go to such lengths. Surely, there must be some other reason behind this? Yue Xian posed this question because, from the perspective of the village, Lin Tao's actions raised significant suspicions of attempting to bribe the Inuzuka clan. The pursuit of the Inuzuka flower seemed merely a ruse. The Inuzuka clan was entrusted with the vital responsibilities of search, vigilance, and patrol within the village. If they were to be gradually infiltrated and compromised, the consequences would be dire. Lin Tao laughed heartily, displaying an air of innocence as he responded, what other reasons could there be? I must admit I do not fully grasp Miss Xian's meaning. Perhaps I am overthinking it. However, Mr. Lin, the commotion tonight is quite significant. The third Hokage may wish to speak with you, so please prepare yourself mentally. Is it truly enough to alarm the third Hokage? It seems that a person as remarkable as I is bound to become the center of attention wherever I go. It cannot be helped. I hope Mr. Lin can maintain a lower profile in daily life. Otherwise, it would be easy to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. During her time safeguarding Lin Tao, Yuzuki Xian keenly sensed that the root organization's ninjas were covertly observing, which caused her some concern regarding Lin Tao's safety. The reputation of Danzo within the circles of Konoha is well known, often leading to extreme actions taken in the name of so-called village interests. The following day, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, listened to the reports of two Umbu members, his brow slightly furrowing. So, you were saying that the Inuzuka clan mobilized their entire family last night to raid the Arad grocery store and cart away several boxes of gold? Yes, third Hokage. We have followed them for quite some time and are certain the boxes contain gold coins. Do you know the reason behind this? It appears to be related to the Inuzuka clan leader's eldest daughter, Inuzuka Hana. Ah, I see. That young girl has grown up indeed. It is certainly time for her to marry. Are you not concerned that this Lin Tao might have ulterior motives? Although he claims to be from the land of rice, our investigations reveal that the local daimyo and upper echelons are entirely unfamiliar with him. Given his considerable wealth, one would expect him to be at least somewhat known, if not a legend. Xian has been monitoring him closely, and should any issues arise, I will be informed immediately. As it stands, there are no apparent problems. However, third Hokage, do you have any further instructions? Both of you should visit the Inuzuka clan's territory and summon Inuzuka Zeo. I have matters to discuss with her. Half an hour later, Inuzuka Zeo arrived at the Hokage's office. Third Hokage, may I inquire why you have called for me? Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted her with a warm smile, saying, Ah, Zeo, you've arrived. Please, have a seat. I've heard you found a good match for your daughter. When is the wedding? I must certainly be there to celebrate. While appearing to engage in casual conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's underlying message was clear. I am fully aware of the events that transpired within your clan last night. I recommend that you proactively contribute to the village. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Inuzuka Zeo understood the implications of Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor. It was evident that today would not be without cost. Yet due to their difference in status, she could only respond with a forced smile. Thank you for your concern, third Hokage. However, the date has yet to be determined, but I will certainly inform you once it is settled. Very well. It is agreed. Haha. Zeo, the primary reason I called you here today is to share some good news. Oh, what good news could bring such joy to the third Hokage? Isn't your clan looking to expand the training grounds? Through negotiations with the daimyo, I have secured about 10 square kilometers of construction land on the village's back mountain. However, it does require a fee to the daimyo. I wonder if you would be interested? Inuzuka Zeo displayed an expression of disbelief. The area Sarutobi Hiruzen referred to as the mountain where the Hokage monument was carved. The mountain, composed entirely of rock, had no rivers or arable land, and even flora was scarce. No one would wish to reside there, given that the mountaintop was littered with the graves of various clans, and typically, even if offered for free, it would be deemed unlucky. Now, they were expected to pay for it. What a reversal of fortune. Yet, with no alternatives available, Inuzuka Zeo pondered for a brief moment before mustering a smile. Thank you, third Hokage. We indeed require such a place, but I am curious about the cost. The daimyo's asking price is 130 million ryo, but I will do my utmost to secure a lower price for you. Here's what we'll do. You will only need to pay 100 million ryo, and I will take care of the rest. 100 million ryo in the land of fire equals 100,000 gold coins. Very well, then I shall entrust this matter to you, third Hokage. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Inuzuka Zeo departed, cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen repeatedly in her mind. Nevertheless, the thought of having a wealthy son-in-law to fall back on eased her troubled spirit somewhat. Chapter 18, Dimensional Rift, Goblin Invasion at Noon, in the Arad shop. Lin Tao reclined in a chair, basking leisurely in the sun, when suddenly a shadow fell before him. As he felt the sunlight being obscured, he slowly opened his eyes. Hana, why are you here now? Has today's work concluded? Inuzuka Hana, slightly bashful, nodded and replied, Yes, there has been less work these past few days. So I thought I would come to visit Mr. Lin. The sun is quite strong outside. Let us sit indoors. Lin Tao folded the reclining chair and ushered Inuzuka Hana into the shop. Observing this interaction, the staff member, Yuzuki Saiga, discreetly found an excuse to leave. Once seated, Lin Tao eagerly inquired, Would you like to drink? I have honey water, mare's milk, fresh sheep's milk, beer, wine, and tequila. Feel free to choose anything. Well, then I shall have this, Hana replied. Lin Tao poured her a chilled glass of tequila and began to vent about the previous night's events. Alas, I never anticipated that your mother would be so outspoken. It truly startled me. And that enormous ninja dog, Black Maru. Not only is it massive, but can also speak human language. Black Maru is a special spirit beast of the Inuzuka clan, not an ordinary dog. If you are interested, I could assist you in signing a spirit beast of your own. Oh no. I appreciate the offer, but while I do like dogs, a talking one feels rather peculiar, and I have no desire to ride one. Very well. Regarding last night's incident, your mother's behavior was indeed somewhat excessive. I apologize on her behalf and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive. Inuzuka Hana said this while lowering her head in shame, unable to meet Lin Tao's gaze. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao let out a soft sigh, then feigned a look of sorrow as he remarked, "Alas. It is not merely excessive, it is utterly outrageous. After all, the gold coins I have painstakingly saved with great effort have been entirely taken away by my aunt. I apologize, Mr. Lin, but I shall take responsibility for this." Upon witnessing Inuzuka Hana's self-reproachful demeanor, Lin Tao chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Why are you so easily teased? Those coins hold little significance for me, so do not take them to heart. However, you mentioned taking responsibility. Could you elaborate on what that entails?" Inuzuka Hana, upon hearing this, hesitated only momentarily before shedding her outer garment and gracefully settling atop Lin Tao's lap. With tender hands, she cradled his face. "Wait a moment, Miss Hana. I find myself somewhat breathless," he protested. After a prolonged interlude, the two eventually parted, though Hana did not rise. Instead, she gazed at Lin Tao with a flirtatious glint in her eyes, her delicate hands continuing to caress his chest. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Tao understood the unspoken message. Faced with such an assertive young lady, he naturally did not retreat. After closing the shop door, he carried Inuzuka Hana into the lounge. Just as the two were about to delve into the matter at hand, Inuzuka Hana pressed Lin Tao's hand and said, "Mr. Lin, I kindly ask you to be a bit more gentle." Lin Tao remained silent, merely smiling and nodding. After enduring 2.5 hours of intense combat, the two succumbed to slumber on the bed. Upon awakening, Lin Tao discovered that evening had arrived, while Inuzuka Hana was beside the bed, tending to her hair. "Mr. Lin, you are awake." "Yes, I am. I must apologize for my earlier recklessness. It is of no consequence. I willingly participated and do not hold you accountable, Mr. Lin." Clear's throat. "I understand your sentiments." Given this, Lin Tao made a gesture signifying his desire to become partners. "However, I would appreciate a change in address. Calling me Mr. Lin feels overly formal, and I hope we can foster a more intimate connection." At his words, Inuzuka Hana's cheeks flushed crimson, and she nodded in silent agreement. Dear, if you have time tomorrow, I would like to invite you to my home. I have a younger brother there." Lin Tao's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently embraced Inuzuka Hana. "Rest assured, I know precisely what to do. I shall not bring you any shame. Well, I shall take my leave now. Until tomorrow. All right, take care on your way." With that, Inuzuka Hana rose to bid farewell and departed from the shop. Lin Tao sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing blankly at the ceiling, and after a long while, he burst into laughter. What could possibly hinder the Akatsuki from defeating Uchiha Madara, sealing away Kagaya Tsutsuki, and saving the world? These were the tasks destined for the protagonists, Naruto and Sasuke. Even if he refrained from intervening, they would ultimately succeed. As an adventurer from Arad, he ought to relish the bliss of the present moment. However, he could never have anticipated that, at this very moment, in a certain forest in the eastern land of fire, a dimensional rift had appeared, through which over a dozen green goblins had already infiltrated this world, and the rift was continuously expanding. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Inuzuka Hana was approached by Inuzuka Zwa, who immediately drew near and began to sniff her curiously. After a moment, Inuzuka Zwa patted Hana on the shoulder and remarked, "Oh Hana, you performed splendidly on your mission, truly worthy of being my daughter." He mentioned that he would come by the following day, and urged her mother to make some preparations as well. "Oh, that's no problem," she replied. Thus, on the morrow, Lin Tao arrived at the Inuzuka clan's residence. Located in a neighborhood on the outskirts of Kanahagakure, consisting of approximately 50 households. Due to the tradition of raising ninja dogs, the moment he stepped into this area, he was greeted by a chorus of barking. A few minutes later, Inuzuka Hana appeared before Lin Tao, accompanied by her loyal companion, Grey Maru, and several other ninja dogs. As soon as the dogs caught sight of Lin Tao, they rushed towards him, sniffing eagerly at his presence. After barking a couple of times, they joyfully wagged their tails, as if welcoming this new member of their clan. "Oh, what a delightful pack of dogs. Let me give you a pat on the head." Lin Tao, seizing the moment, crouched slightly and began to engage in interaction with several ninja dogs. In witnessing this scene, Inuzuka Hana felt a sense of inner satisfaction. Established for 60 years, the Inuzuka clan of Kanahagakure boasts a mere 100 members. The slow expansion of their lineage compared to other families can largely be attributed to the difficulty outsiders face in embracing the tradition of raising ninja dogs. After all, no matter how meticulously cared for, these animals inevitably carry a distinct scent, which is why most of the Inuzuka clan members marry within their own kin. Lin Tao followed and arrived at Inuzuka Hana's residence. As soon as he entered, he noticed a tiny dog frolicking joyfully in the grass of the courtyard. Alongside a boy with a hedgehog hairstyle clad in a gray coat, none other than Akamaru and Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba, we have guests. Stop playing for now, Inuzuka Hana reminded him. Kiba stood up and approached Lin Tao, inquiring, are you my sister's boyfriend? Ah, so you must be the younger brother, Inuzuka Kiba. A pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Tao. I suppose that means I will be your brother-in-law from now on. Do call me brother-in-law, won't you? Kiba narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Tao with a thoughtful gaze. After a moment, he chuckled softly. You certainly are rather forward. Is there a problem with that? Lin Tao replied, somewhat puzzled. Inuzuka Hana, noticing the exchange, quickly interjected with a warm smile. Oh, it's nothing. My younger brother can be a bit clueless, so please don't take offense. Not at all. I actually quite admire his straightforwardness, Lin Tao responded cheerfully. At that moment, Inuzuka Tsum emerged from the house, and, upon seeing Lin Tao, immediately wrapped her arms around him. Ah, Lin, you've come. Come inside. Make yourself at home. If there's anything you'd like to eat, just say the word. Auntie will prepare something special for you today. Then I shall not hold back, Lin Tao replied with enthusiasm. Chapter 19. Dragon Battle in the Blood War of Spirits. Upon entering the house, Lin Tao discovered that only Inuzuka Joie, Inuzuka Hua, and Inuzuka Yo were present. This implied that their father likely perished in the wars of yesteryear. It is no wonder that Inuzuka Joie, despite being a woman, exhibited a demeanor and character more akin to that of a man. Undoubtedly, she had endured considerable hardship to uphold the family. At the dining table, Inuzuka Joie personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Tao and, with a smile, inquired, Little Lin, I have heard that you are now the sole survivor of your clan. What plans do you have for the future? Lin Tao disowned the underlying implication encountered. Is it that you wish for me to be adopted into the Inuzuka clan, dear aunt? Oh, how should one articulate this? After all, our lineage holds a certain standing in Konoha, and joining the Inuzuka clan would not be a slight upon you. Moreover, should you desire it, I could recommend you for the position of deputy clan leader. I trust the clan members would harbor no objections. Ah, dear aunt, that title sounds rather unflattering, does it not? If that were the case, would my children with Hana also have to bear the Inuzuka surname? Lin Tao's concern does not lie in the mere act of marrying into another family. Rather, it is the life that follows such a union that troubles him. Should he ascend to the position of deputy clan leader, he would essentially be subjected to toil for the Inuzuka clan, which stands in stark contrast to his philosophy of embracing a more laid-back existence. However, from a pragmatic perspective regarding the utilization of manpower, it is not entirely unacceptable. After all, the societal fabric is woven with deep-rooted familial values, and there exists a profound understanding of hierarchy and respect. Dear Lin, my dear nephew, his aunt interjected. I believe it unnecessary for you to dwell on such trifles. The esteemed fourth Hokage himself was a member of the Uzumaki clan by marriage, which renders any notion of disgrace utterly unfounded. As for the matter of your children's surnames, you can simply have several. Half may bear your surname and the other half ours. Furthermore, once you relocate to our clan's territory, we shall be neighbors, providing mutual support. In truth, Inuzuka Zaku harbors no ill intentions. Numerous declining families seek refuge by integrating into larger clans, and in turn, these prominent families welcome the members of these diminished lineages to fortify their own ranks. Such practices are commonplace in the world of Naruto. However, Inuzuka Zaku remains unaware that Lin Tao hails from an entirely different realm, possessing a mindset that diverges significantly from those of this world. Thus, upon hearing the term marriage into the family, he instinctively reacted with some discomfort. Mother, on a day like today, how could you utter such words? Inuzuka Han, perceiving Lin Tao's unease, hastily interjected to alleviate the tension. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Zaku seemed to realize the impropriety of his remarks and addressed Lin Tao, Dear Lin. My aunt sometimes speaks thoughtlessly without realizing it. Please do not take offense. It is quite all right. I find merit in what my aunt has said. But I kindly ask for a moment to ponder it further. Very well, whenever you come to a decision. However, I observe that you appear to labor quite diligently at the store. If you wish, I could assign a couple of individuals to assist you. What do you think? That would be splendid. This would afford me the opportunity to attend to more pressing matters. I appreciate your willingness to arrange this for me. No trouble at all. Lin Tao's lips curled slightly. He truly wished to be liberated from the daily grind of managing the store. The establishment merely served as a tool to validate his income. Perhaps due to a strict upbringing, Inuzuka remained mostly silent at the dining table. Noticing this, Lin Tao sought to bridge the gap and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Brother, from now on, we are family. As a token of our first meeting, I have brought you a small gift which I hope will prove beneficial." With that, Lin Tao retrieved a verdant green ring from his pocket. A true artifact of level 70, the soul of the true Vortexer, increasing attack movement speed by 3, casting speed by 5, skill damage by 6, 5. With a 5 chance to enter a cloaked state upon attack, enhancing physical critical hit rate by 5 and magical critical hit rate by 7. Lasting for 20 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Inuzuka Hana's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the ring, and he asked Lin Tao, "Dear, could it be that this is?" "Indeed, you guessed correctly. This is the ring worn by one of the 5 knights from the ruins, the Wind Vortex Su, whose core effect grants a chance to enter an invisible state for 20 seconds when attacking. I believe this will significantly enhance your abilities." Inuzuka scoffed lightly, a hint of derision in his gaze as he regarded Lin Tao with an expression of disbelief. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao did not express anger. Rather, he responded with a smile. "Brother, you must comprehend a fundamental truth. Never hastily draw conclusions about that which you do not understand." In the meantime, Inuzuka Hana was nearly in a state of panic, fearing that Lin Tao might change his mind out of displeasure. With a serious expression, she turned to Inuzuka Kiba and said, "Kiba, this ring is an exceedingly rare treasure. You should express your gratitude without delay." "I know, thank you," Kiba replied. Subsequently, Inuzuka Hana attempted to guide Kiba in binding the ring to himself, only to discover an invisible repulsive force between them. Despite multiple attempts, the ring remained unwearable. Furrowing her brow, Inuzuka Hana glanced back at Lin Tao. "Hiss, what is happening? This is not how it should be." At this moment, Lin Tao began to perspire lightly, and upon encountering Inuzuka Kiba's skeptical gaze, he felt even more embarrassed. He could only scratch his head and explain, "Wait, let me think. I understand now. My dear, what could be the reason for this? Could it be that the ring is problematic? You see, this ring has certain requirements for its wearer, specifically a level limitation. If one's power does not meet the criteria, it indeed cannot be worn. To put it simply, Inuzuka Kiba's current strength is insufficient." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Inuzuka Kiba immediately grew displeased. He could accept it if his mother or sister commented on his weakness, but hearing such words from an ordinary person who was not a ninja was simply intolerable. Lin Tao observed the gradually reddening expression of Inuzuka Kiba and couldn't help but find it amusing. He gently patted Kiba's head in a soothing manner and said, "Little brother, I understand your impatience, but please hold your horses." Kiba, however, brushed aside Lin Tao's hand and declared, "Don't think that just because you're my sister's boyfriend, you can act with impunity. Are you brave enough to challenge me? I am on the verge of becoming a genin of Konohagakure." Just as Kiba finished speaking, Inuzuka Tsume's large hand came down sharply upon his forehead, chastising him. "Kiba, how can you speak that way, showing such disrespect?" She then turned to Lin Tao with a sheepish smile and added, "Oh, Lin, please forgive him. He is just a child and does not know better." Lin Tao laughed heartily and said, "It's quite all right, dear aunt. I genuinely appreciate this spirited nature of you. It's my fault for not thoroughly considering my gift choice. However, it's of no consequence, for I have another item here that I believe you will find quite useful." Lin Tao began to rummage through his belongings, and after a few seconds, he produced a golden ring adorned with a ruby. This was the Dragon Battle Shin Huang, Spirit of Blood Battle, a legendary ring usable for those above level 20. Capable of bestowing an additional 80 points of strength to all team members within a radius of 450, including oneself. It also enhances skill damage by 1.5. And when health drops below 50, it grants an additional 45 points of strength and 15 points of stamina. After explaining the ring's attributes to the others, he guided Inuzuka Kiba to don it, and, as expected, the process went exceedingly smoothly. Upon establishing a connection with the ring, Kiba immediately felt a surge of power coursing through his body, along with the acquisition of all its information. "How about that? Although this ring's attributes may not match those of the soul of the whirlpool, its strength enhancement in the early stages is quite significant, and it is indeed team-oriented. Inuzuka Hana was astonished by the plethora of equipment Lin Tao possessed and inquired, "My dear, did you acquire this from some ancient ruins as well?" Lin Tao waved his hand and replied, "This is not an artifact acquired from ruins, but rather something I purchased from other adventurers for over 1 million. Over 1 million taels? However, such a rare ring is indeed worth that price." No, you misunderstand. It's not over 1 million taels, but over 1 million gold coins. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Moments later, Inuzuka Pa grasped Inuzuka Fong's wrist, his expression grave as he said, "Fong, from now on, Xiao Lin is your true brother, do you understand?" Chapter 20. The appearance of Troop Zong after several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes. Lin Tao's relationship with his little brother-in-law gradually became more harmonious. After dining, Lin Tao and Inuzuka Hana were arranged in a room together. They nestled against each other, sharing numerous jokes. As the atmosphere warmed, Lin Tao's hands began to wander. "Dear, it's still daytime. Where do you think your hands are going? Mom might still be outside the room." "Oh, I don't think Mom is the type to enjoy peeking, and besides, this isn't our first time. Why be shy? Well, what if I end up with a little puppy?" Lin Tao chuckled lightly. "What impact would it have even if we were to welcome a little puppy? There is no need for you to work and earn money at home. You could simply take care of the children and embrace the role of a full-time housewife, which is rather delightful." A few days later, amidst the presence of their clansmen and the third Hokage, the couple solemnly tied the knot. After considerable contemplation, Lin Tao ultimately decided to join the Inuzuka clan. His unique status as a financial benefactor granted him a position of high esteem within the clan, empowering him to command the participation of over half the clan members. This was a primary reason for his choice. Cultivating connections through existing relations proved far more advantageous than embarking on such endeavors alone, and the familial ties rendered the likelihood of betrayal significantly lower. Concurrently, the protective mission entrusted to Yuzuki Yugao came to a conclusion. Their married life was exceedingly sweet, devoid of the mundane worries of daily sustenance. Thus, Lin Tao and Inuzuka Hana embarked on an extensive journey lasting half a month. Yet, even the most idyllic existence encounters moments of monotony. With days devoid of purpose, Lin Tao realized the necessity of pursuing a goal to enrich his life. Consequently, he confided in Inuzuka Hana his aspiration to become a certified ninja. After all, having secured both career and love, the only remaining pursuit was prestige. In the esteemed world of Hokage, the status of a ninja stands paramount, a notion that Inuzuka Hana wholeheartedly supported. On a particular day, Lin Tao arrived at the Hokage's office, carrying a box. "Third Hokage, after thorough deliberation, I have resolved to become a ninja of Konoha, thereby contributing further to the village. May I inquire about the necessary procedures?" "Ah, Mr. Lin, your visit is indeed for this matter. However, I have heard that you have always shunned involvement in troublesome affairs. What has prompted this sudden desire to become a ninja?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, having dispatched several umbu to discreetly observe Lin Tao and the Inuzuka clan in the days following his wedding, was taken aback. They had reported that Lin Tao was engaged solely in leisure and indulgence, prompting Hiruzen to relax. Yet today, Lin Tao's unexpected declaration to pursue the path of a ninja caught him off guard. Lin Tao chuckled softly, scratching his head as he spoke. "There isn't any particularly profound reason. It's merely that most members of the Inuzuka clan are ninjas. As a member of the family, it would be rather embarrassing not to learn some ninjutsu. Additionally, my younger brother, Inuzuka Kiba, often teases me, constantly clamoring for a duel and showing me little respect as the elder brother. Thus, I aspire to acquire some skills to demonstrate who truly is the elder among siblings." Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his satisfaction with Lin Tao's response. Although the reasoning may seem somewhat childish, it clearly indicated that Lin Tao had begun to regard the Inuzuka clan and Konoha as his true home. "Ah, I see. Since Mr. Lin wishes to become a ninja of Konoha, it is quite simple. You merely need to pass the examination at the Ninja Academy to be certified as a genin. Once you become a genin, you will be assigned to a CH nin or J nin to carry out missions. Upon completing a certain number of tasks, you may participate in the CH nin exam to become a CH nin. Once you achieve the status of CH nin, you will have the opportunity to undertake missions independently and qualify to lead a team. However, should you desire to become a J nin, You will need to undergo a comprehensive assessment by the village's higher echelons. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, I never expected it to be so troublesome. Is there not a simpler solution, perhaps? Oh, does Mr. Lin have other ideas? Perhaps I could provide some sponsorship to the village, and in return, you would directly certify me as a jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly choked on his words, responding with utmost seriousness, that is certainly not permissible. While the village's development indeed requires substantial funding, it must adhere to its own regulations. Ah, very well. I may have overstepped, Lin Tao conceded. However, considering Mr. Lin's significant contributions to the village, we could relax certain conditions somewhat. Here's what we can do. With 10 days remaining until the graduation examination at the Ninja Academy, I will arrange for you to have a competent instructor to learn the fundamentals of ninjutsu. Let us not forget that mastering the body flicker technique and shuriken throwing technique is essential. On the day of the examination, I will ensure that I speak with the proctor in advance. Thank you. That would be greatly appreciated. Third Hokage. This is my humble token of gratitude. Lin Tao opened the box in his hands, revealing 2 neat rows of sacred blessing potions, totaling 10, arranged with meticulous precision. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened as he closely examined these potions emanating a faint blue glow. Although he was unaware of their exact nature, his intuition indicated that anything produced by Lin Tao could not possibly be ordinary. The third Hokage explained that these sacred blessing potions, also referred to as resurrection potions, could restore life within 20 minutes of death, along with healing a portion of injuries and chakra. Could such a miraculous concoction truly exist? Might it be sourced from the Sky City? He pondered. Actually, this is not the case. I crafted this elixir myself, as I possess some knowledge of alchemy. Lin Tao clarified. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was left astounded, his mind racing for 2.5 seconds before he realized the significance of what lay before him for the village hidden in the leaves. His expression shifted instantly, and he addressed Lin Tao. Ah, I had no idea, Mr. Lin, that you possessed such remarkable skills. It is no wonder you have amassed such wealth at such a young age. Here's what I propose. If you are willing to produce this potion for Konoha, I can elevate you to the rank of Jonin. What do you think? Faced with Sarutobi's eager expression, Lin Tao could only sigh, a look of difficulty clouding his face as he replied, Third Hokage, it is not that I am unwilling to contribute to Konoha. Rather, I find myself powerless due to the lack of necessary materials to concoct this potion. He then retrieved a breath of life and a white magical crystal from his robe, stating, these are the 2 required ingredients. One is called Breath of Life, and the other is the white magical crystal. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's face fell in disappointment. Oh, is that so? What a shame. Before he could finish speaking, the door to the Hokage's office was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, and a man wrapped in bandages, with half of his face obscured, stepped inside. Lin Tao was taken aback, pondering to himself, what on earth is this? The enigmatic bandaged man. No, could it be Tawanzo? Upon entering, Tawanzo fixed Lin Tao with a piercing gaze and remarked, Junior, did you just claim that these 2 materials are sufficient to concoct a potion capable of resurrecting the deceased? Faced with Tawanzo's audacious tone, Lin Tao felt an overwhelming urge to silence him, yet a more astute strategy crossed his mind. With a serious demeanor, he replied, Indeed, however, these 2 materials are exceedingly rare, at least in the land of rice. They have become extinct. Tawanzo's eyes narrowed at this revelation. Oh, does this imply that such materials may still exist elsewhere? Lin Tao hesitated. I cannot say for certain, as I have not searched in other locales. But it appears these materials are predominantly found in regions abundant with rainfall. Upon hearing this, Tawanzo snatched the essence of life and the white magic crystal from Lin Tao's hands and declared, Junior, I shall assist you in locating these items. I hope that when the time comes, you will contribute to Konoha. With that, Tawanzo departed from the office, leaving Lin Tao and Sarutobi Hizashi exchanging glances. However, this was precisely Lin Tao's intention. In mentioning areas with plentiful rainfall, Tawanzo would undoubtedly think of the land of rain and subsequently dispatch numerous members of the root organization to investigate, inevitably leading to a confrontation with the Akatsuki, resulting in mutual depletion of their strengths, a classic strategy of utilizing wolves to battle dogs. Chapter 21. Teammate on the day of the graduation examination for the ninjutsu school. Lin Tao arrived as a candidate. Upon entering the classroom, he immediately captured the attention of the students, who mistakenly believed him to be a new proctor. Only Inuzuka Kiba was aware of the true circumstances. Upon spotting Lin Tao, he jested, "Hey, big brother Lin, I didn't expect you to actually show up. Good luck. If you don't pass, your sister will be quite disappointed." Fear not. This elementary ninjutsu exam is as effortless for me as drinking water, Lin Tao replied confidently. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, "Big brother Lin, are you here to take the exam?" Lin Tao turned in the direction of the voice and noticed Naruto, who was seated at the back of the classroom. He waved and said, Naruto, you guessed correctly. I am also here to participate in the ninja exam." "I see. Let's do our best together, Lin Ji," exclaimed Naruto. Just then, the classroom door swung open once more, and Irika entered, holding a list. Upon spotting Lin Tao, a flattering smile instantly appeared on his face, and he gestured politely, saying, "Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Please take a moment to rest in that vacant seat over there. Shortly, our other teachers will escort you to the examination venue." Irika's words ignited a fervent discussion among the students, who began speculating about Lin Tao's identity. After all, it was truly remarkable for someone to command such respect from Irika. Observing the students' bewilderment, Irika clarified, "Everyone, this is Mr. Lin Tao, as I mentioned earlier. He is one of the sponsors of our ninja school. The new desks and chairs in this classroom, as well as the eggs and milk provided during lunch, are all funded by Mr. Lin." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in applause. Lin Tao, slightly embarrassed, waved his hand and said, "It is merely my duty. After all, the children are the future of our village." Shikamaru, who had been resting his head on the desk, suddenly became intrigued and whispered to Inuzuka Kiba beside him, "Kiba, is this new brother of yours some incredibly wealthy individual?" Kiba chuckled and replied, "Well, you could say that. He's probably worth several billion ryo." "What? Is he a feudal lord from some country?" "Who knows?" Though Lin Tao had lived with the Inuzuka clan for nearly a month, he rarely mentioned his own background, naturally leading Kiba to conjure many imaginings. In accordance with the original storyline of Naruto, the exam's content revolved around the shadow clone technique. However, the subsequent developments diverged significantly. Although Naruto's performance in the technique was somewhat lacking, due to his amicable relationship with Lin Tao and Shimizu's supportive remarks, Irika ultimately decided to award Naruto the ninja headband after careful consideration. Lin Tao was somewhat taken aback upon learning the news, as the unfolding of the plot diverged significantly from his expectations. Had Naruto graduated directly, he would not have been misled by Mizuki into stealing the Book of Seals. Without the theft of the book, Naruto would not have acquired the technique of shadow clone jutsu. If that were the case, he would inadvertently be hindering the protagonist's growth. Therefore, after the examination concluded, Lin Tao sought out Naruto under the pretext of celebrating with a meal at Ichiraku Ramen. During their time together, Naruto joyfully showcased his ninja headband. However, Lin Tao, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Naruto, while you have passed your graduation exam, your mastery of ninjutsu and practical combat skills still lag behind your peers. You once proclaimed your ambition to become Hokage and earn the village's recognition, so you must not be complacent with this minor success. To surpass them, you must exert even greater effort." Naruto, grasping only part of Lin Tao's advice, nodded earnestly. "I understand, Lin brother. I will work harder from now on." No, Naruto, you have misunderstood my intent. Effort should not be postponed for the future. It must be cultivated in the present, especially with your clone technique, which requires diligent practice as it will prove invaluable in combat. In a few days, the school will hold an orientation where you will be grouped with 2 others to undertake assigned missions. Now, think about it. Who is your favorite girl in class, and who do you dislike the most? Well, my favorite girl is definitely Sakura. And as for the one I dislike, it should be Sasuke. By the way, Lin brother, why do you suddenly ask this? Let us consider a scenario. What if you are grouped with Sakura and Sasuke for missions in the future? If Sasuke outshines you due to his superior skills, Sakura will undoubtedly favor Sasuke more, which would diminish your chances significantly. While your reasoning makes sense, I doubt such an unfortunate coincidence would occur. Naruto, you are still too young. As an exceptional ninja, our focus should not be on whether such events will transpire, but rather on how to respond should they occur. Upon hearing this, Naruto experienced a moment of enlightenment. Lin brother, I understand now. I will double my training over the next few days and ensure my clone technique surpasses Sasuke's. Yes, exactly. This is the spirited determination expected of a future Hokage. After persuading Naruto, Lin Tao sighed in relief, confident that Naruto's tenacity would compel him to succeed. If he struggled, he would surely seek external assistance from Mizuki, thus restoring the story to its intended course. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed Lin Tao's profile to Yuhi Kurenai, advising her, Kurenai, I initially intended to assign you Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka as your students, but due to unforeseen circumstances, another individual has been added. So I must trouble you to accommodate this change. As an astute individual, Kurenai quickly discerned the underlying implication that a connection had been inserted into the arrangement. She inquired, Lord Third, may I ask about the identity of this Lin Tao? Well, he is the husband of Kiba's sister, Hana Inuzuka, and a significant benefactor of our village, contributing a substantial sum annually. I trust you understand my meaning. I see, Lord Third. I comprehend what needs to be done. Sarutobi's message was clear. Lin Tao was merely seeking to enhance his credentials, not genuinely to be trained as a student. As long as the superficial requirements were met, Kurenai understood and assured that there would be no issues. Chapter 22. The Book of Seals in the Training Grounds outside Konoha. Naruto was diligently practicing the first forbidden technique detailed in the Book of Seals, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. As Lin Tao had anticipated, following his visit to the ramen shop, Naruto began to hone his skills. However, after several hours of rigorous training, he had made little progress. In his desire for improvement, Naruto fortuitously encountered Mizuki-sensei from the Ninja Academy, who, after some discussion, revealed the existence of the Book of Seals, prompting Naruto to steal it. However, unlike the original storyline, after mastering the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto did not encounter Iruka. Instead, he made his way directly to Lin Tao's shop in Arad. Lin brother, come quickly and see what I have learned. Lin Tao raised his head in response to the voice, and upon noticing the large scroll slung over the other person's back, he was momentarily stunned. If it were indeed the legendary sealing scroll, then at this very moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be observing Naruto's every move through the crystal ball, and he would undoubtedly be aware of Lin Tao as well. After careful consideration, Lin Tao decided to feign ignorance, so he inquired of Naruto, it's you, Naruto. What brings you here at this time? Brother Lin, allow me to demonstrate the multi-shadow clone technique that I have just learned. This is a legendary A-rank ninjutsu, Naruto exclaimed, forming hand seals in an instant, summoning a dozen shadow clones, each possessing its own independent consciousness and engaging in various conversations. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tao clapped his hands in delight and praised, Oh, Naruto, I never imagined that merely half a day apart could lead to such remarkable growth in your abilities. How have you accomplished this? Naruto placed the Book of Seals on the ground and chuckled. Of course, I learned the ninjutsu contained within. Wait, what is this? A ninjutsu scroll? Where did it come from? Well, Teacher Mizuki informed me that this scroll contains an abundance of powerful ninjutsu, so I borrowed it from grandfather's study. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao furrowed his brow, donning a worried expression as he remarked, Hiss. Naruto, how could you pilfer the belongings of Lord Hokage? If he were to find out, he would undoubtedly be furious. You must return it at once. But, Brother Lin, this book contains numerous powerful ninjutsu techniques. Just take a look, Naruto exclaimed, attempting to unfurl the sealed book for Lin Tao to see. Upon noticing this, Lin Tao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly intervened, rolling up the book and kneeling down to speak earnestly to Naruto. Naruto, I understand your desire to grow stronger and learn more formidable techniques. However, theft is inherently wrong. Moreover, since this book resides in the study of the third Hokage, it must undoubtedly hold great significance. It would be best to return it promptly. Humbled by Lin Tao's words, Naruto lowered his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of despondency. Yet he soon rallied, exclaiming, Yes, Brother Lin is right. I shall return the sealed book at once. I am glad you comprehend this principle. After bidding farewell to Lin Tao, Naruto set off towards the Hokage's residence, the sealed book slung over his shoulder. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the unfolding events through a crystal ball. In truth, he had been aware of Naruto's theft the moment it occurred. His delay in intervening served two purposes. First, to assess Naruto's potential and determine if he was worthy of being cultivated as a Jinchuriki. Second, to gauge Lin Tao's loyalty to the village and see if he could resist temptation in the face of the sealed book. It appeared that both tests yielded results that greatly satisfied Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Naruto's departure, Lin Tao reclined in his chair, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Old man, it will be a century before you can see through my act. However, Lin Tao had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the sealed book. Unearthing a monumental secret. The so-called forbidden techniques were not prohibited due to their complexity or adverse side effects. Rather, the truth was quite the opposite. Many forbidden techniques were actually banned precisely because they were relatively easy to learn, potent, and had minimal side effects. The term forbidden applied to the average lower and middle ninjas but did not apply to Hokage or elite ninjas. Lower and middle ninjas required 3 to 4 hand seals to perform basic shadow clone techniques, while more advanced clones needed only 2. And forbidden techniques could even be executed with a single seal. Thus, this was fundamentally a matter of hierarchical allocation of educational resources. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the ninjutsu school's orientation arrived, signifying that Lin Tao would be assigned a responsible teacher today. However, he remained unfazed. Inuzuka Hana, noticing Lin Tao's calm demeanor, assumed he had forgotten and gently reminded him, "Dear, today is the important day for the lower ninja group assignment. Don't forget. We have clan members assisting at the shop, so there is no need for concern." "Yes, I remember. After breakfast, I will take Kibo along," he replied. "That's good to hear. With that composed look on your face, I thought you had forgotten. Kiba has been eagerly awaiting this day for quite some time. I just hope you all are assigned to a good teacher. Following the assignment of responsibility, there will be a practical field test, and only those who pass will truly be recognized as lower ninjas. To be honest, I am quite worried for you all. If you get a teacher with a kind disposition, it will be fine. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble." Lin Tao smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, both ya and I will not only pass, but will also be assigned to the same class." "Oh, how can you be so certain?" "Because I have already spoken with the third Hokage. No matter what, he will grant me this favor. Once we complete a certain number of missions, we can directly apply to participate in the Chunin exams. If all goes well, in 6 months, both ya and I shall ascend to the rank of Chunin." "Dear, do you perhaps underestimate the path of a ninja? It took me 3 years to rise from Jinin to Chunin. Haha, hua. It is you who views this world too simplistically. I wager that within 2 years, both ya and I will elevate ourselves from Jinin to Jonin. If you wish, I can also persuade the third Hokage to promote you to Jonin as well, for he values a person's capabilities. And financial prowess is indeed a form of ability." "What nonsense!" Inuzuka Hua pouted, displaying a defiant expression. She felt as though her years of hard work had been insulted, leaving her with a sense of disillusionment, yet she found herself unable to retort as she recognized that Lin Tao spoke the truth. Lin Tao sensed that Inuzuka Hana was feeling somewhat downcast, so he approached her and comforted, "It's all right. There's no need to be disheartened. Don't you wish for Yagura and me to navigate the path of ninja smoothly? My dear, your prowess is beyond doubt. Possessing the ability to revive others with a single technique is commendable enough to qualify you as a J-nin. However, if I coddle Yagura excessively, it may hinder his growth." "Oh, I understand now. I will inform our instructor to rigorously challenge Yagura, ensuring that his path to growth is clearly defined." Inuzuka Hana's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "That's not what I meant. You're incorrigible." "Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I comprehend. I will not allow him to become complacent, yet I will ensure he does not face undue hardship. Well then, I entrust Yagura's schooling to you. It's nearly time for me to depart. I shall see you this evening. Take care on your way." Chapter 23, Lacking Energy. The voice is too soft to hear. In a classroom of the Ninja Academy, Lin Tao, Inuzuka Yagura, Hige Hanada, and YN Shino awaited their responsible J-nin. As anticipated, the 4 were placed in the same class, forming the only quartet. "Ah, I wonder who our teacher will be. They are quite tardy. We've been waiting for over half an hour. How slow." Inuzuka Yagura complained, resting his head on the desk and tracing circles with his finger. Though Hige Hanada remained silent, her clenched fist betrayed her inner anxiety. As a member of the Hige clan's main family, her father held high expectations for her. Thus she hoped to encounter a responsible and capable instructor. YN Shino, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, quietly toying with the insect on his finger. To alleviate the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom, Lin Tao stepped to the front and addressed the group. "Since our teacher has yet to arrive, why don't we take this opportunity to introduce ourselves? I am Lin Tao, 19 years old, though I am older. I hope our interactions can be as harmonious as those among peers. I excel in healing and supportive ninjutsu, have some knowledge of medicinal concoction, and possess a basic understanding of taijutsu. I enjoy tea and reading, harboring no dislikes or particular ambitions. My sole wish is for world peace, devoid of war. From this day forth, I shall be your elder brother. Should you face any difficulties, I will do my utmost to assist you." Noticing their lackluster response, Lin Tao suddenly grew enthusiastic, pointing at Inuzuka Yagura and declaring, "Now, please introduce yourselves, sharing your name, specialties, hobbies, and future dreams. You start." Inuzuka Yagura, taken aback, struggled to grasp Lin Tao's intent but sensed its significance. After a brief contemplation, he approached the front and announced, "I am Inuzuka Yagura, 12 years old. I excel in taijutsu and tracking, enjoy strolling with Akamaru, and have a fondness for meaty dishes. My future dream is to become a powerful ninja like the third Hokage." "Too soft. I can't hear you at all. Speak louder. With a voice like that, how do you expect to become Hokage? Try again." Inuzuka Yagura hesitated, caught between speaking and silence. After considerable thought, he shouted once more, "I am Inuzuka Yagura, 12 years old, proficient in taijutsu and tracking. I enjoy taking walks with Akamaru. I love meaty foods. My future aspiration is to be as formidable as the third Hokage." "Excellent." Next, Hige Hinata, being the heiress of the Hige clan, was unaccustomed to such pressure. Hearing Lin Tao's assertive remarks, she dared not oppose him, cautiously making her way to the front. Her heart raced as she adjusted her breathing, finally exclaiming, "I am Hige Hinata, 12 years old. I excel in gentle fist and Byakugan perception. I relish sweet foods like red bean paste. My dream is to one day surpass my brother Niji." "Good. Very spirited." Next, Wyan Shino, despite his aloof exterior and preference for silence, despised being ignored. Witnessing the enthusiasm of Lin Tao and the others, he made an effort to raise his voice and introduced himself. "I am Wyan Shino, 12 years old, skilled in insect manipulation, search, and tracking. I have a passion for raising various insects and loathe being overlooked. My dream is to collect all the insects in the world." "Well done. From this moment on, we are comrades sharing both honor and disgrace." Lin Tao grinned widely. "As your amiable elder brother, I have brought you some small gifts." He then produced 30 vials of restorative magic potions from his robe, distributing them among the trio. "These are secret medicines I concocted myself. Consuming them will swiftly replenish your chakra. I trust you will find them useful in the coming days." Gazing at the blue vials, their expressions varied. Inuzuka Yagura, well aware of Lin Tao's abilities, joyfully accepted the potions. Hinata and Shino, though somewhat skeptical, expressed their gratitude. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai entered the classroom, apologizing for the delay. "I am your responsible Jainin, Yuhi Kurenai. I hope we can get along well." She then smiled at Lin Tao, saying, "Mr. Lin, I look forward to your guidance." Yuhi Kurenai, with her lustrous black curls and sparkling ruby-like eyes, complemented by soft lavender eyeshadow and fiery red lips, exuded a mature and alluring aura. Her long, slender legs immediately captured Lin Tao's attention. "Ah, so our teacher is Yuhi Kurenai. What fortune. I have long heard of her intellect, bravery, and exceptional strength. Today's encounter certainly lives up to her reputation." Upon hearing this, Kurenai blushed slightly, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh. "Oh, Mr. Lin, you flatter me. I've heard of your deeds from the third Hokage. You are the true genius. It is an honor to learn ninjutsu from you." "Ah, Kurenai-sensei, you flatter me." "Ahem, brother, if you continue with such compliments, I shall have to tell my sister when I return home." Inuzuka Yagura quickly interjected, interrupting their lively exchange. Lin Tao, upon hearing this, smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh dear brother, I was merely engaging in a normal conversation with Teacher Hong. You misunderstood." Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame felt a flutter of anxiety as they realized why Lin Tao, as a genin, appeared so unfazed while awaiting the jonin. It was not solely due to his maturity or profound mental cultivation, but rather his connection to the third Hokage. However, this revelation left Hinata and Shino feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as it implied favoritism from Yuhi Kurenai. Subsequently, as per tradition, the group introduced themselves once more to Yuhi Kurenai. She spoke of the responsibilities and obligations expected of a genin and arranged for them to convene the following day at the training ground for their actual genin assessment. On the following morning, they arrived at the training ground. Yuhi Kurenai withdrew 3 bells from her waist, shaking them in her hand. "Listen closely. Today's assessment is quite simple. The objective is to snatch the bells. Those who manage to acquire a bell before noon will be deemed qualified, while those who fail will be considered unqualified. As you can see, there are only 3 bells, which means at least one of you will not qualify, and that unfortunate individual will have to return to the Ninja Academy for remedial training." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Kiba, Hinata, and Shino were solemn expressions. For this rule indicated that not only did they have to seize the bells from Yuhi Kurenai, but they also had to guard against betrayal from their teammates, as no one would wish to be sent back to the academy. Meanwhile, Lin Tao calmly accessed his system inventory, donning an ensemble that enhanced his attack and movement speed. He also consumed a variety of potions, the Swift Potion, the Potential Release Elixir, Golden Goat's Milk, and the Acceleration Capsule, culminating with a Life Spring buff. At that moment, Lin Tao's attack speed surged to 200, while his release and movement speed soared to 300, reaching the maximum threshold of velocity. Chapter 24. The Bell Snatch. Does everyone understand the rules? If there are no questions, then let us begin. Oh, wait. Just as Yuhi Kurenai was about to signal the start, she noticed two small sprites, one blue and one green, swirling above Lin Tao's head. Mr. Lin, what is this? Hiki, merely a family secret technique, Life Spring, nothing for you to concern yourself with, Teacher Hong. Please, commence. Oh, very well then. Yuhi Kurenai swiftly stepped back, creating distance between herself and the others. Ready, begin. Almost instantaneously, as her words fell, a blur whizzed past her, accompanied by a gust of wind. What was that just now? What happened? Wait, where did Mr. Lin go? Teacher Hong, I am right behind you. Turning at the sound of his voice, Yuhi Kurenai was taken aback to find Lin Tao smirking, holding all three bells. In that instant, she instinctively glanced at her waist. Finally accepting the reality that the bells had indeed been taken, Yuhi Kurenai stood in bewilderment, having not even comprehended what had transpired. The speed Lin Tao exhibited was far beyond what a genin should possess. Indeed, even a jonin would struggle to achieve such swiftness. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino remained frozen in shock, unable to process what they had just witnessed. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward for a few seconds, until Yuhi Kurenai slowly approached Lin Tao, whispering, Mr. Lin, I hope you can reveal the truth to me. Are you truly just a genin, or have you perhaps served as a jonin in another nation? Teacher Hong, it seems you are mistaken. I am indeed merely a genin. Before arriving in Konoha, I could not even perform the body flicker technique. I have only studied some family healing techniques and alchemy since childhood. As for my speed enhancement, it is due to the secret potions I possess. Lin Tao maintained a serious demeanor, hoping to lend credibility to his words. Ah, I see. No wonder I saw you consume several different colored potions earlier. Those were speed-enhancing elixirs, correct? Yes. Actually, I have over a dozen types of speed-enhancing potions, and I only used 4 of them just now. As an alchemist, it is only natural for me to concoct various potions. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Lin Tao repeatedly, unsure of how to proceed. The potency of the elixirs he crafted was indeed insurmountable. As long as he was present, the assessment could not continue. Upon observing Hinata's predicament, Lin Tao leaned in and whispered, Teacher Hong, if you prefer, we could have another round. This time, I shall rely solely on the ninjutsu I have learned, without the aid of any potions. He then returned the bell to Hinata. After receiving the bell, she pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Turning to the other 3, she declared, we are implementing a new rule. During this assessment, the use of healing pills, military rations, or any elixirs that restore chakra or enhance speed is strictly prohibited. Do you all comprehend? Understood. The others responded in unison, satisfied with their reply. Hinata retrieved a small smoke bomb from her ninja tool pouch, cradling it in her palm. Are you ready? On your marks. Begin. As her words echoed, a thick cloud of smoke erupted around her, and when it dissipated moments later, she had vanished without a trace. In exasperation, Inuzuka Kiba raised his hands and said to Lin Tao, Hey, big guy, you were a bit too conspicuous just now. I had intended to rely on your little potions for a prolonged battle, but I didn't expect Teacher Hong to outright ban them. However, your speed-enhancing elixirs are truly impressive. You snatched the bell in an instant, which was quite an eye-opener. Ah, that's nothing. Merely a basic maneuver, Lin Tao replied nonchalantly. Mr. Lin, what should we do now? Hinata inquired nervously. Ever since witnessing Lin Tao's capabilities, she had mentally appointed him as their leader. Shino shared this sentiment, believing Lin Tao was indeed capable of devising an effective strategy, and thus he too silently turned his gaze towards him. Lin Tao was acutely aware that if he were to intervene again, it would undoubtedly culminate in an overwhelming battle. However, such an act would be akin to trampling on the face of Yuhi Kurenai, an act that serves no one and harms others. Thus it was entirely unacceptable. Consequently, he accessed his system panel and removed all of his equipment. Nevertheless, his fundamental attributes remained astonishingly high. After much contemplation, Lin Tao decided to feign weakness and address the 3 companions, stating, If we are unable to utilize potions, my only contribution will be my healing abilities. as I am not well versed in offensive ninjutsu and my taijutsu skills are rather limited. Henceforth, the burden of combat shall fall upon you three. In response, Inuzuka Kiba grinned confidently, hands on his hips. It seems I must take the lead in the assault this time, with Hinata and Shino providing support. All you need to do, big brother, is heal us when necessary. Very well. Hinata, Shino, do you have any other thoughts? I have no objections. Excellent. Lastly, I must remind you that as a J-nin, Kurenai-sensei is quite formidable. Without a willingness to risk our lives, it will be quite challenging to seize the bell. Thus, I implore you all to give it your utmost effort. However, do not fear for your safety, with me here. I can ensure your revival even in the direst of circumstances. Upon hearing this, the trio felt a wave of reassurance, with Lin Tao backing them. They could fight with abandon. After their discussion, Kiba donned the Blood Battle Spirit Ring, which amplified the strength of all team members within range by 80 points. Meanwhile, Lin Tao activated his passive skill, the Aura of Conviction, which augmented the strength of all team members within range by 400 points, intelligence by 400 points, stamina by 500 points, and spirit by 500 points. A soft golden light enveloped Lin Tao and spiraled around the trio, who immediately felt their physical power and maximum chakra surge dramatically. Here it comes. This is precisely the sensation, Kiba exclaimed, swiftly unleashing the four-footed technique and summoning his beastly clones, entering a state of battle. Hinata activated her Byakugan to locate Yuhi Kurenai, while Shino quietly released his insects to commence their search. There, Hinata suddenly cried out, pointing towards a large tree 30 meters away. Kiba, quick to react, executed a Fong over Fong towards the indicated direction, and in an instant, the tree, as thick as a waist, was severed. Kurenai leaped down from the treetop. You've discovered my position so swiftly, quite impressive. She then glanced at the felled tree in disbelief. Is this truly the level of destruction a genin can achieve? Kurenai-sensei, I'm going in. Gentle fist, Hinata declared, advancing towards her with graceful steps. Initially, Kurenai intended to counter with taijutsu, but she quickly realized that although Hinata's strikes appeared gentle, each blow carried tremendous force. Reluctantly, Kurenai began to evade and retreat, only to find Shino's multitude of insects crawling up her ankles. Feeling the insects gnawing at her, Kurenai leaped back, shaking off the pests. But Kiba was determined not to let her escape. Utilizing the four-footed technique, he swiftly closed the distance and launched a claw strike. What a seamless collaboration. It seems I must unleash my true prowess. Chapter 25. The Use lack martial virtue. As the battle commenced, Kurenai found herself at a disadvantage. Although she was satisfied with the trio's cooperation, being a J-nin and being overwhelmed by several genin would be a tremendous embarrassment. Thus, she resolved to take the fight more seriously, stretching her limbs in preparation to teach the three a lesson, all while keeping a watchful eye on Lin Tao's movements. Observing that Lin Tao was momentarily inactive, Kurenai dashed behind Kiba and executed a side kick. Let us eliminate one first. Although Kiba's strength had been significantly enhanced, he was still a genin. His speed and reflexes could not match Kurenai's. By the time he perceived her attack, it was already too late for him to defend himself. Upon witnessing the unfolding event, Lin Tao's thoughts stirred, prompting him to bestow the Holy Light Guardian upon Inuzuka Kiba, a protective shield that could absorb damage equivalent to 15 of the caster's health. In the next moment, Hinata's assault struck this luminous barrier. What? How could this be? Hinata swiftly reacted, retreating with several agile leaps to create distance, her mind racing. Upon observing Lin Tao's intricate gestures and the playful smile gracing his features, the realization dawned upon her. However, the trio was determined not to grant Hinata the luxury of further contemplation. After a brief pause, they charged forward once more. As Hinata fought and maneuvered backward, she analyzed Lin Tao's capabilities, ultimately uncovering the secret behind the Holy Light Guardian after several exchanges. So it is an absolute defense technique of the clan, Mr. Lin truly possesses exceptional skills. What an honor to receive praise from Teacher Hong. Yet, every technique harbors its vulnerabilities. When I battled Kiba, the light shield manifested on him, and during my encounter with Hinata, it appeared on her. The shield on Kiba then vanished, and when the shield appeared on Shino, it disappeared from Hinata. Therefore, if my deductions are correct, this luminous barrier can exist in only one place at a time. Am I right? Truly, Teacher Hong, your keen observation is commendable. Lin Tao, in this instance, has not spoken the truth, for the duration of the skill Divine Light Guardian is 8 seconds, while its cooldown is merely 5 seconds. This indicates that with a swifter maneuver, he could indeed bestow shields upon 2 individuals. However, in a bid to preserve the dignity of Shiri Hong as a seasoned ninja, Lin Tao has drastically curtailed his own prowess. Upon hearing Lin Tao's affirmative response, Shiri Hong suddenly flashed a devilish smile and retrieved 3 shurikens from her ninja tool pouch. What will Mr. Lin do next? With that, the 3 shurikens hurtled towards Ya, Hinata, and Shino at an alarming speed. The trio, upon witnessing this, wore expressions of sheer terror and prepared to evade, only to realize that the shurikens were already upon them, rendering escape impossible. Meanwhile, Shiri Hong displayed a knowing expression. This was her test. She yearned to discern how Lin Tao would choose in a situation where he must select one among 3, while simultaneously imparting the harsh realities of the ninja world. In times of war between nations, one is confronted with life and death decisions almost daily. A single misstep could lead to irreversible doom, thus requiring a calm judgment in critical moments. When faced with a singular choice, one must opt for the answer that best serves the interests of the team, the village, or the nation. Lin Tao was taken aback upon witnessing the situation. The lower-level certification assessment unexpectedly compelled Yu Gao to employ shurikens. If the 3 young ones were to be struck by those 3 shurikens, even if they survived, they would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, with blood splattering everywhere. Alas, there was no other choice. Holy Healing Wind. All allies within the skill's range instantly restore 70 of their health and mana, while each member gains a shield that lasts for 6 seconds, with the shield's health equivalent to 33 of the caster's health. Lin Tao brought his palms together, and a luminous orb materialized in his hands. He then raised the orb above his head, and in an instant, a vast crimson circular magic circle emerged around him, its reach extending at least 100 meters in diameter. The 3 shurikens were effortlessly deflected by the red shield of the sacred healing wind. Moments later, the magic circle dissipated, and Lin Tao ceased his movements. The 3 little ones stood in stunned silence, as they could feel their chakra levels nearly restored to their peak, and the injuries sustained during battle had healed. Asuka exclaimed in astonishment, "What was that just now? What kind of secret technique is this?" Noticing Asuka's shaken demeanor, Lin Tao feigned extreme fatigue, kneeling on the ground as he reassured her, "That was truly perilous. It compelled me to resort to this technique." Teacher Hong, you truly spare no effort. The 3 little ones hurriedly gathered around Lin Tao. "Big brother, are you all right? Is everything okay? Could it be that the technique just now had a profound side effect on Mr. Lin's body? It appears as though he can no longer continue fighting." Lin Tao exhaled a heavy breath, laboriously rising to his feet as he spoke. "I am fine. It is merely an overexertion of chakra, and my body is struggling to keep up." Upon hearing this, Sunset Red also felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, as a significant figure in the village, if anything were to happen to Lin Tao under her watch, the 3rd Hokage would undoubtedly hold her accountable. Yet, witnessing Lin Tao's breathless state brought her unexpected solace. "Hee, Mr. Lin, I did not anticipate that you possess such a hidden ace. However, it seems that after utilizing this technique, you must be left with little chakra, am I right?" Lin Tao remained silent, yet the strained expression on his face spoke volumes. Observing this, Inuzuka Kiba supported Lin Tao against a tree and, thumping his chest, declared, "Brother, rest for now. Leave the rest to us." With that, the 3 young ones readied themselves and launched another assault on Yu Gao. As they approached, Yu Gao adopted a defensive stance, however, just as their clash seemed imminent. She deftly evaded their strikes with a feigned movement and advanced directly towards Lin Tao beneath the shade of the tree. In swift succession, Yu Gao executed a right roundhouse kick followed by a left straight punch, landing squarely on Lin Tao. Caught off guard, he failed to evade the blows and was knocked to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, he found Yu Gao's left jab hurtling towards him. At this moment, Lin Tao, lacking any protective gear, found himself without a shield, resulting in him taking a few solid hits. Although the physical attacks from Sunset Red inflicted only a modest amount of damage, merely a few dozen points, his passive healing surpassed the harm he sustained. Nevertheless, the absence of injury does not equate to an absence of pain. Consequently, Lin Tao hastily performed several backward rolls to distance himself from Sunset Red. Teacher Hong, how could you disregard martial ethics by resorting to deceit and ambush? I, a mere 19-year-old, comrade, is this truly acceptable? It is not. Upon hearing this, Sunset Red let out a hearty laugh. Oh, Mr. Lin, do you not know that in battle, one must first eliminate the enemy's medical ninjas? Now, While your chakra has yet to recover, it is the perfect moment to strike. With that, she launched herself at Lin Tao once more. Chapter 26. Immunity to Illusions. Lin Tao donned all his gear, and the protective shield materialized instantaneously. He then engaged in a physical combat exchange with Asahi, adopting a passive stance to maintain the persona of a lower-ranking ninja. Faced with Asahi's fierce onslaught, Lin Tao remained on the defensive, fearing that any counterattack could result in severe consequences. To enhance the illusion, he would feign reactions whenever Asahi's strikes impacted the shield. They battled for numerous rounds. Although Lin Tao consistently found himself at a disadvantage, the outcome remained unresolved. At this juncture, Asahi had expended a significant portion of her stamina and recognized the potential for unforeseen developments should the duel prolong. Consequently, she performed a series of hand seals and unleashed a genjutsu upon Lin Tao, the enchantment of binding trees. Lin Tao observed the sunset-hued figure making hand seals, mistakenly believing she was about to unleash a wide-ranging ninjutsu. However, moments later, when no action was taken, he pondered her identity as an illusionist ninja, realizing that she must be casting some form of genjutsu. The current situation posed a dilemma for Lin Tao. Genjutsu infiltrates the enemy's consciousness as a mental attack. Yet, his mental attribute had reached an impressive 11,000 points, rendering him immune to any abnormal states, and consequently, he was impervious to illusionary assaults. What should I do now? Having never experienced genjutsu, I am uncertain how to feign being affected. Perhaps I should simply stand still and play the fool. After mulling over these thoughts, Lin Tao remained frozen in place, seemingly dazed. However, his act was swiftly discerned by the sunset-hued figure, for after several attempts at casting genjutsu upon him, she found her efforts utterly futile against his consciousness. As she was about to speak, her words faltered on her lips. Her physical strength and chakra reserves were nearly depleted. If the struggle continued, the outcome remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Lin Tao, though unharmed, feigned being ensnared by the genjutsu. The underlying reason for his ruse clear to her: to preserve her status as a respected J-nin teacher within teammate. With this realization, she hesitated no longer. Drawing a kunai, she approached swiftly and pressed it against Lin Tao's neck, declaring, "It's over, Mr. Lin." At this moment, Lin Tao realized his situation and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Ah, truly impressive, Teacher Hong. I didn't even notice when I fell under the illusion. I concede defeat." He deliberately spoke loudly, intending for the nearby Kiba, Hinata, and Shino to hear him. What a gentle man. A warm feeling stirred within Yuhi Kurenai, and her fondness for Lin Tao grew. Afterward, as an eliminated contestant, Lin Tao did not participate in the subsequent bell-snatching competition. While Yuhi Kurenai, as expected, steadily subdued and eliminated the remaining trio. Eventually, Lin Tao, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Yamanaka Shino sat together beneath a large tree, displaying expressions of utter exhaustion. After more than an hour of intense combat, they were utterly drained. Yuhi Kurenai stood before them with a smile and said, "Hehe. You all should now understand that being a ninja is no easy feat. However, through this battle, I could sense your efforts. You have all demonstrated excellent teamwork. From this day forth, you are true ninjas, and I am proud of you." "Eh? Does Teacher Hong mean that we have qualified?" "Indeed, all four of you have qualified." "That's wonderful. It was no easy task." However, Yuhi Kurenai suddenly shifted her tone. "As ninjas, it is crucial to wait patiently for the right moment rather than recklessly engaging the enemy at the onset of battle. Impulsive attacks are fraught with danger. As a specialized perception team, we must understand this. When faced with formidable foes, we should avoid direct confrontation when possible. Stealthy ambushes or setting traps are far more prudent strategies. Learning to protect oneself is one of the essential lessons for a ninja." Inuzuka Kiba interjected, "But, teacher, our teammate's situation is different from the others. After all, my brother has said that the potions he concocts are incredibly potent, even in a near-death state. They can restore one to their peak condition. Furthermore, my brother is proficient in various healing and supportive techniques, which is why we can attack without reservations." While your point is valid, Yuhi Kurenai sighed softly. In her heart, she indeed acknowledged Kiba's assertion, for Lin Tao's demonstrated support and healing abilities were remarkably powerful. Even in confrontations with J-nin, he could effectively safeguard three while sustaining one. If they leveraged the power of potions, their entire team could even overpower a J-nin. Yuhi Kurenai's perspective had shifted significantly since the previous day, when the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, first approached her and mentioned that Team 8 needed to include a connection. She had not held Lin Tao in high regard, viewing him merely as a spoiled rich kid dabbling in the life of a ninja. However, after a day of interaction, she discovered that Lin Tao was not only exceptionally capable but also possessed an amiable personality. Having such a powerful medical support ninja as a backbone for their team was indeed a stroke of luck for teammate. Yet, Yui Kurenai sighed because she understood that Lin Tao was merely here to gild his experience. He would not remain in teammate for long before being promoted to CH Nin and reassigned, leaving teammate to face the same lack of survival strategies. This realization left her somewhat disheartened. Kurenai's sigh, however, led Lin Tao to misconstrue her intentions, thinking she doubted his abilities. He promptly retrieved 3 small potions, red and blue in hue, from his pocket. It seems Teacher Hong does not fully trust my expertise. What I hold here is a healing potion. Consuming it will restore health and a substantial amount of chakra. Why not let Teacher Hong experience it firsthand? Skeptical yet intrigued, Yui Kurenai took the potion, contemplating for a moment before downing it. The instant she consumed the potion, she felt a surge of chakra coursing through her body, alleviating much of her pain and fatigue. So, this is how it feels. Previously, I had only heard of it, but now I understand that Mr. Lin's potion effects exceed the rumors. Hearing Kurenai's praise, Lin Tao's vanity was momentarily satisfied as he grinned and patted his chest, proclaiming, "Oh, this is nothing. If I were to take it seriously with sufficient materials, I could create even more potent potions. And as everyone has witnessed, my support capabilities are undeniable. So, Teacher Hong, you need not worry about our Team 8 when we embark on missions. As long as I am here, I will ensure everyone's safety." Speaking of which, the light shield technique that Mr. Lin demonstrated, if I am not mistaken, that white light shield should be breakable, correct? Does Teacher Hong refer to the Holy Light Guardian? Of course, it can be broken, though it is somewhat resilient. If, for instance, a shuriken's damage is 100 points, the Holy Light Guardian's shield has a total of 30,000 points. Is that true? Brother, you must be joking. That is practically unbreakable. Inuzuka Kiba, though aware of Lin Tao's strength, still found his claims to be quite outrageous. Lin Tao chuckled as he gently patted Inuzuka Kiba's head, saying, "My dear friend, when have I ever deceived you? It is crucial to understand this principle. Any secret technique, when cultivated to its utmost, will yield formidable results. Take me, for instance. My profound aversion to pain has led me to master defensive arts entirely. Ha ha ha. Truly, Mr. Lin, you possess an absolute defense. Yet, it can only shield a single ally at a time. Although you wield another technique that releases a red array for group support, it must come at a significant cost. After its use, not only does it deplete a considerable amount of chakra, but it also cannot be employed again for a brief period, correct? The skill known as Holy Healing Wind imposes no restrictions, requires little mana, and boasts a mere 18-second cooldown, providing extensive healing and replenishment along with a formidable shield. It is, without a doubt, the core ability of a healer, Lin Tao mused, silently reveling in the astute analysis offered by Yui Kurenai. However, upon witnessing Kurenai's earnest demeanor, he quickly donned an expression of agreement. Indeed, Teacher Kurenai, your experience shines through. Just a single demonstration reveals the merits and drawbacks of this technique. The ability you mentioned, Holy Healing Wind, consumes a significant amount of chakra and imposes a strain on the body, yet recovery is possible. Nevertheless, once unleashed, it cannot be activated again for 3 days. Oh. Kurenai's face momentarily brightened with delight. For compared to those forbidden techniques that exact a toll on one's vision or life force, Holy Healing Wind appears to be virtually costless. With a cooldown of merely 3 days, a veritable marvel. However, as a seasoned jonin, she restrained herself from appearing naivete. After clearing her throat, she posed a serious question to Lin Tao. As I suspected, while this technique is indeed powerful, it cannot be employed in succession. If, during a mission, our chakra and supplies dwindle, and the entire team faces a barrage of lethal attacks from multiple directions, whom would Mr. Lin choose to protect? Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino all turned their gazes toward Lin Tao. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao found himself at a loss for words. As the question posed was clearly a trap, choosing any one individual would inevitably offend the other two. What appeared to be a straightforward inquiry could lead to an insurmountable rift among them if answered poorly. Chapter 27. What constitutes too many? Red, the teacher, remarked. I believe the scenario you described is utterly implausible. Firstly, as lower-ranked ninjas, we are unlikely to be assigned missions that require us to confront multiple adversaries simultaneously, correct? Why High Kurenai was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Tao would not provide a direct response, but instead would pose a new question to her. Indeed. As the instructor of teammate, she must prioritize the safety of her team members when accepting missions from the village. Should she force them into perilous tasks that they cannot complete or that bear an exceedingly high risk, she would be held accountable for any resulting injuries or fatalities. Indeed. Mr. Lin makes a valid point. Perhaps I am overthinking this, she conceded. However, should we ever find ourselves in a dire situation where we are besieged by multiple ninjas, my recommendation would be for everyone to retreat immediately, and fortuitously, I possess a potion capable of facilitating such an escape. Lin Tao extracted 4 small yellow vials from his pocket. This remarkable substance, known as the instant teleportation potion, lives up to its name. Capable of transporting individuals instantaneously to places they have previously visited, one might categorize it as a form of spatial relocation. Before the 4 of them could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Tao distributed the vials into their hands. Sunset Red gazed at the vial in her hand, feeling a sense of unreality. If what Lin Tao claimed were indeed true, then this potion would be akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, and what's more, it required no chakra to utilize. In that moment, Inuzuka Kiba suddenly felt an itch in his head, as though he were on the verge of gaining newfound wisdom. Brother, how could you possess such an extraordinary item and keep it a secret from me, your younger sibling? That is truly inconsiderate. Lin Tao responded with a perplexed expression. Dear brother, it's not that I wish for you to spread this information indiscriminately. After all, I have but a few of these potions left. However, Inuzuka Kiba, with a disdainful sneer, fixed a sharp gaze upon Lin Tao. Elder brother, just how few do you mean? Could it be that the quantity you refer to is the same as what I envision? Well, to be honest, it is indeed scarce, merely around 5,000. Lin Tao admitted. In truth, however, his inventory boasted over 50,000 teleportation potions, while the rare speed capsules numbered more than 100,000. The blessing of the divine and the elixir of the god of war were in abundance, too. During his gaming days, he had anticipated that version updates would inflate potion prices, prompting him to invest billions of gold coins in bulk purchases. Little did he know that the price of teleportation potions would plummet from 500 to 300 gold coins each, and speed capsules would drop from 3,000 to 1,800, leading to a substantial loss as his stock languished in his hands. Reflecting on this now, he could only shed tears. What? 5,000 is not much? Is that even a reasonable statement? Kiba exclaimed, visibly agitated, as he repeatedly tapped his forehead in an attempt to regain composure. Is 5,000 truly considered abundant? Goodness, I haven't even begun to be serious. Elder brother, how many more treasures do you have concealed? Could you please disclose them so we might have a clearer understanding? With Kiba leading the inquiry, Yu Gao also chimed in. Mr. Lin, Kiba is right. As comrades of Team 8, we ought to be forthright with one another. This will enhance our cooperation during future missions. Upon noticing the avaricious glint in Yu Gao's eyes, Lin Tao felt a twinge of regret for his ostentatious claims. However, having spoken so boldly moments earlier, he found it impossible to retract his words and thus resolved to maintain his grandiosity. All right, to be candid, I am capable of concocting 11 types of potions: the elixir of magic, the elixir of life, the potion of mana, the potion of health, the teleportation potion, the elixir of the god of war, the blessing of the divine protection, the bodyguard armor potion, the heavenly healing elixir, and the toys from the mysterious world. Subsequently, Lin Tao elaborated on the effects of each potion to his companions. Yugo broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Had the recent assessment not prohibited the use of potions, she would undoubtedly have been bested by Lin Tao. Setting aside the other secret potions, the mysterious world toys, which could dispel all abnormal statuses, were particularly lethal against illusions. However, you must understand that the more powerful the potion, the rarer the materials required for their creation. Currently, it has become increasingly difficult to procure the ingredients necessary for my alchemy, thus these secret potions are indeed a dwindling resource. Lin Tao's words served as a small consolation for Yuhi Kurenai. After all, if such a potent elixir could be produced in abundance and widely utilized, the need for ninjas to cultivate their skills would vanish, rendering notions of talent and hard work mere farces. It was precisely due to Lin Tao's remarks that Kurenai suddenly comprehended why the third Hokage had assigned him to teammate, whose strengths lay in perception, search, and tracking, affording them a natural advantage in locating both people and objects. At that moment, the typically silent Shino stepped forward to address Lin Tao. Mr. Lin, may I inquire about the materials required for your potion? Do you have any samples? Oh, Shino, are you considering assisting me in the search? Indeed. Our Aburame clan regularly dispatches members across various nations in pursuit of new cultivable insects. Perhaps we may lend a hand. Very well. It is no secret that the essential ingredients for potion making include 3 components: breath of life, golden powder, and dragon's heart. However, I currently have only the breath of life available for your reference, as I have exhausted the other 2 materials. I see, these are unfamiliar substances. It is no wonder Mr. Lin's elixir has never before graced the land of fire, as the very ingredients do not exist here. Indeed. Thus the difficulty in acquiring them is exceedingly high. At this juncture, Lin Tao observed the earnest expressions on their faces and nearly succumbed to laughter. For not only was the difficulty high, but these materials did not exist in this world at all. Thus, even if they searched for 800 years, they would be unable to find them. By the way, Kurenai-sensei, what should we do next? The assessment has concluded. Well, let me see. Kurenai glanced at the position of the sun and remarked, "It is nearly noon. To celebrate your promotion to Jinin, how about I treat you all to a meal? Does anyone have a restaurant in mind?" "Yay. Really? Let's go for barbecue. The one in the village is exceptionally good." Kurenai nodded in agreement. "That sounds splendid. What about Hinata and Shino?" "I have no objections. It is up to you, Kurenai-sensei." "Me too." "Well, how about you, Mr. Lin?" "Anything is fine. I quite enjoy barbecue as well, and I happen to have a membership at that restaurant, which might afford us some discounts." "Great. Since we are all in agreement, let us head to the barbecue restaurant. Kurenai-sensei, I shall go ahead and wait for you there." With that, Lin Tao utilized a teleportation potion, and in a flash of golden light, he arrived at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Wow, he really teleported. Is that how the potion works? Kurenai was utterly bewildered by Lin Tao's actions, perceiving it as an utter waste of resources. Inuzuka Kiba displayed a knowing expression and said, "As expected of my brother. I anticipated he would do that." "Kurenai-sensei, shall we also use the potion to teleport? But isn't that potion quite precious?" "True, but my brother is quite generous. We can always ask him for 100 or so more another day, and I am sure he would oblige." Chapter 28, The Conflict at the Barbecue Restaurant. Mr. Lin, it has been such a long time. I have missed you dearly. We have introduced many new items at our restaurant recently. The waitress at the barbecue restaurant, upon seeing Lin Tao enter, greeted him with enthusiasm akin to that of a deity of fortune, her hands instinctively entwining with his arm. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lin Tao hastily withdrew his arm, mindful that this was the 8th Class S gathering, and he wished to avoid leaving a negative impression on his teammates. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the waiter, stating, well, I have invited someone to join me. They will arrive shortly. Furthermore, I am married, so... Ahem. The waiter, grasping the implication, displayed a knowing expression. I see. How many friends has Mr. Lin brought along? We will make arrangements for you. There are 5 of us in total, but it would be prudent to prepare a bit more. Should there be leftovers, I shall take them home for my dog. Also, please set aside a few bottles of fine wine, as one of my friends enjoys drinking. By the way, if any of them wish to settle the bill later, kindly inform them that I have already taken care of it, and the expense will be on my account. Understood, Mr. Lin. Rest assured. We will arrange everything clearly for you. Good. Now please attend to your duties. 20 minutes later, Shiri Hong arrived at the barbecue restaurant with Ya, Hinata, and Shino. Upon seeing the array of meats laid out before Lin Tao, beef ribs, tongue, neck, brisket, short ribs, pork belly, flank, snowflake beef, cuttlefish, and mackerel, each presented in double portions, they were taken aback. Mr. Lin, have you already ordered the dishes? Teacher Hong, why did you come so late? Come, sit down. No need to worry. This is our 8th class's first team building event, and I will cover the bill. Lin Tao perceptively noticed the flicker of concern in Shiri Hong's expression, and to alleviate any apprehensions during their meal, he preemptively informed them of his intention to treat. Upon hearing this, Shiri Hong visibly relaxed, yet remembering her role as the supervising teacher, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. With a smile, she replied, well, you truly have gone to great lengths, Mr. Lin. Next time, I must treat you. Oh, it's nothing. I heard that Teacher Hong enjoys wine, so I ordered a few good bottles for us to enjoy later. Thank you. After ensuring that Shiri Hong and the 3 younger ones were settled, Lin Tao ventured back to the front desk to order some desserts, cold platters, and vegetable salads specifically for Hinata and Shino, as he recalled their moderate affinity for meat but a distinct preference for these other dishes. What appeared to be a simple meal was, in fact, a complex web of social maneuvering. Lin Tao sought to win the hearts of his peers and solidify his position as the elder brother of the 8th class. Oh, is that not Boss Lin? What a surprise to encounter you here. Dining alone, are you? Would you like to join us at our table? A familiar voice called out. And Lin Tao turned to see that it was Mike Guy, accompanied by Li Rock, Niji, and Tintin. Ah, it's Teacher Guy. What a coincidence. However, I am here with my teammates, so unfortunately, I cannot join you. Teammates? Lin Tao pointed to the ninja headband tied around his waist and said, haha. How should I put it? I am currently a genin under the guidance of teacher Yuhi Kurenai. Oh, I see. But why did you suddenly choose to become a ninja? Is there a particular reason behind this decision? Lin Tao let out a soft sigh and replied, to be frank, I am compelled by circumstance. My wife has always wished for me to inherit the position of vice chief of the Inuzuka clan. However, that would entail dealing with a ceaseless stream of clan affairs daily. In contrast, the life of a ninja is considerably less burdensome. And I am spared the reproach of idleness at home. Haha, it seems Mr. Lin's post-marital life is not without its challenges, someone remarked. Well, it is manageable, he replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Tao returned to his seat and recounted his encounter with Team 3 to Yuhi Kurenai and the others. Just a few moments later, Mike Guy, accompanied by the students of Team 3, settled at the table adjacent to Lin Tao's. The respective instructors exchanged greetings and engaged in light conversation, maintaining a relatively harmonious atmosphere. However, at that moment, Hyuga Niji approached Hinata, hands tucked into his pockets, and said, Well, if it isn't Lady Hinata, I never expected you to breeze through your promotion to genin so effortlessly. It seems that being the heiress of the Hyuga clan has its privileges. With that, Niji cast a scornful glance at Yuhi Kurenai. Niji and Hinata, both members of the Hyuga clan, had undergone rigorous training against each other since childhood. Thus he was acutely aware of her abilities. Knowing that today marked the new genin certification examination, Niji found it remarkable that Hinata appeared so relaxed, without a single blemish upon her. He surmised that Kurenai must have afforded Hinata special treatment, perhaps even exempting her from the assessment altogether. As a branch family member, Niji had long been subjugated by the main family, nurturing a deep-seated resentment. Witnessing such blatant injustice only intensified his bitterness. Kurenai, sensing Niji's failed implications, felt a surge of displeasure. Yet, as an instructor, confronting a student directly would not only seem petty, but would also undermine her authority. Such matters among students must be resolved by the students themselves. Thus, Kurenai discreetly signaled to Hinata, urging her to muster the fortitude to counter Niji's taunts. However, Hinata remained silent, her gaze lowered. In response, Inuzuka Kiba, feeling anxious at her reticence, abruptly stood and pointed an accusing finger at Niji, exclaiming, What do you mean by that? Do you want to fight? Niji merely shook his head with a chuckle, retorting, You are far too weak to be my opponent. What did you say? Kiba shouted, while his older brother tried to intervene. Calm down, little brother. But brother, stay composed. Do not let a few words provoke you. Show some maturity. Lin Tao smoothly pulled Inuzuka back to his seat, then turned to Niji and remarked, Truly worthy of the Hyuga family's genius, you possess an extraordinary aura that surpasses others. However, if you continue to underestimate others with your antiquated perspective, you may find yourself at a disadvantage in the future. Huh? Such arrogance. Wait, Niji, we are here to dine, not to stir trouble. Mike Guy, who had remained silent, sensed the escalating tension and hurriedly intervened, not out of disapproval of Niji's assertiveness, but from concern that Niji might suffer, for Guy had once felt Lin Tao's formidable strength, which was certainly beyond Niji's capabilities. Reluctantly summoned, Niji returned to his seat, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the members of Team 8 exchanged glances, bewildered. After a moment, Lin Tao turned to Kurenai Yuhi and inquired, Teacher Kurenai, the village should soon hold the Chunin exams, correct? Well, let me think. It should be in a little over 4 months, Kurenai replied, though unsure of Lin Tao's intentions, yet glad to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Excellent. That gives us 4 months to train, Lin Tao continued. Wait, big brother, you aren't contemplating applying for this year's Chunin exams, are you? Indeed. I anticipate that Team 3 will certainly register for the Chunin exams, so I must not let this opportunity pass. If we cross paths, at this. Lin Tao clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Ha, foolish boy, daring to flaunt before me. I shall send you flying when the time comes. Chapter 29. One more can. One can each. Moments later, the proprietor approached Lin Tao with a bottle of champagne, his face adorned with a courteous smile as he said, Mr. Lin, here is the champagne you requested, a 20-year vintage. I have opened 4 bottles for you. Very well, pour it out. Lin Tao nodded naturally, as if he were merely instructing someone on a trivial matter. This scene instantly captivated everyone in the establishment, leaving not only Shiri Hong in astonishment, but even the nearby Might Gao was taken aback. It is worth noting that this bottle of champagne was priced at 1 million taels, while the annual income of these elite ninjas barely reached 10 million taels, which meant that this meal cost them half a year's salary. After pouring champagne for the group, the shopkeeper approached Lin Tao with small, measured steps, bowing slightly as he quietly inquired, "Mr. Lin, should I serve the exquisite sturgeon caviar now?" "Yes. Let it be served now," Lin Tao replied. "Certainly, Mr. Lin. Please hold on a moment." Moments later, the shopkeeper returned with a jar of lustrous, dark caviar, placing it before the group. Upon seeing it, Lin Tao's lips curved upwards as he raised his champagne glass and addressed the members of Teammate. "Let us indulge in the caviar first, for it is best paired with champagne. Today, I shall make an exception and allow you young ones to have a taste as well. Cheers." With Shiri Hong and Lin Tao leading the way, the three youngsters eagerly followed suit. However, at that moment, the shopkeeper unexpectedly produced a small electronic scale and placed it on the table, setting the caviar upon it. This action immediately caused Lin Tao to feel displeased. "What is this for?" he inquired. The shopkeeper smiled and explained, "Mr. Lin, we charge based on weight." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao furrowed his brow in discontent. "Is this some kind of jest? If the table next to us sees, they might think I cannot afford a proper meal." No, Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. We all receive the same portion." "What do you mean by the same? This meager amount is hardly sufficient for anyone. Bring me another can. Each person deserves their own." The shopkeeper, witnessing the scene, hurriedly bowed in apology. "I am terribly sorry, Mr. Lin. We shall rectify this immediately. Take it away. Remove the scales." "Do you think me a fool?" Subsequently, Lin Tao seized the fish roe from the table and began distributing it among the group. Once the meal concluded, Shi Yu Hong issued directives for the following day's mission, after which the 8th squad disbanded. On the way home, Inuzuka Kiba remained incensed over Niji's earlier arrogance and turned to Lin Tao, inquiring, "Brother, why did you not allow me to teach that Hyuga Niji a lesson back in the shop?" Lin Tao chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Inuzuka's hair and replied, "Brother, the Hyuga clan has been training in gentle fists since the age of 5, and their Byakugan naturally counters close combat. Even if you charged in just now, it might not have ended favorably for you. However, seeing their arrogant demeanor truly incites my anger. Perhaps that is the confidence that comes with being a genius. But what uses your anger? The truth is, you cannot defeat them at present. Therefore, you must diligently train over the next few months. And when the Chunin exams arrive, you can effectively temper their arrogance." "I understand, brother." Lin Tao, possessing an understanding of the Hyuga clan's traditions, harbored a certain sympathy for Niji. However, matters pertaining to their family were beyond the reach of others, and as the saying goes, one should not meddle in family affairs. Upon returning home, Lin Tao sank into the sofa, and upon seeing this, Inuzuka Hana promptly brought him a basin of warm water. "My dear, you must be exhausted from today's training. Why not soak your feet to relieve your fatigue?" she suggested. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Since their marriage, Hana had proven to be exceptionally diligent, preparing delectable meals each day and offering to massage Lin Tao's shoulders or wash his feet upon his return home. Initially, Lin Tao felt a bit bashful, but over time, he grew accustomed to it. Watching Hana's earnest and gentle expression as she washed his feet, Lin Tao could not help but reach out and caress her. "Hana, for some reason, I feel that when I am with you, my fatigue dissipates significantly." Hana smiled softly at his words. "Darling, it's still daytime. Let's wait a little longer. We can discuss it after dinner." "Oh, haha, that is not what I meant." "You misunderstood me," Lin Tao replied, slightly flustered. "Oh, I see. I thought you meant something else. By the way, today, Yui Kurenai conducted an assessment for us. I observed throughout, and overall, Kiba's performance was commendable. Even among a group of lower-ranked ninjas, he stood out as quite formidable. So, you need not worry. With me around, nothing will go awry." "Well then, what is Yui Kurenai's level of expertise?" Lin Tao rubbed his chin and, after pondering for 2.5 seconds, responded, "How should I put it? My skills are rather mediocre. Despite being a jonin, I perform as poorly as a member of the Umbu." "Huh, performing poorly like an Umbu, that sounds rather peculiar." He chuckled, "However, there is one commendable aspect about you, gal." "Oh, what aspect?" "Well, she wears a fishnet top, which is quite alluring, and her figure is simply outstanding. I quite admire that." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Hana furrowed her brow, her expression darkening as she pinched Lin Tao's calf. "Ouch, that hurts. Hana, what are you doing? Let go." Dear, what was it you just said? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Noticing Hannah's face was as gloomy as a rain cloud, Lin Tao hurriedly embraced her. Hannah, don't be upset. I was merely joking. How could I ever be attracted to a woman 8 years my senior? Besides, she is taken. I would never engage in such behavior. If you don't believe me, you can inquire. Oh? So, are you implying that if she were single, it would be a different story? No, I merely appreciate her fashion sense. In this world, I love only you. If you doubt my words, I swear to the heavens, should I speak falsely? Before he could finish, Inuzuka Hana quickly covered his mouth. All right, I understand. Why are you swearing? It's not like I don't trust you. Haha, I knew you were the most understanding. However, if you fancy that style, I could wear something similar for you next time. Oh, that would be splendid. The two were nestled together on the sofa, exchanging sweet nothings. Just as Lin Tao was about to deepen their conversation, a series of barks erupted from outside. Wait, it seems someone is here. I'll go check. Inuzuka Hana tidied her attire and stood up to head outside. Upon opening the door, she found a short-haired girl in white, with pale eyes, none other than Hinata Hyuga. Is this Lin Tao's residence? And you are? Hello, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I have come to see Mr. Lin. May I ask if he is home? I see. Please wait a moment. I will fetch him. Inuzuka Hana returned to Lin Tao, saying, Darling, it's that girl from the Hyuga clan. She is here specifically to see you. Oh, that's rather unusual. I'll go check. When Lin Tao appeared, Hinata's initially tense expression eased considerably. Oh, it's Hinata. What brings you here? Mr. Lin, my father wishes to invite you to our home as a guest. I'm not sure if it's convenient for you. Huh? Your father is inviting me? Hinata. You must tell me the truth. Did you mention something to him after returning home that led him to ask for me? I'm sorry, actually. It was after I returned home that my father inquired about today's training assessment. Upon learning of your exceptional alchemical skills, he expressed a desire to meet you. I see. Lin Tao was somewhat surprised. Having lived in Konoha for a few months, he had found the Hyuga clan to be quite aloof. Their members rarely interacted with others in the village, and when they did, it was often in a manner that suggested an inherent sense of superiority, ostensibly to protect the secrets of the Byakugan. Moreover, the elder Hyuga Hayashi certainly did not seem to possess a welcoming demeanor. Otherwise, Hinata would not have developed such a timid personality. The fact that someone like him sought him out could only mean one of two things, either for medicinal needs or to procure a prescription. Well, since your father has extended a sincere invitation, I shall accompany you. That is wonderful. Thank you. Upon hearing Lin Tao's affirmative response, a smile finally grazed Hinata's face. Oh, no need for thanks. If anything, I owe my gratitude to you. Lin Tao returned to his room to make slight adjustments to his attire. After exchanging a few words with Inuzuka Hana, he set off with Hinata towards the Hyuga clan's ancestral grounds. Throughout the journey, Hinata remained silent and appeared rather reserved, which caused discomfort for the loquacious Lin Tao. In an effort to alleviate the tension, he initiated a conversation. Hinata, during our meal today, that Niji from Team 3, he is also a member of your Hyuga family. Correct? I recall you mentioning that he is the one you aspire to defeat. Is that not so? Yes, he is my uncle's son, thus my cousin. When I was learning the gentle fist technique, he often assisted me in my training, she replied. Therefore, it stands to reason that you are considered family. However, judging by today's encounter, he seems to harbor some resentment towards you, speaking in a rather sarcastic tone. Yet you remained utterly silent, which worried us all, as outsiders. We felt it inappropriate to intervene. That is not true. Niji has always been very kind to me. It was only after an incident within the clan that he began to. Hinata's gaze faltered at this moment, as she felt a pang of guilt towards Niji. Having been able to remember the events surrounding Hyuga Hayashi's death, she had gleaned some understanding of the underlying tensions and held a sense of remorse in her heart towards Niji. As a time traveler well-versed in the intricacies of the plot, Lin Tao was undoubtedly aware of the circumstances surrounding the Hyuga clan. His inquiry, however, was primarily aimed at discerning Hinata's perspective. It was evident that Hinata possessed a fundamentally kind disposition, not taking the sacrifices of the branch family for granted. Hinata. I believe that as members of the Hyuga clan, it would be prudent for you to foster a harmonious relationship. Yet, from that boy's gaze towards you, it is apparent that he harbors a certain resentment, perhaps believing that your abilities do not warrant your current position. Hinata's heart stirred tumultuously upon hearing Lin Tao's words. He had struck a chord. The essence of Niji's discontent lay in his perception that Hinata's virtues did not align with her status. Even Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, felt that her perceived weakness brought shame upon the clan, particularly after Neji, as a member of the branch family, was heralded as a genius of the Hyuga lineage. Consequently, Hayashi's disappointment intensified, resulting in stricter discipline for Hinata. Thus, Hinata, if you wish to dispel Neji's prejudice against you, you must first earn his recognition. How do you propose to achieve this? After a moment of contemplation, Hinata replied, "Perhaps I should seek an opportunity for a heartfelt conversation with my brother Neji?" Lin Tao smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Your idea is commendable, but it is rather naive, for your current abilities are insufficient to effect any change. Thus, discussions of such methods must be postponed for the future. At this stage, the simplest and most effective way to earn his submission is through demonstration of strength. If you possess the capability to overpower him, he will inevitably yield to you, and your relationship may become more harmonious. But does this truly work? Of course it does. Allow me to share a tale from my youth. When I first started school, due to my father's close relationship with the principal, I was appointed class monitor right away. The teachers were particularly attentive to me. However, being young and unaware of the responsibilities that came with the position, I was rather mischievous and never considered doing anything for my classmates. Not only did I fail to assist them in their studies, but I often copied their homework. The activities organized by the school were a complete mess, leading to mockery from adjacent classes. At times, in a bid to assert my authority, I would turn class meetings into a monologue. Over time, my classmates deemed me an ineffective monitor, incapable of bringing honor to the class. Although they realized they could not replace me, they began to pay lip service while harboring resentment, often uttering hurtful remarks. Eventually, I had an epiphany and resolved to improve myself, dedicating my efforts to benefit the class and my peers. In the end, the class I led became a model for the school, garnering numerous accolades, and I earned the respect of my classmates. A class cannot thrive solely on the efforts of its members. Rather, it requires the monitor to lead from the front. Similarly, a family or a village operates on the same principle. Therefore, Hinata, if you genuinely wish to instigate change, strive to become stronger. Ascend to the position of clan leader through your own merit, and then contribute to your kin. In due course, you will naturally gain the recognition of all. Of course, these are lofty aspirations, and for now, we must focus on smaller goals, namely, becoming the strongest new generation within your clan, strong enough to overpower Neji. Hinata, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity. She understood the wisdom in Lin Tao's words, yet the prospect of defeating Neji to earn her father's approval seemed utterly fantastical, which rendered her expression increasingly grave. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tao suddenly became fervent and inquired of Hinata, "Hinata, do you possess confidence in this modest goal?" I will do my best." Lacking vigor. Your voice is too faint to hear. Speak up. I will do my best." Under the pressure exerted by Lin Tao, Hinata mustered all her strength to proclaim the words aloud. "Good. Such enthusiasm. I firmly believe you can achieve it. Ha 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 ha." As Lin Tao erupted into laughter, Hinata found herself smiling in response. Having endured a father who employed a repressive form of education, she felt a profound warmth in her heart upon receiving such praise and encouragement from others. Chapter 31. Golden Powder. The Hyuga clan differs markedly from the Inuzuka clan. The latter's residences are relatively free and dispersed, with nearly every household housing a yard for dogs. In contrast, the Hyuga clan's dwellings are constructed in a singular location, presenting a neat and compact appearance, surrounded by a formidable wall encircling the clan's territory. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tao teasingly remarked to Hinata, Your Hyuga clan truly excels in the art of secrecy, with rows of towering walls and grand courtyards. No wonder spies from enemy nations have failed to uncover the secrets of the Byakugan for so many years. By the way, I have also heard that in order to preserve the purity of the Byakugan bloodline, the clan predominantly engages in intra-clan marriages. Is that correct? Hinata shyly nodded. Yes. This is not only for the safety of our clan members, but also for the security of the village. So it is indeed the case. It must be quite arduous for you, as even matters of love are constrained by such regulations. It is a matter of necessity. In the world of Naruto, lineage is of paramount importance. Clans such as the Hyuga and Uchiha, as well as those with inherited secret techniques, predominantly practice intra-clan marriages. For an outsider to wed a Hyuga woman, there are but two paths, either through adoption or if the man possesses a significantly high social standing. Thus, had Naruto not been designated as the future Hokage in the years to come, it would have been quite challenging to gain the approval of Hinata's father, Hayashi. "Mr. Lin, we have arrived. This is the place." Hinata halted before a grand entrance and approached to knock on the door. After a moment, a woman dressed as a servant emerged from behind the door. "Welcome back, Miss Hinata," she greeted. "Yes, this is Mr. Lintao beside me." "Greetings, I am Lintao. May I inquire if you are the one seeking my services?" "Ah, it is Mr. Lin. Our master has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me." The woman responded with a polite bow and gestured for him to enter. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tao's lips curled slightly from the woman's demeanor. It was evident that Hinata Hizashi had a request, for such an attitude could not arise without reason. Thus, he refrained from being overly polite, stating, "Very well. Lead the way." After traversing the courtyard and corridor, they arrived at the main hall. Upon opening the door, Lin Tao discovered a middle-aged man clad in a dark green robe kneeling within. This individual was none other than Hinata Hizashi, who was seen grinding something in his hands, with a tea set arranged before him. Upon catching sight of Lin Tao, Hizashi greeted him with a smile and a wave. "Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." "Apologies for the intrusion," Lin Tao replied. Subsequently, Hizashi prepared a bowl of a peculiar tea and offered it to Lin Tao. "Mr. Lin, please." "Thank you." Although uncertain of the customs, Lin Tao respectfully accepted the tea bowl and began to taste it. To his surprise, a bitter flavor exploded in his mouth, accompanied by a tingling sensation on his tongue. "Oh no, could this old fellow be attempting to poison me?" Though this thought crossed his mind, Lin Tao valiantly swallowed the tea to avoid displaying any weakness. Noticing Lin Tao's reaction, Hizashi chuckled heartily. "Ah, Mr. Lin, this is a medicinal tea specially formulated by our Hinata clan. It not only strengthens the muscles and invigorates the blood, but also enhances the speed of chakra refinement. Admittedly, its taste leaves much to be desired, yet it is indeed beneficial for the body." "Haha, Mr. Hizashi, I am a straightforward person. You may speak candidly. Is your purpose in summoning me related to the secret medicine?" Upon hearing this, Hizashi's expression shifted from surprise to delight. "Excellent. Mr. Lin, your directness is truly refreshing. Let me be forthright. Yesterday, after Hinata returned home, she presented me with several small blue vials, claiming that consumption would restore chakra without the need for personal refinement. I was initially skeptical until Hinata recounted today's events to me. With a mindset of experimentation, I consumed the medicine you provided, and to my astonishment, it indeed worked wonders, restoring nearly 20% of my chakra instantaneously. Therefore, I wish to procure a batch, should you be willing." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao smirked, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. "Ah, so it is indeed because of this matter. Hee. To be honest, I haven't even taken it seriously. The potions I provided to Hinata were merely basic recovery elixirs. According to Mr. Hinata's earlier explanation, these basic potions can restore 20% of chakra, while the advanced ones should be capable of revitalizing someone who has completely exhausted their chakra back to full strength. Oh, there are even more potent elixirs? If I may inquire, please hold on a moment." Lin Tao rummaged through his system's backpack, quickly gathering potions of various levels and presenting them before Hinata Hizashi. Hinata Hizashi gazed in astonishment at the assorted blue vials before him. "Mr. Lin, do these potions all restore chakra?" "Indeed, and each type restores a different amount of chakra. The one I gave to Hinata is classified as an expert-level potion, capable of restoring 850 chakra points. The adept-level potion restores 1180 points. The master-level potion restores 2,300 points. The supreme level restores 3,000 points. The king level restores 3,500 points. And the highest, the legendary potion, restores 4,400 points." Hinata Hizashi burst into hearty laughter, applauding in admiration. "Mr. Lin, these secret potions are truly a boon in times of need. To be frank, although our Hyuga clan possesses the strongest Byakugan in the world, the chakra consumption after activating it is quite significant, often hindering prolonged combat. With these, But may I ask what the price for these potions is?" "The pricing is based on their restorative effects. The expert potion is 850 ri each. The adept potion is 1180 ri. The master potion is 2,300 ri, and so forth." Ah, Hinata Hizashi was taken aback by this pricing, feeling it remarkably inexpensive. As consumables among weaponry, explosion tags cost over 1,000 ri each. Yet the most expensive of these secret potions is merely a few thousand RY. My pricing is already quite reasonable. Is Mr. Hizashi unsatisfied? No. Mr. Lin's prices are exceedingly fair. I intend to order 2,000 expert potions, 2,000 Master Potions, and 5,000 Supreme Potions. Wait a moment, Mr. Hizashi. I currently only have a total of a little over 3,000 of these potions, and most of them are Master level, so I fear I cannot meet your demand. Oh, that's no issue. I've heard from Hinata that you are lacking the materials for potion making, but that is not a problem. We have what you need. Hinata Hizashi merely clapped his hands twice, and the door to the adjoining room swung open, revealing a staggering pile of golden powder. I understand you need gold powder for potion making. Take as much as you require. Lin Tao was left utterly bewildered by Hizashi's actions, momentarily at a loss for words. Is there something amiss, Mr. Lin? Well, Mr. Hizashi, allow me to verify this. Lin Tao approached, scooping up a small handful of the gold powder and attempting to store it in his system backpack. With a mere thought, the gold powder vanished from his hand. In the materials section of his backpack indicated an increase of 100 gold powder materials. It can truly be used as alchemical material. Panic washed over him. Oh no. My head feels itchy. It seems I might be gaining some intellect. Chapter 32. The First Mission, Goblin Extermination, Mr. Hizashi. This quality of gold powder can indeed be utilized for potion making, but the resulting concoction will not restore chakra. Rather, it will be a healing potion capable of restoring injuries. However, this single material is insufficient. Additional ingredients will be required. Hinata Hizashi's expression dimmed slightly. Is that so? It seems I was overly optimistic. Do not fret, Mr. Hizashi. Should I create blue potions in the future, I will inform you. Besides, I currently have a substantial stock of other potions. Feel free to peruse them. And I shall offer you a discount. Oh, really? I would certainly like to take a look. Ultimately, under Lin Tao's guidance, Hinata Hizashi purchased 3,000 bottles of health recovery potions, 3,000 bottles of magic recovery potions, 1,000 bottles each of superior strength elixirs, which increase strength by 100 points for 30 minutes, and superior intelligence elixirs, which increase intelligence by 100 points for 30 minutes, as well as 1,000 bottles each of superior life elixirs, which increase maximum health by 1,200 points for 30 minutes, and superior magic elixirs, which increase maximum magic by 900 points for 30 minutes, totaling an expenditure of 30 million RY. The transaction was completed without needless negotiation. As Lin Tao exited the Hyuga clan grounds, carrying a suitcase brimming with money, he could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. At last, I've cleared out these outdated low-level potions." There were many times I contemplated discarding them due to their occupying space in my backpack, but it seems they have finally served their purpose. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hizashi gazed at the room filled with potions, a grin spreading across his face as he emitted a sinister chuckle. Hinata was indeed correct. Look at that boy. He seems to genuinely lack the materials for potion making. Thus, the value of these potions must be far beyond 30 million ri. Hehe. The following day, Yugao brought Lin Tao, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, laid out a dozen mission requests on the table and addressed the group. Today, you will undertake your first mission as ninjas. As per tradition, genin are typically assigned the simplest D-rank tasks. However, your 8th squad is somewhat exceptional, so I've made an exception to allow you to choose your mission. These are requests that the village urgently needs to fulfill, including a few C-rank tasks that are of slightly higher difficulty. If you feel confident, you may attempt them. Wait, what is this situation? Under normal circumstances, as newly appointed genin, their squad would simply execute whatever missions were assigned by the higher-ups, without the privilege to choose. The fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen was allowing the 8th squad to select their tasks was largely due to Lin Tao's influence. In truth, after parting from Yugao the day before, she went directly to the Hokage's office to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen of the events that transpired during the examination. After their discussion, they both concluded that Lin Tao had indeed demonstrated strength on par with an elite chunin. With the addition of those mysterious potions, he could even be on the brink of J-Nin status. Thus, the 8th squad appeared to be composed of 1 J-Nin and 4 genin, but in reality, it was akin to 2 J-Nin guiding 3 genin. After glancing through the mission requests, Yugao beckoned Lin Tao and the others to come forward for a closer look. As they approached the table to review the contents of each request, they quickly noticed that the majority were trivial tasks such as item retrieval or cleanup, with a few C-rank missions involving escorting merchant caravans. Wait, what is this? Lin Tao's expression shifted to one of shock as he picked up a C-rank request, gravely addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage, this request pertains to the expulsion and extermination of a certain gray-green-skinned humanoid monster. Is there an illustration of what this creature looks like? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head upon hearing the words and said, "There are no images of the monsters, but according to local villagers, these creatures appeared over a month ago. They are short and grotesque, with fierce visages, hooked noses, bulging eyes, and pointed ears. They have been wreaking havoc on crops and slaughtering livestock in the village. Yet they seem to possess a timid nature and lack combat prowess. When the villagers band together to eradicate them, they retreat into the forest. However, they re-emerge at night to harass the village's livestock, and they even utilize human tools, which is quite troublesome, indeed." From his tone, it was evident that Hiruzen did not take these monsters seriously. Upon receiving this commission, his first thought was of his beloved disciple Orochimaru. For only Orochimaru would delve into such grotesque and uncanny creations. He surmised that these monsters must have escaped from one of Orochimaru's abandoned laboratories, which had been poorly maintained. Yet, Lin Tao held a different perspective. According to the description, these monsters bore a striking resemblance to the goblins of the Arad continent. If that were the case, then the implications were grave, as it would suggest that more than just goblins had infiltrated this world. Noticing Lin Tao's keen interest in the commission, Yuhi Kurenai proactively addressed Hiruzen. "Lord Third, on behalf of Team 8, I would like to request the execution of this mission. We are confident in our ability to eliminate these monsters." "Very well, then, this task is entrusted to you. Exercise caution along the way," Hiruzen replied. After leaving the Hokage's office, Inuzuka Kiba appeared exceptionally exhilarated. He had not anticipated that his first mission as a newly appointed Genin would be a C-rank task, particularly one involving combat against monsters, a splendid opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Hinata and Shino expressed some concern, but believed the situation was manageable, as the danger posed by these creatures seemed to be far lesser than that of lions or tigers, perhaps only equating to that of wild wolves. Only Lin Tao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and excitement, making it difficult to discern whether he was anxious or elated. Observing this, Kurenai inquired about his demeanor. Lin Tao chuckled softly and replied, "Kurenai-sensei, this mission is not as straightforward as it seems. If my suspicions are correct, we are dealing with a creature known as a goblin." "Goblin? Do you have knowledge of this, Mr. Lin?" "Indeed. It is said that long ago, there existed a race of elves who typically dwelled deep within the forests. Their appearance was similar to that of humans, yet they possessed extraordinary intelligence and beauty, along with pointed ears, and they wielded magic. They lived in seclusion until humanity's relentless territorial expansion led to their discovery. Initially, humans feared the elves' magic and signed a peace treaty with them. However, as time progressed, human greed festered, resulting in betrayal. They not only burned the homes of the elves, but also forced the female elves to bear children, seeking to create a stronger lineage. Yet, humans vastly underestimated the elves' might. Those coerced elves placed a curse on their unborn children, rendering them small, ugly, and mentally deficient, with an innate hostility toward humans. Thus, the goblins were born. Their pointed ears a hallmark of their elven ancestry. The group was left astounded by this revelation, which far exceeded their understanding. "But Mr. Lin, this sounds utterly implausible. Is there truly magic in elves in this world? It is merely a matter of nomenclature. To the ordinary person, ninjutsu is akin to magic. Just as before my arrival in Konoha, I never imagined there could be individuals born with Byakugan." Chapter 33. Exploding Gold Coins. Kurenai-sensei, I believe we should expedite our preparations, as goblins typically reproduce at a rapid rate. If they have been spotted within human territories, it indicates their numbers are substantial. Upon hearing this, Kurenai began to worry and address the group. "Mr. Lin has traveled extensively and is well-versed. I trust he speaks truthfully. Nevertheless, it seems prudent to enlist additional support, considering none of you possess practical combat experience. I am somewhat concerned for your safety." "I concur. Facing unknown dangers warrants a cautious approach." Shino and Hinata echoed their sentiments. Recognizing the thrill of such a task was perhaps too much for Team 8 at its inception. Kiba, however, remained silent, believing that regardless of the outcome, this presented a valuable opportunity for growth. "What do you propose we do, Mr. Lin? After all, you are the only one among us knowledgeable about these creatures and may have some insightful recommendations." Well, Lin Tao pondered for a brief moment before addressing them. "Typically, goblins possess low combat strength. As long as one is not timid, even an ordinary person wielding a wooden stick could defeat them. However, there may also be stronger variants among the goblin race, such as those capable of summoning lightning. An unprotected ordinary person could potentially suffer severe injury from a single strike." Upon hearing this, Kiba displayed a dismissive expression. "TCH, I thought they would be formidable. Is that all? Kiba, do not underestimate them before the battle. That is a grave mistake. Oh, Kurenai-sensei, do not worry. If we do encounter them, you need not intervene. Red and I can handle it quite well. But this. Lin Tao observed the inner turmoil of Shi Ri Hong and, seizing the moment, spoke again. However, goblins possess a penchant for collecting treasures. If we could locate their lair, we might uncover a plethora of unexpected rewards. Upon hearing this, Shi Ri Hong's expression shifted. Oh? Is that so? How does Mr. Lin know this? To be candid, he continued, several years ago, I vanquished an elite among the goblins and discovered over 50 gold coins on its person. Additionally, within its lair, I stumbled upon a treasure chest that yielded more than 300 gold coins upon opening. What? Inazuka exclaimed with palpable excitement. Brother, are you truly that wealthy? Could it be? Indeed, there are times when one encounters formidable foes. The most powerful goblin I have faced was a loquacious red-nosed creature named Go-Go, who claimed to be the king of goblins. Wielding a staff, he could summon thunder and cast healing spells, commanding a band of suicide bombers carrying explosives. His speed and strength were formidable, conservatively estimated to be on par with a high-ranking ninja, if not greater. How did you manage to escape from him? Escape? Lin Tao chuckled softly. In truth, I battled with him for an entire day and night, creating chaos and turmoil, though I came perilously close to death multiple times. I persevered, exhausting the last of my 300 potions. Ultimately, I succeeded in crushing him. Such intensity. Indeed, high risks accompany high rewards. After defeating the Goblin King Go-Go, I obtained a pink card from his remains, imbued with formidable power. Oh, a card possessing such immense power? What kind of treasure could it possibly be? The group, akin to eager children captivated by a tale, listened intently as Lin Tao recounted his story. Lin Tao flashed a charming smile and continued, as for the specifics, I cannot say. However, I did sell that card for over 4 million gold coins to a merchant. 4 million gold coins can be exchanged for 4 billion currency units of the Fire Nation. Such a sum could sustain a lifetime of consumption. Upon hearing this figure, the group, including Tsunade, was momentarily petrified. Thus, we could regard our current mission as a treasure hunt. With a stroke of luck, we may acquire significant riches. But if too many individuals participate, Tsunade, regaining her composure, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, Mr. Lin, that is an odd sentiment. While treasures are inconsequential, I believe our 8th squad should enhance our independent operational capabilities. Relying on external aid would hinder our own development. What does everyone think? The 3 young ones quickly chimed in. Indeed, Teacher Tsunade is absolutely right. I concur. Relying on ourselves is not a bad course. Very well, let us set forth immediately. The mission's location lies in the northern forests of the Fire Nation, and merely reaching it will take several days. Onward. Days later, the 8th squad arrived at the mission site, where the village lay in ruins, with devastated farmlands and homes. Tsunade, following the clues, located the task's client, a hunchbacked, weary old man with white hair, who happened to be the village chief. Upon seeing the 8th squad arrive to fulfill their mission, the chief appeared to see them as a lifeline, warmly welcoming them into his abode and swiftly preparing tea. Tsunade, noticing his hospitality, urged him not to be so formal and began to inquire about the village's current plight. The chief sighed deeply and explained. You must have seen the details of the commission. Those green humanoid monsters in the forest frequently harass our village. Initially, I could rally the villagers to drive them away. But their numbers have swelled. Every night, they swarm into the village, wreaking havoc. Some even hurl fireballs, setting several houses ablaze. At times, we hear the bellowing of bulls deep within the forest. Some say we have angered the gods. Otherwise, why would their numbers increase so drastically? Now, those who could flee have done so, leaving behind only over 50 elderly who cannot escape. Alas, I never imagined our village would meet its demise under my watch, yet I have never committed any wrongdoing. As the chief spoke, tears streamed down his face, revealing his profound sense of injustice, likely stemming from misunderstandings by the villagers. Tsunade, sensing the complexity of the situation, exchanged a glance with Lin Tao, who, in turn, comforted the chief, saying, Do not blame yourself, chief. Those creatures are merely goblins, not deities. As for the bellowing, that is simply another type of creature resembling a bull-headed figure. I have encountered them before. Upon hearing this, the chief ceased his weeping, and his expression relaxed considerably. But their numbers are overwhelming, at least several hundred. With just a few of you. Oh, several hundred monsters, you say? Indeed. Thus, without thorough preparation. It might be, haha. Oh, Chief, fret not. Since we are here, we shall undoubtedly eradicate them all. We can collect a few goblin hand bones to bring back. You can use them as a scratching tool. Ah? The chief scratched his head in confusion, doubting his understanding. Meanwhile, the members of the 8th Squad exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles at the prospect of hunting down hundreds of goblins. Chapter 34. The Bull-Headed Beast. After a brief discussion with the chief, the 8th Squad ventured into the forest. Due to the goblins' presence, many trees bore signs of destruction, and occasionally they stumbled upon the carcasses of animals that had been gnawed upon. Ah, the stench of decay is unbearable. Remain vigilant. They could emerge from anywhere. This place is quite eerie. Hinata, could you use your Byakugan to observe the surroundings? Of course, Hinata replied, activating her Byakugan to scan for life forms. Moments later, she pointed in a direction and announced, I found one. About 500 meters away, there is a humanoid creature, approximately 1 meter tall, wielding what appears to be a stick-like weapon. It should be the goblin we seek. Then I shall take the lead. Akamaru, let's go. With that, Inuzuka Akiba activated his four-legged technique and charged alongside Akamaru towards the direction Hinata indicated. Upon realizing the situation, Lin Tao, Shiri Hong, Hinata, and Shino hastily followed suit. When they arrived, they discovered you seated atop a tree stump, brandishing the lifeless body of a slain goblin. Hey, you all took your sweet time. I've been waiting for several minutes, you proclaimed with an air of triumph, discarding the goblin's corpse onto the ground. Shiri Hong approached with curiosity, exclaiming, Ah, so this is what a goblin looks like. Truly, it is as hideous as the legends depict. However, those sharp fangs are indeed quite intimidating. Yes, I was startled when I first laid eyes on this creature, but I never anticipated it would be so feeble. I dispatched it with but a single strike. By the way, brother, do such monsters truly possess gold coins? I haven't seen a single one. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao furrowed his brow slightly and regarded you with an expression akin to that of a bewildered observer. Brother, he remarked, if every goblin possessed gold coins, then the coins would lose their value. I have already stated that typically only the elite among goblins carry such treasures. Alas, searching for them one by one is dreadfully inefficient. It would be far more prudent to employ certain methods to lure them out instead. What are your thoughts, Teacher Hong? Shiri Hong nodded in agreement and said, given that even you can dispatch them with a single strike, it is evident that these goblins are rather feeble. Therefore, I believe we can manage to draw them out collectively. What? Are you implying that I am weak? That is rather hurtful. Inuzuka crossed his arms and pouted, expressing his discontent. Upon hearing this, Shiri Hong covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Oh dear. That was not the intention of the teacher. Haha. Well then, let us create some commotion. To ensure a more effective outcome, let us utilize the explosive talismans. Alright. With a resounding explosion, clouds of dust billowed through the forest. As anticipated by the group, mere minutes after the talismans were detonated, over 30 goblins approached them in a frenzied swarm. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Tao noticed the absence of any lords or elite monsters. He turned to Zira Hong and said, Teacher Hong, upon my observation, these are merely low-level goblins. Therefore, there is no need for you to intervene. We shall handle this. With that, Lin Tao swiftly darted in front of a goblin, and its data panel materialized in his mind. Goblins, level 3, health, 50, defense reduction rate, 0, tisk, TSK. Indeed a pitiful creature. Lin Tao directly grasped the goblin's neck with his hand and lifted it up. With a slight exertion of his fingers, he twisted and snapped the goblin's neck, then casually flung the corpse several meters away. Seeing this, Inuzuka Kiba was not one to fall behind. He activated his beast clone technique, Fong through Fong, unleashing a frenzy of carnage. The remaining goblins, realizing they were up against formidable foes, attempted to flee deeper into the forest, only to be obstructed by Shino's swarm of insects, ultimately becoming fodder for the ravenous creatures. Hey, everyone, come over here and take a look at this. Shino exclaimed as he collected the insects and stumbled upon a gray bag the size of a chicken egg, lying beside the goblin's corpse. Uncertain of its contents, he called out to the others. The group quickly gathered around, and upon a mere glance, Lin Tao discerned its nature, breaking into a grin as he patted Shino on the shoulder. Ah, you're quite fortunate, Shino. Quickly, open it and count how many gold coins are inside. Responding to his words, Shino picked up the bag and opened it, revealing a glimmering array of gold coins. 1, 2, 3, 35, 36. Wow. There are so many coins in here. Wow, with this much money, we could buy hundreds of bowls of ramen. Red teacher, does this count as our 8th class's loot? Or, naturally, Yui Kurenai recognized the implication of the question and addressed the group. This certainly belongs to the 8th class's spoils. Here is the plan. I will temporarily keep these coins, and after the mission concludes, I will distribute them based on each person's performance. Higi, that sounds wonderful. The 3 young ones instantly displayed expressions of joy, for this meant that any loot they acquired would not need to be surrendered to Konoha. Just then, a sudden, thunderous bellow echoed from a distance. The group turned to see an enormous bull-headed creature, towering at approximately 5 or 6 meters, charging towards them. Its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble. What is that? It's enormous. The monstrous form prompted Yui Kurenai to instinctively take a few steps back. Lin Tao began to read the monster's information. Minotaur, level 5, health 500, damage reduction rate 3. You wretched creatures. Making such a ruckus in my forest and killing so many of my subordinates is unforgivable. Upon hearing these words, everyone was astonished. For it was the Minotaur itself who spoke. At that moment, the Minotaur raised its massive fists and struck towards the nearest Inuzuka. Although he rolled to evade the direct attack, he was still knocked to the ground by the shockwave generated from the blow. How dangerous. If I were hit by such an attack. Observing the large crater left by the monster's strike, he felt a sense of foreboding and attempted to distance himself. However, just as he got back on his feet, the Minotaur unleashed another ferocious roar, instantly sending Ya into a brief state of dizziness. Seizing the opportunity, the Minotaur raised its fists once more to strike at Inuzuka. Seeing this, Yui Kurenai drew her kunai and launched an attack. But the kunai failed to impede the monster's movements, only serving to incite its fury further. In that moment of peril, a white shield of light manifested around Inuzuka, blocking the Minotaur's assault. Relax a bit, Kurenai-sensei. As long as I'm here, no one will be harmed. Chapter 35, Thunderous Kinohe. Big brother, if you have a shield, you should use it sooner. You gave me quite a scare. Once the dizziness faded, Inuzuka distanced himself from the Minotaur and began to complain. I just wanted to see how you would react, haha. However, this monster is not only large in size, but also possesses significantly greater strength, vitality, and defense compared to goblins. I suggest you employ a more destructive skill. Ah, I understand now, big brother. Leave it to me. Inuzuka assumed a combat stance, lowering his body. Hinata, observing the situation, asked with concern, should we not go help? Rest assured. Such a creature cannot breach my shield. This means you can make countless mistakes. Consider it a training exercise. Is that acceptable, Kurenai-sensei? Hearing this, Yui Kurenai shrugged with resignation. Since Mr. Lin believes there is no danger, I have no objections. However, I hope that next time we encounter a new monster, you will provide us with its information in advance. Otherwise, just judging by its size, I would have thought we were facing a formidable foe. I apologize for the trouble, Kurenai-sensei. Ninjutsu. Beast clone. Tooth of Ya. Inuzuka and Akamaru transformed into 2 spiraling whirlwinds and charged at the Minotaur. Their powerful impact sent the Minotaur flying several meters, raising a cloud of dust. Inuzuka struck a relaxed pose with his hands on his hips and remarked, "Humph. Is that all? I thought it would be more ferocious. Wait, celebrating prematurely is not a good habit. That monster is not dead yet." As soon as Lin Tao's voice faded, the colossal bull-headed beast re-emerged from the swirling dust. What is happening? This creature. It withstood my most powerful attack. How did you know it still lives? Isn't it rather commonplace? Haven't you heard of the principle of smoke? No injury? In truth, Lin Tao possessed the ability to analyze monster data, and after enduring a strike from Inuzuka, the bull-headed beast still had over 200 health points remaining. Hence it was far from death. What nonsense about the principle of smoke. No injury. I refuse to believe it can withstand another blow from me. As Inuzuka prepared to strike again, he was abruptly interrupted by the bull-headed beast's roar, and suddenly a mound of earth erupted from the ground, with a goblin crawling out from it moments later. Lin Tao was taken aback. What? I inadvertently triggered the Minotaur's half-health mechanism. Summon goblins. Brother, what are you talking about? Half-health mechanism. What is that? This creature is akin to a minor lord, and when a monster of lordly caliber has its health reduced to below half, it unleashes a special ability, which, in the case of the Minotaur, involves summoning goblins at intervals. I see now. It appears that brother has encountered this before. No wonder he is so knowledgeable. Lin Tao offered no response, merely smiling and nodding, while inwardly contemplating the predicament he found himself in. In the past, dispatching these monsters had been a seamless affair, devoid of any triggering mechanisms. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, the situation would drag on interminably. Okay, big brother. Due to the protective shield, Inuzuka Kiba boldly absorbed the monster's assault and unleashed his technique, Fong over Fong. Upon vanquishing the Minotaur, it dropped a pouch containing over 120 gold coins. Well, this is quite satisfactory. Let us maintain this momentum and forge ahead. After a brief respite, the group delved deeper, exterminating numerous goblins and minotaurs along the way. Just as their spirits soared, an unexpected bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Haruno Sakura on the head. The sudden lightning attack left her momentarily dazed, singeing 2 strands of her hair and half an eyebrow. Ah, my hair. What just happened? Why is there lightning on such a clear day? Recovering from her shock, Sakura exclaimed, her expression darkening. Sensei, do you recall when I mentioned that there are mutated varieties among goblins? There exists a silver-hued variant wielding a curved blade, capable of summoning lightning. If my deductions are accurate, we must have encroached upon its territory. Those wretched goblins. What is their combat prowess? Though their defenses are feeble, their diverse attacking methods render them slightly stronger than the Minotaurs. I understand. Hinata, use your Byakugan to scout the surroundings and determine if any of the creatures described by Mr. Lin are nearby. Understood. Hinata responded promptly, activating her Byakugan to commence her search. Found one. A goblin wielding a curved blade is located a kilometer away, staring in our direction, accompanied by a dozen other goblins seemingly guarding it. Upon hearing this, Sakura's forehead pulsed with veins as she grinned wickedly. Everyone, this creature is exceedingly dangerous. I will clear the path for you. Follow closely behind. With that, she dashed toward the goblin's lair, leaving Lin Tao and the 3 younger ones exchanging worried glances. Is Red Sensei really okay? She seems quite furious. Isn't that obvious? If your eyebrows were singed, you would be anxious too. We should hurry after her. Who knows what other monsters might appear? I think letting Red Sensei vent her frustrations is quite beneficial. The group ambled along, engaging in light conversation. Moments later, in the direction Sakura had taken, numerous bolts of lightning struck down, followed by the explosive sounds of detonating tags, indicating that a battle had commenced. Upon arriving at the scene, they beheld a multitude of goblin corpses, with Sakura using kunai to skin the white goblin. Spotting her comrade's arrival, she offered an awkward smile. Don't misunderstand. I discovered that this goblin's hide is immune to most lightning damage. I was contemplating whether I could use it for armor materials. You all should assist in cleaning the battlefield. Understood, Lin Tao replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, astonished by this unexpected side of the usually gentle Sakura. The group began to scour the area for valuables when, unexpectedly, Hinata stepped into a puddle, splattering a purple liquid onto her calf. The pain elicited a scream from Hinata, causing her to collapse. Hinata, what happened? Lin Tao rushed to her side, carrying her to safety and inspecting her injury, which revealed a palm-sized wound on her calf. Hold on, I will attend to your wound immediately. In Lin Tao's hands, a sphere of light coalesced, bestowing upon Hinata the gifts of purification and swift healing. In an instant, she was restored to her former self, as if she had never endured any injury. Thank you, Mr. Lin. At that moment, others gathered to assess the situation, and upon confirming Hinata's well-being, a few of them approached the puddle that Hinata had inadvertently stepped into moments ago. Lin Tao bent down to inspect the pit, only to discover it was filled with a viscous purple liquid that not only bubbled incessantly, but also emitted a foul odor. If my conjecture is accurate, this must be the venom of the toxic Cat King. Indeed, the team from Class 8 was on the verge of entering a new territory, the venomous Thunder Ruins. Chapter 36, The Purple Shadow Claw of the Toxic Cat King. Lin Tao recounted the information regarding the Cat Demon and the Poison Cat King to the gathered crowd, extracting several gleaming toys from his backpack that could dispel all abnormal statuses and distributing them among the group. It was imperative for everyone to exercise caution. The Cat Demon was considerably swifter than goblins and minotaurs. Once it sank its fangs into a victim, it would become increasingly frenzied, accelerating its speed and amplifying its attack power. Moreover, when the Poison Cat King came under assault, it would emit toxic gas in all directions, necessitating the avoidance of close combat. In response, Inuzuka Kiba furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Both Hinata and I specialize in close-quarters combat. This places us at a distinct disadvantage. While that may be the case in theory, I assure you that with my presence, we shall encounter no significant issues. I merely wish to caution everyone that some risks should be evaded. After all, just because one does not perish does not imply that one will not experience pain. At this juncture, Shino adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. Then allow me to take on the battle. Perhaps I can cultivate insects that possess resistance to toxins. Very well. We shall rely on you, Shino. No problem at all. Although Lin Tao appeared somewhat stern on the surface, he remained composed within, for with his formidable strength, he could easily dispatch even the most lowly of monsters, let alone an apostle. However, in order to provide his comrades in Class 8 with better opportunities for growth, he refrained from intervening unless absolutely necessary. Similarly, Shi Yuhong shared this sentiment. Having assessed the situation during her skirmish with Raikino, she concluded that the monsters they faced were easily manageable by even a genin, especially with her presence as a Nin to provide support should a crisis arise. As the group ventured deeper, they encountered 3 cat demons, each as large as a leopard, equipped with sharp claws and capable of moving at speeds exceeding that of goblins. To add to the terror, they bore faces that were a grotesque amalgamation of human and feline features. Their sudden appearance sent shivers down the spines of the group, even causing the seasoned Shi Yuhong to furrow her brow, while Hinata cowered behind Lin Tao, trembling in fear. What manner of ghastly creatures are these? Upon noticing the group, the cat demons bared their teeth and swiftly approached, emitting low, guttural growls. Leave this to me. Secret technique, infestation, Shino declared, spreading his arms wide as a swarm of black insects erupted from his sleeves, surging towards the 3 cat demons. The cat demons stood no chance against the onslaught of insects, collapsing to the ground within mere seconds. Observing the aftermath, Shino retracted the insects and crouched beside the fallen creatures, intent on examining these peculiar beings up close. Suddenly, a white cat demon leaped from the brush, its claws poised to strike directly at Shino. With a confident smirk, Shino evaded the attack and retaliated with an elbow strike that sent the cat demon flying. Always remain vigilant. This is the essence of being a ninja, he admonished. However, the white cat demon, far from defeated, transformed its expression into one of more intense rage. It let out a chilling scream and, standing upright like a human, assumed a bizarre posture. A cold shiver ran down Shino's spine as he commanded the insects to attack once more. Only to be met with an unexpected turn of events, the 3 seemingly lifeless cat demons rose again, launching their assault. What? Shino gasped in astonishment. But there was no time for defense. Fortunately, Lin Tao reacted swiftly, enveloping him in a protective barrier of holy light, while Shi Yuhong dispatched several shuriken to eliminate the revived cat demons. After the battle concluded, Shi Yuhong sighed softly and remarked to Shino, "You were careless, Shino. Had we not intervened in time, you would have been in grave danger. I'm sorry. I never anticipated that cat demon would cast healing magic on its kin," Shino replied, somewhat chastened. Nevertheless, it is beneficial to accumulate more combat experience. The group pressed on, dispatching wave after wave of cat demons until they finally laid eyes upon the legendary Poison Cat King. It loomed larger than the ordinary cat demons, its entire body cloaked in purple fur, with 4 paws that appeared even more robust and menacing, its eyes glowing green and venom dripping from its maw. Well, it certainly looks formidable, Shino mused. Since it has appeared, let it serve as fodder for my insects. He raised his hand, releasing a swarm of insects to assail the Poison Cat King. Learning from past experiences, he held nothing back this time, commanding every insect to cover the Poison Cat King entirely, intending to devour it completely. Enraged by the assault, the Poison Cat King let out a thunderous roar, its fur darkening as it charged at Shino through the throng of insects. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lin Tao promptly cautioned Shino, "Be wary. Distance yourself from it. It is about to unleash its venom." Realizing the imminent danger, Shino swiftly maneuvered away, creating a safe distance. In the next moment, the Toxic Cat King expelled a cloud of purple toxic mist, which rapidly disseminated in all directions. Unfortunately, Shino's insects, having not been retracted in time, were adversely affected by the poisonous gas, falling en masse to the ground. Observing the incapacitation of Shino's insects, Inuzuka Kiba rolled up his sleeves and inquired if assistance was needed. Shino shook his head in refusal and unsheathed a kunai, engaging the Toxic Cat King in close combat. Is this truly wise for Shino, considering his lack of proficiency in melee? Kiba pondered aloud. In response to his concern, Yugao explained, Shino merely needs to buy time. His insects are not dead, but are developing antibodies to adapt to the monster's toxins. Look closely at those insects on the ground. Some are already regaining mobility. Ah, so it is indeed the specially cultivated insects of the Oil Woman clan. One cannot underestimate them. As Yugao had predicted, mere minutes later, the insects that had built immunity to the toxins began to ascend the toxic Cat King's body once more. This time, they gnawed through the flesh and burrowed inside, voraciously consuming its insides. After a brief interval, the toxic Cat King's internal organs were devoured, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, a burst of pink light erupted from the corpse, startling Shino and the others, who instinctively recoiled. What is this? A self-detonation? I never anticipated this creature had such a trick up its sleeve. Only Lin Tao understood the phenomenon, his face alight with excitement as he approached to investigate. Incredible! It is the Lord's artifact, the Purple Shadow Claw of the Toxic Cat King. Purple Shadow Claw of the Toxic Cat King. Artifact, usable at level 10 and above. Physical and magical attack power 198, independent attack power 109, strength 14, intelligence 8, dark attribute attack, physical critical hit rate 7, skill damage 11. With a 7 chance to inflict poison status on enemies for 7 seconds upon attack. The others gathered around, their mouths agape as they beheld the glowing claw on the ground. Mr. Lin, could this be the legendary treasure? They mused, sensing the potent power it exuded. As it was Yugao's first encounter with equipment from the continent of Arad, she hesitated to handle it recklessly. Thus, Lin Tao proceeded to elucidate the details of the Purple Shadow Claw of the Toxic Cat King for them. The group listened, astonished, their disbelief at the authenticity of Lin Tao's words dissipating. Such a formidable weapon exists in the world, capable not only of enhancing the wielder's strength but also of inflicting poison with each strike. This could indeed be classified as an artifact-level weapon. Lin Tao smiled faintly and addressed Teacher Hong, saying, "There is no need for doubt. This is indeed a weapon of divine caliber. As I mentioned before, although I am unaware of the origins of these monsters, they often conceal treasures within their forms. Aside from gold coins, the most precious items are those that can significantly enhance one's equipment. It is worth noting that equipment is categorized by tiers, ranging from the lowest to the highest, ordinary, advanced, rare, divine, legendary, and epic. The tier of the equipment can be discerned by its color. Ordinary equipment is white, advanced is blue, rare is purple, divine is pink, legendary is orange, and epic is yellow. Additionally, there are 2 superior tiers, namely mythic and primordial, which are said to be accessible only to those who have gained the favor of the deities. Ordinary individuals would never come into contact with them in their lifetime. This information was entirely new to me. How could Mr. Lin possess such extensive knowledge? Could it be that? Teacher Hong, do not overthink it. My understanding stems from a serendipitous encounter several years ago when I came across a book entitled The Encyclopedia of Arad, which contains all the information regarding these matters. Furthermore, epic-level equipment often comes with formidable abilities if one can gather 3 or more items of the same category. Even a low-ranking ninja can wield the power of a higher-ranking one. Upon hearing this, Shiri Hong's expression brightened with excitement as she inquired, "Is that true? Mr. Lin, where is this book now? It would be an invaluable asset to the ninja realm, and you could achieve fame through it." As Lin Tao observed the distressed demeanor of Shiri Hong, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. If this situation persisted, he could very well become a victim of exploitation. Thus, he promptly donned an expression of feigned difficulty and remarked, "Alas, Teacher Hong, it is quite unfortunate that the book in question was sold by me several years ago." "What? Such a precious item, and you sold it?" she exclaimed incredulously. "Indeed. There was no alternative. I sold that book for 5 gold coins to make ends meet," he replied. "What? 5 gold coins?" Shiri Hong repeatedly struck her forehead, attempting to maintain her composure, yet those 5 coins lingered stubbornly in her thoughts. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure and exhaled a long, heavy sigh. "Well, that is truly regrettable. However, since the Purple Shadow Claw of the Poison Cat King is a divine artifact, I believe it should be returned to the village for the 3rd Hokage's custody. What does everyone think?" "Wait, Teacher Hong," one intervened. "While you may take this divine artifact, you cannot hand it over to the 3rd Hokage, as it will bond with the first person to touch it, essentially recognizing them as its master." Upon hearing this, although Shiri Hong feigned disappointment, a flicker of joy ignited within her, for she understood that many high-ranking officials in Konoha were narrow-minded. If she were to secretly keep the artifact, it would undoubtedly invite criticism, but if it were deemed untransferable due to its nature, no one would raise an eyebrow. Ahem. Given this situation, how should we proceed with the artifact? Teacher Hong, my techniques primarily revolve around mid-range support and healing. But it is evident that this weapon is suited for close combat. Another voiced in agreement. The current predicament was clear. It boiled down to a choice between Inuzuka Kiba and Hyuga Hinata, as both were melee fighters. Though Kiba often presented himself as carefree, he possessed a knightly spirit, and, upon Shi Hong's gaze falling upon them, he stepped forward, stating, "Among our 8th squad, Hinata has the least self-defense capability. So she is in greater need of this weapon." Shi Hong smiled with appreciation at his words. "Very well. In that case, Hinata, this artifact shall belong to you." Yet Hinata hesitated before the ominous-looking purple shadow claw, eventually retracting her hand after a few moments of internal conflict. I can't. It's too frightening. Wearing it would give me nightmares. How could such a magnificent claw induce nightmares? Moreover, it would significantly enhance your abilities. Consider it carefully. After all, divine artifacts are rare treasures. Hinata took a few more steps back, shaking her head. "I think Kiba would be the most suitable for it." Kiba shrugged helplessly. "It seems Hinata is not yet ready to accept such a fearsome weapon. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony." The moment Kiba's hand made contact with the purple shadow claw, the equipment's information flooded into his mind, and the claw fused with his palm, allowing him to manifest or conceal it at will. "Wow, I feel twice as powerful," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Just a moment, I must test this out." Feeling invigorated, Kiba immediately unleashed a technique against a tree as thick as a barrel, executing a rapid spinning strike that cleaved it in half. The sheer destructive force astonished Shi Hong, while Hinata furrowed her brow, for she knew that even with her 8 trigrams gentle fist, it would take her 100 strikes to break such a thick tree, yet Kiba had obliterated it in one blow. This clearly demonstrated the significant enhancement to his strength bestowed by the divine artifact. Lin Tao, upon witnessing the scene, applauded and remarked, "Well done, Kiba. At present, among the genin of your cohort, your destructive power appears to be unparalleled." Kiba Inuzuka, hearing this, smirked slightly, crossing his arms and tilting his head back, replied, "Hee, indeed. Absolutely. You, my friend, if I mention your heft, you seem to struggle for breath. Could you not show a modicum of humility? Come now, brother. Let us not dwell on such trifles. Ha ha." Kurenai Yuhi felt immense joy upon witnessing Kiba's growth, for the prowess of her students reflected her own capabilities as their teacher. As the instructor of Team 8, her esteem within the village of Konoha would surely ascend. "By the way, Kurenai-sensei, we have thoroughly cleared the forest within a 10-kilometer radius. There should be no more monsters here. According to the terms of our mission, our designated area has been addressed. Shall we proceed directly back, or..." Well, although the mission has been fulfilled, it is possible that other creatures lurk in the forest ahead. To ensure the safety and tranquility of the nearby villagers, I believe we should expand our search to leave no beast unscathed. It would also serve as a valuable training opportunity for us. What are your thoughts? Kurenai's response was somewhat hesitant, clearly reluctant to conclude their venture, as they had already amassed over 1,000 gold coins from the monsters they had vanquished, a sum that far exceeded the mission's reward. Thus, she contemplated delving deeper into the investigation. Kurenai-sensei, your expression unmistakably suggests a desire to continue accumulating gold, even as you speak with such noble intent. Cough, cough. What does it matter? This is all for your rapid growth, devoid of any selfish motives. It is thus decided. It is midday, and we shall have a bite to eat and take a brief respite before advancing further this afternoon. Understood. Chapter 38. Frost Crag after a period of rest. The group pressed onward along the woodland path. The occasional remains of birds and beasts attested to the presence of many monsters still lurking in the forest. Yet this only fueled their excitement. After more than half an hour, they arrived at a fork in the road. The path to the left was strewn with charred ashes, while the route to the right was coated in a layer of frost. Such a peculiar sight immediately heightened Kurenai's alertness. She raised her hand to halt the group, casting her gaze toward Lin Tao in search of an explanation. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tao placed a hand upon his forehead and let out a cold chuckle. It appears that, for some reason, the monsters of the Forest of Glen have gathered here in mass. Teacher Hong, it seems fortune smiles upon us today, as we are about to encounter the witch. What? A witch? Is it true that the witch clan exists? I had thought it merely a legend. Indeed, they do exist. What lies before us is their handiwork. According to the texts, there exists a pair of sisters who wield magic, both extraordinarily beautiful. The elder sister is named Flame Benoshu. a master of fire magic, while the younger is Frost Claw, who commands ice magic. They possess not only human intellect but also command the goblins, minotaurs, and cat demons of the forest. Many adventurers have banded together to confront them, yet none have returned. One wields fire, the other ice. They sound like formidable opponents. Would you say the sister who commands ice is more formidable? No, in truth, the elder sister is considerably stronger. Claw typically resorts to close range and ice spear attacks, while Benoshu can unleash fireballs, fly, summon meteorites, and conjure goblin suicide squads. If the toxic cat king we encountered earlier had a difficulty level of 9, then Benoshu's level would be around 13. I see. After pondering for a moment, Sunset Hong addressed the group. To enhance our efficiency, we shall split into 2 teams for exploration. I, along with you and Shino, will take the left path, while Mr. Lin and Hinata will venture to the right. Our objective is to eliminate all encountered monsters, and should danger arise, promptly fire a signal flare. The group readily agreed, having experienced previous battles and understood the general level of the monsters. Thus, they did not regard the level 10 monsters with any trepidation, even feeling that the monsters were rather sparse, not providing adequate opportunity for honing their skills. Splitting into 2 teams seemed more beneficial. Sunset Hong's reasoning for this arrangement stemmed from her understanding of Lin Tao's capabilities, which were nearly invincible under safe conditions. However, having 2 companions could complicate matters. Since Claw's attack methods were suited for close-quarters combat, she paired Lin Tao with Hinata to confront the weaker Claw. The decision to keep you from accompanying Lin Tao was due to her concern that their familial bond might lead to the concealment of spoils. Thus, teammate temporarily divided at the fork in the road. Sunset Hong led Ya and Shino towards the confrontation with Flame Benoshu, while Lin Tao and Hinata set forth to track down Frostclaw. Once the teams parted ways, Lin Tao exhaled deeply, stretching in relief. I never expected Teacher Hong to trust us so completely. Hinata, interpreting Lin Tao's expression as worry, clenched her small fists and reassured him. Mr. Lin, do not fret. I will step in should any monsters appear. Huh? Lin Tao, initially taken aback, realized the courage behind Hinata's words upon seeing the determination in her eyes. Though moved, he nearly succumbed to laughter. Clearing his throat to regain composure, Lin Tao smiled at Hinata, saying, Hinata, you truly are an adorable young lady. However, while my primary focus is on support abilities, that does not imply my offensive capabilities are weak. Fear not, I shall guide you swiftly through this. For the sake of safety, Lin Tao cast a spell upon Hinata, granting her the essence of life, which revives upon death, restoring 30 of health and providing all team members within range with a 35 speed enhancement. Hinata gasped in surprise at the appearance of 2 small fairies above her head, feeling an immediate lightness, as if her body had multiplied in agility. Hinata, stay close to me. After a reminder from Lin Tao, he charged through the forest with Hinata. Without the need to unleash any special skills, their sheer ordinary attacks reduced the encountered frost goblins and bull-headed guards to mere fragments. Hinata trailed closely behind Lin Tao like a small charm, diligently collecting the gold coins dropped by the monsters. Within a mere 5 minutes, the duo had explored several kilometers, vanquishing over 100 beasts along the way, and directly locating the lair of Frostclaw. Upon perceiving the intruders, Claw erupted in fury, brandishing her wand and pointing it at Lin Tao. Filthy human, how dare you challenge me? Become a statue of ice. As her words echoed, dozens of ice spikes materialized in the air, hurtling towards Lin Tao. Yet, unperturbed by the assault, Lin Tao merely waved his hand, shattering the icy projectiles into a myriad of shards. Claw, taken aback by this display, promptly summoned all her minions from the lair. However, to her astonishment, Lin Tao dispatched all her goblins, cat demons, and bull-headed guards in an instant. Realizing she had encountered a formidable opponent, Claw panicked and attempted to flee towards the cave entrance. But Lin Tao swiftly seized her by the neck, pinning her against the wall. Leaning in close, he whispered, You are weak. Why are you so weak? It is because your hatred for humanity is still insufficient. At that moment, Claw, paralyzed by fear, clutched Lin Tao's wrist and pleaded for mercy. My lord, spare my life. I am willing to do anything for you if you let me go. Please, grant me mercy. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao was momentarily taken aback, and the grip around his throat loosened slightly. Oh, it is the first time I have witnessed a sorceress pleading for mercy from a human. This seems rather unusual. Shouldn't it be a fight to the death? The gentleman, you must have misunderstood us. I implore you to spare my life. Claw struggled incessantly, tears welling in her eyes. Her pitiful demeanor moved Hinata, who stood nearby, prompting her to intercede on Claw's behalf. Lin Tao, feeling helpless, could only set Krath down and began to scrutinize him. Did you not just declare your willingness to do anything for me? Upon hearing this, Krath hastily clutched Lin Tao's leg, nodding vigorously. Indeed, my lord, if you would spare me, I would. Wait, do not get carried away. You need only answer a few of my questions, and should your responses satisfy me, I shall grant you your freedom. My lord, please proceed with your inquiries. The first question, when were you transferred here? Transferred? Here? I do not comprehend your meaning, my lord. I have always resided in this forest, never having left for many years. What? Lin Tao was taken aback. If Krath's words were truthful, then it was not merely the monsters that had been relocated to this world, but the entire Grand Forest, and perhaps even a portion of the Arad continent. Chapter 39, The Blazing Pinocchio. So this is indeed the Grand Forest. You speak correctly, my lord. However, things have been peculiar over the past 2 months. My subordinates, while traversing the forest periphery, discovered that many of the paths that once existed have vanished, and suddenly there are villages that were never there before. Ah, I see. The second question, how many humans have you harmed thus far? Before him, Krath, despite possessing intelligence, was not entirely human. Based on her demeanor and speech, it was evident that she harbored significant animosity towards humanity. Lin Tao found himself torn between the decision to let her go or to confine her. Krath, sensing his hesitation, quickly interjected. No, my lord. I have remained in the forest these past years, never venturing out, and I have certainly never harmed any humans. Hey, so you consider yourself a benevolent sorceress? Indeed, my lord. Although I am a sorceress, I have always coexisted peacefully with humans. Lin Tao chuckled lightly, shaking his head in disbelief. You, my friend, still weave tales even now. On this journey, I have encountered at least 2 human corpses frozen like ice sculptures. Could this not be your handiwork? Krath was momentarily taken aback by the direct question, struggling to respond. It was truly perplexing, despite her striking beauty and mastery of ice magic. She had succumbed to a life of depravity, rallying a host of monsters in the forest to claim dominion, pillaging villages, and wreaking havoc on innocent lives. No, Krath stammered. We do not wish for this. We do not desire enmity with humans, yet they incessantly fell our forests, diminishing our habitats. They even seek our annihilation, leaving us no choice but to retaliate. Lin Tao, stroking his chin, began to assess the credibility of Krath's statement. Based on the information at hand, it was likely that the Forest of Grand had merged with this world's woodland upon its arrival, unbeknownst to Krath. To her, the original villages appeared as sudden invaders encroaching upon her forest, thus igniting the conflict. Krath, perhaps you speak the truth, yet why do you not relocate? Would it not be better to inhabit a place far removed from humans? To occupy our home and then question why we do not leave? Ah, how typical of humans. That is not my intent. I merely believe that such a course could avert conflict, as suitable habitats are not confined to this solitary location. Krath smiled ruefully. It is not that I do not wish to depart, but rather that I am unable to. Over a decade ago, when my sister and I came to the Forest of Grand to hone our magic, someone cast a barrier spell on this forest, trapping us and the other monsters here. Ironically, humans can enter and exit freely, while we are confined. I do not understand why this is the case. What have we done wrong? Hinata, upon hearing Krath's plight, expressed her sympathy and handed her a handkerchief from her satchel. Is it the magic circle of the great mage Mar? That does not seem quite right. According to legend, Mar's magic circle is guarded by a host of elves. Why have we encountered none along our journey? I do not know. There was indeed a group of elves, but they vanished mysteriously at some point. Hey, Krath, how long has it been since you last checked the magic circle? It has been so long that I cannot recall. Could it be possible that the magic circle has long since faded? What? Lin Tao's words astonished Krath, but she quickly shook her head in resolute denial. Impossible. If the magic circle had truly vanished, my sister would have certainly informed me. There must be some special reason for this. Your sister is named Pinocchio, correct? Considering the timeline, my companions should have already met her. Why not accompany us to seek her out and inquire about the situation? Krath hesitated, torn about whether to meet Pinocchio due to a past quarrel that had kept them apart for several years. Hinata, sensing her apprehension, urged, we should not dally. Given Ya's temperament, she may have already engaged in combat with your sister. Krath's pupils dilated in alarm. The man before her was formidable. His companions would surely be no less so. If a confrontation were to arise between her sister Pinocchio and them, Pinocchio would stand little chance of survival. Thus, out of concern for her sister, Krath readily agreed and began to lead Lin Tao and Hinata onward. Half an hour later, they arrived at Pinocchio's domain, the Blazing Grotto. As Crap beheld the trail of monster corpses, her anxiety escalated, prompting her to quicken her pace toward Pinocchio's lair. After traversing a thicket of peculiar stones, they finally beheld the fiery Pinocchio, who was fiercely engaged in combat with the likes of Hinata, Ya, and Shino. Pinocchio hovered several meters above the ground, launching fireballs and meteors downward. Lacking effective aerial countermeasures, Hinata and the others could only evade while retaliating with shurikens. Pinocchio, engulfed in searing flames, rendered Shino's insects utterly ineffective. Lin Tao, observing the scene, revealed a playful smile and addressed Kraft. It seems your sister is thoroughly enjoying herself. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope we can sit down together for a proper discussion. Let us avoid resorting to violence unless absolutely necessary. What do you think? Upon noticing the glint in Lin Tao's eyes, Kraft felt a chill run down her spine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she rushed towards Pinocchio, exclaiming, "Sister, please stop the fighting. Cease at once." "Little sister." Pinocchio paused, momentarily doubting her ears, but upon turning, she confirmed it was indeed Kraft. "Sister? It truly is you. What brings you here?" Kraft pleaded. "Sister, please, stop. This is all a misunderstanding. They are good people." Pinocchio's brows furrowed in anger as she retorted, "Sister, what nonsense are you uttering? They arrived and slaughtered dozens of my subordinates, and you dare to tell me this is a misunderstanding? Have you lost your senses in these years without my guidance?" "That's not true, sister. Could you at least listen to me for a moment?" Confronted by Kraft's unusual demeanor, Pinocchio felt a twinge of curiosity. She surveyed her surroundings and, upon noticing Lin Tao and Hinata, she suddenly understood the situation. A cold smile graced her lips as she remarked, "Oh, so it is because of those two. You have indeed fallen, Kraft, but do not worry. Sister will help you incinerate them all." "Sister, I beg you, please stop talking." Kraft felt tears welling up, overwhelmed by the situation, her mind racing as though it might burst. Lin Tao smiled and shrugged, remarking, It seems not everyone enjoys reasoning." Chapter 40, The Bull-Headed King. Sada, upon seeing Lin Tao and his companion, Shiri Hong, was taken aback. It had only been a little over 40 minutes since they parted ways at the fork in the road, and her trio had not lingered, overcoming obstacles with great efficiency. They had just encountered the legendary flame sorceress. "Mr. Lin, why have you and Hinata come here? Have you perhaps already?" "As you can see, Teacher Hong, I have everything under control. However, I have chosen to win them over with virtue, which is why I arrived here before you." Winning over with virtue. This forest is not as simple as it seems. The two sisters guarding this place appear to harbor ulterior motives. Thus, it would be prudent to clarify matters before taking action. Lin Tao then looked up at the flying Pinocchio and continued, "I prefer not to engage with women, so I shall grant you half a minute to comply." "Ha ha ha, a mere human dares to underestimate me. Those who challenge me shall be incinerated." Pinocchio sneered furiously, brandishing her crimson wand and beginning to chant. In the next moment, 5 flaming meteors, each 2 meters in diameter, hurtled towards Lin Tao. However, Lin Tao showed no intention of evading. Instead, he chose to brace himself with his shield. "TSK. With my high defense." Each explosion and burn from the meteors could inflict over 100 points of damage. Surely, Teacher Hong and the others need not evade. Upon witnessing this, Pinocchio felt a chill run down her spine. Not only did he withstand the explosions, but he also bathed in the flames, surpassing the very essence of monstrosity. At that moment, Pinocchio realized why Claw had been so fearful earlier. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, she surrendered and knelt before Lin Tao. "See? Is this not a matter of reason? If only we had approached it this way from the start, matters would have been much simpler." Lin Tao helped the individual to their feet and began inquiring about the circumstances within the forest. Through their conversation, it became apparent that Pinocchio was indeed aware of the destruction of the magical array. Following its disappearance, the guardian of the forest, the Bull King Sada, inexplicably descended into madness. In his frenzied state, Sada wreaked havoc and slaughtered indiscriminately throughout the woodland. As a former friend, Pinocchio could not bring herself to slay him. Thus, she was compelled to utilize fire magic to imprison Sada deep within the Glocka and keep watch over him, hoping for his eventual recovery. However, this was not the end of the matter. The indigenous inhabitants of the forest, goblins, cat demons, and bull monsters, seemingly influenced by Sada's madness, began to exhibit similar violent and bloodthirsty tendencies, at times even attacking their kin. Consequently, Pinocchio attributed all blame to humanity, asserting that had they not trespassed into the forest and abducted the elves, the magical array would not have been destroyed, the creatures would not have gone mad. and the forest would not have descended into its current state. Her decision to remain with her sister Claw instead of departing was motivated not only by Sada's plight but also by the lingering vestige of goodwill she held towards humanity. Their presence could help mitigate the threat posed by the forest beasts. Without them, such creatures might well invade human settlements. The typically composed Sunset read. Upon hearing the unfolding tale, felt her anger surge and sprang to her feet, thumping her chest as she addressed Pinoxio. I had no idea the situation was so dire. Rest assured, as ninjas of Konoha, we shall seek justice for you. She then turned to the other members of Team 8, stating, It seems the village leader who entrusted us with this mission has concealed much. Upon our return, we must investigate thoroughly. If the truth aligns with what has been revealed, I will ensure they are punished, even if it costs me my rank. At that moment, the spirits of the three young ones were also stirred, each expressing their determination to uphold justice. Lin Tao observed the emotional state of the crowd and felt somewhat at a loss. He understood that the Grand Forest had only recently appeared in this world, thus had no connection to the nearby villagers. However, the fervor of the people was palpable, and it would be unwise to directly defend the villagers. Therefore, Lin Tao addressed the assembly, esteemed friends, if we wish to uncover the truth, we must focus on the pivotal figure in this incident, the Bull King, Sada, the guardian of this forest. He was the first to exhibit unusual behavior, and it would be prudent for us to seek him out. Perhaps we shall acquire some valuable information. The crowd responded with confusion, some wondering if they had misheard. Inazukaya let out a resigned sigh, saying, Brother, did you not hear correctly? Sada has gone mad. Pinocchio nodded in agreement, adding, I too have attempted to communicate with Sada, but he has completely devolved into a beast, devoid of any rational thought. Indeed, I suspect he has fallen victim to some form of curse, resulting in his mental disarray, causing him to perceive all other beings as foes. Yet, since it is a curse, there must be a means to break it. Do not forget that my purification can dispel all abnormal states. Perhaps we should give it a try. Oh, I almost forgot that you possess such a skill, brother. Yes, after all, it is the only viable option. Under Pinoccio's guidance, they soon encountered the legendary Sada. He was a formidable creature, towering at nearly 4 meters. A muscular black bull-headed beast adorned with crimson mane and massive horns. His arms bore a white sigil, a string of golden prayer beads hung around his neck, and he wielded a colossal axe over 2 meters in length, exuding an aura of danger. Truly, he was the Bull King, and he appeared quite fearsome. Upon seeing the group, Sada emitted a series of furious roars. However, once Lin Tao utilized his purification skill, Sada suddenly froze in place, as if uttering something, and his formerly blood-red eyes became significantly clearer. Pinocchio extinguished the fire array. He should be all right now. Pinocchio hurriedly approached to assess the situation, and the moment her hand touched Sada, he spoke words for the first time in years. Pinocchio, I have troubled you for so long. Tears welled in Pinoccio's eyes as she embraced Sada tightly. It is such a relief that you have awakened. Truly a relief. Witnessing this touching reunion, the three young ones shyly turned their heads away. What can one say? Their bond is indeed profound. Well, it is no wonder they have guarded each other for so many years. How enviable. It turned out that when Pinocchio and Kraft first arrived in the Grand Forest, they were not welcomed by the indigenous inhabitants due to their quasi-human nature. However, Sada, against all odds, had advocated for the sisters to stay and provided them with care, thus forging a deep connection between them. Although Sada had been unable to control his actions over the years, he remained in a state of half-consciousness, aware of the burdens Pinocchio had borne during his absence. Chapter 41. The Woman in Black Robes. Upon regaining his senses, Sada did not withhold any information and began to recount the events that led to his madness. 7 years ago, on a night like any other, I was patrolling the forest when I stumbled upon a newly formed dimensional rift. From this rift emerged many strange creatures. Though they resembled humans, they behaved like mindless corpses. I attempted to communicate with them, but was unfortunate enough to be bitten. Wait, so you became like this after being bitten by those creatures? Not quite. Sada shook his head and continued. While those beings did not inflict significant harm upon me, their aggression was formidable and they were numerous. To protect the other animals of the forest, I led 100 guardians into battle against them. However, among them was one particularly unique creature, with skin of a deep blue, emanating a chilling aura. Anyone who ventured within 100 meters of it would be instantly frozen, resulting in heavy casualties on our side. Then how did you ultimately prevail? Though those creatures were aggressive, they were exceedingly slow, incapable of jumping, and devoid of intelligence. We exploited this weakness. luring them into an abandoned quarry and sealing the entrances with boulders and timber, trapping them within. Yet, although we resolved the issue of those creatures, the dimensional rift remained. I ordered my subordinates to monitor it day and night, until one day, a woman clad in black robes emerged from the rift. She slaughtered elves and disrupted the forest's magical formations. I attempted to intervene, but I could not withstand even a single move against her. After casting a curse upon me, she vanished, and the subsequent events, as you are aware, unfolded. A curse that transforms others into puppets? That indeed sounds troublesome. Yu Rihong expressed concern, for she understood that such control spells alert the caster upon being broken. This meant that as Lin Tao purified Sada, the woman in black would be able to sense it, effectively making an enemy of an unknown powerful entity. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao was momentarily taken aback. The sudden emergence of the dimensional rift and the woman clad in a black robe felt strikingly familiar. In response to Lin Tao's complex expression, Inuzuka Kiba inquired, "Elder brother, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" No, it's just that I find it rather astonishing. After all, the concept of a dimensional rift is somewhat perplexing. It seems to be a form of space-time ninjutsu. Perhaps so. However, since that woman has been absent for many years, it is likely that she will not reappear. Lin Tao wished to convey something, yet amidst the throng of people, perhaps he was overthinking. So he swallowed his words before they could escape his lips. At that moment, Sada displayed a benevolent smile and addressed the members of Class 8. "Thanks to you, I have regained my clarity, and the forest shall eventually return to tranquility. I assure you that the creatures within will never harm humanity. But I also hope that humans will refrain from harming us." Zai-Hong nodded in response, saying, "Rest assured, I will relay this to the villagers, who I believe also yearn for peaceful coexistence with you. Now that the matter has reached its conclusion, our mission is accomplished, and we shall return." "Please wait a moment," Sada interjected. "Is there something else, Mr. Sada?" "Indeed. I possess a garment known as the Wind of Dharma. As a token of my gratitude, I would like to bestow it upon you, and I hope it is not met with disdain." This. "I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Sada." Zai-Hong initially intended to decline, for she found it difficult to accept clothing from a beast. However, upon noticing Lin Tao's persistent gestures, she quickly understood and gracefully shifted her tone, saying, "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Sada. In that case, we shall graciously accept." Subsequently, Sada escorted them out of the forest. After clarifying matters with the client, Class 8's mission was deemed a resounding success. On the journey back to the village, Zai-Hong counted the gold coins in her backpack, her lips curling into a smile. We've earned at least 1,500 gold coins from this endeavor. Everyone has contributed significantly, so I propose we each receive 200 coins, with the remainder going to the village. After all, as ninjas of Konoha, we must contribute to our community. What do you all think? 200 coins is no small sum. And surely no one in our cohort has earned more than we have. Indeed, it can be considered quite a substantial profit. Lin Tao observed the animated expressions of several individuals and, covering his face with amusement, exclaimed, "Ha! Not only have we made a substantial profit this time, it is truly a remarkable gain. This exquisite Van Wind coat has left Sada with nothing but his undergarments." "Excuse me, Mr. Lin. Is this Van Wind coat also a piece of equipment of divine grade?" "Indeed. Have you not noticed the faint pink glow emanating from its surface? This belongs to the 13th tier of divine grade apparel, and its attributes are quite impressive. The wearer experiences a 3 increase in attack speed, enhanced movement speed, and an additional 20 points in jumping ability. Do not underestimate the significance of a mere 3 increase. The practical effects will be far superior to what is described. Furthermore, this Van Wind coat remains sealed and is not bound to any individual. If sold, I estimate it could fetch conservatively over 1,000,000 gold coins, which, when converted to our customary currency, amounts to nearly 1,000,000,000 taels. What? It is that precious?" Upon hearing this, Zai-Hong broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for Lin Tao's reminder, she might have nearly declined this treasure. "So, Teacher Hong, what do you plan to do with this Van Wind coat?" As the question was posed, everyone turned to Zai-Hong. She understood the implications of their gazes. Without Lin Tao, this mission would not have been completed so smoothly, nor would they have acquired this divine-grade equipment. When it came to contributions, Lin Tao undoubtedly deserved the most credit. However, the Van Wind coat exceeded what Zai-Hong could independently manage. Failing to surrender it to the village would certainly lead to numerous subsequent issues. Yet directly handing it over would undoubtedly dishearten the members of Team 8. After pondering for 2.5 seconds, Hong addressed the group. This matter is of great significance. I cannot make a unilateral decision. I shall discuss it with Lord Third Hokage upon our return to the village. However, rest assured, I will strive to secure the appropriate rewards for you all. I will not allow you to suffer any losses. Indeed, we all trust you, Teacher Hong. In truth, Lin Tao had merely inquired to gauge the situation, primarily to ascertain Hong's character, and her response significantly enhanced his regard for her. At the very least, it demonstrated that this teacher would consider an advocate for her students' interests. Had it been Kakashi, he would likely prioritize the village's interests above all else. Chapter 42. The Stolen Shop in the Land of Fire. Konoha Village. Arad shop Inuzuka Claw stared at the rows of empty shelves, unable to gather her thoughts. While Inuzuka Hana sat weeping in a corner of the shop, a few clan members stood at the entrance, heads bowed like children caught misbehaving. Earlier that morning, the members of the Inuzuka clan had arrived at the shop, as usual, only to find it ransacked. Who could have done this? Inuzuka Claw pounded her fist against the wall, astonished that such an event could transpire in the supposedly secure Konoha village. And especially during the time Lin Tao was away on a mission. It was evident that the perpetrator had been observing for quite some time before choosing this moment to strike. What should I do, mother? I had confidently assured Lin Tao that there would be no issues, yet now the assorted goods missing from the shop amount to no less than 100 million taels. How will I explain this to him upon his return? Inuzuka Hana sobbed as she wiped her tears, appearing utterly distraught. Beyond the financial loss, her greatest concern was that Lin Tao would lose trust in the Inuzuka clan due to this incident. Calm yourself, Hana. The deed has been done. Crying will not resolve the issue. I will immediately report this matter to Lord Third Hokage. The culprits will surely leave behind traces. You gather all the clan members who are not on missions and search the village. I refuse to believe they left no scent behind. The scene shifts to the Hokage's office, where Inuzuka Claw recounted the theft to Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The situation is as follows, Lord Third. A significant theft has occurred in the village, and I implore you to dispatch assistance for the investigation. I understand, Claw. I will issue a notice urging the villagers to cooperate with the investigation, and I shall assign 10 Umbu to assist you in solving this case. Rest assured, the village will take responsibility for this incident. Even if we cannot apprehend the culprits, the village will compensate for your losses. Thank you, Lord Third. After Inuzuka Claw departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, brow furrowed, using his pipe to soothe his complex emotions. Lin Tao holds immense significance for the Hidden Leaf Village. Beyond the wealth he generates annually for the community, his unparalleled mastery in the art of alchemy distinguishes him as a preeminent figure within the entire ninja world. Should this incident foster any discord within him towards Konoha, or even compel him to depart, the repercussions for the village would be profoundly severe. The village is safeguarded by a detection barrier extending 5 kilometers in radius, thus, any intrusion would be promptly noted. Consequently, the theft at the Arad shop could only have been perpetrated by someone from within the village. Though Lin Tao had only recently arrived in the village, he had quickly established himself as a notable figure, making it unlikely that anyone would dare to rob his shop. The only individuals audacious enough to commit such an act, while leaving no trace, were easily guessed by Sarutobi Hizashi. However, he understood that investigating the matter might yield unsatisfactory results, which is why he assured Inuzuka Kiba that the village would take responsibility rather than promise to identify the perpetrator. Indeed, the subsequent developments aligned with this understanding. Although Hizashi had dispatched the Umbu to investigate, their efforts were merely superficial. 3 days passed with no leads uncovered. In light of the incident, accountability had to be established, and it was preferable to resolve the matter swiftly. Consequently, Hizashi procured 2 scapegoats from Konoha's prison. On the 4th day following the theft, he summoned Inuzuka Kiba to the Hokage's office and presented a fabricated confession he had prepared in advance. Ahem, Kiba, I have thoroughly investigated the theft from your shop. The culprits have been apprehended and have confessed to their actions. Here are their statements. Hizashi paused deliberately, feigning an expression of remorse before continuing. However, your goods have been sold to a merchant from another country, who has since departed from the Land of Fire. Pursuing this matter could potentially incite international tensions, so I understand. Lord Third, Kiba sighed in resignation, recognizing Hizashi's implication. They were expected to accept their fate. After all, he was the Hokage. Seeing Kiba acquiesce, Hizashi retrieved a briefcase from beneath the desk and, with a serious demeanor, stated, as Hokage, I am saddened by this incident. Here are 8 million ryo to compensate for some of the losses sustained by your clan. Without further comment, Kiba took the money and exited the Hokage's office. Half an hour later, Hisashi made his way to the headquarters of the underground root organization, forcefully kicking open Danzo's office door. Danzo, reclining in his chair and savoring a glass of black tequila, was taken aback upon seeing Hisashi and quickly sat up. "What brings you here today, Hisashi? You seem rather displeased. Has something significant occurred in the village?" "Hisashi, regarding the theft from Lin Tao's shop a few days ago, if I am not mistaken. You were behind it, correct?" Danzo feigned ignorance. "What theft? I know nothing of what you speak. The root organization has been inactive for quite some time." Hisashi smirked coldly, pointing to the bottle of tequila on Danzo's desk. "As I understand it, this tequila was sold in Lin Tao's shop. Where did you acquire it? Did you purchase it?" Danzo, incensed by the accusation, slammed his palm on the table. "Hisashi, how dare you place the blame on me without any evidence? This is rather excessive. Do you truly believe I lack evidence? Do you think the village's investigative units are mere decorations? Do not be so clever, Danzo. I am aware of everything that transpires in this village. I feel it is necessary to warn you. Lin Tao is not as simple as he appears. He is of great importance to Konoha. Do not engage in reckless actions." With that, Hisashi turned to leave but paused at the door, as if recalling something. He turned back to Danzo and said, "Since the root organization has been inactive for a considerable time, I believe it prudent to have the funding for the organization this fiscal year. I trust you have no objections, Danzo." Meanwhile, Kiba returned home and relayed Hisashi's response to Inuzuka Hana. Upon hearing the news, Hana was infuriated, grinding her teeth in frustration. "I cannot believe that. In light of this incident, the third Hokage not only refuses to support us, but also advises us not to pursue the matter, offering a mere few million ryo as compensation. Is this how it ends? What weakness?" Kiba quickly placed a hand over Hana's mouth, whispering, "Be quiet. Loose lips can lead to trouble. Some matters are not ours to discuss. Is this how we will let it conclude? Considering the time, Lin Tao should be returning shortly. How will we explain this to him? Hana, do not fret. When Lin returns, just cry. The more sorrowful, the better." A few days later, Lin Tao returned to Konoha after completing a mission with teammate. Upon entering his home, he immediately noticed Hana sitting on the sofa, her head bowed in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Even when Lin greeted her, she did not respond. Lin Tao initially believed that his prolonged absence on a mission had caused Inuzuka Hana to be upset. With a smile, he approached her from behind and began to knead her shoulders, saying, "Hana, I have returned. What troubles you? Has someone upset you? You appear quite forlorn." At that moment, Inuzuka Hana slowly turned her head to face Lin Tao, her eyes glistening with tears, as if she were on the brink of weeping. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tao hurriedly caressed the other's cheek, gently inquiring, "Oh dear, who has made my little princess cry? It's all right, even if the sky were to fall. I would shield you from it. Now, no more tears." In response, Inuzuka Hana turned and embraced Lin Tao tightly, her voice thick with emotion as she confessed, "My dear, something happened at the shop while you were away. I am so sorry." "What transpired at the shop?" he asked. "Do not rush. Take your time to explain." Subsequently, Inuzuka Hana recounted the unfortunate incident of the shop's theft to Lin Tao, wiping away her tears as she spoke. After Lin Tao comprehended the details, he rubbed his chin and, after a moment of silence, pointed towards the Hokage's office and exclaimed angrily, "How outrageous! I contribute so much to the village each year, and yet such incidents still occur. So many goods have been lost without a single one recovered. And now this matter is hastily concluded. Is it because I am a foreigner that the third Hokage does not seek justice for us? It is truly disheartening." Inuzuka Hana was taken aback by Lin Tao's intense reaction. She was about to offer some comforting words, but realized she could not pacify him. After a few minutes, Lin Tao finally vented his frustrations and, dragging his weary body, returned to his bedroom, closing the door behind him. Concerned that Lin Tao might harm his health in his anger, Inuzuka Hana prepared a bowl of red bean and millet porridge and brought it to him. "Darling, please eat something. Do not be so sorrowful. Rest assured, I will work hard in the future. As long as we strive together, we will surely regain what we have lost." At that moment, Lin Tao suddenly subdued his anger, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile as he replied to Inuzuka Hana, "Do not worry about me, Hana. The items in the shop are of little consequence to me. My earlier display was merely for the benefit of the Umbu outside. I wanted them to convey my sentiments to the third Hokage." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Hana sighed in relief. "Darling, you truly startled me just now, thinking you were acting. But wait, how did you sense that Umbu were eavesdropping?" "Sure, they may not have left yet. As for how I knew Umbu would be present, it was simply a deduction. Given the severity of the situation and its connection to me, the third Hokage would undoubtedly send someone to observe my reaction. To put it rather boldly, my significance to the village is considerable at this moment, so I trust that upon learning of my stance, the third Hokage will reassess this matter. I see. They dare to meddle with my shop. Whoever is responsible will pay dearly. And I shan't need to lift a finger. From this day forth, I shall refrain from going out and will not meet with visitors. You will publicly declare that I have fallen into depression due to this incident and am unable to partake in ninja missions. I understand. Well, during this time, I can also keep you company. It may not be such a bad thing after all. Indeed, Lin Tao is not particularly distressed about the loss of low-tier consumables and potions from his shop. Rather, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude that left him quite displeased. He even began to suspect that this incident was orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, questioning whether it was merely a case of bullying an honest person. Upon arriving in the village, he had already felt the undertones of being taken advantage of after paying a hefty protection fee. But now the situation seemed to have escalated beyond reasonable limits. It appeared that he had shown too much goodwill. However, given Lin Tao's nature, he was reluctant to storm into the Hokage's office, fearing that he might lose his temper and cause harm to the higher-ups in Konoha, which would surely earn him the notorious title of a great villain. The best course of action would be to prompt the other party to negotiate voluntarily, which required one crucial condition, making Sarutobi Hiruzen realize that it was not Lin Tao who needed to rely on Konoha, but rather Konoha that needed to rely on him. As anticipated, upon receiving the report from the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unsettling sense of anxiety. He could sense from the complaints that Lin Tao's sense of belonging to Konoha was diminishing. Once that sense of belonging vanished, it would only be a matter of time before he left the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not wish for the village to lose such a talented individual as Lin Tao. But as Hokage, if he was easily manipulated by the villagers, how could he maintain his prestige? Thus, he found himself torn over whether to reassess the incident concerning the theft at Alad's shop. However, this inner turmoil was short-lived, for at that moment, Yuhi Kurenai arrived at the Hokage's office, her backpack filled with gold coins and the sacred garment known as the Vortex Robe. After Kurenai recounted the events that transpired in the Glen Forest during Team 8's mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock, and he leapt from his chair. Kurenai, what did you just say? An epic piece of equipment that can grant a Genin the power of a Nin? That sounds even more formidable than the Six Paths tools. Can such a thing truly exist in this world? To be honest, I was skeptical at first as well. Until during this mission, Inuzuka Kiba unexpectedly acquired a divine-grade weapon. After donning it, the destructive power of his techniques doubled at the very least. And this is just a divine piece of equipment. If it were legendary or even epic, it would undoubtedly be even stronger. Moreover, according to Lin Tao, there exist mythic and primordial pieces that surpass epic gear. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, repeatedly patted his chest to calm himself. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, I never imagined that after so many years traversing the ninja world, I would be so ignorant of such matters. Kurenai, you mentioned that Lin Tao knows about these things because he once acquired an ancient book, correct? Indeed, Lord Third. But I believe the truth is not as simple as he claims. Oh? How so? When Team 8 was first formed, I engaged in a physical combat match with Lin Tao. From his fighting style, I could tell he was a newcomer with no practical experience. Yet, despite being full of flaws, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that felt insurmountable. At that time, I found it perplexing. But now I suspect he must possess at least one, if not two, pieces of epic equipment. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't make sense. Is that so? No wonder he showed no eagerness to compete for the divine equipment. It must be because he has better gear. Lord Third, Lin Tao harbors many secrets that we are unaware of. Fortunately, he has chosen to become a ninja of Konoha, and during this mission, I could clearly sense his genuine affection for the village. I believe that if you were to persuade him, he would be willing to share information about these pieces of equipment and how to acquire them. As he mentioned, if we can gather more than 5 pieces of epic gear, his strength could unify the ninja world, bringing lasting peace to the land of fire. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen mentally cursed Danzo several times for stirring up trouble at such a critical juncture. Now, even as Hokage, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 44, Vacation. Kurenai, did you just say that during this mission, you unexpectedly acquired a divine garment called the Vortex Robe? Please take it to Lin Tao's home. You mentioned that he contributed the most during this mission, so it is rightfully his. Really? Lord Third, do you not wish to reconsider? After all, this is a divine piece of equipment. Kurenai was taken aback. She had always known Sarutobi Hiruzen to be somewhat stingy, so his sudden generosity was rather surprising. In response to her inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only manage a forced smile and nodded, saying, "Actually, something occurred while you were away. Just do as I say." "I understand." Lord Third. As Kurenai exited the Hokage's office, she felt quite pleased, though she could not fathom the reason for the third Hokage's sudden generosity. Being able to procure this divine item for her student would greatly enhance the bond between teacher and student. Thus, the following morning, Kurenai approached Lin Tao's residence, the vortex robe in hand. Inuzuka Hana, having heard the news, arrived at the door and instantly recognized Kurenai, a woman with black hair and red eyes. "Hello. Are you Yui Kurenai, the teacher of Team 8? Ah, you know me? Of course. My husband has mentioned you, saying that you are not only gentle and beautiful but also dedicated to your students." "Ah, I'm not as wonderful as Lin says. Please, don't just stand at the door. Come in and have a seat. Thank you for your hospitality." Inuzuka Hana guided Kurenai into the living room and poured her a cup of tea. "Teacher Kurenai, you are here to see my husband, right? Please wait a moment. I will go call him. Thank you for your trouble." Kurenai smiled and settled in the living room, but a minute later, she heard arguing and banging from upstairs. Curiosity piqued, she contemplated going upstairs to check, but ultimately refrained, feeling it inappropriate given her position. Yet, an ominous premonition began to stir within her. After a minute, Inuzuka Hana returned from upstairs, her expression apologetic as she addressed Kurenai. "I'm truly sorry, Teacher Kurenai. He seems to be feeling unwell today and cannot come out to see you. If you have something to discuss, please tell me, and I will relay it to him." "Is Lin unwell? Very well, please pass this on to him. I have already spoken with the third Hokage about it, so let us leave it at that for today. I will visit again another time." After placing the vortex robe down, Kurenai departed. Suspecting that Lin Tao's condition was far from merely being unwell and likely related to the matter mentioned by the third Hokage. Thus, she resolved to inquire about recent events in the village. After visiting several streets, Kurenai learned about the theft at Alad's shop. And the manner in which the third Hokage handled the situation was indeed quite frustrating. It was no wonder Lin Tao was refusing visitors. It was evidently due to this discord. However, what Kurenai did not anticipate was that just 1 minute after her departure, Lin Tao sprang from his bed, rushing down to the living room in swift strides. Upon seeing the vortex robe on the table, a grin spread across his face. "Ah, the vortex robe. How efficient. It seems Kurenai has shared quite a bit with the third Hokage. My dear, could this be the divine garment you obtained during your mission?" "Indeed. It is a remarkable item. Not only does it enhance skill damage, but it also increases speed and jumping ability, making it ideal for close combat martial artists." Inuzuka Hana's eyes shone brightly as she embraced Lin Tao's neck, planting a kiss on him. "Darling, you are simply amazing. I am so proud of you. Hey. Where did you learn to be so charming? You were quite reserved when we first married. However, they simply find you impressive, don't they? Well, if you desire something, just speak your mind." "Oh dear, it's broad daylight. How bothersome. What does day or night matter? I was referring to the elegant robe. What were you thinking?" "Ah, I understand now. But didn't you mention that this piece of equipment is quite powerful? If it were to be utilized by me, wouldn't it be somewhat squandered? Perhaps it would be better to exchange it for currency." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao nodded thoughtfully. "Very well. I too perceive a certain wastefulness. After all, you ought to possess something superior. Thus, I shall sell this equipment after a while." He paused, contemplating, by the way. "Do you intend to continue feigning illness?" "After all, of course," he replied, "for I believe this is still far from sufficient. Rest assured, the third Hokage will send someone over, as I possess what he desires. I believe in you." Consequently, Lin Tao commenced a life of recuperation at home. Upon receiving the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed Lin Tao was merely lingering in a state of lethargy and decided to adopt a hands-off approach, thinking he would recover in no time. However, to his surprise, half a month later, Lin Tao remained confined within his residence. During this period, Yui Kurenai visited him twice under the guise of concern, yet Lin Tao always appeared despondent in her presence. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly anxious. He understood that without providing Lin Tao with a satisfactory resolution, subsequent operations would be hindered. Therefore, gritting his teeth, he resolved to confront Danzo directly, vowing to uncover the missing goods belonging to Lin Tao. Danzo, incensed by this intrusion, glowered at Sarutobi Hiruzen and demanded, "Hiruzen, are you truly willing to go to such lengths for an outsider? I would prefer not to, but this time it is imperative. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, reluctantly divulging the matters. Lin Tao was aware of the Danzo. Upon hearing this, Danzo scoffed disdainfully. It appears you have grown rather senile, Hiruzen, to exhibit such weakness towards a mere junior. If he holds value for Konoha, we can resort to any means necessary, directly confining him to serve our purposes. As for the intelligence we seek, even if he is reluctant to divulge it, we can simply appropriate it through the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan. Danzo, your thinking remains overly simplistic. Although Lin Tao has been in Konoha for a short time, he has made significant contributions and maintains connections with various clans. The villagers hold him in high regard. Should we take action against him, how would the other clans react? To say nothing of the Inuzuka clan, who would certainly not be pleased. Even if they do not rebel, they would grow estranged from Konoha. Moreover, do you truly believe that Lin Tao is an easy target? He possesses a shield technique comparable to absolute defense, and even the strongest Genjutsu user in Konoha, Yuhi Kurenai, cannot penetrate his mental realm. This individual can only be a friend, never an enemy. Haha, so it is his abilities that you fear. If that is the case, I am willing to step in on your behalf, provided you have no objections. Chapter 45, The Night Raid. Haha. I advise you not to escalate this matter further, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a soft huff before turning to leave. His words carried profound meaning, serving as both a warning and a directive. As a prominent ninja village in the world of shinobi, Konoha's reputation is undeniably tied to the formidable capabilities of the Hokage. When legitimate methods prove ineffective or demand excessive costs, it becomes necessary for someone to resort to improper means to achieve their goals. This is precisely the purpose of the Root organization. Thus, at Hiruzen's behest, Danzo selected 6 elite Umbu with Jonin-level strength from the Root organization and began covertly surveilling Lin Tao's residence. Finally, several nights later, these 6 Umbu, having disguised themselves, stealthily infiltrated Lin Tao's villa. Their sole objective was to abduct Lin Tao silently, allowing for the eradication of any inconsequential witnesses if necessary. Inuzuka Hana seemed to hear a noise, abruptly awakening from her slumber. She gently roused Lin Tao beside her and whispered, "Darling, listen. There appears to be a sound in the courtyard. Could it be that we have intruders?" Lin Tao drowsily opened his eyes, stretched his arms languidly, then gently pulled her into his embrace and reassured her. "What sound? I didn't hear anything. Perhaps it was just insects or mice. Rest easy, my dear. If there truly were intruders, Orochimaru, the ninja hound, in the courtyard would surely bark." "All right. I suppose I was overthinking." Hearing Lin Tao's words, Inuzuka Hana felt she might have been overly sensitive and dismissed her worries, nestling into his arms as she peacefully closed her eyes. Yet, scarcely 5 minutes later, she detected an unfamiliar scent lingering in the air. "Darling, wake up quickly. It seems there really are intruders in the house. I can smell them. There must be at least 4 or 5. Upon hearing the words, Lin Tao instantly became alert. This time, he did not hesitate. He leaped from his bed and swiftly donned his attire. "Hua, stay in the room and do not venture out. I will investigate right away. Darling, be careful. Rest assured, I am invincible." Lin Tao affectionately ruffled the hair of Inuzuka Hua before stepping out of the room. As he descended the staircase, his expression darkened, his gaze fixated on the dimly lit living room before him. In the next moment, the lights in the living room flickered on, revealing that he was encircled by 5 masked assailants, one of whom had a long blade pressed against his throat. The leader of the masked figures let out a sinister cackle. "We have come merely to request your presence. If you know what is good for you, remain still, otherwise." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao regarded the group with a gaze tinged with pity, letting out a long sigh before inquiring, "Is anyone willing to leave before I take action?" He chuckled softly. "It appears we have yet another self-important individual." Before he could finish his sentence, one of the cloaked men inexplicably lost his voice. Looking down, he was horrified to discover that his throat had been completely severed, and within a mere 2 seconds, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 4 cloaked figures exchanged glances, visibly shaken by the earlier scene. They had been informed during their mission briefing that Lin Tao was merely an elite jonin, yet they never anticipated such a horrifying turn of events, where one of their own was dispatched in an instant. This was undeniably beyond their capacity to capture alive. "What happened? Weren't you all laughing just a moment ago? Have you suddenly lost your sense of humor?" Lin Tao taunted, and the 4 men, now paralyzed with fear, resolved to lower their mission expectations. Realizing they could not capture him alive, they opted for immediate extermination. In the next moment, their long blades shimmered with a layer of blue chakra as they swung them towards Lin Tao. "Got you. Prepare to die." The 4 Believing victory was assured as Lin Tao made no attempt to evade, wore expressions of triumph once more. However, their smiles froze the instant their blades met Lin Tao's neck. Akin to striking a steel plate, the blade shattered, yet they could not inflict even a scratch. 750, 800, 800, 900. How curious that your combined strength barely managed to diminish my shield by 5%. No wonder you exude such confidence. Quite impressive indeed. But I hope you take heed in your next life. Before the four could comprehend the situation, Lin Tao unleashed a flurry of punches. His straight and hook punches crashing into their faces, shattering their skulls and resulting in their immediate demise. Oh no, they are all dead. Had I known, I should have spared one to inquire about the circumstances. Lin Tao made his way to the restroom, diligently washing the blood from his hands. However, in the next moment, a piercing cry from Inuzuka Hana echoed from upstairs. What? This is bad. Could there be more enemies? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tao dashed up to the second floor and forcefully kicked open the bedroom door. There, he found Inuzuka Hana kneeling on the floor, her head swaying. Her eyes glazed over as if she had suffered a severe blow. Beside her lay a barely conscious figure clad in black, his eyes rolled back. Blood oozing from his mouth, clearly on the brink of death. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Tao hurriedly approached and assisted Inuzuka Hana to her feet. He employed the swift healing ability, which restored a substantial amount of vitality and the purification spell to alleviate all adverse conditions. Once she regained her senses, Inuzuka Hana gazed at the black-clad figure lying on the ground, momentarily lost in thought. After a few breaths, she unveiled a smile of one who had narrowly escaped peril and embraced Lin Tao, exclaiming, "My dear, I am fortunate to have had your timely intervention. Or I might have faced grave danger. I didn't even notice him when he leaped through the window. Wasn't it you who dealt with this individual? It was already like this when I entered. Oh, but I distinctly remember being rendered unconscious by him. I see now, it must be the effect of the guardian spirit. How fortunate that it was present. Guardian spirit reflects 1,000 damage back to the attacker when struck. Indeed, you were correct. Just a moment ago, there were 5 men in black downstairs, seemingly intent on abducting me, but I have since dealt with them. Is that so? We rarely make enemies. Who could possibly resort to such actions? By the way, how is Maru? In my haste to come upstairs, I neglected to check on him. Please go and see, while I bind this one and see if I can extract any information. Understood. Inuzuka Hana, filled with urgency, leaped directly from the second floor and hastened to the kennel to ascertain Maru's condition. Upon confirming he was merely momentarily dazed, she exhaled a sigh of relief. When she returned indoors, she found the last surviving black-clad assailant securely bound by Lin Tao, who had regained consciousness thanks to the healing potions administered. Lin Tao moved a chair and seated himself before the man in black, producing a pair of pliers from his pocket and waving it before him. Well, I present you with 2 choices. Either answer my questions truthfully, and perhaps I shall spare you, or resist stubbornly. In which case I shall certainly provide you with an exquisite experience of suffering. The man in black, however, appeared utterly unconcerned. Individuals of his ilk had long been cursed. Upon capture, they understood their fate was sealed. To evade further torment, he immediately bit down on a poison hidden within his teeth. The agony unleashed by the toxin surged through his body, gradually clouding his consciousness until his perception began to fade, seemingly on the verge of liberation. When the man in black opened his eyes again, he believed he had entered another realm. Yet, as he attempted to move, he realized he remained bound, with Lin Tao still seated before him. What? What is happening? Was I not already dead? Ah, indeed, you were dead, Lin Tao replied, but I have resurrected you. I initially thought you were merely unconscious. Little did I know you had chosen to take your own life. How wasteful of my revival coin. Your defiance suggests that you require a bit of suffering first. Chapter 46, The Leaf Torture Department. Dear, take these pliers and remove his fingernails one by one until he is willing to speak. Understood? Isn't that a bit cruel? Have you forgotten that he just attempted to harm you? Yet, I still find it difficult to proceed, after all upon hearing this. Lin Tao let out a soft sigh and comforted Inuzuka Hana, saying, Hana, I am aware of your kind-hearted nature. Yet showing mercy to our enemies is but cruelty to ourselves. Alas, allow me to handle this. You should go downstairs to dispose of the 5 corpses. With that, Lin Tao took the pliers and approached the cloaked figure, resolutely tearing off the thumbnail. The figure was instantly overwhelmed by excruciating pain, convulsing and wailing in agony. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Tao promptly pressed a towel against the adversary's mouth, signaling for silence with a gesture. Why the commotion? Can our neighbor get a moment's rest? They have work in the morning, after all. Truly, from this moment forth, I shall remove one of your nails every minute. If you manage to remain silent until all 10 fingers are bare, I shall grant you your freedom. Now, let us commence. As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart, and the pain receptors in one's fingertips are among the highest in the human body. The agony to be endured throughout this ordeal is beyond imagination. Yet, the man in black, fortified by an indomitable will, persevered until the last finger. Just as he believed victory was within reach, Lin Tao suddenly flashed a wicked smile and employed a rapid healing technique. Ah, it seems your recovery rate is quite impressive. Your nails have regrown so swiftly. Therefore, we shall start anew. With that, Lin Tao initiated another round of interrogation. 10 minutes later, the tray lay meticulously adorned with 19 nails, yet the man in black displayed no inclination to divulge information. Lin Tao, surprised to encounter such a resilient individual, clapped in admiration. Well done, you have managed to maintain your silence thus far. You truly are a tough character. However, I shall now escalate the difficulty. Let us see if you can endure further. The man in black, upon hearing this, exhibited a visage of terror, frantically shaking his head before, after a brief struggle, finally expelling the towel from his mouth. Sir, I shall reveal anything you wish to know, but you must ask. Was I not inquiring just moments ago? Indeed. You did not ask. The man in black repeatedly bowed his head against the ground, on the verge of collapse. Had he known the target would be such a deranged individual, he would have refused the mission, even at the cost of being a traitor. Oh. That is of little consequence. It is not too late to inquire now. Tell me, who sent you? Why are you attempting to abduct me? In response to your query, it was Danzo who dispatched us, with the mission to return you unharmed. Beyond that, we possess no further knowledge. How amusing. So it is that man. Yet he dares to send just the likes of you to capture me? Does he not realize I possess martial skills? Or are you all simply this courageous? Well, enough. In light of your forthrightness, I shall grant you a swift end. Without allowing the man in black to plead for mercy, Lin Tao swiftly snapped his neck. This individual dared to lay hands on Hanazuka, and for that alone, Lin Tao could not permit him to live. These individuals are members of an organization. Leaving even one alive could lead them to confront Danzo and Sarutobi, potentially escalating matters into a violent storm. Lin Tao himself was indifferent. For a person of great strength could freely choose their path. His only concern was the potential repercussions for the Inuzuka clan, especially since, as the son-in-law of the Inuzuka family, he had forged deep bonds with his kin over the past few months. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to treat the assailants as mere common thieves, with no witnesses left to testify. Danzo would certainly not step forward to claim them as his subordinates, leaving him to suffer in silence. Furthermore, eliminating 6 root ninjas showcased a level of prowess that would undoubtedly serve as a warning to both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, deterring them from future mischief. The following morning, Lin Tao informed the Konoha police of the night's ambush and discreetly disseminated the news. By midday, a throng of curious villagers had gathered at his doorstep. Given the gravity of the situation involving multiple fatalities, protocol dictated that Lin Tao and Inuzuka Hana be taken to the police station to provide their testimonies. The individual assigned to this case was none other than Marino Abiki, the head of Konoha's interrogation unit. When Abiki inquired about the events of the previous night, Lin Tao feigned a mix of shock and fear, stating, "While I was resting last night, I heard a noise downstairs and went to investigate. As I turned on the light, I discovered 6 men clad in black standing in my living room. Realizing my home was being invaded, I cried out in desperation. To my horror, they advanced towards me with long knives. One of them, glaring menacingly, lunged at me repeatedly. I managed to evade his strikes. But in the heat of the moment, I fought back, and he collapsed instantly. The remaining 5 then rushed to retaliate, attacking me with their blades. Terrified and in a state of panic, I flailed my fists. By the time I regained my composure, I found them all lifeless. As Abiki listened, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. According to the preliminary coroner's report, one of the deceased had his throat slit, another had his neck broken, and 4 others had their skulls shattered. Such injuries could hardly be attributed to mere flailing. However, given the heinous nature of home invasion and murder, even if Lin Tao had acted in self-defense, it was unfortunate for the assailants, and thus Abiki did not press further. Moments later, another police ninja entered from the adjacent room and conveyed Inuzuka Hana's statement to Abiki. He regarded Lin Tao with a complex expression and finally sighed, saying, "Mr. Lin, we have gathered the necessary information. Thank you for your cooperation. We will investigate the identities and motives of the deceased and ensure that justice is served on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao immediately clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication. I must trouble you, Chief. After the events of last night, I found myself unable to eat or sleep, plagued by anxiety, as I cannot fathom who harbors such enmity towards me, wishing to see me perish. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. We shall investigate thoroughly and unearth the mastermind behind this. Please do not fear. Following this, Lin Tao and Inuzuka Hana were escorted out of the police department. As they departed through the entrance, they exchanged a knowing smile. Yubiki understood that Lin Tao held a certain status, prompting him to treat the case with the gravity it deserved. Fortunately, there were members of the Yamashiro clan within the department, and he intended to seek clues from the residual memories of the deceased. However, upon examination, it appeared that the brains of the first 5 victims had been implanted with some sort of cursed seal, rendering their memories inaccessible. Just as Yubiki found himself at a loss, one of his subordinates suddenly exclaimed, Captain, this individual's brain is not sealed. Upon hearing this, Yubiki was filled with elation. Oh? Excellent. Let us delve into the memories and uncover any clues. However, at that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with several Umbu, burst into the morgue. Third Lord, what brings you here? Is there an urgent matter? Yubiki, from this moment forth, this case is to be handled by the Umbu. You need not involve yourselves any further. Chapter 47. Disturbance in the Land of Waves. Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to approach the 6 corpses. Yubiki had intended to inquire further, but upon seeing Hiruzen's grim countenance, he recognized the gravity of the situation and chose to remain silent, allowing the Umbu to carry the bodies away. Remember, do not mention today's events to anyone. I understand, Third Lord. After Hiruzen departed, he incinerated the corpses in a great blaze of fire, then stormed into Danzo's office. Danzo, having already surmised the failure of the mission, given that none of the 6 root ninjas dispatched the previous night had returned, was not surprised by Hiruzen's arrival. The 2 men met in silence, acutely aware that 6 elite shinobi had been unable to subdue Lin Tao, and the autopsy results indicated that all 6 had been killed in a single strike, a scenario far beyond their expectations. After a lengthy pause, Hiruzen sighed and said, Danzo, I warned you against provoking him, yet you persisted. Now, a significant portion of Konoha is aware of this incident. Should it come to light, how shall I resolve the aftermath? Hiruzen, are you perhaps overly anxious? Those individuals had been implanted with special curse seals long ago. They cannot divulge any secrets regarding the village or the organization, and the seals cannot be lifted unless they perish. Danzo's expression suddenly shifted to one of increasing panic. Wait. That young man possesses a secret elixir capable of reviving the dead. Could it be? You are correct. He must already be aware of the truth. What shall we do? Danzo's face betrayed his alarm. If the truth were to be revealed, his position as Hokage's assistant would surely be jeopardized, and the various clans within the village would harbor resentment towards Konoha. However, this morning, Lin Tao delivered the 6 corpses to the police department without revealing their identities to Yubiki and the others. With his capabilities, he could have easily left 1 or 2 alive as leverage, yet he chose not to, indicating he wished to spare us both embarrassment and avoid escalating the situation. How despicable! Danzo seethed, furious at being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lin Tao. Danzo, heed my counsel. Henceforth, do not provoke Lin Tao again. He is a man of wealth and capability, one who could achieve both fame and fortune in any country. His willingness to endure this situation speaks to his attachment to Konoha. I have decided to present him with a gift as an apology. I believe that with this attitude, he will not be overly vindictive. Hiruzen, do you truly believe this is necessary? Konoha is currently facing significant economic challenges, and talent is increasingly scarce. He may be the key to transforming this situation. This is Konoha's greatest opportunity. Hiruzen, do not forget that you're the Hokage. To show weakness to those below you would reduce us to beggars. Hiruzen's expression darkened further at these words, his fingers creaking as he clenched them in anger. Delivering a punch to the wall. Beggars? What can be done? The truth is, your root organization has been utterly ineffectual, claiming to be Konoha's strongest division, yet in months, you have failed to locate the Sky City. I find it hard to understand the purpose of maintaining such a group. What? Konoha has deteriorated to this state. And do you not bear any responsibility as Hokage? Had it not been for your weakness, had you not accepted such detrimental terms after the Third Shinobi World War silence? Are you questioning me? Sighing, Hiruzen replied, I have no desire to argue with you, Danzo. Let us leave it at that. Danzo's words struck a nerve, though harsh. They reflected the truth. Konoha had indeed entered into many unequal treaties following the Third Shinobi World War, but it was not solely Hiruzen's weakness that led to this. Konoha's strength had been severely diminished after years of conflict, and even now, they had yet to recover fully. The remaining elite forces in the village were few, often forcing them to compromise. In truth, the act of accepting menial tasks, such as catching cats or picking up litter, had already marked the village's descent into a state of begging. Thus, the following day, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally visited Lin Tao's residence. After exchanging pleasantries, Hiruzen expressed his profound apologies for the ordeal Lin Tao's family had endured and offered a sum of 200 million ryo as compensation, assuring that he would prioritize the safety of the villagers in the future. By the end of his visit, Hiruzen even bowed deeply to Lin Tao. Lin Tao observed that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had managed to reach this point, which alleviated much of his frustration. He extended his hand to assist the other man, his expression laden with sorrow as he spoke. It truly pains me to see the esteemed third Hokage in such a manner. My affection for Konoha is not born of frivolity. Rather, it is rooted in the profound sense of belonging this village affords me. Each villager feels akin to family. And thus, when the events of yesterday transpired, my heart ached deeply, as if there were forces conspiring against me, compelling me to ponder whether I ought to seek refuge elsewhere. Hiruzen, upon hearing this, hastily shook his head in denial, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you are being overly concerned. Such a notion is utterly unfounded." Lin Tao, sensing the sincerity in his words, refrained from further teasing. As the atmosphere began to soften, Hiruzen broached a topic from the past, saying, "I have heard that you were unwell recently, Mr. Lin. How do you fare now? Thank you for your concern." Esteemed third Hokage, indeed, I was unwell, but I feel much improved now. In no time, I shall return to my former self, Lin Tao replied. Hiruzen felt a sense of relief, signifying that the previous troubles had been resolved. That's splendid to hear. Regarding your earlier desire to register as a Jonin, I have conferred with other village leaders, and we unanimously agree that you meet the qualifications, Hiruzen continued. Oh? Are you suggesting that the third Hokage intends to bestow upon me the Jonin certification? Lin Tao inquired, his tone laced with surprise. Hiruzen, slightly embarrassed, stroked his beard and replied, Unfortunately, that cannot be done. To proceed in such a manner would breach protocol. Should others become aware, they might follow suit, complicating my responsibilities. However, rest assured, in a little over 2 months, a joint Chunin exam will take place. Should you wish to participate, the rest will be managed by the proctors. I understand. Hiruzen then divulged several crucial details regarding the Chunin exam, beyond receiving a monthly stipend. Jonin hold the privilege of leading teams of Jinin and Chunin. More importantly, attaining Jonin status grants access to advanced ninjutsu, specifically A and S rank techniques recorded in Konoha's archives, which those below Jonin rank are not even permitted to peruse. This realization reinforced Hiruzen's belief that Lin Tao's true aim was to learn Konoha's core ninjutsu, thereby granting him a sense of reassurance, as the essence of higher social interactions often lies in mutual benefit, fostering enduring and stable relationships. For Hiruzen, he would willingly procure a pair of Byakugan from the Hyuga clan for Lin Tao, should he request it. Meanwhile, above the western coast of the Land of Waves, a young woman clad in a black robe utilized magic to open a new dimensional rift. Chapter 48. The Lost Claw. After Hiruzen departed, Lin Tao sat on the sofa, laughing heartily. Who would have thought that the third Hokage would go so far as to visit me personally to treat my ailments, even offering 200 million ryo? Coupled with that previous gift of the wind robe, it seems he is quite generous. At that moment, Inuzuka Hana emerged from the adjacent room, her expression tinged with concern. My dear, as I understand it, 200 million ryo is equivalent to several months' worth of Konoha's revenue. Are you truly considering allowing the third Hokage to part with such a sum? What do you mean by that? I know you merely seek a gesture. And since the third Hokage has already shown humility, we ought not to push matters to extremes. No, your reasoning is flawed. He was the one who proposed it, not I who solicited his generosity. If I may speak frankly, it would serve him right to make a sacrifice. We would not want him to perceive me as overly accommodating, lest he entertain any ulterior motives against us in the future. Furthermore, you underestimate the third Hokage. The village's financial strain does not imply that his personal coffers are equally depleted. Huh? My dear, I find your statements somewhat perplexing. Do you not recall when you were working at the hospital and expressed your gratitude for my donation of 10 million ryo? Yes, I remember. What of it? In truth, I directly donated over 100 million ryo to the third Hokage, intending to support the village's hospital and schools. Yet, it seems that the funds have been somewhat diminished by the time they reached your hands. So that is how it transpired. Inuzuka Hana finally comprehended that even the third Hokage, embodying the will of fire, could harbor personal interests. Days later, Lin Tao returned home with the 200 million in Fire Country currency promised by the third Hokage. Upon seeing this, Inuzuka Hanami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned against Lin Tao, exclaiming, "My dear, you are truly remarkable. You really managed to obtain such a sum from the third Hokage." With a chuckle, she added, "Did you witness my brother's prowess? This is merely a glimpse of my capabilities." Yet, in reality, the third Hokage was rather generous when handing over the funds. As he departed, the sorrowful gaze he cast nearly softened Lin Tao's heart. Maintaining the operation of a village is indeed no easy task. The most commendable aspect is the third Hokage's ability to adapt to circumstances. That is truly impressive. Hannah, there haven't been many expenses at home lately. So I was contemplating donating a portion of this money to the village's school, hospital, and welfare home. This would not only benefit the village but also enhance our reputation within it. Well, it's your decision, she replied. A few days later, Lin Tao arrived at the Hokage's office, carrying a hand-copied encyclopedia of equipment. It contained information on all equipment below level 60 and their acquisition methods. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearing 70, his thirst for power remained unabated. As he perused the contents of the encyclopedia, his mouth gradually fell agape. "Mr. Lin, although we discussed the Sky City long ago, I had thought it merely a uniquely named town. I never imagined it to be a colossal circular palace soaring 10,000 meters high. The construction skills of our ancient ancestors truly leave us in awe. And what of this great beast, the Tianwei, as well as Alphalia, Neupala, and the Stone Mountain? In all my years, I have never even heard of them." Lin Tao awkwardly chuckled, saying, as the third Hokage, he is perpetually occupied with state affairs and naturally has little time to delve into these matters. "I have simply traveled extensively, encountering more than the average person. However, these locations are influenced by unique magic, appearing intermittently, making them difficult to locate. Likewise, the creatures that inhabit these places cannot easily traverse into the human realm, resulting in a scant understanding of them among people. Indeed," he continued, "but according to Mr. Lin's assertion, is the sole method to acquire such formidable equipment through plunder? Generally, yes, but exceptions do exist. If one encounters an intelligent creature, perhaps a mutually beneficial dialogue could yield favorable outcomes." I see Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered while continuing to peruse the encyclopedia, when suddenly a 50-level epic armory made him break into a cold sweat. "What is this? This weapon, named the Azure Dragon S Rising Sea Armory, can actually induce earthquakes? Mr. Lin, are you certain there are no errors in this book? Haha, how could I jest about such matters? Wait, what is this? The Radiant Flame Sword, Solar Judgment, which can unleash tracking fireballs with a mere swing. This is akin to the Phoenix Immortal Fire technique with tracking capabilities. Yet it requires no chakra." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in a stupor for several seconds. Although he had gleaned the power of epic equipment from Hinata's descriptions, he had not anticipated its level of might. In comparison, the wind robe was utterly insignificant. And this, the Paladin's heavenly prayer plate armor, with just the helmet alone enhancing ninjutsu damage by 23. Collecting all 4 pieces offers a chance to summon the Guardian Myra to aid in battle. Could the Guardian Myra be a special summon beast? What you may not know, third Hokage, is that the Guardian Myra is one of the 5 knights under King Paladin, boasting strength surpassing that of a Jonin, with the unique ability to return damage to attackers and possessing an undying soul. Even if defeated, it can be summoned again after a few minutes. So this is armor once worn by an ancient king. No wonder it is so formidable. Meanwhile, at the eastern gate of Konoha village, the gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumi and Guzutetsu, halted a striking blue-haired woman with an alluring figure. "Excuse me, miss, you appear unfamiliar. Surely you are not from our village. What brings you here? Is this Konoha village?" "Hello, my name is Klatch, and I am here to seek Lord Lin Tao, whom I understand resides in this village." Upon hearing that she was looking for Lin Tao, Kamizuki Izumi and Guzutetsu quickly stood and donned professional smiles. "Oh, it is Miss Klatch. Mr. Lin resides within the village. May I inquire about your relationship with him?" At this, Klatch blushed, gently covering her face as she replied, "What relationship? I only recall that day when he pressed me against the wall, causing my breaths to quicken and my heart to race. His strong hands linger in my memory, yet he departed in haste, leaving many words unspoken. It was only through extensive inquiries that I found my way here." The 2 men exchanged astonished glances, as though they had uncovered a monumental secret. But they dared not intervene. After completing the registration, they permitted Klatch to enter the village. Once she had departed, Kamizuki Izumi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said to Guzutetsu, Guzutetsu, if I recall correctly, Mr. Lin Tao is already married, is he not? Indeed. Guzutetsu confirmed. He married into the Inuzuka clan, and even the Hokage attended the wedding to offer congratulations. However, what was the meaning of that woman's words? It sounded as if there was an extraordinary connection between her and Mr. Lin Tao. Could it be an extramarital affair? Yet, it was said that the couple enjoyed a harmonious relationship after marriage. Such issues should not arise. It is difficult to say. After all, Mr. Lin Tao possesses immense wealth. If such a situation were true, the Inuzuka clan would likely turn a blind eye. Oh, I see. The familial dynamics of the wealthy are indeed intricate. Chapter 49. The blacksmith Lin Na's. After entering Konoha, Clutch walked along, inquiring with the villagers about Lin Tao's residence. Thanks to Lin Tao's generosity and charitable endeavors, his reputation in the village had soared, with over 80% of the villagers recognizing him. And they were well aware of his status as the son-in-law of the Inuzuka clan, living a blissful life. However, Clutch's sudden appearance sparked various speculations among the villagers. Upon departing from the Hokage's office, Lin Tao keenly sensed an unusual scrutiny from passers-by on his way home. Perplexed, he immediately began to ponder whether he had committed any misdeeds recently. However, after a brief contemplation of 2.5 seconds, he found himself utterly at a loss. What is amiss today? Their gazes seem rather peculiar, yet I am certain I have not engaged in any heinous acts. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Lin Tao walked home with a sense of unease, his sixth sense suggesting that something might be amiss at home. Upon arriving at his family's estate, he felt his anxiety heighten as he noticed Inuzuka Tsum and Inuzuka Kiba waiting for him. "Aunt, what has happened between you and Kiba? You both seem rather unhappy. What is going on?" Tsum cast a complex glance at Lin Tao before turning to point at Claw, who was squatting by the roadside. "Little Lin, actually. Your aunt is more interested in knowing what transpired with you. Can you elucidate?" At that moment, Claw was amusing Akamaru with ice magic. Upon hearing a familiar voice, he joyfully turned around and, upon confirming it was Lin Tao, leaped toward him. "Ah, Lord Lin Tao, I am overjoyed to see you again. This past month has made me long for you dearly." "Claw," Lin Tao exclaimed in shock, not expecting Claw to have journeyed directly from the forest of Glen to Konohagakure. "Wait, what are you doing, Claw? Let go of me. Why the coldness? You were so fervent the first time we met. Don't say such easily misconstrued things. Hey, what's with this strange awakening of attributes? All right, just let go." Lin Tao forcefully pushed Kraft back and hurriedly explained to Inuzuka, "And it's not as you think. I have no relationship with her whatsoever. We merely encountered these sorceress sisters during our last mission. By the way, brother, why don't you say something? You were present during that mission as well." Inuzuka helplessly shrugged and replied, "Brother, when our two teams converged, you and Hinata were already with this woman. Whatever transpired between you, I am unaware." "Ah, no. Hinata can vouch for me." Before he could finish, Kral lunged at him again, wrapping her arms around Lin Tao's waist and blissfully nuzzling against his chest. Sighing heavily, Inuzuka Joie found it difficult to witness the scene before him. "Aunt, please let me explain. This is truly not what you think." Upon seeing Lin Tao's earnest gaze, Inuzuka Joie smiled and nodded, saying, "Haha, Aunt believes you. If anything truly occurred between you, the scent would linger on her for quite some time. However, our Inuzuka clan does not condone the practice of sharing one husband among two women. So it is best that you clarify this matter with her." Inuzuka Joie had indeed questioned Krad about the situation 10 minutes earlier. But given that Krad was a witch from the Arad continent, her thoughts and manner of speaking seemed utterly disconnected from their world, making her appear somewhat eccentric in Inuzuka Joie's eyes. Thus, she did not believe Krad would have any influence over her daughter. Nevertheless, the current predicament was undeniably troublesome. "I understand, Aunt. Please give me 5 minutes." With that, Lin Tao pulled Krad to a secluded corner, intending to inquire about the specific circumstances. To his surprise, as Krat leaned against the wall, she recalled the events that transpired in the cave that day, her cheeks flushing crimson as she silently closed her eyes. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tao's mind was instantly flooded with a myriad of questions. What is the meaning of this? Why are you blushing like a teapot? If you continue like this, I might just strike you. If the adult desires it, then so be it. This time I shall remain silent. Cracky, what brings you all the way from the forest of Grand to Konoha? I have come specifically to follow you. I wish to be by your side day and night. Ah, wait a moment. Surely your mind has been muddled from our last encounter, or perhaps you have fallen under some enchantment. Fear not, I shall remedy this." With that, Lin Tao employed his purification skill on Craggy, ensuring thoroughness by casting it 5 times in succession. Yet, upon observing Craggy's still enamored expression, he began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Sigh, Craggy. What is it, my lord? I cannot acquiesce to your wishes, for I am already wed." To this, Craggy not only appeared unfazed but also chuckled as she replied, "Well, will this truly have an impact? Kings and nobles are surrounded by hundreds of women serving them. A man as formidable as yourself should certainly have dozens at his beck and call." Lin Tao felt a sense of disbelief, just as he was about to vehemently criticize the other party's misguided thoughts. He suddenly recalled that craft did not originally belong to this world. Thus, he patiently elucidated, "Crab, what you speak of pertains to the customs of other nations. However, in the land of fire, in Konoha, in this place, we adhere to a monogamous system. We must uphold our fidelity to love." Krat was momentarily taken aback. In her worldview, the strong do not need to abide by rules. The powerful can arbitrarily take the lives of others and compel them to bear offspring. Yet, the man before her seemed somewhat different. Although he was indeed formidable, his thoughts were, "I understand now. I have been a bother to you, esteemed sir. How delightful it is that you can comprehend." At this moment, Lin Tao finally revealed a hint of a smile. "However, I have already resolved to reside here for an extended period, so I shall still be seeing you frequently, as I have come here alongside Linus." Lin Tao's smile gradually froze upon hearing the words, and he momentarily doubted whether he had misheard. "Wait a moment, Craft, the Linus you just mentioned. Could it be the blacksmith renowned for crafting weapons?" "Indeed, it is he. His business in the countryside has not been thriving, so he plans to open a shop here." Hoping for a stroke of luck, "He should be arriving soon," Craft replied. "Who would have thought that even Uncle Linus would come?" "Uncle Linus? That rascal is barely in his 50s. Ascent he? Hiss. You dare to call Linus a rascal? Craft, are you perhaps older than him?" "Ah, indeed. I am 192 years old, which is why I have been able to cultivate my magic to such a degree. You must have practiced for at least a millennium to be this formidable." "Well, in truth, I am merely 19 years old." A profound silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 50. Open source. At that moment, Kraft felt his face burn with embarrassment. Typically, strength is correlated with age. If the man before him was indeed only 19, then his years of diligent practice would be rendered a mere jest. My lord, could it be that you are the reincarnation of a demon king?" "Absolutely not. This nation has no demon race, let alone a demon king. Honestly, how dull-witted can you be? Have you not noticed that the world before you is somewhat different from what it once was? Are you suggesting that this place is not the human realm?" Upon observing Kraft's apparent dullness, Lin Tao leaned closer and whispered in a dialect from his homeland. In essence, he conveyed that while he understood her potential discomfort in the forest, it would be wise for her to temper her demeanor now that she had chosen to reside here. He cautioned her against discussing matters of the demon realm, for a witch of her caliber could easily attract unwanted attention, leading to dire consequences, such as being subjected to dissection for research purposes. "I understand, Master," Kraft replied. When she first arrived in Konoha, her flamboyance stemmed from the fact that in her original world, sorceresses like her held a position of great esteem, often acting with impunity, as ordinary humans lacked magical abilities. Only a select few human warriors possessed the strength to rival sorcerers, which led her to underestimate the villagers of Konoha. However, through Lin Tao's elucidation, Kraft came to realize that most inhabitants here practiced ninjutsu, which, despite its different nomenclature, bore striking similarities to magic. Upon witnessing Klaha's return to normalcy, Lin Tao quietly exhaled in relief. "So what are your plans now? Still determined to remain here?" Klaha pondered briefly before nodding resolutely. "Indeed, I have decided to stay for a while. As you mentioned, if the people here can master and wield the art of ninjutsu, then so can I. This might very well be the opportunity one need to surpass my sister." "Ah, so you wish to learn in secret, do you? A noble ambition. But you must first negotiate with the Hokage of this village. After all, nothing in the human world comes without a price." "I understand." Klaha rummaged at her waist before producing a gleaming ruby ring. Song of the Elves, a level 10 divine artifact ring, granting 13 to strength and intelligence, 44 to maximum magic power, 2 casting speed, 1 to the ancient memory skill, and 9 to skill damage. "My lord, do you believe this will suffice?" "Oh, this is the Song of the Elves. You're quite generous." Klaha offered an awkward smile. "Truth be told, I acquired it from an elf many years ago. So, well, regardless, this should suffice. I shall arrange the necessary procedures with the village on your behalf and secure a permanent residence for you." I shall defer to your judgment, my lord. Later, Klaha offered a sincere explanation to Inuzuka Tsum, assuring her that such an incident would not recur. Tsum, satisfied with the apology, chose not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Lin Tao returned once more to the Hokage's office. Upon seeing Lin Tao's unexpected return, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, inquired as to the reason for his visit. Lin Tao presented the ring of the Elven Song given by Clara before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage appeared momentarily stunned for having just perused the illustrated manual. He instantly recognized the ring as the legendary artifact. Mr. Lin, this is Lord Third. I actually have a long-lost stepsister named Clara. She found me today and expressed her wish to reside in Konoha for a while. She entrusted me with handling the formalities and offered this as a token of courtesy. Sarutobi's face brightened with delight. Ah, such trivial matters need not trouble her. Your sister is far too kind. Those such gifts are unnecessary. Though his words feigned reluctance, his hands betrayed eagerness as he accepted the ring. He then retrieved a registration ledger from his drawer. Simply record her details here, Mr. Lin. Leave the rest to me. My gratitude, Lord Third. 3 days later, 2 new establishments emerged in Konoha. One, Lena's Smithy, and the other, Clara's Chilled Delights. Treat your equipment as you would a lover. The familiar phrase instantly transported Lin Tao's thoughts back over a decade. The once pixelated figures from his memories now stood before him, vivid and tangible. Hey there, lad. Here for gear? Come, take a look, plenty to choose from. Noticing Lin Tao lingering at the entrance, Lena beckoned him over, as their paths had yet to cross. Lena remained unaware of Lin Tao's identity. Lin Tao also intended to have a good chat with this old friend. Thus, he approached the shop, picked up a samurai sword, and began to admire it. Uncle, this sword is quite well made. How much does it cost? Upon hearing this, Linus affectionately wrapped his arm around Lin Tao's shoulder and chuckled. Young man, you truly possess remarkable discernment. What you hold in your hands is indeed the prized treasure of this establishment. However, considering our fortunate connection, I shall let it go for a mere 3,000 gold coins. What? Uncle, your price seems to suggest you are treating me like a fool. Oh, how can you speak so, young man? The materials I used are of the finest quality iron, distinctly superior to those commonplace blades wielded by rural warriors. Lin Tao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet he grasped the reason behind Lin Naz's struggling business. In the realm of Arad, the levels of magic and technology are remarkably advanced, rendering gold rather commonplace. However, the situation is starkly different in the world of Naruto, where, despite the ninjas possessing an array of formidable jutsu, the technological development lags significantly. This results in a low yield of gold and a high price, with weapons in the hands of ninjas treated almost as consumables, leading to a meager rate of return. Consequently, it is rare for anyone here to spend 3,000 gold coins on a mere ordinary katana. Sir, you came here with Claw, correct? I am a friend of hers. My name is Lin Tao. I have heard about you from her, which is why I decided to check in, he said. Oh, since you are a friend of Claw. You are indeed my friend as well. Please, come in and take a seat, Lin Naz replied, awkwardly scratching his head as he welcomed Lin Tao into his abode. Sir, how many weapons have you sold since opening your door? Lin Tao inquired. Ah well, Lin Naz answered with a pained expression. It has already been 2 days since we opened. Although many have inquired, most leave upon hearing the prices, so I have yet to sell a single piece. Furthermore, the currency used here is a paper note in denominations of 2. Sir, in the weapon shop on the adjacent street. The long swords and shurikens only cost several tens of thousands to a little over 100,000 of those notes, which translates to just over 100 gold coins. Your pricing lacks competitiveness, Lin Tao pointed out. Is that so? How infuriating. What should I do then? Lin Naz lamented. If the low-end market proves unviable, I suggest you consider a high-end approach. As a skilled blacksmith, if you invest some effort, crafting rare weapons such as the Autumn Leaf Blade, the Void Nation Blade, or the Purple Maru should be feasible, Lin Tao proposed. Although it may be feasible, the cost of producing such high-caliber weapons would be significantly elevated, requiring many special materials. Typically, only one exceptional piece emerges from every dozen or so attempts. The main concern is that here, a blade cannot even sell for several thousand gold coins. If the price increases further, it will be even less likely to find buyers, Lin Naz replied. That should not be a problem. As long as you can produce rare-grade weaponry, even if priced at several tens of thousands or more than 100,000 gold coins, there will certainly be buyers. Leave the sales aspect to me. I will handle that while you focus solely on collecting the payments. Upon hearing this, Linus nodded with a mix of skepticism and belief, ultimately embracing Lin Tao's suggestion. Thus, a few days later, the first autumn leaf blade was forged in the blacksmith's workshop. With its innate fire attribute attack, this katana was ultimately acquired by the third Hokage for a sum of 80,000 gold coins. After Lin Tao received the money, he retained 20,000 gold coins for himself and delivered the remaining 60,000 gold coins to Lin Na's blacksmith shop. Good news, my friend, he announced. The autumn leaf blade has been sold for 60,000 gold coins. Here is the money, please count it. Upon hearing this, Linus was filled with immense joy, and his fondness for Lin Tao soared to new heights, truly worthy of being Mr. Lin. If it weren't for your assistance, I would still be unable to commence operations. Therefore, let me not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Take back 10,000 gold coins. Ah, dear sir, you are truly too courteous. We are all friends here. Why speak of money? Chapter 51. Return to the team. Although Lin Tao is not lacking in wealth, the day will inevitably come when he runs out of resources. The emergence of Lin Nas has effectively provided him with a hidden source of income. Compared to his initial nonchalance, Lin Tao now possesses a resolute and clear objective to oust the upper echelons, including Sarutobi, and ascend to the position of Hokage, ensuring the complete eradication of Danzo and his faction. Upon his arrival in Konoha, he was placed under the surveillance of Yuzuki Yugao. Despite his goodwill towards the village over the past few months, he has encountered numerous distasteful incidents. To claim that he harbors no resentment would be disingenuous. The calm demeanor he projects is a testament to his exceptional acting skills. However, to become Hokage, mere martial prowess is insufficient, as true authority stems from the recognition and support of the villagers, which necessitates long-term strategizing. After departing from Lin Na's blacksmith shop, dusk had nearly fallen. Perhaps due to his prolonged idleness at home, a sense of emptiness welled up within Lin Tao as he observed the bustling crowds on the streets, tirelessly striving for their livelihoods. It had been nearly a month since he left the team, and he wondered how Team 8 was faring. Unbeknownst to him, he meandered to Team 8's training ground and caught sight of several familiar figures. Hey, everyone, looks like your training is quite intense. Lin Tao greeted the members of Team 8 with a wave. Huh, Mr. Lin, what brings you here today? Haha, Teacher Kurenai, why the surprise? I am still a member of Team 8. Having wrapped up my previous commitments, I wish to rejoin the team. Are you not welcoming me back? Oh, not at all. I am genuinely delighted to see you return, Mr. Lin. Originally, Kurenai had thought Lin Tao might have resigned from his ninja duties due to recent events, leaving her feeling rather disheartened. After Lin Tao's departure, Team 8's operational capacity plummeted, and the difficulty of their missions increased exponentially. Tasks that might have led to combat were swiftly cancelled, resulting in a mere handful of mundane D-rank missions over the past month, which adversely affected her performance. Thus, upon hearing that Lin Tao intended to return to Team 8, Kurenai could not conceal her joy. Big brother, you've decided to return to Team 8? That's fantastic. Our missions have been dreadfully dull without you. Mr. Lin, we are glad to have you back. Welcome back to the team, Mr. Lin. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino also gathered around, warmly welcoming their returning elder brother. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tao felt a gentle warmth blossom within him, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. It seems everyone has missed me, and I have missed you all as well. There were indeed some troublesome matters previously, but they have all been resolved now. Starting tomorrow, I will train and carry out missions alongside everyone. That evening, in celebration of Lin Tao's return, Team 8 held a gathering hosted by Kurenai Yuhi. During the meal, the team shared amusing anecdotes from the past month, rekindling their affections for Lin Tao. After the gathering, Kurenai called Lin Tao aside, expressing her desire for a private conversation. Lin Tao, having resolved to foster a good relationship moving forward, readily agreed. The two made their way to a bench in the park, where Kurenai gestured for him to sit, and said, "If you don't mind, Mr. Lin, let us have a chat here." Well, I wonder why Teacher Kurenai sought me out tonight, Lin Tao mused. Actually, I would like to know your thoughts on me as a teacher and on Team 8. Kurenai's inquiry was tinged with nervousness. She felt immense pressure as the third Hokage had assigned her a crucial and special mission, to deepen Lin Tao's affection for Konoha through the bonds within Team 8. Yet, Kurenai knew that although she was ostensibly Lin Tao's teacher, she had little to impart. The so-called teacher-student relationship was merely an illusion. Lin Tao, however, appeared remarkably at ease. He discerned that her question was, in essence, about his perspective on Konoha, and replied with a smile, "Why do you suddenly ask this, Teacher Kurenai? I suppose I am a bit concerned. After all, I hold great fondness for you and the members of Team 8, though I seldom express it. I have always regarded Team 8 as quite significant. As for my absence during that time, it was not intentional. I was simply unwell. Oh, though you continually refer to me as teacher, I feel I have not truly taught you anything. I often feel guilty about that. Is that what you are troubled by, teacher? You are overthinking it. I believe that the measure of a teacher's excellence lies not in how much knowledge they impart, but in the trust and care they extend to their students. I am aware of your sincere intentions, so even if I don't learn from you, it is due to my own lack of talent." Kurenai was taken aback by Lin Tao's response. For it is often the case that the stronger individuals yearn for greater power and desire a formidable teacher who can impart genuine knowledge. Thus, Kurenai began to process the true meaning behind Lin Tao's words, eventually realizing that his views on teachers were implicitly reflective of his views on the village. Although he did not articulate the latter half of his sentiment, it was evident that it served as a warning to the higher-ups in Konoha. In reality, Lin Tao's thoughts were not as convoluted as Kurenai imagined. He simply held such beliefs because he had long since become invincible, merely playing the part of a fool to blend in. Therefore, the prowess of a teacher mattered little to him. He merely required emotional support in daily life. Kurenai wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, saying, "Mr. Lin, your insights are indeed exceptional and profoundly enlightening. Teacher Kurenai, allow me to share a story that may clarify my point. I once knew a master and apprentice duo. The apprentice was exceptionally talented, yet his unconventional methods led the teacher to perceive him as a threat. Consequently, the teacher began to control and suppress him, resulting in a rift between them, marked by a lack of communication and trust. Ultimately, this apprentice chose a path of betrayal. Reflecting upon this, had the teacher sought to understand his pupil better and fostered an environment of trust, understanding, and acceptance, perhaps such a tragic outcome could have been averted. What Lin Tao is referring to is, in fact, the tale of Sarutobi Sasuke and Orochimaru, emphasizing the profound significance of emotional communication between teacher and student. Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, as she perceived a striking resemblance between this narrative and the recent discord between Konoha and Lin Tao. As Lin Tao was about to continue his tale, he noticed that Shiri Hong's forehead was drenched in perspiration. With genuine concern, he inquired, "Teacher Hong, what seems to be the matter? You appear to be sweating profusely. Are you unwell?" Chapter 52, Kato Group Cough. I'm perfectly fine. I may have indulged a bit too much earlier, and my head is simply feeling a tad warm, she replied. Then, Teacher Hong, it would be wise for you to return home and rest. It would be unfortunate if you were to catch a chill. Indeed, let us reconvene tomorrow. Sensing that further conversation might lead to complications, Shiri Hong gracefully took her leave. The following day, Lin Tao, accompanied by his classmates from Class 8, arrived at the task assembly hall, prepared to embark on his second ninja mission. Upon spotting Lin Tao, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, Mr. Lin has arrived. Have you concluded your family matters? Yes, all affairs within the clan have been attended to. Thank you for your concern, Lord Third. Lin Tao smiled and nodded, having already seen through the other party's facade of insincerity. However, it was not yet the time to overturn the table, so he maintained a semblance of decorum. Seeing Lin Tao's demeanor, Sarutobi Hizashi felt increasingly reassured. Well then, please wait a moment. We shall explain the task once the client arrives. After a brief interlude of several minutes, an elderly man with a scruffy beard entered, clad in simple attire. Sarutobi Hizashi gestured towards him and addressed the members of Team 8, saying, "This gentleman is the client for our current mission, Mr. Dasna, a master bridge builder hailing from the land of waves. Your task is to provide close protection for Mr. Dasna, safeguarding him against potential thieves and marauders until the completion of the bridge in the land of waves. The level of this mission is classified as C." Lin Tao furrowed his brow, contemplating the incongruity of the situation. If his memory served him correctly, the mission in the land of waves was traditionally assigned to Kakashi's Team 7, yet it had now inexplicably fallen to Team 8. Nevertheless, encountering such fortuitous circumstances, Lin Tao was not one to let the opportunity slip away, especially considering the legendary wealth of Kato. A lucrative gain from this individual would be most advantageous. Greetings, everyone. From this day forth, I entrust my safety to you all, Dasna remarked. smiling as he addressed the members of Team 8. Perhaps it was the presence of two adults within the group that prompted his courteous demeanor. Rest assured, Mr. Dasna, we shall ensure your absolute safety. The members of Team 8 assured him, briefly introducing themselves before agreeing to reconvene at the gate in an hour for their departure. Once the group had departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a knowing smile. During the mission briefing, a cursory investigation is always conducted on the clients and the nature of the commissioned task. Thus, it was well known that a significant portion of the towns in the Land of Waves lay under the control of Kato, the owner of the shipping conglomerate. Should the bridge be constructed, it would undoubtedly jeopardize Kato's interests. Hence, the essence of this mission was, in fact, to oppose Kato's organization. However, the bridge Dasna sought to build was a critical thoroughfare connecting the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves, promising substantial benefits for economic exchange and development between the two nations. Therefore, even with the understanding that Dasna had concealed much regarding the commission, the mission office had chosen to accept the task. In truth, Dasna had been in Konoha for several days, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had been deliberating over which team to assign this pivotal mission. Given Kato's status as a wealthy magnate, it was likely he had an entourage of ronin, samurai, or shinobi at his disposal. A typical Genin team might not succeed in fulfilling the task, yet dispatching a Chunin or Jounin team would be too conspicuous. The return of Lin Tao, however, presented the Hokage with the ideal solution. Team 8 was perfectly suited for such a protective assignment, ensuring a high probability of success. Shortly after leaving the village, Lin Tao activated his faith aura, boosting the strength and intelligence of all team members within range by 400, and enhancing stamina and spirit by 500, and Guardian Emblem, increasing physical and magical defenses by 12,000, along with stamina and spirit by 200. Note, the enhancement in stamina raises the maximum health limit, health recovery and physical defense increase, with every 250 points of stamina raising the base health limit by 100. Spirit corresponds to magical energy, with similar effects on recovery and magical defense. At this moment, the vitality and chakra levels of the group surged to nearly 4 times their original capacities. Upon sensing the effects of Lin Tao's skills, the team became immediately alert. At Yuhi Kurenai's gesture, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino swiftly encircled Dasna, adopting battle stances while simultaneously scanning their surroundings, causing Dasna's expression to shift to one of tension. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Tao felt somewhat perplexed. After surveying his surroundings, he addressed the group. What has happened to you all? Is there an enemy attack? Zairong was taken aback by Lin Tao's inquiry and retorted, Mr. Lin, did you not detect the enemy's assault? Otherwise, why would you suddenly release your chakra? Upon hearing this, Lin Tao comprehended the situation and proceeded to elucidate. I did not perceive any enemy attack. I merely wished to provide you all with an additional layer of security. Furthermore, you are all sensory-type ninjas, and if there were indeed an assault, you would likely detect it before I could, would you not? It seems I have been overly anxious. Since there is no threat, let us temporarily cease the use of the secret technique. Maintaining it continuously would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of chakra. We can employ it again should an unexpected situation arise. Teacher Hong seemed to worry unnecessarily, explaining, in truth, this ability I possess is akin to a passive aura skill, meaning it does not expend any energy and remains constantly active. It merely allows me to select effective targets through my personal will. Hinata gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, this feels so familiar. Could it be that the peculiar force during the initial assessment of Team 8 was also due to Mr. Lin? Indeed, Lin Tao affirmed. I was concerned that you might not meet the standards, given how formidable Teacher Hong is. Hearing this, Hong's head was filled with question marks. Oh, so you all conspired to deceive me? Your teacher? No wonder during that assessment. You three not only struck with great force, but seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of chakra. It turns out this was the reason. By the way, Mr. Lin, isn't this akin to aiding them in cheating? Teacher Hong, that assertion is not quite accurate, Lin Tao replied. How can this be considered cheating? After all, I am also a member of Team 8. Collaboration is to be expected. Your abilities as ninjas of Konoha are indeed remarkable. It appears that choosing to seek your assistance was a wise decision. I now feel capable of challenging a warrior in hand-to-hand combat. Ha ha ha. Dasna similarly expressed his admiration for Lin Tao's capabilities, as the tangible enhancement he experienced was overwhelmingly potent. Upon hearing such praise from Dasna, Lin Tao's lips seemed to stretch towards the heavens. This is nothing. I have yet to take it seriously. Yui Kurenai sighed in resignation. Perceiving that while Lin Tao possessed many admirable qualities, his tendency to become overly elated from flattery rendered him rather childlike. However, Lin Tao soon composed himself, his expression growing increasingly grave. I have previously visited the Land of Waves and heard whispers of a certain Kadu, the notorious leader of a criminal syndicate, who reigns with an iron fist there. Am I mistaken, Mr. Dasna? Dasna was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. You are aware of this. Chapter 53. The unrelenting pursuit of Tsunade. Thus, it is highly probable that our mission will bring us face to face with Kadu's subordinates. We must mentally prepare ourselves. Inazuka Kiba, perplexed, inquired, Brother, who is Kadu? Is he truly formidable? Indeed, he is akin to the chieftain of a small nation's mafia, with interests spanning numerous countries and a considerable number of henchmen, possibly even ninjas from other lands. Is this for real? Are we truly undertaking a C-rank mission? Yui Kurenai also began to grasp the gravity of the situation, prompting her to question Dasna. This certainly exceeds the scope of a C-rank mission, Mr. Dasna. Are you concealing significant information from us? Faced with her inquiry, Dasna had no choice but to lay bare the circumstances surrounding the Land of Waves. He then knelt, beseeching the group to continue safeguarding him, so that the bridge could be completed. Yui Kurenai, looking toward Lin Tao with a plea in her eyes, believed he possessed knowledge of these matters yet had chosen not to reveal them while in the village, likely for deeper reasons. Lin Tao stepped forward to assist Dasna and address the crowd, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, consider this. If I am aware of the circumstances in the Land of Waves, surely the Hokage must be as well. Mr. Lin, are you implying that the Hokage intends to aid the Land of Waves in overcoming its crisis? Otherwise, he would not have dispatched us on this mission. If that is the case, we shall continue with our task. Dasna, moved to tears, replied, Thank you. Thank you all. I deceived you, yet you have shown such generosity. Once the bridge is completed, the Land of Waves will sincerely express its gratitude to Konoha. The group then proceeded towards the Land of Waves. As they traversed a dense forest, Shino suddenly changed his expression, raising a hand to halt the others and warning, Wait a moment. The insects I deployed for reconnaissance have detected 2 ninjas from another country on a tree 300 meters ahead, seemingly approaching us. It appears they have been waiting for us for quite some time. Red Sensei, shall I capture them now? No, Mr. Lin, it is better for you to stay by Mr. Dasna sighed. Let the others handle the battle. Indeed, brother. Allow me to showcase the fruits of our training over the past month. Inazuka Kiba was eager for this combat encounter between ninjas, displaying his excitement, while Hinata and Shino also readied themselves for action. In truth, the range of my belief aura is quite extensive. It does not necessitate my physical presence. However, since Red Sensei has suggested it, I shall refrain from intervening in the upcoming battle. Remember to leave one alive. Rest assured, brother. Meanwhile, the hidden mist brothers concealed in the forest remained unsuspecting, oblivious to the imminent danger. When they finally detected the presence of teammate, Inazuka Kiba Sfong had already made contact with one of their faces. 3 minutes later, Kiba and Shino each dragged a severely injured hidden mist brother before Yui Kurenai to report. Heh, all done, Red Sensei. However, I couldn't hold back. And one of them is on the verge of death. Perhaps, brother, could you tend to him first? At that moment, Hinata also rushed over, cradling a severed piece of the hidden mist brother's body, blood seeping from the wound. What? Hinata, what are you holding? Kiba asked me to bring this. And I thought, it might be better to try to save him. Yes, brother, didn't you want one alive? The scene startled Dasna, who realized that ninjas belonged to an entirely different realm from ordinary people. Yui Kurenai, having experienced war, was unfazed by such sights, though she was taken aback by Hinata's remarkable psychological resilience in this moment. Lin Tao let out a helpless sigh and employed a rapid healing technique on the 2 ghostly brothers, restoring their bodies to the pristine condition they had been in just moments before. The astonishment in the hearts of the fully restored ghostly brothers was beyond words. What have you done to us? What on earth is this? You should consider yourselves fortunate to have encountered us. Had it been someone else, you would have lost your lives countless times over for daring to commit crimes within the borders of the Land of Fire. One cannot help but admire your audacity. Subsequently, after a series of illusionary interrogations conducted by Kurenai Yui, the 2 were finally swayed and divulged the information they possessed. It is rather unexpected to learn that Kato's subordinates number over 230, including more than a dozen rogue ninjas under his employ. It appears we are facing a rather formidable predicament. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao nodded in agreement and remarked, Teacher Hong is indeed correct. The village must additionally construct cells for over 200 individuals, which poses quite a conundrum. But what does Mr. Lin mean by this? At that moment, the very 200 individuals were being escorted back to the village, destined for the mines to extract coal. How splendid that would be. However, wait a moment, Mr. Lin's notion is far too perilous. While ninjas may engage in deadly combat amongst themselves, they are bound by a mutual accord established by the feudal lords of various nations to refrain from arbitrarily dealing with civilians. I am well aware of this. Lin Tao replied, but did those two not just mention that Kado has rallied over 240 renegade ninjas from other nations? Therefore, if we can bring them to justice, it would be tantamount to executing the will of heaven. No, absolutely not. Lin Tao's words sent a shiver down the spine of Yugao, for they stood in stark contrast to the principles upheld by ninjas. The ninja village is akin to a nation's military, with ninjas serving as its soldiers. Once on the battlefield, the manner in which soldiers engage in combat is of no concern. However, when it comes to civilians, the utmost one can resort to is driving them away or temporarily restricting their movements. Private actions against them are strictly forbidden. Striking at civilians transforms a ninja into an illegal mercenary. Most crucially, a ninja who harms civilians has unlocked a damning constraint within their conscience, and inevitably, they may turn their weapons against their lords, a transgression that no lord would ever tolerate. Ha ha ha, Teacher Hong, do not be so agitated. I was merely jesting. Lin Tao chuckled. Such jokes should not be made again, Mr. Lin, she replied. Understood, understood. After 2 days of travel, the group arrived at the borders of the Land of Waves. Unbeknownst to them, a thin mist began to envelop their path, raising Yugao's vigilance. Consequently, she activated her sensory abilities to scan the surroundings. Strange. It is unusual for fog to arise at noon, and within this mist, I can detect faint traces of chakra. It appears we have been welcomed. Given the circumstances, it was clear that the ninjas of the hidden mist were at play. Should we engage, Teacher Hong? Let us refrain from hasty actions. We are not yet aware of the enemy's position, but they cannot be far. Furthermore, I can sense their formidable strength through the chakra, at least a jonin. I see. This is no battle for mere genin. It seems my intervention is required. No. As the team's medic and support, your priority is to ensure Mr. Dezuna's safety from the rear. I shall handle this adversary. Rest assured, Teacher Hong. I only need 5 seconds. If I am unable to resolve the situation within that time, then you may intervene. Well, for now, let us locate the enemy's position. At Yugao's signal, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino began to utilize their respective search capabilities. Moments later, they pinpointed the enemy's exact location and commenced discreet communication through hand gestures. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Zabuza Momochi keenly sensed their awareness. It seems they have caught wind of my presence. How amusing. It appears not all of Konoha's ninjas are worthless. Just as Zabuza was inwardly mocking the Konoha ninjas before him, a chilling voice pierced through the air from behind him. Were you the one observing us from the shadows, Mr. Zabuza? In an instant, Lin Tao had appeared behind Zabuza. Zabuza's hair stood on end as he swung his blade towards Lin Tao. Only to witness a scene he would never forget. Lin Tao not only deflected the strike with one hand, but, with a flick of his fingers, shattered the executioner's blade into pieces. What? Chapter 54. The Decapitation Operation TSK. Is the legendary executioner's blade truly this fragile? I hope Mr. Zabuza's body is not as brittle as this blade. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully uninteresting. Upon hearing these words, Zabuza broke out in a cold sweat, especially as he beheld the mocking expression on Lin Tao's face, amplifying the fear within him. The man before him was insurmountable. This was Zabuza's most immediate thought. After all, to crush an executioner's blade solely with physical prowess had transcended the realm of humanity. Thus, upon realizing he had encountered a formidable foe, Zabuza prepared to utilize his ninjutsu to escape. However, as he began to form the necessary hand seals, Lin Tao seized his wrist and flung him away. Zabuza tumbled through the air, rolling 5 or 6 times before landing, skidding across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a stop. In the next moment, Lin Tao reappeared behind Zabuza, lifting him by the collar and striding towards Yugao. It is over. It seems I did not need 5 seconds after all. This is Zabuza of the Hidden Mist? Yugao was taken aback upon seeing Zabuza in Lin Tao's grip. Her astonishment was twofold. She had not anticipated that the Kato group would engage Zabuza to eliminate Dezuna, and she was astounded to see the legendary demon of the Hidden Mist rendered powerless in Lin Tao's hands, akin to a mere doll. Teacher Hong. Do you recognize this person? Yes, his name is Zabuza Momochi, nicknamed the Demon. He was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, proficient in water release techniques and assassination arts, renowned in the ninja world for his silent killing skills. As Yugao provided information about Zabuza to her companions, she discreetly observed Lin Tao's demeanor, for his overwhelming abilities continually reshaped her understanding of strength. The reason Lin Tao no longer conceals his prowess is that the events involving Danzo have profoundly altered his disposition, leading him to comprehend a fundamental truth: the benevolence of the weak holds no value. Upon his arrival in Kanahagakure, he massed his strength to appear more approachable and to spare the faces of the villagers. However, this facade only constructed an illusion of vulnerability. Given this, he resolved to abandon the pretense. It is rather ironic that the illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen have been reduced to the status of mercenaries, suggesting that the lives of the mist ninjas are not as favorable as one might presume. So, how shall we deal with Kakashi? Upon our arrival in the town, we shall temporarily detain him, and once this mission concludes, we will escort him back to the village for the Hokage's judgment. Indeed, that seems prudent. After reaching a consensus, the group bound Zabuza and Lin Tao carried him on his back as they continued their journey. Not far away, perched upon a nearby tree, Zabuza's young accomplice, Haku, was covertly observing the entire scene. Upon witnessing Zabuza's capture, he felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, his instincts warned him that this team was exceedingly perilous. Should he rashly reveal himself, not only would he fail to rescue Zabuza, but he might also endanger his own life. Thus, he resolved to bide his time and await the opportune moment. The composition of Team 8, which includes 1 sensor and 3 specialized trackers, meant they were already aware of Haku's presence. Additionally, Inazuka Kiba, with his acute sense of smell, could ascertain the connection between Haku and Zabuza, as they shared a similar scent. The decision not to engage Haku was influenced by Lin Tao's discreet communication with Yuhi Kurenai. Although Kurenai found this somewhat perplexing, she acquiesced to Lin Tao's decision. Consequently, after a brief exchange of glances among the team members, they collectively opted to disregard Haku's presence. Upon their arrival in the town, Kurenai led the trio to the bridge construction site, where they began to disperse the unruly gang of troublemakers. Lin Tao brought Zabuza to a prison in the town, escorting him to a cell. Noticing the hostility in Zabuza's eyes, Lin Tao chuckled lightly and remarked, "Why the anger, Mr. Zabuza? I am merely acting to safeguard our client. After all, there is no enmity between us. We are all simply fulfilling our respective duties. What do you intend to do with me? Naturally, we shall escort you back to Konoha. However, for the time being, Mr. Zabuza will need to endure a brief period here. I hope you refrain from causing trouble for the staff, as that would complicate matters for us." Subsequently, Lin Tao approached the warden, whispering a few words into his ear before discreetly slipping a wad of cash into the man's hand. The warden, upon receiving the money, smiled knowingly and nodded in acknowledgement. With the arrival of Team 8, the local ruffians under Kato's command ceased their disturbances, and the construction of the cross-sea bridge commenced anew. Yet, this peaceful scene was short-lived. On the 4th day of the bridge's reconstruction, Kurenai informed Lin Tao of Zabuza's escape from prison. Lin Tao, upon hearing this, was visibly shocked as he inquired, "What? Zabuza has escaped from prison?" Indeed, just last night, an individual clad in a mask facilitated his escape, presumably one of his accomplices from that day. I fear that after regrouping, they may return with renewed ferocity. Sighing, Shi Rihong expressed her dismay, lamenting that they should have eradicated them entirely from the onset. Unexpectedly, Lin Tao flashed a wicked grin and countered, "That is splendid. For only in this manner can we truly eliminate them all." Shi Rihong furrowed her brow in confusion. "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that?" "Teacher Hong, consider this carefully. The real impediment to the bridge's construction is not Zabuza, but Kato. As long as Kato remains, even if we dispose of Zabuza, there will inevitably be another Zabuza, or a third, as long as Kato lives. Even if the bridge is completed, the land of waves will still be under Kato's dominion, leaving its people in perpetual subjugation." "Are you suggesting?" "Precisely as you surmised. Individuals like Kato do not easily reveal themselves, hence we need to locate Kato through Zabuza. After all, they share a contractual relationship and will surely cross paths. A few days ago, I preserved some of Zabuza's personal garments, and I believe Akamaru should be able to trace Zabuza's whereabouts from them. In truth, we could have released Zabuza from the outset, but Kato's minions are ubiquitous, and I feared that such an action would arouse Kato's suspicions, which is why I confined Zabuza for a few days. However, such matters. The crux of the matter is Kato not a renowned magnate? His enterprises and shipyards must possess an abundance of valuable assets. Thus, I intend to orchestrate a grand heist. I hope you will not thwart my plans, Teacher Hong. Absolutely not. If this were to come to the attention of the feudal lords of other nations, you would undoubtedly become a target of pursuit, and in turn, Konoha would. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao removed the forehead protector from his shoulder and retrieved a mask from behind. Teacher Hong, perhaps you have misunderstood. This is all the work of wandering samurai in society and has nothing to do with us, the Leaf Ninja. In Chapter 55, what are you risking your life for with such a meager sum? Lin Mister interjected, rest assured, Teacher Hong, I shall leave a shadow clone here, ensuring absolute security. Meanwhile, Zabuza, having escaped from prison in a state of disarray, returned to a temporary base in the land of waves to recuperate. This recent failure had dealt him a significant blow. Although the shattered pieces of his beheading sword had been retrieved by Haku, he had lost the will to confront the Leaf Ninja any further. Seeing Zabuza's inclination to retreat, Haku offered words of encouragement. Mr. Zabuza, while your strength is formidable, the Leaf Ninja summoned by the Land of Waves should not be underestimated. The man among them is likely one of the most distinguished among the Jonin of the Leaf. You speak the truth. Since becoming a ninja, I have never encountered such a powerful adversary. This mission is likely impossible to complete, and I have no desire to risk my life for a mere million ryo. Whatever you choose to do, Mr. Zabuza, I will support you. Very well, Haku. Inform Kato that this collaboration is terminated. I understand. Upon learning that Zabuza was withdrawing, Kato became extremely enraged. He gathered 30 armed samurai and stormed into Zabuza's base. Berating him, Zabuza, you scoundrel, we paid a hefty sum to hire you, trusting in your reputation as the demon of the mist. Yet you cannot even handle an old man and a few leaf brats. And now you wish to unilaterally tear up the agreement? This is outrageous. What do you intend to do? Zabuza's expression darkened, yet he found himself unable to refute. Even as a mercenary, he understood the importance of credibility, and he knew this failure was indeed his fault. With a wave of his hand, Kato signaled the 30 samurai to encircle Zabuza and Haku, drawing their long swords. Zabuza narrowed his eyes. Kato, what do you mean by this? There is no hidden meaning. For a failure who cannot complete a task, some punishment is necessary. I do not seek your life, but you must pay the price of losing your hands. As the 30 samurai advanced closer, Zabuza suddenly chuckled coldly. Ah, I see. It appears we have been underestimated. Haku, take action. Upon receiving the command, Haku surged forward, conjuring sharp ice needles that pressed against Kato's throat. What? What are you doing? Kato, startled by Haku's actions, quickly raised his hands in surrender and began to back away. Kato, perhaps you have misunderstood. Even if I have fared poorly against the Leaf Ninja, I am still Zabuza, the demon of the mist. You and your lackeys cannot provoke me. I shall grant you mercy this time. Take your men and leave at once. Faced with imminent danger, Kato said nothing further, merely scoffing before retreating with his men. Meanwhile, Lin Tao, accompanied by Chikamaru, successfully tracked Kato's whereabouts. However, he did not rush to take action, intending instead to observe first. For his goal was not simply to eliminate Kato, but to uncover his assets. Days later, one of Kato's subordinates crawled into Kato's presence, weeping, "Boss, this is terrible. The treasury at the East District shipyard was robbed by a mysterious masked man, and over 20 of our brothers were injured." What? What did you say? Kato's head spun as he clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. Everyone on site, follow me to the East District shipyard. As Kato led his men to investigate the situation at the East District shipyard, Lin Tao had already arrived at Kato's North District shipyard. Upon seeing Lin Tao, the manager mistakenly assumed him to be a customer in need of shipping services and approached him enthusiastically. Hey, what can I assist you with, sir? Ah, good sir. I indeed require assistance. I have run low on funds and wish for you to take me to the treasury. I would like to borrow some money. The manager furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the masked man before him, and then chuckled awkwardly. Heh, I thought you were here for something serious. But it seems you are seeking death. Do you know whose territory this is? This is Kato's territory. To stir trouble here, you must be tired of living. Brothers, come out. Arm yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 thugs armed with clubs emerged from behind crates. The manager proudly placed his hands on his hips. Heh, it seems you are unaware of the prowess of Kato's group. Let's start by breaking your arms to teach you a lesson. In the next moment, the thugs charged at Lin Tao. Sighing, he thought, I truly wish to resolve this amicably, but you leave me no choice. Lin Tao let out a soft sigh before launching his counterattack. However, out of a sense of humanity, he spared their lives, opting instead to break their arms. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen thugs lay sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. The manager, utterly terrified by this scene, collapsed onto the floor, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Please spare me, my lord. If it is money you seek, I shall take you there at once." Indeed, that is the correct mindset. While the wealth belongs to the employer, your life is your own. Had you possessed such clarity from the beginning, your comrades would not have endured this suffering. Yes, you speak the truth, my lord. The manager then led Lin Tao to the underground vault of the factory. However, in his heightened state of anxiety, he fumbled and dropped the key to the vault door. "Stand aside. Your services are no longer required." With his left hand forming a fist, Lin Tao struck the vault door, producing a thunderous sound as the 20-centimeter thick steel door was pierced in a single blow. He then inserted his right hand into the gap, and in the next moment, the vault door was torn open as if it were mere paper. The factory manager, witnessing this spectacle, was so frightened that he lost control of himself, bowing repeatedly before hastily retreating in a haphazard scramble. Lin Tao paid no heed to the chaos around him. Instead, he entered the vault, utilizing a space ninjutsu scroll to abscond with the wealth within. Thus, when Cardo arrived in the Eastern District, he was promptly met with news of the Northern District's plunder. At that moment, Cardo comprehended the gravity of his predicament. He had become the target of a formidable adversary. He immediately alerted his trusted subordinates, instructing them to transfer his assets scattered across various companies onto a large cargo ship, as he intended to flee the kingdom of Bo with the ill-gotten gains. However, all of this was precisely as Lin Tao had orchestrated. After raiding 2 factory sites, he refrained from further action, granting Cardo several days to prepare. It was only when Cardo boarded the grand vessel, ready to escape, that Lin Tao made a sudden appearance. "Ah, if it isn't the illustrious Cardo, where might you be heading?" It's the masked man. "Hey, you lot, deal with him." Cardo's heart raced with terror upon encountering Lin Tao, for he had witnessed the devastation wrought upon the vault door in the Northern District. He commanded his men to launch an assault on Lin Tao, while he himself sought refuge in a hidden chamber aboard the ship. Yet, how could a mere band of henchmen halt Lin Tao's advance? In a mere 2 minutes, he dispatched over 100 foes on the deck. Had he not wished to spare their lives, he could have reduced them to mere ashes in an instant. Through the sin of Chiharu, Lin Tao swiftly located the concealed chamber where Cardo was hiding. At that moment, Cardo was panting heavily, trembling uncontrollably, yet he maintained an appearance of strength and composure, saying, "Friend, let us not act rashly. All you desire is money, is it not? Spare me, and the riches aboard the ship shall be yours." With a sly grin, Lin Tao twisted Cardo's neck with a swift motion. "Fool, with your demise, all of this wealth is still mine." Chapter 56, A Furious Profit of 200 billion hehe. "Chiharu, you have accomplished a great feat these past few days. Upon our return, I shall prepare braised ribs for you." Lin Tao gently stroked Chiman's head, his inner joy evident. Chiman, in turn, danced joyfully at Lin Tao's feet, wagging his tail in response. The recent endeavors had been exceedingly profitable for Lin Tao. He had amassed over 1,000 tons of gold bars, alongside approximately 30 billion Rio from the land of fire, 50 billion Rio from the land of water, 10 billion Rio from the land of soup, 10 billion Rio from the land of iron, and around 8 billion Rio from the land of waves. Although each nation employed different forms of currency, they all possessed complete monetary attributes and could be exchanged at market rates. According to the gold prices in the land of fire, this gold was worth over 100 billion Rio, and combined with the currencies from various nations, the total value exceeded 200 billion Rio. Kato truly lived up to his reputation as a wealthy magnate. His holdings in the land of waves alone amounted to 200 billion Rio. He must have assets in other countries as well. Lin Tao regretted not having lingered on the ship for a few days to trace Kato's other investments. He slapped his thigh in frustration, feeling he had missed out on thousands of billions. Yet, he soon realized that such a strategy would have heightened the risk of exposure. And he reconciled himself to the situation. Money held great significance, as it not only procured resources but also bought loyalty. Any dependable relationship requires mutual interest to sustain it. As previously mentioned, to legitimately become the arbiter of the timber industry and wield actual power, it was essential to win the hearts of various families through various means, with money being a requisite for such a long-term infiltration plan. As of today, Lin Tao and Chi Man had been away from their team for 10 days. prompting him to hasten his return. After briefly disposing of Kato's body at sea, he donned speed-enhancing gear and raced back to the residence of teammate that very night. "Ah, Teacher Hong, you're still awake so late. You seem quite energetic," Lin Tao exclaimed as he entered, noticing Sunset Hong leisurely sipping wine and perusing a magazine while clad in a red camisole dress. "Mr. Lin, you're back so soon. Have you dealt with everything? No mishaps, I hope?" she inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. "Rest assured, Teacher Hong, everything has been handled quite well," he replied with a chuckle. Sunset Hong sighed softly, sensing a change in Lin Tao since the incident of the store theft. He had transformed from a humble and polite individual into someone radiating a hint of roguishness, which made her feel somewhat apprehensive. "What is the matter, Teacher Hong? Did someone cause trouble while I was away at the bridge?" "No, ever since our arrival, the ruffians have ceased their disturbances. By the way, did we capture Zabuza?" "Zabuza? No, we didn't catch him. Perhaps he fled to another country overnight. I doubt he'll return, and there's no reason to pursue him further. I've heard he defected from the village due to some cruel systems in the Mist Village. It's rather pitiable when you think about it. Well, that's of little consequence after all. Our task is merely to protect Mr. Dasna. By the way, I almost forgot to mention something important. The items you entrusted me to purchase, I've brought them back, but they're quite heavy, so I placed them in the stable behind the house." "Huh? Items you entrusted me to buy? I don't recall such a thing," Sunset Hong said, her expression puzzled. "Ah, Teacher Hong must have forgotten. You might want to check now, seeing it might jog your memory." But this just as Sunset Hong was about to argue again. She noticed Lin Tao's expression and seemed to understand. "Yes, Mr. Lin is right. Perhaps I did misremember. I'll go take a look." Upon entering the stable, she discovered a black suitcase in the corner. Upon opening it, she found it packed with cash, conservatively estimated at around 100 million Rio. The sight sent her heart racing, and she quickly zipped it shut. This fellow truly unexpected. Sunset Hong pondered whether she should take it, but ultimately, desire triumphed over reason. If it were merely a few million Rio, she might have been able to uphold her principles, but this was far too much. Moments later, she returned inside and regarded Lin Tao with newfound appreciation. "How was it, Teacher Hong? The items you entrusted me with, did anything go amiss?" No, mister. Lin, you've been exceedingly thoughtful." "Ha ha ha, splendid." The two exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. To Lin Tao, 100 million Rio was not a substantial amount, especially since it was ill-gotten gains, so he felt little regret. However, for Sunset Hong, accepting this money not only served to silence her but also allowed her to hold leverage over him, establishing a relationship of mutual benefit that would likely lead to future dealings. From the very beginning, with Yuzuki Yugugo, to the Inuzuka clan, and now to Sunset Hong's, Lin Tao had strategically bypassed the third Hokage, bestowing favors discreetly to ascertain who among them were loyalists to the village and Hokage, and who could potentially be cultivated as allies. The outcome was clear. As long as one is human, there exists a degree of greed. The so-called adherence to rules is merely a matter of insufficient cost. In a dream, Inuzuka Kiba seemed to catch a whiff of Chi-Man's scent, bolting from his bedroom. Upon spotting Chi-Man, he broke into a long-lost smile and scooped him up for a flurry of affectionate kisses. "Ah, Chi-Man, it's wonderful to see you again. By the way, big brother, where did you take Chi-Man? I was nearly worried sick over your absence. With me around, what is there to worry about? We merely played outside for a couple of days." "Ah, I see." In the days that followed, Team 8 remained stationed in the Land of Waves, ensuring the smooth construction of the bridge. However, after Kato's demise, there had been no further disruptions, making it feel as though they were on an extended paid vacation. Just days before the bridge's completion, a sudden tempest arose at sea, dark clouds gathering ominously. The clouds thickened and swirled, eventually coalescing into a colossal tornado cloud with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. Dasna, witnessing this, was taken aback and shouted to the workers on the bridge, "This is bad. A tornado is coming. Everyone, quickly seek shelter." Upon hearing this, the workers abandoned their tools and rushed toward the town. Dasna, pacing anxiously in his home, felt a gnawing dread as the tornado cloud loomed less than 10 kilometers from the bridge. If it were to sweep through, all their months of labor would be for naught. This is a natural disaster, beyond human control. We can only leave it to fate. All eyes were fixed on the tornado cloud outside the window, hearts silently praying that it would not drift toward the bridge or town. After over half an hour of watching, they realized that the tornado cloud appeared to be stationary. What is happening? It seems like it has moved at all. Is it just an illusion? It should not be merely an illusion. As the crowd stepped out of the room and observed the clouds in the sky, they confirmed that the tornado cloud was not approaching the bridge. The craftsmen cautiously returned to their respective posts. The following day, Lin Tao gazed intently at the distant tornado cloud, his brow furrowed. He addressed Sunset Red, saying, "Under normal circumstances, a tornado cloud does not remain stationary, nor does it persist for over a day without dissipating. Teacher Hong, do you think this could possibly be some form of special ninjutsu?" After a moment of contemplation, Sunset Red shook her head and replied, "That is improbable. There has never been any mention in the ninja world of someone capable of unleashing ninjutsu on such a scale. If anyone possessed the ability to alter the weather, the ninja world would surely be in chaos. Perhaps this is simply a peculiar tornado cloud unique to the land of waves. See, Dasna and the others have been diligently working. If there were anything amiss, they would have taken notice. Perhaps I am overthinking it," Lin Tao conceded. A few days later, the bridge in the land of waves was officially completed, and Team 8 had fulfilled their mission, embarking on their journey home. Upon returning to Konoha, Sunset Red intended to inquire whether the three young ninjas had any plans to participate in the Chunin exam, as there was only a month left until it commenced. Lin Tao is an established candidate for the role of the third Hokage. Even if he were to sleep through the examination, his promotion to Chunin would be assured, a fact known well by Yuhi Kurenai, hence there was no need for further inquiry. Upon hearing about the Chunin exam, Inuzuka Kiba expressed unwavering confidence, and Shino readily agreed without a second thought. Only Hinata timidly voiced her uncertainty, expressing doubt about her abilities to pass the Chunin exam, particularly since it involves battling other genin, fearing she might hinder her teammates. In response, Kurenai comforted Hinata with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "There is no need for excessive worry, Hinata. The first segment of this year's exam will be a written test, which you should find easier than anyone else. The second segment involves a survival exercise in the wild. With Mr. Lin and his team present, there will be no issues. The third segment consists of one-on-one ninja duels. But again, there is no cause for concern, as you will be permitted to utilize ninja tools during the matches. By the way, medicinal pills are also considered a form of ninja tool. The structure and content of the Chunin exams are typically known in advance to Jounin and Kurenai. Being particularly indulgent towards her students, shares this information ahead of time." Kiba burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Is that truly the case, Teacher Kurenai? If so, wouldn't Team 8 be invincible?" "Yes, it is indeed true," Kurenai affirmed, "but I still hope that you will rely primarily on your own abilities, as this is an opportunity to assess your own levels of skill." Sighing, Shino added, "One can only hope that the third round does not devolve into a Konoha civil war. Otherwise, our opponents would be quite unfortunate." Hinata, listening to their conversation, felt an increasing weight of pressure, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Cough, cough, but you shouldn't celebrate too soon," Kurenai cautioned, lightly clearing her throat to draw their attention. The Chunin exams can sometimes feature unexpected contenders, like Mr. Lin, who, despite being listed merely as a genin, possesses a unique secret technique. Moreover, there are those who have dedicated years to training but have never had the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exams. Their strength may far exceed that of a Chunin or even a Jounin. If you encounter such opponents, relying solely on medicinal pills will not suffice. Shino nodded in agreement and continued, "Teacher Kurenai is correct. Do you all remember the first time we dined together and encountered Might Guy's team? The strength of Lee and Niji is not to be underestimated. If you were to face them, even if you won through the aid of potions, it would likely be a rather arduous victory." Kiba furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. "That Niji Hyuga? I hope I don't have to face him. He was quite the bully to Hinata last time. Haha, but you need to be overly anxious. With me around, Team 8 will not lose. My aura of belief can cover the entire venue, so if you find yourselves in a tough spot, I can intervene. No one would ever know." Lin Tao secretly yearned to witness Team 8 shaving the heads of other teams. "Wait a moment, Mr. Lin, is that not helping them cheat? That is absolutely unacceptable." Kurenai gazed at Lin Tao with a complex expression, feeling quite troubled. Having spent considerable time together, Kurenai was well aware of Lin Tao's abilities. If he wished to assist the three youngsters in cheating, no one would notice, for his aura extended far and wide, capable of providing support even from 100 meters away. "Haha, please don't look at me like that, Teacher Kurenai. I was merely jesting. How could I possibly engage in such actions? Mr. Lin, you had better be joking. Nevertheless, I plan to craft a piece of weaponry for both Hinata and Shino. ensuring their performance in the exam remained stable. What does Mr. Lin mean? Karina was somewhat puzzled, as she understood that the equipment Lin Tao referred to, while powerful, was exceedingly rare and currently only possessed by Lin Tao and Kiba and Konoha. Teacher Karina may not be aware, but a blacksmith named Linus has recently arrived in the village, and he is an old friend of mine. He has the ability to forge rare-grade equipment. What? There is someone capable of crafting rare-grade equipment? Is it not exorbitantly priced? Haha, I'll ask Linus to forge 2 items for them later. I am confident that, given my influence, he won't charge me. So, Hinata and Shino, give it some thought regarding what kind of weapons you would like. Is it truly possible? Hinata felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of acquiring weaponry, though she hesitated to express her joy openly. Why be shy about it? If you feel hesitant, you can repay me once you're older and capable. Now, speak up. What type of weapon do you desire? If possible, I would prefer something that can be worn on the hand and does not interfere with my gentle fist technique. Very well, I shall craft you a pair of gloves. And Shino, what would you like? No need to be courteous. A weapon capable of ranged attacks. Ranged attacks. I shall craft you a handgun. But do not worry, it will be a rare-grade weapon, vastly different from ordinary handguns. You may look forward to it. Chapter 58. Teacher. Times have changed Konoha Village. Linus's blacksmith shop. Upon learning of Lin Tao's request, Lin Naz retrieved a weapon catalog from his drawer. Mr. Lin, he said, these are all the weapons I am capable of forging at present. Please take a look and see which specific one you require. Lin Tao took the album and began to leaf through its pages. Bergman 1897, rapid-fire pistol, Colt automatic pistol, sacrificial gloves, rodent gloves, ethereal gloves. Uncle, as a seasoned blacksmith, why can you only forge rare equipment of a mere tier? Is it not possible to craft items of a higher caliber? Oh dear. Linus replied, scratching his head awkwardly, appearing somewhat distressed. If there are difficulties you cannot articulate, please do so openly. Is it a matter of finances? If so, you need not worry, as we are not lacking in funds. Mr. Lin misunderstood. It is not a lack of money, but rather a scarcity of materials. A skilled artisan cannot create without the necessary resources. Currently, the materials available in my shop allow only for the crafting of such tiered equipment. To forge items of a higher grade, we would require dragon's eye, fluorspar, luminous stone, and zero-gravity fragments. For even loftier creations, the cannon body of a dragon head and resilient tentacles would be necessary. Is it truly that meticulous? Lin Tao exclaimed. Uncle, is it really impossible? Indeed, it is not feasible. But uncle, when it comes to items of tier 10 or 8, I find them somewhat unpresentable as gifts for my friends. Upon hearing this, Linus chuckled and offered some words of comfort. Mr. Lin, you worry too much. Did you not mention that your friends have never utilized such equipment? Thus, they are unaware of its true efficacy. Moreover, a transitional phase is essential. I have observed the individuals here. Their weaponry consists primarily of standard-grade katanas, shurikens, and sticks. In contrast, being able to wield rare-grade equipment imbued with magical properties from the outset is indeed commendable. Well, you make a valid point, sir. In that case, I would appreciate it if you could craft a Colt automatic pistol and a pair of mystic gloves for me. Certainly, I shall expedite the process for you. Your items will be ready for collection in 5 days. The Colt automatic pistol, level 11 rare automatic firearm, physical attack power 107, magical attack power 156, independent attack power 77, attack enhancement 18, M137, light machine gun skill level 1, skill damage 4. 5. The mystic gloves, level 16 rare gloves, physical attack power 188, magical attack power 228, independent attack power 102, attack enhancement 23, attack speed 10, release speed 2, light attribute resistance 12, skill damage 5. 5 days later, Lin Tao successfully retrieved these 2 weapons and proceeded to the training grounds of Class 8. As they had all registered for the Chunin exam, they dedicated their time to training rather than accepting additional missions. Hey, Hinata, Shino, your gear has arrived. Come over and try it out. Yui Kurenai and the 3 young ones gathered around, as wide as they beheld a pair of gray-white gloves and a striking blue pistol laid out before them. I shall refrain from elaborating on the specific attributes, as you will automatically comprehend them upon donning the items. Hinata, why don't you give them a try first? Hinata nodded and slipped the gloves onto her hands. As the 2 items bound together, information simultaneously flooded into Hinata's mind. So this is what it feels like. Truly astonishing, she murmured softly, attuning herself to the surge of power. Seeing this, Yuhi Kurenai inquired with concern, "Hinata, how does it feel?" I'm fine, Kurenai-sensei. I'm merely surprised. The description of these gloves states that they enhance attack speed by 10, and I can indeed feel a notable lightness in my body. With that, Hinata directed her focus towards the wooden post in the training yard and executed the 8 trigrams 32 palms. What previously took her 10 seconds to complete now took just over 8 seconds, and she effortlessly shattered the post, which was as thick as her waist. Hinata's mouth fell agape in disbelief. This wooden post, which I have struggled against for half a month without budging, has now been shattered with ease. Lin Tao chuckled as he explained, "Hee, after all, this is a rare piece of weaponry, so you cannot truly regard it as an ordinary glove. Its destructive power is on par with that of blades and other sharp instruments. You must have noticed the attack attributes described on this equipment, right? Physical attacks correspond to taijutsu, while magical attacks correspond to ninjutsu and jinjutsu derived from chakra, such as the Great Fireball technique." "Ah, I see. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." "Oh, it's nothing, really. Just a small matter. Congratulations, Hinata. You are now among the elite of your cohort of Genin," Inuzuka Kiba said, patting Hinata's shoulder, pleased with her progress. "Shino, it's your turn now. Show everyone what you can do." "I understand." Shino gazed thoughtfully at the small blue handgun before him, feeling a bit conflicted. The Aburame clan has always been known for their mastery over insects, rarely relying on external weapons for combat. They seldom use even the most basic of bladed tools, such as kunai or shuriken, as their clan believes that utilizing external objects deviates from the true path. However, upon witnessing the eager expressions of his comrades, Shino ultimately decided to utilize the weapon. After infusing the handgun with chakra, a successful binding occurred between the two. Unexpectedly, at that moment, something unforeseen transpired. Shino suddenly staggered backward, falling to the ground, clutching his head in anguish. Hi Kurenai, upon seeing this, was alarmed and rushed to assist him. Shino, what's wrong?" "I'm fine, Red Sensei. It's just, I suddenly feel an intense itch in my head, as if I am about to gain intelligence." "What? Why?" "Out of nowhere, I have suddenly comprehended a new ninjutsu known as the Gatling gun technique, as if it were an innate ability." Shino gradually regained his composure and stood up from the ground. Lin Tao was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. "What? A Gatling gun? Goodness! How is this even possible?" "Mr. Lin, do you comprehend the situation?" "Well, certain rare-grade equipment possesses inherent abilities, which the wielder can harness. This cold automatic pistol's intrinsic skill is indeed the Gatling gun. Now I understand. Just a moment ago, I thought that Jinai was. Never mind. I'm fine now, Teacher Hong. Allow me to test this new ninjutsu." With a mere thought, Jinai conjured a Gatling gun crafted from chakra in his hands. In the next instant, 6 black barrels began to whirl, unleashing a torrent of scorching bullets. When the assault concluded, dozens of fist-sized craters marred the ground before him. Is this truly ninjutsu? It appears to be even more effective than traditional techniques. Chapter 59. Ninja of Tsunade. After executing his attack, Jinai casually released his grip, causing the gun to vanish into thin air. This revelation fundamentally altered his worldview. He had not anticipated the existence of such remarkably effective tools. It is a fusion of magic and technology. What do you think? Is it not better than you imagined? Indeed, it is. Thank you. A faint smile graced Jinai's perpetually stoic visage. However, it seems that continuous use is not feasible, and it does consume a certain amount of chakra. Typically, there is a cooldown period of 5 seconds. By the way, what were you thinking, hoping to use it in succession? How wonderful it would be if every child in the village could possess equipment of this caliber. Perhaps the ninja world could achieve enduring peace. As Sunset Hong witnessed the formidable power of these weapons firsthand, her admiration for them grew, leading her to entertain this hopeful notion. Upon hearing Zirong's words, Lin Tao's heart suddenly became alert, as if a thought had struck him. He then addressed Zirong, saying, "Teacher Hong, there are matters within the clan that require my attention, so I shall take my leave." "Very well, Mr. Lin. If you have matters to attend to, please do not let me detain you," Zirong replied, offering no further remarks. After all, given Lin Tao's prowess, there was truly no need for additional training to participate in a mere Chunin examination. After parting ways with Class 8, Lin Tao did not return to his ethnic community but instead made his way directly to Lin Naz's blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Lin Tao arrive, Lin Naz, who was busy forging equipment, initially assumed that there was another order to fulfill. He warmly offered Lin Tao a chair, saying, "Please, have a seat." Those two weapons must have been delivered to your friend by now, right? How did it go? I trust they did not bring any embarrassment to Mr. Lin. Lin Tao nodded with a faint smile and remarked, Uncle, your goods are indeed of exceptional quality, which is why I wish to engage in a long-term collaboration with you. Ha, Mr. Lin, it pleases me that you think so. After all, we have always been partners, haven't we? No, Uncle. What I mean is, starting today, you should cease operations in the village. I would like to employ you exclusively, offering a monthly salary of 300,000 gold coins. You need not engage in any other work and may rest freely. I will inform you whenever I require equipment. What? Mr. Lin, why this sudden proposal? To speak candidly, Uncle, the Hidden Leaf Village is not as simple as it may appear. Though it seems tranquil on the surface, there are tumultuous undercurrents beneath. Certain factions of aggressive and unscrupulous ninjas lurk within. They will resort to any means to achieve their ends, even at the expense of innocent civilians. If they were to set their sights on a master craftsman like yourself, it could lead to significant trouble. As friends, I cannot stand by and allow you to face such peril. To enhance his credibility, Lin Tao spoke with sincerity and concern. His expression nearly inscribed with the sentiment that this was all for the elder's own good. Upon witnessing this, Linus displayed a look of sudden realization. Indeed. I often felt as though someone was watching me each day. Only after your remark did I comprehend the situation. However, with such a generous monthly payment, aren't you at a disadvantage? Oh, dear sir, such words are unwarranted. Your skills are undoubtedly worth this remuneration. Very well, since you hold me in such high regard. I shall accompany you. Splendid. Here is the plan. You should tidy up your belongings today, and tomorrow evening, I will have my kin assist you with the move. Henceforth, you shall reside in the territory of the Inuzuka clan, which will facilitate our communication. At that time, I shall arrange for the construction of a larger workshop for your forging endeavors. The two men reached an agreement with great enthusiasm. Lin Tao secretly chuckled to himself. While ostensibly appearing to protect Lin Nas, his true intention was more about exerting control, specifically over the distribution channels of rare equipment. Lin Nas had only recently opened his shop and had previously sold but a single autumn leaf blade, which he had procured through careful intermediaries. Even the third Hokage remained oblivious to the blade's origins. However, due to an inadvertent slip of the tongue a few days prior, the members of Team 8 were now aware that Lin Nas possessed the ability to forge rare-grade equipment. Should this information spread? It would not be surprising if the third Hokage were to invest significantly in bulk orders of rare gear. Lin Tao did not wish for the villagers to remain weak. Rather, he sought to monopolize the means through which they could gain strength. As evening descended upon the Hyuga household, Hyuga Hazashi furrowed his brow upon noticing the peculiar gloves adorning Hinata's hands. He assumed she had been learning a new martial art and questioned her. Hinata, what is that you are wearing? Father, this is a special weapon given to me by Mr. Lin from our 8th squad. After donning it, my abilities have significantly improved. Hinata replied candidly, without any concealment. Special weapon? What nonsense. It is merely a pair of ordinary gloves. Hinata, I know I have been somewhat strict with you, but I never imagined you would fabricate such an absurd excuse to evade practicing your gentle fist technique. Hizashi's irritation was palpable, believing Hinata was neglecting her training in favor of some dubious means. Father, I am not lying. These gloves truly enhance one's abilities and do not hinder the use of the gentle fist at all. Very well, if that is the case. Allow me to test your progress, Hizashi said, adopting the initial stance of the gentle fist, intending to expose Hinata's alleged falsehood through sparring. Please observe closely, father. With a deep breath, Hinata activated her Byakugan and launched an attack toward Hizashi. How swift. Hizashi was taken aback, sensing a marked increase in Hinata's speed compared to just a few days prior. Ah, impressive, Hinata. It seems your recent training has not been in vain. However, before he could finish his thought, Hinata's palm strike met him head-on. Hizashi raised his hand to block, only to hear a sickening crack as their palms collided. What? Hizashi gasped in pain, instinctively retreating a few steps, staring in shock at his slightly deformed wrist, which had already begun to bruise within moments. Father, are you all right? Hinata rushed forward, realizing she might have caused an accident. I am so sorry. It's all my fault. No, Hinata, you performed admirably. I am proud of your substantial progress. It was my negligence. Hizashi smiled as he retrieved a vial of medicinal elixir from his pocket and drank it down, watching as his wrist visibly healed before their eyes. Hinata sighed in relief. Father, are you feeling better now? Yes, Hinata. You mentioned that these gloves are a special weapon from Mr. Lin. Indeed, they are rare-grade equipment. Although they appear as mere gloves, Their destructive capability rivals that of blades. Hinata elaborated on the weapon's details, leaving Hisashi utterly astonished. Hinata, you should inquire about Mr. Lin's interests in the coming days. Since he has shown you such kindness, we, the Hyuga clan, must not be stingy. I understand, father. Meanwhile, after dinner, Lin Tao strolled alone along the commercial street, savoring his meal. Unexpectedly, as he passed by an inn, a sudden gust of wind sent a mysterious black object, measuring about 1.5 meters, crashing down upon his head. Though it inflicted no harm, it startled him nonetheless. Who on earth lacks common decency to throw things around like this? He exclaimed in frustration. Lin Tao grumbled as he picked up the items scattered on the ground, discovering a massive iron fan. Instinctively, he glanced up at the window of the inn's second floor, where a blonde girl adorned with the headband of Sand-Hidden Village was staring at him with an expression of utter embarrassment. Chapter 60, The Chunin Exam. Lin Tao fixed his gaze ahead, pondering deeply in his mind. The fan on the ground, combined with the imminent Chunin exam, led him to deduce that the sand ninja across from him must be Temari, especially given the rarity of a girl sporting 4 ponytails. Temari, on the other hand, stared at Lin Tao in a state of bewilderment. After all, being struck on the head by such a large fan, while seemingly harmless on the surface, could very well result in a concussion. Arriving in Konoha and causing such a commotion left her feeling anxious and unsure of how to respond. Thus, they found themselves locked in a silent exchange, each waiting for the other to make a move. After a moment, Lin Tao, seeing that Temari had yet to come downstairs to apologize, felt utterly exasperated. With a sigh, he picked up the fan from the ground and promptly set off toward the village training grounds. What? He asked, just running away like that. My fan. Temari was rendered speechless at the sight. She had anticipated Lin Tao might storm upstairs to confront her in anger, but she never imagined such a scenario would unfold. Regaining her composure, she disregarded her appearance and leaped from the second-floor window, intent on reclaiming her fan. Lin Tao's regular speed was already approaching that of the Flying Thunder God. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for a young girl to catch up with him. However, he did not genuinely wish to seize Shuinju's fan. Rather, he aimed to leave a lasting impression on her. Thus, he ran while occasionally pausing to wait. During the pursuit, Shuinju began to realize that Lin Tao was no ordinary individual. The ninjas of Tsunade typically underwent rigorous running training, endowing them with physical abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary people. Yet, she found herself unable to close the gap with Lin Tao. Each time she nearly reached him, he would effortlessly widen the distance, as if toying with her. Wait, return my fan. Give it back to me, Shuinju shouted, her emotions spiraling into frustration. Lin Tao gradually came to a halt, turning to gaze at Shumaru, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "Oh, little girl, it seems you can speak. Just now, when I witnessed your silence, even in apology, I assumed you were mute." At his words, Shumaru's face flushed crimson. She bent slightly and addressed Lin Tao with a bow. "I apologize, esteemed senior. It was my oversight that caused the fan to strike you. I shall cover the medical expenses, but I kindly ask that you return my fan." "Well, from this perspective, you appear quite courteous. I appreciate polite young ladies. You may take your fan," he replied. "Thank you, esteemed senior," Shumaru exclaimed, bowing deeply to Lin Tao twice as she received the fan. "By the way, are the ninjas from Tsunade in Konoha for the CHNIN exams?" "Indeed. Then you must be Shumaru, and accompanying you are your 2 brothers, Kankuro and Gaara. How did you know?" Shumaru's expression shifted to one of surprise and suspicion, instinctively tightening her grip on the fan she held. Lin Tao shrugged helplessly and remarked, "Is this a matter of confidentiality? After all, your documents have been submitted to the Hokage's office. Otherwise, how could you obtain your passes? Could it be that you are the proctor for this examination?" Shino had already deduced that Lin Tao was at least a jonin and likely had a close relationship with the Hokage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be privy to such information. "Ha ha ha," Lin Tao chuckled and shook his head. "You are mistaken. In fact, I am also one of the Jinin candidates for this exam." "What?" Shino momentarily doubted her hearing, for the aura emanating from Lin Tao was exceedingly formidable. If the Jinin of Konoha were indeed this powerful, then Suna's plans for this endeavor would likely be jeopardized. Hee. Just thinking about the opportunity to engage in battles during the Chunin exams fills me with a sense of exhilaration. Lin Tao stood with his arms crossed, casting a gaze of complete mastery upon Shoju. This penetrating stare sent a chill down Shoju's spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. For a fleeting moment, He feared that Konoha had already uncovered the plans of Tsunade, and that the figure before him was a mysterious powerhouse deliberately placed among the genin to monitor and counter Gaara. I hope the ninjas of Tsunade will not let me down when the time comes. Farewell. Lin Tao finished speaking and swept his sleeves, leaving Temari in a state of disarray. This man's words were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared. Konoha must have sensed something, and it was imperative to inform her comrades from Tsunade. Upon this realization, Temari sprinted back to the inn and shared the events of the evening along with her suspicions with Maki, a jonin from Tsunade. Maki's expression turned grave, but after a moment of contemplation, he smiled reassuringly. Temari, you may be overthinking. We have been in Konoha for 3 days now. If they truly knew something, they would have acted decisively by now. As for that seemingly formidable man, he may not be as powerful as you imagine. Why do you say that? Temari, your youth blinds you to the truth. Konoha has a tendency to boast about its strength, yet it is largely a facade. Their ninjas are similarly superficial. Thus, there is no need for concern. He might simply be trying to intimidate you as a ninja from Tsunade. I understand now. Rest assured, the plan will proceed as scheduled. Should any urgent changes arise, Lord Kazekage will issue directives. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lin Tao reclined on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling in contemplation. With Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara now in Konoha, Orochimaru's plan for the village's downfall was likely imminent. Yet, Lin Tao had no intention of intervening prematurely. Only through destruction could there be rebirth, and the chaos in Konoha would serve to elevate his wealth and status within the village swiftly. Hey dear, what are you smiling about? You seem quite happy. Inuzuka Hana remarked, noticing Lin Tao lost in thought on the sofa. Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit excited since the Chunin exams are in a few days. Why is that so exciting? Aren't you already a designated participant? What is there to be happy about? Well, the Chunin exams provide an opportunity to meet many outstanding juniors. The thought is indeed exhilarating. You really act like a child. Honestly, the day before the Chunin exams, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, summoned Lin Tao to the Hokage's office and presented 2 documents. Mr. Lin, the Chunin exams are tomorrow. One of these contains the test questions and answers for the first round, while the other is a detailed map for the second round. I hope this will assist you. Thank you very much, Lord Third. One more thing. If you encounter any of our own village's genin during the exams, please show them some mercy. Rest assured, Lord Third, I will exercise discretion. Chapter 61. The Sound Ninja Trio on the day of the Chunin exams. Outside the examination venue, Lin Tao retrieved the answers for the first round from his pocket and addressed Kiba, Hinata, and Shino. There is still over half an hour until the exam begins. If any of you wish to copy, now is the time. Brother, how little do you think of us? It's just the Chunin exams. We don't need to rely on answers to pass, Kiba retorted, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. Hinata and Shino nodded in agreement, indicating they had no need for such assistance. Ugh, you all make me feel foolish. If that is the case, I won't need them either. Although I don't study much, I should be able to pass. With that, Lin Tao ripped the answers to shreds and discarded them in the trash can. The group then entered the examination venue together, as in the original timeline. On the second-floor hallway, the disguised Shinjitsu and Tetsu stood before a crowd of examinees, arrogantly dissuading them from participating. You all are not prepared for the Chunin exams. It's better you don't even attempt it. Children, what a bunch of inexperienced little brats. Before they could finish, strong hands suddenly grasped their shoulders. Excuse us, gentlemen, but we are here to participate in the Chunin exams as well. Would you kindly let us through? The voice of Lin Tao echoed in the ears of the two, causing Shunyue Izumi and Gongzi Tai to be taken aback, their hairs standing on end. They were utterly bewildered by Lin Tao's sudden appearance, for he had not been within their line of sight just a moment before. In the context of a battlefield, had it been the case, they would have been completely unaware and could have met with a swift and brutal fate. You may proceed. Thank you. After Lin Tao departed with the 3 little ones, Kamizuki Izumo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and inquired of Gongzi Tetsu. Hey, Tetsu. That person just now, wasn't he Mr. Lin from the village? Indeed, it was him. Without a doubt. His speed was astonishing. I never imagined he was such a formidable expert. It's incredible that even the 3rd Hokage entrusted us with his care. Is it really necessary? Thanks to Lin Tao. The members of Team 8 faced no hindrances, arriving at the examination venue while most of the classroom's occupants were still trickling in. Among the Konoha 12, they were among the earliest to arrive. Kiba, Hinata, Shino, you should find yourselves a seat. There are still 20 minutes until the exam begins. I'll step outside for a moment to catch my breath, so please save a spot for me. Lin Tao gestured towards the seats in the back row, indicating that a few individuals should take their places. Do not worry, my friend. I shall reserve a seat for you, he assured. After receiving a reply of acknowledgement from Lin Tao, he exited the examination hall, intending to search other venues for any trace of Orochimaru, for it was highly likely that he would be present at such an event. However, after several minutes of searching, he found no sign of Orochimaru but instead encountered Rock Lee, who had just concluded a sparring session with Sasuke. Mr. Lin, are you also here to participate in the CH9 exam? Rock Lee inquired politely, having only met Lin Tao twice before but holding a profound impression of him. This was largely due to Might Guy's prior admonition to his students on the eve of the exam. Should they encounter Lin Tao during the matches, they should not hesitate to forfeit, as he was not an adversary they could contend with. Might Guy's caution stemmed from discussions among several Jonin teachers, where Yugao had described Lin Tao to Guy, Asuma, and Kakashi as possessing extraordinary speed, strength, and an impenetrable defense, far surpassing that of an ordinary Jonin. Initially, Might Guy had thought Yugao's appraisal of Lin Tao was an exaggeration, until she revealed a shard of a beheading sword crushed by Lin Tao's bare hands, which underscored the conservativeness of her assessment. Thus, Rock Lee exhibited great respect in Lin Tao's presence, a testament to his reverence for strength. Ah, is that not little Lee from Team 3? Who were you just sparring with? Lin Tao inquired, noticing the bandages scattered around Rock Lee, surmising that he had likely sparred with Sasuke from Team 7. Rock Lee did not conceal the truth and nodded, replying, Indeed, I just had a match with Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, a member of the clan renowned for their Sharingan. I have heard of him and consider him a prodigy among the newcomers. How did your match conclude? Did you emerge victorious? Yes, I won, Rock Lee affirmed. Ah, yet you appear somewhat displeased, Lin Tao remarked. To be honest, Uchiha Sasuke was much weaker than I anticipated. I hardly exerted myself to defeat him. I see. This may indeed indicate that you possess a greater talent than Uchiha Sasuke. I am honored to receive your praise, Mr. Lin. Ah, the examination time is approaching. I must head to the testing area. Indeed, Lin Tao suddenly recalled a significant matter due to his unexpected arrival. Class 7 had not undertaken the mission in the Land of Waves and thus had not encountered the battles with Zabuza and Haku. This meant that Sasuke's Sharingan was still in its single Tomo state, which, in a sense, had severed part of Sasuke's potential fortune. How intriguing. At that moment, within the examination hall, a mysterious figure appeared. He was hunched, adorned with the forehead protector of the Sound Ninja, his face entirely wrapped in bandages, revealing only a single eye. This was Tsu, one of the trio of Sound Ninjas under Orochimaru. Following closely behind were Saku and Kin, also members of this trio. Tsu scanned the examination hall and, upon noticing the vacant seat beside Inuzuka Kiba, he made his way over. Kiba, perceiving the intent to sit, swiftly placed his leg across the seat, declaring, Sorry, this seat is taken. Tsu's single eye narrowed, emanating a menacing glare. What do you mean? Are you implying I am not a person? Kiba calmly replied, It simply means someone is sitting here, and I hope you choose another spot. Sensing the hostility, Kiba silently conjured the purple shadow claws of the Poison Cat King, his gaze ever watchful of Tsu's movements. Hey, you from Konoha, what is with that look? Do you wish to fight? Kiba scoffed. Huh, do you think you can intimidate me like that? You seem to require a lesson. As Tsu brandished his right arm, covered in porous armor, ready to strike Kiba, the proximity enabled Kiba to swiftly place his claws against Tsu's neck. What did you just say? Don't be hasty. Noticing the crimson seeping from the claws, Tsu wisely refrained from acting rashly. I apologize. I acknowledge my voice may have been a tad loud. Despite his brash demeanor, Tsu was perceptive enough to recognize his disadvantage against Kiba and promptly retreated. Kiba, seeing this, let out a light chuckle as he retracted his weapon with a thought. This scene left the other candidates in the examination hall utterly astonished. Even Sasuke, who had just entered, remarked in awe, He can solidify chakra into a weapon for use. Has Kiba always been this formidable? Naruto, feeling slightly irked, retorted, TCH. What is so impressive about that? He is just a guy who loves to show off. Sasuke, do not underestimate Kiba. To solidify chakra into weapon form requires exquisite control over it. Wait, Sakura, what are you implying? Kiba's current strength likely surpasses ours significantly. As Sakura explained to Naruto, her gaze discreetly flickered towards Sasuke. Sasuke, his jaw clenched, wore a look of discontent. His recent defeat in a spar with Rock Lee had already begun to sow seeds of self-doubt within him. Nevertheless, he could come to terms with it, considering Lee was a year ahead and possessed ample real-world experience. However, witnessing Kiba's remarkable progress in just a few months, despite being in the same class, was a bitter pill to swallow. Sasuke found himself grappling with his thoughts, reflecting on the effort he had put into training over the past few months, yet feeling increasingly outpaced by his peers. If this continued, the prospect of avenging his family against Itachi would remain a distant dream. Suddenly, a thought struck Sasuke. Possessing the noble bloodline of the Uchiha clan, but failing to grow stronger was not due to his lack of effort, but rather Kakashi's shortcomings. Upon further reflection, he realized that Kakashi had not taught any ninjutsu during these months, only imparting some practical experience. In contrast, Iruka from Team 8 must have been diligently instructing Kiba and the others, otherwise, it would all be inexplicable. 2 minutes later, Lin Tao leisurely returned to the examination hall and, upon noticing everyone's attention fixated on Kiba, assumed something was amiss. He inquired, "Kiba, what is causing such a commotion?" "Ah, nothing, big brother. Just a sound ninja trying to take your seat." Lin Tao, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. "Ah, little brother. Your temper is far too poor. You must work on it in the future, otherwise you may find yourself at a disadvantage. It is merely one position. Conceding it is not a great loss. We should strive to win people over with virtue. Do you understand?" "I know, big brother," Inuzuka Kiba replied with a resigned shrug. "Lin, I never expected to encounter you here. Are you also here for the Chunin exams?" Naruto exclaimed eagerly as he approached Lin Tao. Grateful and respectful, Naruto felt indebted to Lin Tao, as he had enjoyed several months of complimentary meals at Ichiraka Ramen, all thanks to Lin Tao's generosity. Seeing this, Lin Tao responded with a smile. "Oh, Naruto, it has been quite some time, and you have changed significantly. It seems you have grown taller as well. Best of luck in the Chunin exams. Strive to go all the way. I have faith in you." "Thank you, brother Lin. I will certainly give it my all. And if given the opportunity, I hope to have a match against you," Naruto replied eagerly. "Really? Now I have something to look forward to," Lin Tao said, making a concerted effort to suppress a grin. At that moment, Sasuke was casting a cold, penetrating gaze at Lin Tao. Prior to the Chunin exams, Kakashi had mentioned Lin Tao to the 3 members of Team 7. However, unlike the forthrightness of Might Guy, Kakashi's demeanor was more enigmatic. He conveyed to Team 7, "Remember, among the candidates, there is someone named Lin Tao. He is rather exceptional, so exercise caution if you encounter him." Thus, Sasuke's understanding of Lin Tao's abilities remained vague. He merely speculated that this exceptional description implied considerable strength. Upon sensing Sasuke's somewhat unfriendly gaze, Lin Tao felt a twinge of confusion. For there had been no prior interaction between them, let alone any conflict. "Heh, you must be Uchiha, Sasuke. You possess quite an impressive gaze. Yet there is no need to fixate on me. After all, my face bears no inscriptions." Lin Tao's teasing left Sasuke feeling rather displeased, prompting him to retort provocatively. "Lin Tao, I've heard Kakashi speak of you. He mentioned that you are quite unique, and I am quite eager to discover just how unique you truly are." "Haha. So, you wish to test your own abilities, do you? It sounds rather spirited. However, engaging in combat during the examination may not be the wisest choice. If you possess such vigor, it would be better reserved for the arena." Lin Tao had no intention of further entangling himself with Sasuke, so after speaking, he made his way to his seat. Simultaneously, he discreetly scanned the examination hall, and eventually, he indeed spotted Kabuto lurking in a corner. However, Kabuto seemed to be making a concerted effort to diminish his presence, keeping his face concealed and his head bowed. It turned out that Orochimaru had already detected Lin Tao's presence upon infiltrating Konoha during the Nin exams. However, Lin Tao was not adept at sensing techniques, thus remaining oblivious to Orochimaru's surveillance. Recalling their previous encounter, an ominous premonition welled up within Orochimaru. After all, Lin Tao had effortlessly obliterated his entire underground laboratory with a single strike, and now this individual was present in Konoha, participating in the Nin exams, undoubtedly with some ulterior motive. Consequently, Orochimaru altered part of his original plan, instructing Kabuto to monitor Sasuke while simultaneously gathering intelligence on Lin Tao. "Hey, you candidates, quiet down." A puff of white smoke erupted, and Marino Ibiki, accompanied by a dozen Konoha Nin examiners, appeared on the podium. "I am your chief examiner for the first round, Marino Ibiki. We shall now officially commence the Nin exams. The first segment is a written test. After submitting your application forms, you will receive your respective number tags, and then you will be seated according to the numbers. I will distribute the written examination papers shortly. Finally it begins. I was getting a bit drowsy waiting. After submitting his application, Lin Tao took his place alongside the other candidates. Whether by coincidence or design, he found himself sharing a desk with Hinata, which struck him as peculiar. Logically, for the sake of fairness, members of the same team should not be seated together and would typically be dispersed. However, this concern evaporated the moment Ibiki approached Lin Tao's desk, revealing a significant smile. Understanding the unspoken implication, Lin Tao scrutinized his examination paper and discovered answers recorded with a special colored pen at each question's response section. Well, I never expected Konoha to employ such tactics. This is truly equitable. Chapter 63, The God of Life, Remedios. Is this what they call favoritism? Indeed, the operational principles of any world are invariably the same. The so-called examination merely serves as a procedural formality for the sake of Konoha's lower-ranking shinobi, allowing them to feel a semblance of balance. Hey, Hinata. After completing the questions, Lin Tao gently nudged Hinata with his elbow, signaling with his eyes. After listening to Ibiki's explanation of the examination rules, Hinata grasped the true intent behind the test and did not refuse Lin Tao's assistance. Instead, she nodded lightly and activated her Byakugan, swiftly copying the answers. Thanks to the Byakugan's nearly 360-degree field of vision and its penetrating insight, Hinata could observe Lin Tao's paper without even having to shift her gaze. After Lin Tao completed the exam, scarcely 5 minutes had elapsed. To pass the time until the results were announced, he chose to rest his head on the examination paper, partly to deter other candidates from peering into his answers. However, just a few moments into his brief repose, a girl's voice echoed in his mind. Initially, he assumed it was merely a dream or a figment of his imagination, but as the sound drew nearer, Lin Tao became convinced that he was not mistaken and began to search for the source of the voice within his mind. Seated in the third row behind him, Yamashita Inoue wore a complex expression, mumbling to herself, "What is happening? This is the first time my heart-turn technique has failed. This has never occurred before, no. Perhaps the angle is off. I shall try again. Concentrate success." After several attempts, Inoue's consciousness finally infiltrated Lin Tao's mind. Yet she found herself without control over his body or senses. Instead, it felt as if she had entered a void of consciousness. Wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. Where am I? Oh, ascent this Inoue from class 10? You have gone to great lengths to enter my mind. What is your purpose? The sudden voice startled Yamashita Inoue, causing her to turn quickly, only to find Lin Tao gazing at her with an expression of resignation. Why is it that, after falling victim to my heart-turn technique, you are still able to maintain your consciousness? She inquired. Haha, fall victim to your heart-turn technique? That's quite the jest. I intentionally allowed you in after sensing your attempt to establish a connection. How can this be? Inoue's face was a portrait of astonishment. For since inheriting her family's secret arts, she had always been able to completely dominate her target's body once her heart-turn technique successfully locked on. The strength of the opponent's mental fortitude would influence the duration of control and chakra consumption, but encountering a case of immunity to control was a first for her. Lin Tao, upon witnessing Ino's astonishment, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, your ability is indeed quite convenient. At crucial moments, you can convey information to your teammates within the realm of consciousness. Thank you for your kind words, Senior Lin Tao. Ino's expression visibly relaxed, as she deduced from Lin Tao's tone that there was no malice intended. Eh? So you know me? Indeed, I have heard about you from Asuma-sensei. He spoke highly of your exceptional prowess, and it seems his words ring true. You're not thinking of testing my strength, are you? Not at all. Ino quickly waved her hands. In fact, I noticed you had completed the exam paper, so I hope to copy your answers. I suspected as much. Go ahead, I grant you permission. But, Senior. What is it? Could you temporarily relinquish control of your body to me? I am unable to independently access another's vision yet. Very well. I shall grant you 5 minutes. Thank you, Senior. With Lin Tao's consent, Ino successfully seized control of his body and senses. The moment she did, an overwhelming surge of mysterious energy coursed through her, leaving her utterly astounded. What is this? This body, is this divine power? Lin Tao, having inherited the divine authority of the primordial god, Remedios, has, in truth, ascended to a divine realm. Ino struggled to contain her emotions, yet her fingers trembled uncontrollably, for she was certain this power surpassed Asuma's by countless magnitudes. This man is undoubtedly not human. This was Ino's most immediate thought. Her mind was now preoccupied not with the exam, but with uncovering Lin Tao's true identity and the reason for his presence in Konoha. However, awe and fear rendered her incapable of further contemplation, compelling her to withdraw from Lin Tao's body. As Ino's consciousness retreated, Lin Tao slowly opened his eyes. Hiss. Has it only been a minute? Does Ino memorize answers that quickly? Returning to her own body, Ino was drenched in sweat, her gaze fixated on Lin Tao with palpable tension. Even as the exam approached its conclusion, her attention remained unwaveringly on him. As the examination reached the 45th minute, Marino Abiki announced the fateful 10th question, eliminating many of the indecisive Genin candidates. Yet, like in the original timeline, none of the Konoha 12 chose to give up, all resolutely persevering until the end. Subsequently, the successful candidates followed Mitarashi Anko to the venue for the second exam, the Forest of Death. Here, the Heaven and Earth Scrolls awaited. Half the teams would seize the Heaven Scroll, while the other half would take the Earth Scroll. Only those teams that gathered both scrolls and successfully reached the Central Tower would be deemed qualified, thus this was a battle for the scrolls. The duration was set for 5 days. Anko meticulously explained the rules to the candidates, most of whom listened attentively, while Lin Tao, seemingly indifferent, surveyed his surroundings. Seeing this, Inuzuka Kiba inquired, "Big brother, are you searching for something?" "No, just a bit of stiffness in my neck. I wish to stretch it." "Ah, I see." With 5 days allotted for the second exam, there was ample time. Should we head to the Central Tower to rest early, or take our time? Inuzuka Kiba hesitated before speaking. "Big brother, for the second exam, I hope to team up with Hinata and Shino and engage in the scroll battle with other teams. As for you." "Eh? What do you mean? Are you casting me out of the team?" "Not at all." Hinata quickly shook her head in denial. "If we rely solely on your protection, we will never grow. Thus, we wish to pass the second exam through our own strength." Shino nodded in agreement. "You can go ahead to the Central Tower and wait for us. We will seek you out once we have gathered the scrolls." "You all? Very well. If that is your wish, I shall temporarily act alone in the second exam. However, ensure you prepare your potions in advance to avoid unforeseen circumstances." "We understand, big brother." Chapter 64. The second exam. After teammates signed the consent forms, they entered the small room adjacent to the examination hall to exchange for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Among the examiners distributing the scrolls was Tetsu, who, upon seeing Lin Tao and the others, exchanged glances with the other 2 examiners before retrieving both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls from the table and handing them over. Lin Tao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Ah, this, esteemed examiner, that cannot be correct, can it? According to the rules, isn't it stipulated that each team is to receive only 1 scroll?" Steel Iron, with a smile, clarified, "Mr. Lin, you may have misheard. What the examiner Hong Do mentioned earlier was that the regulation allows for 1 scroll to be distributed for every 3 participants. Since there are 4 of you, your team is entitled to 2 scrolls. Oh, does that mean that when we arrive at the Central Tower to submit our tasks, we must present 2 pairs of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls?" No, Mr. Lin, you have misunderstood. As your team constitutes a single unit, you are only required to submit 1 pair of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, as per the regulations. Lin Tao was left in a state of confusion, filled with questions. "Ah, so it is a flexible interpretation of the rules." Yato, Hinata, and Shino were equally perplexed. They had never anticipated such intricacies within the Chunin exam. Initially, Lin Tao intended to take only 1 scroll, but seeing the eager demeanor of the examiners, he ultimately accepted the pair with a smile. In truth, the examiners' actions were influenced by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The rationale behind this was not arbitrary. They feared that Lin Tao, in a moment of enthusiasm during the second exam, might inadvertently eliminate too many promising candidates. The third exam would be observed by dignitaries and nobles from various nations, showcasing the village's burgeoning combat capabilities, thereby securing more commissions for the village in the future. To put it simply, the essence of the Chunin exam is to attract sponsorships, which is why Hiruzen Sarutobi aimed to facilitate the early advancement of teammate, allowing opportunities for the other teams. Although Lin Tao had only been in Konoha for a brief 6 months, Sarutobi Hiruzen's perception of him had undergone several transformations. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Lin Tao as a wealthy scion or a young noble from another nation, prompting him to act with considerable eagerness. He even dispatched his personal umbu for protection, all in an effort to secure sponsorship for the village, which ultimately proved successful in extracting funds from Lin Tao. Subsequently, Through Yuzuki Ieyasu, Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of Lin Tao's remarkable alchemical talents. This revelation sparked the idea that establishing a long-term cooperative relationship with Lin Tao could yield significant benefits for Konoha. Prior to receiving the Luminary Starfall Blade, Yuzuki Ieyasu had aligned herself with the village and the Hokage, discreetly relaying information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As time passed, Lin Tao wed Inuzuka Hana and integrated into the Inuzuka clan. From that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective shifted significantly. He believed that since Lin Tao had become a son-in-law of the Inuzuka family, acquired Konoha citizenship, and registered as a ninja, he ought to contribute more to the village. Indeed, Lin Tao later made substantial contributions, not only donating to schools and hospitals but also constructing numerous new homes and roads in the name of the Inuzuka clan, while also financing various interclan activities. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen truly sought was the method of alchemy, a topic Lin Tao consistently refrained from discussing. This led Sarutobi Hiruzen to harbor some discontent, which influenced his decision to condone Danzo's raid on the Alad store as a means to subtly reprimand Lin Tao and prompt him towards greater awareness. After Team 8 returned from their first mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen, through Yuhi Kurenai, learned about the equipment situation. By then, Lin Tao had already begun to exhibit a form of cold indifference towards the village. Enraged, Sarutobi Hiruzen acquiesced to Danzo's proposal, intending to bring Lin Tao under covert control. It was only after the 6 root shinobi sent to confront him were slain that Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the gravity of the situation. He realized that Lin Tao had been concealing his true strength all along. Had he known from the outset that Lin Tao was beyond his grasp, he would never have permitted him to reside in Konoha, instead treating him merely as a distinguished guest. Now, attempting to expel this harbinger of calamity was too late. After months of careful cultivation, Lin Tao had established an outstanding reputation among Konoha's prominent families, with benevolence being the villagers' foremost impression of him. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen attempt to drive Lin Tao away at this juncture, it would irreparably tarnish his reputation as Hokage. Thus, he could only placate Lin Tao. Upon acquiring the scroll, Team 8 followed the examiner's guidance to one of the entrances to the Forest of Death. Lin Tao retrieved the scroll of heaven and earth from his pocket and tossed it to Inuzuka Kiba. Here, take the scroll. You can head directly to the central tower. As for me, I intend to explore the examination grounds a bit more. Kiba, upon hearing this, wore a look of disdain and chuckled as he tossed the scroll back. No, it's better if you keep the scroll, brother. We'll manage to seize another one from the other teams. By eliminating a few more squads in this exam, the third round will undoubtedly be simpler. Your confidence is quite remarkable. Upon entering the Forest of Death, they opted for separate paths, with Kiba eagerly leading Hinata and Shino into the depths of the forest. Lin Tao commenced his journey with the purpose of seeking the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Sasuke. Having endured the harrowing night of the massacre, Sasuke harbored a profound enmity towards Itachi, fueling his fervent desire to grow stronger, strong enough to vanquish Itachi. It was this very aspiration that led him to be ensnared by Orochimaru's temptations, ultimately resulting in his defection. Lin Tao's intention was to halt everything, not to assist Sasuke, but to thwart Orochimaru's ambitions. The current trajectory had strayed significantly from the original timeline. Sasuke, having not undergone the trials of the Land of Waves, remained at the single Tomo Sharingan stage, his progress stagnating. Any additional provocation could intensify his yearning for power, potentially leading him to ally with Orochimaru months ahead of the original plot. If that were to occur, Sasuke would instantly become Orochimaru's vessel. In the plan, Sasuke could not perish, for he was destined to become a key figure in Konoha, gradually seizing actual power, necessitating the elimination of Danzo's faction while maintaining his reputation within the village. He was to be the blade that would not be sullied by blood. Meanwhile, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino, utilizing their exceptional sensory abilities, quickly located other examination teams. Kiba, Shino, I see a trio about a kilometer ahead. They are carrying something, and the leader appears to be shouldering a gigantic gourd. It sounds like some sort of large weapon. What should we do? Should we engage? Hinata queried softly. Are there individuals like that among this year's Konoha candidates? Kiba pondered. Not from our village. But I did notice a candidate with a gourd during the first exam. If I am not mistaken, they should be from Tsunade. Ah, Tsunade's candidates? Then we have nothing to fear. If we have encountered them, it is merely their misfortune. Let us go take a look, Kiba exclaimed, leading the way, with Hinata and Shino closely following. Moments later, they reached the scene and obstructed the path of the Sand siblings. Hey, you three from Tsunade. Would you kindly hand over your scroll? Kiba declared with hands on his hips, exuding confidence as he confronted Gaara and his companions. Kankuro chuckled derisively. Ha! This is hilarious. Do these Konoha brats think this is a game at the Ninja Academy? They walked right into the lion's den, proving once again that Konoha is filled with overconfident fools. In that case, let us eliminate them all. Gaara's expression grew increasingly exhilarated, for it had been years since anyone had dared to provoke him directly. As Kiba processed Gaara's words, his smile faltered. He had not anticipated encountering a madman eager to kill. Akamaru also exhibited signs of fear, setting off alarm bells in Kiba's mind. Hinata, Shino. It seems we've run into formidable adversaries. What should we do now? Should we retreat? Hinata inquired quietly, aware that they all possessed speed capsules and various healing potions, making them difficult to pursue if they chose to withdraw. Kiba swallowed nervously, fixating on Gaara. He was torn over whether to retreat, as it was clear that this individual was not to be trifled with. Seeing Kiba's tension, Gaara's maniacal laughter echoed. What's the matter? Weren't you brimming with bravado moments ago? Are you afraid now? Come on, amuse me. Hinata, Shino, it appears we are in for a tough battle, Kiba responded, fueled by Gaara's taunts. He retrieved a vial of holy elixir and downed it, subsequently consuming multiple enhancement potions to bolster his strength, intelligence, vitality, magic, and even a dose of a dark elixir. Hinata and Shino exchanged glances, comprehending Kiba's intentions, and followed suit, consuming their own enhancements. What's with those Konoha brats? Why does their aura feel different from before? Kankuro sensed the shift and turned to Temari for insight. I don't know, but let us play it safe. Temari unfastened her fan from her waist. Kiba, Hinata, I'll initiate the first wave of attack. You two take advantage of the distraction to flank them. With that, Shino manifested a minigun, its barrel spinning and unleashing a torrent of chakra-infused bullets directly at Kankuro. What? Kankuro exclaimed, realizing too late that the assault was aimed at him rather than Gaara. Reacting swiftly, he deployed his crow puppet to shield himself, but was soon overwhelmed by the barrage. Hinata then charged in, shattering the puppet's head with a single strike, leaving Kankuro in shock. Though the crow puppet was crafted from reinforced wood, it should not have been so easily destroyed, indicating that their opponent's power far exceeded that of a mere genin. On the other side, Temari struggled to fend off Kiba's assault, her 3-star fan becoming warped under the pressure. After their successful strike, Hinata and Kiba did not pursue further attacks but instead swiftly retreated to regroup, completing the maneuver in mere seconds. Seeing the disarray on their opponents' faces, Kiba smirked. The members of Team 8 possessed a degree of sensory ability, allowing them to discern that Gaara was the strongest among the Tsunade trio, even with a 2-on-1 advantage. Victory was uncertain, thus, they opted to attack the weaker Kankuro and Temari first, reasoning that disabling their weapons would significantly diminish the enemy's combat effectiveness. Surprisingly, the anticipated counterattack from Gaara did not materialize. He remained aloof, arms crossed, offering only a cold glance at Kankuro and Temari's misfortunes, displaying none of the concern a teammate should have. Kiba seized the opportunity to taunt. It seems your captain doesn't care one bit about your fates. Kankuro and Temari exchanged complex glances, their feelings mixed, for Kiba was correct. Gaara did not regard them as family or allies, and would not intervene to save them from danger. You two stay back. This is my fight now. After a long silence, Gaara commanded, expelling Kankuro and Temari from the fray, not out of concern for them, but from a sense of embarrassment over their performance. Obeying, Kankuro and Temari retreated to the safety of the trees. Now, let the battle commence. Gaara's gourd released a torrent of sand, swirling around him. Moments later, the sand transformed into hundreds of sand bullets, hurtling toward Kiba and his companions. The trio evaded, analyzing their opponent's capabilities. Thanks to the enhancement capsules, they successfully dodged all attacks. Gaara frowned, now serious, and with a swift gesture, the sand surged across the ground towards them, morphing into claws for an assault. Everyone, be cautious. If that touches you, it will certainly spell trouble, Hinata warned, recognizing the chakra-infused nature of the sand and its potential for follow-up attacks. Understood. Given the situation, it appears they excel in large-scale ranged assaults, Shino assessed. Fortunately, our speed surpasses the sand's. We must seize the opportunity to engage them in close combat, Kiba concluded. Agreed. At this moment, Gaara was engaged in combat against Kiba, Hinata, and Shino simultaneously, clearly struggling as he attempted to ensnare any of them with his sand claws but failed repeatedly. As the trio approached closer, Gaara swiftly altered his strategy. Recognizing he could not contend with all three at once, he resolved to eliminate one opponent first. Thus, he concentrated his efforts, directing all the sand towards Kiba, who was the nearest. 3 sand claws attacked from different directions, and Kiba, unable to evade, was unfortunate enough to be caught by the leg. Gaara's expression turned to one of exhilaration as he commanded the sand to further envelop Kiba's body. However, Kiba felt a constricting force the moment he was seized by the sand, realizing that if fully covered, the consequences would be dire. Hinata and Shino, momentarily stunned by Kiba's predicament, quickly regained their composure and charged at Gaara, surmising that if they could defeat him, the sand would cease its assault. Hinata dashed towards Gaara, executing a palm strike, only to be met with a sudden sand wall that blocked her attack. Observing this, Shino took aim from the side with a shuriken. Yet the sand wall seemed almost sentient, shifting to protect Gaara. Indeed, this was Gaara's passive defense skill, Sand Shield. Upon witnessing the bewilderment on Hinata and Shino's faces, Gaara burst into laughter, mocking, "Is that all you've got? You're in for it now." He then coldly regarded Kiba, as though he were already gazing upon a corpse. For the sand had now crawled up to Kiba's chest. "This is bad. If this continues, I will be crushed by the sand," Kiba thought desperately. Using the last of his strength to reach into his ninja tool pouch and retrieve a mini figurine clad in silver hair and red attire, which he promptly crushed. "Come forth, Blaze Warrior Haven." As Haven materialized, he bellowed, unleashing a wave of explosive energy that erupted around him, successfully liberating Kiba from the sand's grasp. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, my brother left me this. I had no idea it would be so powerful. Kiba, are you all right? Who is this sudden arrival? Is he your reinforcements? This is a combat puppet named Haven, which assists the summoner in battle, but it can only last for 15 minutes. After being summoned once, it will vanish, so you may consider it a one-time summoning beast. Kiba explained, revealing the puppet's characteristics to Hinata and Shino. As they conversed, Haven charged at Gaara wielding a serpentine mace. Gaara, momentarily taken aback, could not comprehend the sudden appearance of an ally who had shattered his sand bindings. Yet his instincts warned him that this newcomer was perilous. Gaara quickly retracted the sand to form multiple sand walls, relying on his sand shield for defense. As was his accustomed tactic, allowing his foes to strike first and then countering accordingly. However, this time Gaara miscalculated, having initiated an upward slash followed by a cleaving wave strike. Then unleashed a ground shatter wave and an explosive wave sword. The immense flames obliterated the sand walls and the sand shield, forcing Gaara back several meters to the ground. What was that just now? Gaara gasped in disbelief, never having fathomed that anyone could breach his absolute defense. Before Gaara could rise, Haven lunged forward once more. Terrified, Gaara gathered the sand around him. "This is bad. My sand won't be able to defend in time, and even if it could, it probably wouldn't hold." From their hiding place in the grass, Temari and Kankuro gasped, realizing that if Gaara were injured, his emotions would spiral out of control, risking the release of the Shikaku within him. Yet, they were powerless to intervene, having witnessed the devastating power of the explosive wave sword. Just as Gaara braced for an imminent blow, Haven halted 2 meters away, pacing back and forth without launching an attack. Confused expressions spread across the onlookers' faces. Uncertain of this behavior, when suddenly Kiba recalled something. "Oh no. My brother once said that puppets cannot truly be considered sentient. Their attack patterns are preset. This Haven puppet can only utilize 5 types of attacks: upward slash, cleaving wave, explosive wave, ground shatter wave, and explosive wave sword. Each with a cooldown of 5 to 8 seconds. So, during the cooldown, it just stands there?" Kiba nodded in affirmation, confirming Shino's inquiry. At that moment, Gaara was unaware of these mechanics. He perceived Haven's inactivity as a mockery, fueling his growing fury. "You bastard! Are you looking down on me?" Seeing Haven remain silent, Gaara's veins bulged, and he commanded the sand to assault it. Swiftly, the sand enveloped Haven completely. Gaara's expression twisted into a manic grin. "You scoundrel! Die! Sandstorm Burial!" Upon the activation of Gaara's jutsu, the sand constricted tightly around Haven. "Haha, this is the fate of those who dare challenge me," Gaara proclaimed victoriously, confident that no one could survive the Sandstorm Burial. To his astonishment, the next moment, Haven unleashed an explosive wave, scattering the sand that had encased him. What is happening? How can it still be alive? How can it still fight?" Faced with Gaara's incredulity, Kiba smirked, explaining, "I advise you to concede, for you cannot defeat it. The greatest characteristic of a combat puppet is its immense durability. If a normal person's health is 1,000, then this puppet's health is 30,000. What? You mean to say that just now, I was fighting merely a puppet? Indeed, and its attacks do not consume any chakra. While your sand techniques are formidable, how many times can you use them?" At this moment, Haven's skill cooldown ended, prompting him to launch a second wave of attacks with the explosive wave sword. "Gaara, unable to dodge in time, felt his sand armor shatter under the onslaught. Losing his previous composure, he could only flee to evade the attacks. Although Gaara's speed was slow, Heaven's was not significantly faster, and with the influence of the sand, he gradually managed to create distance. Yet now, he faced the combined onslaught of 3 opponents and a puppet, unable to break free from the encirclement. Forced into a continuous cycle of defense and retreat, the Sand Claws could not keep pace with Kiba and his companions, and with each passing second, defeat loomed closer. From their vantage point, Temari and Kankuro wore anxious expressions, their teeth grinding in distress. What in the world is that puppet? Is it some sort of marionette? How could it put Gaara in such a precarious state? If this continues, Gaara may unleash the monster within him, and we could be caught in the crossfire. Kankuro's meaning was clear. Gaara was like a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment, necessitating a swift retreat. However, Temari shook her head in defiance. No. We cannot leave, Kankuro. We must find a way to support Gaara. However, our weapons have now become utterly ineffective. I understand that even if we cannot offer much assistance, we must act, for he is our brother. With that, Temari resolutely hoisted the deformed 3-star fan and charged forward to shield Gaara from the impending attacks. Seeing this, Kankuro had no choice but to join the fray, bracing himself for the battle. When Temari and Kankuro suddenly positioned themselves in front of him, Gaara felt a flicker of emotion within. This time, he chose to silently embrace the goodwill extended by his elder siblings. In response, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino dared not hold back, unleashing various potions throughout the skirmish. After 5 minutes of fierce combat, while neither side had achieved a conclusive victory, Team 8 managed to maintain their stamina and chakra at a commendably high level through the continuous use of potions, while Gaara and his companions were utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Temari was the first to concede, placing the Earth Scroll on the ground, and together with Kankuro, they assisted Gaara in fleeing the scene. Once the battle concluded, Hinata collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, exclaiming, "We have finally won? How wonderful!" Kiba, with a wry smile, remarked, "I never expected our first match would be so arduous. I'm beginning to regret it. We used over 60 potions just for this Earth Scroll, and now I hardly have any left. If only we had retreated sooner." "I feel the same," came the reply. "I used nearly 20 speed capsules alone." Meanwhile, Gaara, having been reduced to a weakened state, slowly regained consciousness. Looking at Temari and Kankuro beside him, he asked with a complex expression, "Temari, Kankuro, why did you save me just now? Isn't it obvious? Because we are family. When our brother is in danger, how could we stand idly by? Is that so? Thank you." At that moment, Gaara's mindset underwent a significant transformation. Since the death of Yoshimaru, he had closed the door to his heart, ceasing to trust anyone or any emotion, believing he needed no one's concern or pity, solely focused on becoming stronger, convinced that strength alone could prove his worth and unveil the truths of the world. Yet, it was only when he found himself in peril during the battle that he realized he did possess emotional needs. He simply had never encountered anyone willing to love him genuinely. Through this confrontation with Team 8, the courageous intervention of his siblings rekindled a warmth in his heart that he had long thought extinguished. Chapter 67, The Revenge of Light. How unfortunate. I have no idea which direction to go. I should have trained a ninja dog beforehand. After the exam, I'll ask Kiba for Akamaru, though I wonder if he will lend him to me. Lin Tao had been tirelessly searching for the whereabouts of Sasuke and Orochimaru, however, lacking any perceptive abilities. He wandered aimlessly through the forest for over an hour without encountering a single soul. Meanwhile, not far above, 3 ninjas from the hidden rain village exchanged knowing glances. Having stealthily tracked him for several minutes, they had ascertained that Lin Tao was entirely alone, adhering to the principle of engaging opponents one by one. Consequently, the trio revealed themselves, obstructing Lin Tao's path. "Hey there, young man, have you lost your companions?" Lin Tao turned his gaze towards the sound, discovering 3 ninjas from the hidden rain village, one of whom was carrying several umbrellas on his back. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tao's face as he remarked, "Heh, you 3 have intercepted me. Could it be that you intend to seize my scroll?" "Oh, if that is the case, does that imply that the scroll belonging to your team is in your possession?" The leader of the rain ninjas drew an umbrella from his back, his eyes gleaming with mockery, clearly prepared to snatch the scroll. "Gentlemen," Lin Tao continued, "it is not worth sacrificing your lives over a mere scroll. I offer you a chance. If you depart now, I shall pretend I have seen nothing." Lin Tao is neither a saint nor a madman. In the absence of grievances or personal interests, there exists no justification for taking a life. Thus, it is preferable to persuade rather than resort to violence. However, such words are perceived by the Rain Ninja as nothing short of blatant mockery, further igniting their desire to fight. Consequently, the captain of the Rain Ninja immediately tossed his umbrella into the air and began forming hand seals, exclaiming, "Ha! You are so audacious. Let us see who ultimately pays with their life here." Ninja art, Rain of 1,000 needles. Thousands of chakra-controlled needles shot forth from the umbrella, hurtling towards Lin Tao. Alas, despite having no desire to engage in combat, one is compelled to respond. How, then, can such individuals be changed? Lin Tao let out a soft sigh and subsequently enveloped himself in a buff of radiant vengeance. Whenever subjected to physical or magical attacks, or when attacking an enemy, a lightning bolt of light attributes would descend upon the enemy's position, thanks to the precise manipulation of Captain Yurin. Each of the 1,000 needles landed upon the protective shield surrounding Lin Tao, inflicting a damage of as much as 3 points. Observing the clouds of dust billowing from the ground, Captain Yurin assumed he had successfully eliminated Lin Tao. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a myriad of lightning bolts struck down from above, coalescing into a luminous column 2 meters in diameter. 2 seconds later, the assault of lightning ceased, leaving only a scorched black crater where the captain once stood, now reduced to nothingness. There was neither pain nor fear, only a fleeting moment. This was the final mercy I could extend to him. The remaining 2 Yurin, witnessing this, were struck with terror, drenched in sweat, their legs trembling as they incoherently pleaded, "Mighty One, here is the scroll. We implore you to spare us, please." They prostrated themselves repeatedly, begging for mercy. "Very well, I shall grant you 5 seconds. 5, 4. Upon hearing this, the 2 felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders, scrambling into the thicket behind them. After the escape of the 2 Yuren, Lin Tao intended to continue his search for a target, but noticed movement among the nearby shrubs. Realizing he might be followed or spied upon, he pointed towards the thicket and declared, "Hey, whoever is hiding in there, step forth. You have 3 seconds." Startled by his words, the person concealed in the grass emerged. To Lin Tao's surprise, it was the trio led by Asuma, the pig, deer, butterfly combination. Senior Lin, it's us. Please don't take any action." Yamanaka forced a smile while greeting Lin Tao, fearing that any displeasure from him could lead to disastrous consequences. Shikamaru and Choji also chimed in, addressing him as senior. "Is that so?" Lin Tao rubbed his chin, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "You lot followed me. Surely not to seize my scroll, I presume?" At this remark, the 3 broke into a cold sweat, having just witnessed Lin Tao's confrontation and battle with the Yurin. "You misunderstand, senior. We were merely passing by, we swear it." "Yes, just passing through." "Indeed. Please believe us, senior." They nodded vigorously, trying to assure him of their innocence. In truth, during the first exam, Ino had briefly borrowed Lin Tao's body and experienced the immense divine power within it. This led her to conclude that Lin Tao was not human, but rather a deity, a revelation she subsequently shared with Shikamaru and Choji. However, they dismissed her claims, believing there were no gods in this world, thinking Ino was merely hallucinating due to exhaustion. A dispute ensued among them, and to convince Shikamaru and Choji of her assertion, Ino proposed they observe Lin Tao discreetly during the second exam. If her suspicions were correct, his actions would undoubtedly diverge from those of an ordinary person. Thus, they bore witness to the terrifying scene that had just unfolded, and even Shikamaru began to question the validity of his previous education. Realizing that the powers of immunity to attacks and summoning thunder were indeed far beyond his comprehension, Lin Tao observed the anxious expressions of the group and found it rather amusing. He chuckled, "What expressions are these? You make it seem as though I could devour a person." No. "We are merely in awe of your predecessor's abilities," they replied. So you witnessed what transpired just now?" "And no, you misunderstand, esteemed predecessor. We merely passed by and saw nothing." Ino bit her lip, uncertain of how to respond. "Actually, it wouldn't matter if you had seen it. I harbor no desire to conceal anything. However, I wish to clarify that the Rain Ninja who fell was not slain by my hand. The true culprit was himself." "What do you mean by that?" "We are somewhat perplexed. You must have seen the lightning that descended from the heavens. Such phenomena do not occur without cause. Only those who harbor malice and attack me will be struck by the divine wrath. Hence, I assert that he was his own executioner. Had that Rain Ninja chosen to leave quietly, you would have escaped unscathed. Is that so? I share this with you merely to convey that I am not a merciless demon. This is simply an innate ability. Likewise, I extend my goodwill to those who approach me with benevolence, just as I am doing now." Lin Tao, having spoken, enveloped the 3 individuals in a halo of conviction, his intention being to reveal a gentler facet of himself. After all, he had just mercilessly reduced that rain ninja to mere black smoke before their very eyes, leaving no trace behind. Such brutality could instill fear, which would not bode well for their relationship. Upon experiencing the effects of the halo, the three were taken aback, as they had not witnessed Lin Tao perform any hand seals. At that moment, Shikamaru and Choji began to entertain the veracity of Ino's claims. For such an ability to bestow strength, stamina, and chakra directly upon others was unprecedented, indeed transcending the realm of ninjutsu. Chapter 68. Vortex of Fragrance Senior. What type of secret technique does this belong to? It can be applied to all three of us simultaneously, Ino inquired, perceiving no malice from Lin Tao and seeking to glean further valuable insights. If one must categorize it, it cannot be deemed a secret technique, as it requires no chakra and imposes no restrictions on the number of recipients. You might consider it a form of domain ability. Ino's expression shifted to one of admiration as she remarked, "Your capabilities are truly remarkable, senior. No wonder even Asuma-sensei holds you in such high esteem." Lin Tao's lips curled slightly. Sigh. It's actually just mediocre. Upon noticing this, Shikamaru furrowed his brows, internally lamenting. So this guy actually falls for this kind of thing. It seems Ino truly overthought. How could a deity possibly be like this? Senpai, are you here alone? Did you perhaps get separated from Kiba and the others? I possess some sensory ninjutsu and can assist you in searching, Shikamaru offered. Ino, seizing the opportunity, extended a team-up invitation to Lin Tao. Recognizing that having such a companion would greatly enhance their sense of security, and with a stroke of luck, they might acquire scrolls from other teams. Actually, I did not get separated from Kiba and the others. They mentioned wanting to gather scrolls using their own strength and told me to meet them at the central tower a few days later. So, I am merely wandering in the forest, Lin Tao explained. I see. So, you don't require this scroll on the ground? Ino inquired. Lin Tao's head was filled with question marks. Ino, your reasoning is flawed. Although I indeed have no need for the scroll, if I were to give it to you, it would hinder your growth. You ought to earn the scrolls from other teams through your own capabilities. But senpai, we've been traveling for quite some time without encountering any other teams. If you were to hand over the scroll to us, I would offer you a 20% discount at my family's flower shop in the future. Please agree, please. Ino pleaded, clinging to Lin Tao's arm, shaking it while acting coy. Shikamaru tacitly accepted Ino's approach, as he inherently disliked complications. If they could amass the scrolls through such a simpler method, there was no need to take additional risks. Choji then pulled out a pack of chips from his backpack, a serious expression on his face as he handed it to Lin Tao. Senpai, this is my cherished stash of chips. Really, what can I do with you two? Lin Tao waved his hand in reluctant agreement to their request. Thank you, senpai. The trio beamed with joy, picking up the scroll and stowing it away in their bags. After bidding farewell, the assembled trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji made their way directly to the central tower. Shikamaru reasoned that the vicinity of the tower wouldn't be crowded on the first day, thus relatively safe. However, the situation could become precarious if they delayed until the last 2 days. As they journeyed, Ino, brimming with pride, remarked to Shikamaru and Choji, did you see? In critical moments, I rely on my charm. As long as I intervene, any man can be easily swayed. Shikamaru, feeling exasperated, sighed, to be honest. This has little to do with your charm. It's likely he simply had no need for that scroll, hence performing a favor. That is still due to my efforts. Fine, it's your achievement. However, regarding what you mentioned, based on my observations, while Lin Tao possesses an incomprehensible domain ability, he remains human. Perhaps you are overthinking it, Ino. Upon hearing this, Ino's expression turned serious as she shook her head. No. Shikamaru, the power I sensed then was 1,000 times stronger than just now. That was definitely not an illusion. Sigh, since you were so insistent, we shall choose to believe you. However, if he truly is a deity, he ought to be of the benevolent kind. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it this far. Although Shikamaru verbally agreed, he remained skeptical, as his perception of deities was that of omniscience and omnipotence, a solemn and majestic image that would not resemble Lin Tao, who possessed emotions akin to those of humans. Lin Tao continued his search, and after a short while, he heard a resounding roar emanating from the forest. There is actually a bear nearby. How splendid. We hadn't prepared any provisions for the journey, and this presents a perfect opportunity to replenish our supplies. Following the sound, he soon stumbled upon a massive brown bear. Goodness, this bear is about the size of a minivan. It truly reflects the adage that the local environment nurtures its own wildlife. Without hesitation, Lin Tao delivered a powerful punch to the bear's skull, which resulted in a pained roar as the colossal creature collapsed. Then, Lin Tao leaped onto the bear's back and drew a dagger from his waist, aiming directly for the tenderloin, as it was prudent to select only the finest cuts when resources were plentiful. Just as he was intently slicing through the meat, he noticed the bear's head twitch slightly, startling him. What is happening? That punch should have rendered the bear lifeless, yet it appears to still be alive. Remarkably, it endured my strike and is not yet dead. This bear must be of at least a formidable caliber. Consequently, Lin Tao sprang down from the bear's back and approached its head to check for signs of life. To his astonishment, a small pair of hands, covered in bite marks, emerged from beneath the bear's head, persistently pushing against it. Oh, how is there a person trapped underneath? Lin Tao cradled the bear's head with his right hand while his left hand grasped the small hands, pulling the person beneath out. It was only then that he realized it was a red-haired maiden adorned with the forehead protector of the grass-hidden village. Based on her external features, Lin Tao surmised that she must be Kagai's descendant, the one known as Hanabi. Despite being rescued, Hanabi's eyes were still brimming with tears as she gazed helplessly at Lin Tao, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Lin Tao, upon witnessing the scene, covered his face and sighed softly. Ah, that was truly perilous. Had I not discerned the anomaly in time, you might have suffocated. Why did you not call for help? I could have discovered your plight sooner. Xiang Lin, endowed with an innate perceptive ability, keenly sensed the shift in Lin Tao's demeanor. In stark contrast to the chilling aura he exuded while confronting the bear, the energy emanating from him now enveloped her in warmth. Thank you. Xiang Lin's voice was barely a whisper, yet her expression radiated profound gratitude towards Lin Tao. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tao furrowed his brow slightly. When he first laid eyes on Xiang Lin, he harbored the intention of winning her heart, for she was the team's healer and possessed remarkable perceptive abilities. In the later stages, she could both deal damage and withstand attacks, making her an indispensable asset to the team. However, Xiang Lin's unique upbringing had instilled in her a timid, introverted, and submissive disposition. Addressing such a character requires a more proactive and assertive approach. Lin Tao retracted his smile and commanded Xiang Lin, What did you just say? I couldn't hear you at all. Speak up. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Thank you. Initially startled by Lin Tao's tone, Xiang Lin did not perceive any malice from him. Thus, she mustered her courage and raised her voice in response. Lin Tao nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the scene. Ah, splendid. You exhibit great spirit. Why do you fear? I assure you, I shall not devour you. Judging by your headband, you hail from the hidden grass village. May I inquire your name? What brings you here alone? Where are your comrades? Yes, esteemed senior. I am called Xiang Lin. I have become separated from my companions. In truth, Xiang Lin's two teammates were lurking nearby in the thicket. But upon noticing that Xiang Lin had fallen into the clutches of the imposing Lin Tao, they promptly decided to abandon her and flee the scene. Chapter 69, The True Essence of Healing Ability. Xiang Lin recounted the events that had transpired to Lin Tao, who, after listening, felt somewhat incredulous and asked, You claimed that the bear chased you for over 100 meters, yet you uttered not a single sound? Why did you not cry out for help? With her head bowed, Xiang Lin replied, Because, even if I called for help, no one would come to my aid. It might even attract other foes or wild beasts. Knowing you could not escape, why did you not retaliate? It was beyond my capability. I have not undergone formal ninja training, so I could not even attempt to blind the bear. Such an action might only enrage it further. However, if I refrained from resistance, perhaps I could preserve my life. At this stage, Xiang Lin possessed no combat prowess. Thus, she could only feign death in hopes that the bear would not deliver a fatal blow. After all, even if she lost a few limbs, the abilities of the Uzumaki clan might still enable her survival. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao laughed heartily. Ha ha, what kind of logic is this? To wager one's fate on the mercy of a beast remains a beast. It will not spare you simply because you display vulnerability. Instead, it will devour you with even greater ferocity. Sometimes, humans are no different. Lin Tao's words subtly allude to the plight of Xiang Lin in Xiaoying village, where relentless submission and tolerance yield no favorable outcomes, only exacerbating the cruelty of the villagers. However, Xiang Lin is not oblivious to this truth. From the moment her mother was brutally tormented to death by the villagers, she foresaw her own grim fate. She made several attempts to escape, yet each time she was apprehended and subjected to even harsher beatings. Over time, she became numb and resigned to her fate. Thus, she perceives Lin Tao's remarks as mere empty platitudes, for no one can truly comprehend the depths of her suffering. Lin Tao observed Xiang Lin's expression of distress and realized that she was likely recalling painful memories from Chaoyin village. This moment presented an opportunity to guide her towards transformation. He gently patted her shoulder and said, "Do you know that birds are inherently destined for the sky? Yet, some are confined in cages from the moment they are born. Some of these cage birds never escape until their last breath, while others manage to break free and soar into the heavens. Do you understand why this is so?" Xiang Lin paused for a moment, reflecting deeply before responding. "Are you suggesting, Senior, that even a caged bird, with enough effort, can eventually peck its way out and ascend to the sky?" Lin Tao shook his head and said, "No, some bird cages are designed to be exceptionally sturdy. Those birds, even if they spend their entire lives, will never be able to peck their way out. Therefore, for them to escape, there is but one solution." "What is that solution?" "It is to have someone willing to unlock the cage for them. Although you were the forehead protector of the grass-hidden village, your vibrant red hair is a distinct mark of the Uzumaki clan. The bite marks on your body indicate that you have suffered many injustices in the grass-hidden village. If you are willing, you may follow me. My name is Lin Tao. I possess a measure of strength and can certainly ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Xianglin suddenly realized that the man before her had known from the very beginning about her lineage tied to the Uzumaki clan. His persuasive words were aimed at enticing her to submit and ally with him. Yet, she also understood that this might be an opportunity to alter her fate. Life in the grass-hidden village had already been dismal. It could hardly become worse. However, if she were to take the right gamble, she could rewrite her sorrowful destiny. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, Xianglin resolutely nodded and declared, "If you would be willing to take me in, I am prepared to relinquish my identity as a ninja of the grass-hidden village and follow you henceforth." Then, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her arms marred with bite marks, she continued, "My ability lies in healing and restoration. If you bite my arm, you will regain your injuries and chakra." With that, she extended her arm towards Lin Tao, inviting him to take a bite. Lin Tao waved his hand in exasperation, saying, "Wait a moment. There is truly no need for you to prove your worth in such a manner, for I possess a degree of healing skills myself, and my abilities surpass yours." Lin Tao gently caressed Xianglin's arm, and as the rapid healing commenced, a golden-green luminescence enveloped her entire being, instantly erasing all traces of the bites upon her skin. Xianglin, upon witnessing this, was taken aback, her mind swirling with a multitude of questions. She marveled at Lin Tao's formidable abilities while simultaneously grappling with the rationale behind his interest in her. "Senior, how astonishing. This sensation of being healed by another is truly remarkable. Thank you, Senior. Yet, given your immense healing prowess and your awareness of my heritage as a member of the Uzumaki clan, I cannot fathom why. I understand what you are contemplating. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. However, what I seek is not your healing capabilities, but rather your perceptive skills. I require your assistance in locating an individual." But Xianglin's expression turned awkward as she replied, "Senior, my current perceptive abilities only allow me to sense chakra fluctuations within a few hundred meters. That is of no consequence. We can search methodically, one step at a time. Come, I shall carry you." Thus, Lin Tao bore Xianglin upon his back as they traversed the forest. And due to the imprecision of their search, it took them over 10 minutes before they finally caught sight of Team 7 in the distance. Lin Tao gently set Xianglin down from his back and addressed her, "Xianglin, I must now proceed alone." However, her expression turned to one of alarm as she feared being abandoned. "Wait, do not overthink it," he reassured her. "What I mean is that I cannot carry you with me during the upcoming examination. Therefore, for the next 4 days, I need you to survive independently in the forest. After the examination concludes, Konoha's ninjas will come to search for survivors. At that time, make your way to the Alard General Store in Konoha Village. It is my establishment. I will seek you out after the second phase of the examination." Lin Tao extracted 2 bottles of sacred blessing potions and 10 hyperspeed capsules from his bag, presenting them to Xianglin while explaining the effects of the potions. "These items can assist you in evading danger at critical moments." "I understand. Thank you, Senior," Xianglin replied. Following Lin Tao's instructions, she swiftly vanished into the forest. Her abilities not only allowed her to sense nearby enemies but also to conceal her chakra, rendering her presence undetectable. Thus, merely evading for 4 days posed no challenge for her. After bidding farewell to Xianglin, Lin Tao feigned a chance encounter on the path of Team 7's journey. "What a coincidence, encountering you all here." Upon spotting Lin Tao, Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement as he rushed forward. Oh, it's Big Brother Lin. That's wonderful. Big Brother Lin, Sasuke and Sakura have been injured in battle. Could you possibly use those miraculous potions to help heal them? Please, please. Naruto clasped his hands together, his earnestness palpable. Lin Tao fixed his gaze and noticed the trio's clothes were smeared with mud. Sakura's hair was disheveled, her face swollen and flushed, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, eyes, and nose. Sasuke's leg was tightly wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, while his right hand persistently clutched his neck. Clearly, the three had endured a fierce battle, and Sasuke's condition suggested he had been bitten by Orochimaru. Chapter 70. Purifying the Cursed Seal through Naruto's account. Lin Tao learned they had not only encountered Orochimaru and been marked with cursed seals but had also fought against Dosaki Yuta and his team. During the battle, Sasuke had been forced to unleash the cursed seal's power to secure victory. TSK. Lin Tao's lips twitched slightly. Based on the current information, it was evident Orochimaru was aware of his presence and had been skillfully evading him. Very well. Since Naruto had pleaded so earnestly, he would lend his assistance. Lin Tao retrieved 3 expert vitality potions from his bag, each capable of restoring 1080 health points. Thank you, Brother Lin. Naruto exclaimed joyfully as he accepted them, promptly presenting them to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, Sakura, quickly consume these. They will heal your wounds. Sasuke, somewhat skeptical, eyed Lin Tao warily until Sakura, after taking a potion, experienced an instantaneous recovery from her injuries. Only then did Sasuke feel assured enough to partake. Incredible! Although I had heard tales of my senior's miraculous potions, experiencing their effects firsthand is astonishing. Even the scars have vanished. Sakura marveled, caressing her face in disbelief. After consuming the potion, Sasuke felt a warmth enveloping his legs, and the pain gradually subsided. He tore away the bandage on his leg, discovering that the wound had indeed healed. Why are you helping us when you could easily seize our scrolls while we are incapacitated? Sasuke questioned, puzzled. Even if Lin Tao was acquainted with Naruto, it seemed unlikely he would go to such lengths, especially considering the brutal nature of the Nin exams, which were fundamentally a battle for survival. Well, I have no need to collect scrolls, Lin Tao replied. What do you mean by that? Sasuke inquired. As for the scrolls, I believe Kiba and the others have already gathered what they need, so I merely need to head to the central tower to meet them. It seemed, by his words, that he held considerable faith in Kiba and his team's capabilities. Lin Tao replied with a sense of pride, of course. Before the exam, I prepared over 100 bottles of various potions for each of them. Not only can they ensure their safety when facing Chunin, but they can also hold their own against Chunin. Is it truly possible? Why not? In the Chunin exams, there are no restrictions on weapons, tools, or secret medicines. So enhancing combat power through external means is not disgraceful. Sasuke instinctively touched the cursed mark on his neck. During the recent battle with the Sound Ninja Trio, he had harnessed the power of the curse mark, resulting in a dramatic surge in his strength for a brief period, a sensation he had long yearned for. Lin Tao observed the subtle changes in Sasuke's demeanor and movements and cautioned him. Sasuke, I noticed your fixation on that ominous black curse mark on your neck. I must remind you that it is vastly different from conventional methods of enhancing strength. It is perilous. Startled by the revelation, Sasuke inquired, how do you know about this? Are you familiar with it? Lin Tao continued, while you harness the power of the curse mark, it simultaneously erodes your body and consciousness. Although it may amplify your strength in the short term, it ultimately leads to the loss of self, transforming you into a monstrosity. During my travels in various lands, I encountered many humans in a forsaken underground laboratory who had succumbed to the curse's power. How infuriating! It is indeed, as you say. Sasuke gritted his teeth, striking a fist against a tree. Although he yearned for power, he had not yet reached the point of sacrificing everything for it. Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, Sakura's brow furrowed in anxiety and guilt. She thought, if only she had been stronger, perhaps Sasuke would not have been marked by Orochimaru. Observing her distress, Sasuke offered reassurance. Do not worry, Sakura. As long as I can suppress the curse mark and refrain from utilizing its power, I shall be fine. While the thought was reassuring, in moments of dire chakra depletion, it would be exceedingly challenging to suppress the curse mark solely through willpower. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate it at the earliest opportunity. That said, I possess some knowledge in this area and may be able to attempt a solution. Really? Naruto and Sakura's faces illuminated with surprise. They had witnessed Sasuke's transformation under the curse mark, a state so foreign it resembled another person entirely. A sight they wished to avoid. Sasuke hesitated, for typically, to dispel a curse, the one performing the dispelling must possess strength surpassing that of the one who cast it. Having battled Orochimaru, Sasuke recognized the formidable strength of his adversary, a sense of pressure exceeding even that of Kakashi. Thus, he harbored doubts about the curse being dispelled. However, Lin Tao's confident expression piqued his curiosity, prompting him to discover the capabilities of this individual whom Kakashi regarded as exceptional. Consequently, Sasuke loosened his collar, fully revealing the curse mark. Then, I entrust this to you. Lin Tao internally scoffed at the aloofness of the young man before employing his purification skill. In an instant, the black curse mark vanished from Sasuke's neck. What? It has truly disappeared. Sasuke distinctly felt the burning sensation at his neck dissipate, gazing at Lin Tao in disbelief. Sakura, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Sasuke. That's wonderful, Sasuke. We were so worried you might revert to that state. Well, it seems all is well now. No need to thank me. As fellow Leaf Ninjas, it is only natural we assist one another. Meanwhile, lurking in a distant part of the forest, Orochimaru felt a shiver run through him. What is happening? I can no longer sense Sasuke's presence. Could it be? An unsettling suspicion arose within him. He had always maintained a connection to those marked by his curse, but now, that link with Sasuke had severed. Considering the entirety of the leaf, he could scarcely conceive anyone possessing the power to dispel the curse. This implied the most probable outcome. Sasuke's body had succumbed to the curse's erosion, and he lay dead within the forest. Who would have thought that the fabled Uchiha bloodline was so feeble? What a waste of my efforts. Disappointment flooded Orochimaru's heart. Half of his reason for coming to the Leaf was to acquire Sasuke as a perfect vessel. Now, with Sasuke's demise, he had lost the motivation to continue observing the Chunin exam. Rather than linger, he resolved to amend the details of his plan to dismantle the Leaf. Subsequently, Orochimaru summoned a small snake to relay a message, intending to recall Kabuto and the others. Chapter 71. Kabuto Yakushi. After Lin Tao purified Sasuke's curse seal, he did not linger but exchanged a few brief pleasantries before parting ways with Team 7. The objective of this endeavor had been successfully achieved. Not only had he eliminated Orochimaru's curse seal, but he had also piqued Sasuke's interest. However, given Sasuke's disposition, overt enthusiasm could arouse suspicion and wariness, necessitating a more subtle approach of feigned indifference. On the other hand, Kabuto, upon receiving Orochimaru's orders, was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why he was being summoned after monitoring Sasuke so diligently. Yet, as a subordinate, he could not defy Orochimaru's wishes and had no choice but to comply. My lord Orochimaru, it is only the first day of the Chunin exam, and I have yet to gather comprehensive information regarding Sasuke's battles. Why have you summoned me now? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed dangerously as he regarded Kabuto with a chilling smirk. Kabuto, I never imagined you would become so disobedient, daring to deceive even me. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Orochimaru, Kabuto trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he instinctively took a step back. My lord Orochimaru, I do not understand what you mean. Sasuke Uchiha has been dead for over half an hour, yet you claim to still be gathering information on him. How do you explain this? What? Sasuke is dead? Half an hour ago. Kabuto was utterly bewildered by Orochimaru's declaration. For only minutes prior, Sasuke had been under his watch, alive and well. My lord, you may have misunderstood something. Before I came to see you, Sasuke was perfectly fine. If you do not believe me, I can take you to see him. To think you would still have the audacity to say that. Very well, I shall accompany you to verify, but Kabuto, you had better pray that Sasuke is indeed alive. Otherwise, seeing Kabuto's unwavering stance, Orochimaru began to harbor doubt himself, for he had not witnessed Sasuke's demise firsthand. Yet, the sensation of the curse seal could not simply vanish without reason, prompting him to personally investigate the truth. The two soon found the trail of Team 7, and upon confirming that Sasuke was indeed alive, Orochimaru was taken aback. This indicated that the cursed seal he had inscribed upon Sasuke had been lifted, and the individual capable of such a feat was not to be underestimated. My lord Orochimaru, you see now that I have not deceived you. I understand Kabuto. The individual named Lin Tao, whom I instructed you to monitor, has he had contact with Sasuke? Yes, but their interaction lasted merely a few minutes. I saw him produce several small red vials from his bag and hand them to Sasuke and his team. However, I could not hear their conversation due to the distance. Indeed, it is this person who has thwarted my plans. Orochimaru's expression darkened, as since their encounter in the land of rice, He had harbored a deep-seated grudge against Lin Tao. Now, with this turn of events, his animosity intensified. Yet, recalling the scene of his subordinate being swiftly eliminated, unease crept into Orochimaru's heart. Kabuto, from this moment forth, we shall alter our plans. Set aside Sasuke for now. I need you to investigate and monitor Lin Tao. Uncover his identity and abilities. He has not seen you before, so you may approach him without fear. Understood, my lord Orochimaru. Very well, go. Although Kabuto did not grasp why Orochimaru had abruptly shifted his focus, he discerned that Lin Tao's significance was on par with Sasuke, prompting him to proceed without delay in search of Lin Tao. Meanwhile, Lin Tao had wandered to the central tower, and upon entering, he spotted Kiba, Hinata, and Shino seated by the doorway, seemingly awaiting his arrival. He waved cheerfully. Hey, you all got here quickly. How long have you been waiting? Kiba sighed with an expression of exasperation. Big brother, you were too slow. We've been sitting here for over 2 hours. Haha, what can I say? I was trying to get here, but I got lost a few times. You know my sense of direction is terrible. By the way, considering how early you all arrived, it seems the opponents you faced were rather mediocre. Not quite. The opponents we encountered were quite strong. If it weren't for the items you provided, we might have been in real danger. Kiba trailed off, glancing towards the other side of the hall. Following Kiba's gaze, Lin Tao noticed the Sand siblings, with Gaara leaning against the wall, eyes closed in meditation, while Temari and Kankuro sat on the floor, repairing their fan and puppet, respectively. I see. It appears you had quite a fierce battle. Did you emerge victorious in the end? Sort of. Well done. You kept the 8th team's honor intact. Lin Tao was quite pleased with their accomplishments. At this stage, Shoju and Kanjiro had reached the strength of a Chunin, while Gaara was undoubtedly a special Jonin. It was indeed surprising that Kiba and his companions dared to challenge these 3 formidable individuals and even emerged victorious. However, the eldest brother, what is it? That guy with the gourd can summon a wall of sand to shield himself, rendering our attacks utterly ineffective. I don't understand. Clearly Kiba's face displayed a hint of frustration. Ever since acquiring the venomous Cat King's purple shadow claws, he could easily shatter trees and rocks. Yet he was unable to breach Gaara's sand shield, which severely dented his confidence. Haha, so that's the reason. Feeling a bit disheartened, are we? But isn't that quite normal? After all, you've only been a genin for half a year, and your training is far from sufficient. Meanwhile, your opponent may have trained for many years, their strength far exceeding that of a mere genin. Though your weapon provides a significant boost, it is ultimately just a level 10 piece of equipment. Overcoming such formidable challenges remains a daunting task. Kiba, upon hearing this, experienced an epiphany. I understand now, brother. What have you come to understand? Are you suggesting that to grow stronger, one requires higher level equipment? No. What I mean is, you need to practice more. Brother, that's rather harsh. We have been diligently training all along. Ha. Alright, I retract my previous statement. However, as ninjas, it is vital to accurately assess the disparity in strength between oneself and the enemy. If one knowingly attempts the impossible, it is akin to defying fate. As they conversed, the door of the central tower creaked open, revealing Yakushi Kabuto accompanied by his teammates, Kaka and Kenmei. After swiftly scanning the hall, his gaze finally settled on Lin Tao. Oh, you all seem to be having a delightful conversation. May I join you? Hinata and Shino exchanged puzzled glances at Yakushi Kabuto, while Kiba leaned closer to Lin Tao and whispered, Brother, do you know this person? Lin Tao outwardly denied any acquaintance, but internally, upon seeing Yakushi Kabuto, he realized that his act of lifting Sasuke's curse seal had been detected by Orochimaru. The fact that Kabuto had come to ingratiate himself suggested he aimed to probe into Lin Tao's secrets. Noticing the vigilance among Team 8, Kabuto smiled and said, Everyone, please don't be on edge. I am also a candidate from Konoha, named Yakushi Kabuto. I see many new faces here, presumably all newly minted genin this year. It's quite impressive to reach the central tower on your very first day, so I thought I'd come and befriend you. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao immediately donned a smile, intending to turn the situation to his advantage. Ah, so you are a senior from the same village. Splendid. We were just pondering how to spend the next 4 days. He then retrieved a bag of fate coins from his backpack. Upon use, there is a 50 chance to restore 30 health or deduct 25 health. How about we engage in a coin toss game? Chapter 72. Fate coins, a coin toss game? That sounds rather intriguing. I wonder what the rules are. Although the pharmacist, Do, had no knowledge of this game, He was eager to learn, thinking it might be a means to build rapport and gather information. These coins are called fake coins. When tossed, they randomly turn either gold or silver. A golden toss heals bodily injuries, while a silver one incurs divine retribution. We shall take turns tossing the coins, and whoever lasts until the end is the victor. The loser must grant the winner a request. What? Dou's pupils widened in shock, as the game sounded perilously akin to gambling with one's life. It dawned on him that Lin Tao was quite mad. What's wrong, Senior Do? Do you doubt your luck, or are you afraid? Lin Tao smirked, a playful glint in his eye. Hinata, Ji, and the others began to sense something amiss and discreetly observed Do. Having spent ample time together in Team 8, they knew Lin Tao's actions were typically well considered, and he wouldn't suddenly act irrationally without cause. Thus, they concluded that something was indeed amiss with this individual named Do. At that moment, beads of cold sweat formed on Do's forehead as his mind raced to analyze the situation. I have never met him, so he surely knows nothing of my identity. Yet, his gaze is far from friendly, and now he proposes such a deadly game. Could he truly be insane? No. That's not right. I've heard that Lin Tao has a good reputation in the village, and there are no indications of mental illness. Moreover, I have never heard of such a thing as fake coins. Perhaps this is merely a ruse. Could it be a test of my courage? With this thought, Do's anxiety eased significantly, and he smiled, shaking his head. It's not that I am afraid. I am merely surprised by the existence of such a remarkable coin. Oh, so Senior Do is quite interested then? Of course. Very well. Lin Tao noted Do's newfound confidence with amusement. It appeared that the young man had not truly believed him. Today, he would enlighten him on the power of rules. The two sat facing each other, and Lin Tao picked up a fake coin, tossing it into the air. I shall go first. As the fake coin spun in the air, it transformed into gold a moment later, and a golden green energy surged into Lin Tao's being. Ah, it seems my luck is rather good. Now it's your turn. Upon witnessing the phenomenon that had just occurred with Lin Tao, Do's heart sank. If what had just happened was indeed the coin's effect, it implied that fake coins possessed some governing rule. This meant that the divine retribution could very well be real. However, recalling Lin Tao's nonchalant demeanor during the toss, he surmised that the so-called divine retribution likely would not result in dire consequences. After some contemplation, Do steeled himself and tossed a fake coin into the air. The next moment, the spinning coin turned silver, and a bolt of lightning erupted above Do's head. What? Do's mind buzzed from the shock, intense pain coursing through his muscles as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What was that just now? Why was I struck by lightning in the hall? This was precisely the divine retribution effect of the fake coin. As previously mentioned, though it appeared that Senior Do's luck was not particularly favorable. I see now. Let us continue. Do wiped the blood from his mouth, forcing a smile. He could sense that while the divine retribution had inflicted considerable pain, it was not fatal. Given his physical resilience, he believed he could withstand a couple more hits. All right, let us proceed. Lin Tao nodded in agreement and tossed another fake coin into the air. Once again, the coin turned gold after a second, and a wave of life energy flowed into his body. Do, witnessing this, furrowed his brow, suspicion creeping into his expression. He believed Lin Tao must have employed some special means to cheat. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tao uttered no further words, merely spreading out the more than 100 fake coins from the bag onto the ground, gesturing for the other to select freely. It was only then that the apothecary Do dispelled his lingering doubts, casually picking up a coin from the ground and tossing it into the air. Unexpectedly, in the following moment, a bolt of lightning struck once more, sending the apothecary Do sprawling onto the ground. What? Could it be that divine retribution would strike twice in succession? Alas, it seems that Senior Do's physical condition is rather precarious. Can he endure any longer? At this moment, the apothecary Do felt utterly unfortunate, having suffered divine retribution twice in a row, with his body already grievously injured. Should he face yet another strike, he would likely be confined to his bed for the next 3 months to recover. Lin Tao was inwardly amused, unable to contain his laughter. From the very beginning, he had no expectation of using the fake coin to eliminate the medicine master Do. Rather, he sought to torment him. The real world is not akin to a game. Here, when life points are diminished, one truly experiences pain. I am fine, let us proceed. The medicine master Do struggled to rise from the ground, panting heavily. Although thoughts of retreat began to surface in his mind, upon witnessing Lin Tao's arrogant demeanor, an inexplicable fury surged within him. He vowed to ensure a decisive confrontation with Lin Tao. Very well, since Senior Do can persevere, let us continue. Lin Tao cast his third fateful coin, yet this time fortune did not continue to favor him. The coin transformed into a silver lightning bolt that struck him upon coming to a halt. The apothecary, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight and was eager to mock him, but before he could utter a word, a radiant light of healing enveloped Lin Tao in the next moment. What? How could this be? The apothecary stammered, bewildered as he gazed at Lin Tao in disbelief. What's the matter, Senior Do? Why do you look at me like that? I assure you, I did not cheat. After all, I made it clear before the game commenced that this contest is about who can endure until the very end. Upon Lin Tao's utterance, the crowd was struck with enlightenment. It became evident that this contest was not merely a matter of fortune, but also encompassed one's capacity for healing and restoration. Oh, how foolish of me to misinterpret the situation, chuckled the apothecary. With a cold smile, he formed a hand seal, summoning a sphere of verdant chakra that he pressed against his chest, initiating a continuous process of self-healing. After half a minute, his breathing grew steadier, and a smile returned to his face. Let us proceed. The apothecary had engaged in the profession of a medical ninja since his youth, later drawing the attention of Orochimaru due to his exceptional healing talents. After years of rigorous training, he had mastered the highly efficient forbidden technique of in healing. In a contest of restorative prowess, he harbored no fear. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Lin Tao laughed heartily, determined to demonstrate to the apothecary the true essence of immortality. Chapter 73. Fated Duel. Hinata's fiery assault on Niji. The apothecary inhaled deeply and cast forth a third fateful coin. This time, fortune finally favored him. The coin transformed into gold, infusing his being with a surge of life energy. Coupled with his earlier self-healing technique, the apothecary's condition was restored to 90%. Very well. Let us commence the fourth round. Lin Tao cast the fourth fateful coin, and in an instant, it transformed into a silvery hue. Yet, he remained utterly unperturbed, activating rapid healing the moment the lightning struck. Observing Lin Tao after the coin's toss, Yakushi Kabuto noted that he had not employed any other tools or medicines, confirming that the preceding display was indeed a medical ninjutsu. In conventional understanding, the nature of medical ninjutsu involves sustained recovery. Thus, a fleeting instance of such a technique must come with significant drawbacks, either in terms of insufficient healing compared to sage arts or the necessity of expending vast amounts of chakra to activate it. Hence, Yakushi Kabuto deduced that although Lin Tao appeared calm on the surface, he was likely nearing his limits. Without hesitation, Yakushi Kabuto threw his fourth coin, only to face divine retribution as well. The two continued their game through the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds, and all the way to the 19th, by which point Yakushi Kabuto's health had dwindled to around 10%, his chakra nearly depleted, and he lay on the ground, gravely injured and gasping for breath. In stark contrast, Lin Tao wore a relaxed expression. Although he too had encountered numerous instances of divine punishment, his health swiftly replenished in the instant following each lightning strike, leaving no time for his nerves to register pain. Gazing at the prostrate Yakushi Kabuto, a sense of satisfaction welled up within Lin Tao. It seems he can no longer endure. Let us conclude this. I am grateful to Senior Kabuto for indulging me in this game, which has provided me ample amusement. As for the stakes of the game, let us set them aside for now and revisit them later. Ino, Hinata, Shino. Let us depart to find a more comfortable room and rest well over the next 4 days. Having spoken, Lin Tao turned to lead the three young ones away. But as he did, he felt a sudden grip around his ankle. Looking down, he discovered it was Yakushi Kabuto's hand. Wait, it is not over yet. Continue with his last reserves of strength. Yakushi Kabuto raised his head, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Having spent years in espionage, he prided himself on his ability to conceal his identity and strength, never expecting to be outsmarted by someone masquerading as a fool. This realization was one he found hard to accept. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Tao shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. The pharmacist Do dared to surveil him and even approached to put on a performance. While it was necessary to teach him a lesson, there was no need to eliminate him outright, as such talent could potentially be harnessed in the future. Do, enough. You are in a weakened state, so refrain from speaking for now. Both Kai and Kinmei could not bear to see the pharmacist Do in such a condition, so they each supported him and led him away from the central tower, for Orochimaru was still within the death forest, and there remained a chance for salvation if he was taken for treatment. Once they had departed, The three youngsters inquired of Lin Tao about the source of his animosity towards the pharmacist Do. Naturally, Lin Tao could not disclose that he had perused the script. Thus, after feigning contemplation, he explained, "In truth, I possess a hidden talent, physiognomy. As the saying goes, the face reflects the heart. From the moment I laid eyes upon that pharmacist Do, I discerned that he was no virtuous soul. It is highly probable that he will engage in actions detrimental to our village or the ninja world. Reflect upon this. When we were playing the coin toss earlier, a person of sound judgment would have fled upon hearing such rules. Why did you dare to play? Was it truly in the name of friendship? His deliberate approach to us must surely conceal some ulterior motive. Is that how it is?" One replied, "Well, let us not dwell on it too much. Just be cautious in your encounters with him in the future." Half an hour later, in a secluded part of the Death Forest, Orochimaru gazed at the nearly lifeless pharmacist Do, his expression dark as a storm cloud. "Kai, what transpired? Why has Do come to this state?" "My lord Orochimaru, Do's condition is a result of playing a coin toss game with that Lin Tao. The coin is called the Fate Coin, and it is quite extraordinary." Kai recounted the events that unfolded in the central tower. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's vision momentarily darkened, leaving him at a loss regarding the next steps of his plan. The swift defeat of Ju, the destruction of the research facility, and the ability to withstand the Kusanagi sword without a scratch, combined with an extraordinary amount of chakra and regenerative capacity, these three factors collectively demonstrated that Lin Tao's offensive, defensive, and restorative abilities had reached an elite level. With such an individual in Konohagakure, the feasibility of executing the wood industry collapse plan would be greatly compromised. However, Tsunade and Oto had been conspiring for months, leaving them no option for retreat. If the plan were to be halted, the news of the fourth Kazakage's assassination could easily leak, and Orochimaru's painstakingly established Oto would inevitably face retribution from Tsunade and Konohagakure. Thus, the plan must proceed forcefully. Consequently, Orochimaru resolved to continue dispatching individuals to covertly monitor Lin Tao, for should they gather sufficient intelligence, they might uncover his vulnerabilities. For days later, the second round of the survival exercise concluded. The victorious teams consisted of the Tsunade trio, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, the Oto trio, Tosu, Saku, and Kenshiro, and teams from Konohagakure, namely Class 3, Class 7, Class 8, and Class 10, totaling 19 individuals including Lin Tao. Simultaneously, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with elite shinobi such as Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, Might Guy, Akamichi Karui, and others convened in the central tower hall. After deliberation, they resolved to hold another preliminary round. As the third exam would be a competition before the feudal lords of various nations, and with too many participants, the audience's enthusiasm would be excessively drained. Therefore, the third exam would only require 8 to 10 competitors. After Moonlight Gale announced the rules for the preliminary round, all participants took their places in the stands, and the names began to scroll randomly on the electronic screen. The candidates felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, though they remained silent. Their gazes involuntarily drifted towards Lin Tao, for he was the adversary they most dreaded encountering. Moments later, the names on the large screen were matched, with the first bout pitting Hyuga Hinata against Hyuga Niji. Niji's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes sharpening as he cast a sidelong glance at Hinata before descending from the stands. Hinata, caught off guard by being the first to face Niji, found herself momentarily dazed. Seeing this, Lin Tao half-squatted in front of Hinata and smiled. "Hinata, do not panic. Do you remember what I told you before?" "Yes, I remember." "Good. Now is the opportunity. Put in your utmost effort and defeat him." Hinata nodded, resolutely stepping down from the stands, filled with newfound confidence. As both sides took their positions, Moonlight Gale announced the commencement of the battle. Hinata took a deep breath, activated her Byakugan, and gazed steadfastly at Niji. "I never expected to face you, Niji and I. Before we begin, I would like to offer you a piece of advice. Unleash your full strength, otherwise you shall not prevail against me." Her words took everyone by surprise, with Niji's head suddenly brimming with question marks. His expression resembled that of someone whose hot dog had been snatched away, only to have the thief consume the sausage and stuff the remnants back into his mouth. Chapter 74. I am invincible. You are free to choose. Hinata, I must concede that you have made significant progress compared to before. But one cannot win battles solely through bravado. I understand, which is why I wish to demonstrate to you, Niji and I, that this is not mere posturing. As she spoke, Hinata consumed various potions, enhancing her strength, intellect, vitality, magical power, and other abilities. Niji, observing this, shook his head with a cold laugh. Ah, so this is your source of confidence, Lady Hinata. However, the disparity between us cannot be bridged by these external aids. Hinata remained silent and silently manifested her mystic-like gloves. What? Niji was taken aback. He did not recall any such jutsu from the Hyuga clan. Kakashi guy and Asuma in the stands were equally astonished. Hinata, who was regarded as the weakest among her peers, was revealing an extraordinary skill. Red. I had no idea you taught your students such formidable techniques. The group exchanged incredulous glances at Kurenai, thinking she had been hiding her talents all these years. Kurenai, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, actually, this is not a jutsu, but a type of weapon. Unlike conventional weapons, it can integrate into the user's body, rendering it invisible until activated. Wait, is such a weapon even real? Why have I never heard of it before? It exists, you simply weren't aware. You can inquire with the third Hokage about it. Lin Tao interjected, clarifying the significance of equipment and its substantial impact on personal strength. The crowd was left speechless. Their interest peaked in the duel between Hinata and Niji, eager to witness the might of this weapon Lin Tao spoke of. Niji, overhearing the conversation from the stands, grew vigilant. He had heard numerous rumors about Lin Tao, aware that anything created by him was never ordinary. Ah, I see. It seems I must take this seriously. Niji activated his Byakugan, adopting a defensive stance, prepared for Hinata's assault. Facing an unknown adversary, he decided on a defensive counterattack. I'm coming, Niji and I, Hinata declared, charging forward with a palm strike aimed at Niji's chest. Niji raised his left arm to block while retaliating with his right hand, but his response was slightly delayed, causing him to be pushed back several meters by Hinata's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata pursued and swiftly closed the distance, delivering another palm strike with her left hand. At that moment, Niji had just been knocked back and was still regaining his footing, forced to defend with both hands, leaving his abdomen exposed. Hinata capitalized on this opening, stepping forward into a horse stance and striking Niji's ribcage with her right hand. Niji, realizing the danger, pressed his arms down and hunched back to create distance. Hinata withdrew her hand and leaped to deliver a downward chop, but Niji raised his arm to block, only to be pushed back once more. As Hinata's assault continued, Niji felt a sense of foreboding. He realized that Hinata's striking power had surpassed his own. Enduring a few more of her blows could spell his defeat. Reluctantly, he was forced to employ his ultimate defensive jutsu. In the next moment, Niji began to spin rapidly, releasing a torrent of chakra from his body. 8 trigrams palm. Heavenly spin. Caught off guard, Hinata was sent flying by the counterattack, crashing to the ground. Kurenai in the stands gasped, her eyes wide. This is the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm. Heavenly spin? As Hinata's teacher, Kurenai was familiar with the Hyuga clan's techniques. The heavenly spin was a secret art passed down only among the main family, demanding high levels of control over strength and chakra. Despite years of training, Hinata had been unable to master it, yet Niji, being a branch family member, had created and mastered this technique, a testament to his innate talent. Mike furrowed his brow, gazing at Niji with mixed emotions. The heavenly spin was Niji's trump card, now revealed in his battle against Hinata, making it difficult for him to catch her off guard in the finals of the third exam. Niji glanced at Guy, feeling troubled, for he alone understood how powerful Hinata's strikes had become. At that moment, Hinata, trembling, stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from her mouth, and revealed a joyful smile. Niji and I, do you think I have changed and grown? Niji paused, then smiled and nodded, replying, Ah, indeed, Lady Hinata, your transformation is quite unexpected. However, you took my heavenly spin head-on, so I presume you. Before Niji could finish, he watched in astonishment as Hinata pulled out several red and blue vials from her pocket and downed them. In the next second, her injuries disappeared, and her aura returned to that of the beginning of the match. What? How is this possible? Let's continue, Niji and I. The battle is not over yet. With that, Hinata charged at Niji once more. Knowing that using the heavenly spin required significant chakra, she intended to seize the moment before Niji fully recovered. Niji had no choice but to engage, and the two began a new round of physical combat. After deciphering Hinata's attacking patterns, Niji began to counterattack, gradually regaining the initiative. However, with Hinata bolstered by her potions, she could recover from her injuries almost instantaneously. Even when Niji attempted to seal her chakra flow, it was futile. Just moments after sealing her, she would drink another vial and restore her strength. Niji realized that if this continued, both his stamina and chakra would eventually be depleted. To end the fight, he needed to incapacitate Hinata completely. Thus, he resolved to hold nothing back. Soft Fist Technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji unleashed a powerful aura. Assuming the starting position for the 8 trigrams 64 palms and locking onto Hinata. In the stands, Rock Lee marveled, I must say. Hinata is remarkable for forcing Niji to use this technique. However, it is all over now. After being struck by Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata will not be able to stand again today. Maikai gazed at Hinata with a look of regret before turning his attention to Yugao, who stood confidently with one hand on her hip and a smile that betrayed no hint of anxiety. In the next moment, Niji unleashed his 8 trigrams 64 palms, aimed directly at Hinata. Just as the onlookers anticipated Hinata's imminent defeat, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the instant before the attack struck, Hinata's form became semi-transparent, allowing Niji's assault to pass through her without effect. What is happening? The crowd exclaimed, bewildered by the scene before them. Fear not, my friends. This is merely a highly specialized elixir I have concocted, known as the Blessing of the Deity, Lin Tao explained. The Blessing of the Deity? What is that? Came the curious inquiries. It renders the user semi-transparent, making them immune to any taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu for a duration of 3 seconds, Lin Tao elucidated. Regardless of how formidable the technique, it holds no value if it cannot strike the target. However, this reliance on potions in combat feels somewhat disconcerting. Lee Rock hesitated, believing that the purest form of strength comes from one's own efforts and dedication. Lin Tao, observing the situation, smiled and inquired of Lee Rock, youngly. If you were to sustain an injury and bleed, what would be your immediate course of action? Well, I would probably think to stop the bleeding first. Then apply medicine and bandage the wound. But why bandage it? Why not let it heal naturally? This is because herbal remedies and bandages have been known and accepted for thousands of years. When confronted with the unfamiliar, people instinctively resist. Each individual undergoes a process of understanding and accepting new concepts. On the battlefield, Niji, unaware of the specific effects of divine protection, found himself swinging his 8 trigrams 64 palms in vain. He followed up with a returning heaven technique, yet Hinata's invulnerability still prevailed, resulting in yet another miss. After 2 consecutive failed attempts, Niji began to doubt himself, his breath becoming erratic. Why? Why is this happening? What is this? Hinata exclaimed, Niji, you must be running low on chakra, to the point where you can barely maintain your Byakugan. Surrender, this battle is already over. Her words struck Niji like a thunderbolt, echoing incessantly in his mind. Enraged and humiliated, he refused to accept defeat at Hinata's hands. Summoning the last remnants of his chakra, he activated his Byakugan, preparing for a final clash of gentle fists. Hinata, moved by Niji's determination, steadied herself, inhaling deeply, and unleashed an 8 trigrams air palm towards Niji, propelling him backward. It turned out that after truly recognizing Hinata's potential, Hyuga Hayashi devoted considerable effort and resources to her training. Consequently, in just a few days, Hinata mastered her first ranged technique, the 8 trigrams air palm. The essence of this technique lies in releasing a cannon of air, formed from concentrated chakra, from the palm. The complexity of learning this technique largely stems from its substantial chakra consumption. With Hinata's current chakra reserves, she could practice it around 10 times a day. Even with a high aptitude, it typically takes several months to master. However, thanks to the sustaining effects of a magical potion, she was able to practice it hundreds or even thousands of times in a single night. Moonlight Gale observed the incapacitated Niji on the ground inside, announcing the result of the match. The victor, Hinata Hyuga. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the stands displayed expressions of disbelief, with Mike Guy's mind momentarily blank. He had never anticipated that his strongest student would be defeated by Hinata. A minute later, 2 medical personnel entered the arena, lifting Niji onto a stretcher. At that moment, Hinata glanced up at Lin Tao in the stands, and after a brief exchange of looks, she nodded slightly and followed Niji to the adjacent treatment room. Lee Rock and Ten exchanged puzzled glances. What is Hinata doing? Do not worry. Hinata is going to treat Niji's injuries. They will return in a few minutes. Lin Tao's lips curled upwards, and he felt a secret delight within, regardless of the circumstances. He had fulfilled the promise made months ago at the barbecue restaurant, allowing Niji to soar through the air with Hinata's assistance. Inside the treatment room, Hinata, in her capacity as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, dismissed the medical staff and then seated herself beside Niji's bed. Niji, upon noticing her, struggled to lift his head and asked with a hint of self-mockery, "What brings you here, Lady Hinata? Are you here to witness my misfortune?" "No. I am here to heal you, Brother Niji," Hinata replied, retrieving 2 crimson vials from her bag and placing them in Niji's hands. Niji, taken aback, questioned, "Why are you doing this?" "Because I cannot bear to see you suffer so," Hinata responded gently. "Suffer? Huh." Niji scoffed. "Lady Hinata, you remain as tender as ever, but do you truly comprehend what suffering entails?" "I do, for I can feel the confusion and pain within your heart." Stemming from the starkly different fates of the main and branch families, she continued, "You have always said that one cannot change their destiny, much like this fate we are bound to. However, I have always believed that a person's fate can be transformed, and the anguish within will ultimately fade. Therefore, do not lose hope. You only spout self-righteous rhetoric. Because you are the eldest daughter of the main family, you can say and do as you please." Niji's words dripped with cynicism. Though he sometimes displayed resistance, he had long resigned himself to his fate. The rigid hierarchy of the Hyuga clan resembled an enormous, unyielding cage, ensnaring him as a caged bird until death. Thus, he regarded Hinata's comforting words as mere folly. Niji's expression was a tapestry of agony and defiance. Observing this, Hinata took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. "Once, I too harbored confusion and pain every day. But now I have a goal to strive for. I will become the head of the Hyuga clan and rescue you from your suffering. Perhaps you are right. As a member of the branch family, you may feel powerless to alter the fate of the caged bird, but I can." "What?" Niji's pupils widened in shock. Hinata's words were astonishingly radical. How could the privileged heir of the Hyuga clan possibly desire to alter a family system that had endured for centuries for the sake of the branch family? Yet, upon witnessing the determination in Hinata's earnest gaze, his heart was stirred. "Lady Hinata, I understand your intentions, but please refrain from speaking such things in the future." Niji murmured, grasping the vial in his hand and drinking its contents in one gulp, instantly healing all his injuries. "So this is what it feels like." Niji sat up from the bed, exhaling softly before smiling at Hinata. "I am delighted to see you have become so remarkable, Lady Hinata. However, when it comes to the gentle fist technique, you still have much to improve upon. I shall ensure to supervise your training in the future." "Yes. I look forward to your continued guidance, Brother Niji," Hinata replied, her heart swelling with joy. For Niji's words indicated that the resentment he harbored towards the main family had dissipated significantly. Since childhood, Niji had been Hinata's sparring partner, and their bond had flourished during their early years. However, as they grew older, Niji's animosity towards the main family deepened, causing him to often be distracted or emotionally distant during their training sessions. Noticing this change, Hyuga Hayashi had gradually reduced the frequency of Niji's training sessions with Hinata, leading to a growing estrangement between them. Now, however, Niji's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Feeling Hinata's sincerity, he chose to embrace the future she envisioned. Chapter 76. The petrified Konohamaru in the preliminary competition arena. Several examiners huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Due to Hinata's outstanding performance in the first match, they unanimously decided to implement a new rule prohibiting the use of any secret medicines during the competition. When the referee, Moonlight Gale, announced this rule, the crowd from Konoha turned their gazes towards Lin Tao, for they all understood that this rule was tailored specifically to restrict Squad 8. Lin Tao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled as he covered his face, exclaiming, "It seems I have been targeted, ha ha ha." The Jonin from Sunagakure, Maki, alongside others, turned their gaze towards Lin Tao. So it is indeed by that person's hand. This is rather troublesome. It appears I must seek an opportunity." All the candidates raised their hands to indicate their understanding of the new rules, and the preliminary round continued. Moments later, the names Inuzuka Kiba and Kankuro appeared on the large screen. Upon seeing the matchup, Kiba felt a surge of anxiety. This situation was rather dire as he found himself pitted against that individual. "Kiba, what's wrong? Why do you seem so tense?" "Why hi?" Kurenai inquired, noticing Kiba's unnatural expression. Kiba recounted his previous encounter with the Sand siblings in the Forest of Death. Kurenai hesitated. The disparity in strength was already significant, and given that Kiba was a close-range fighter facing Kankuro, a long-range puppeteer, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve victory without the use of medicine. Thus, she contemplated the idea of having Inuzuka Kiba forfeit. After all, Kiba was Lin Tao's brother-in-law, and there were considerations of personal connections. Furthermore, since Hinata had already won a match, the team was assured not to be eliminated, making a second-round forfeit less embarrassing. At that moment, Lin Tao patted Kiba on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Little brother, to be honest, Kankuro from Tsunade is significantly stronger than you. If I were in your position, I might consider forfeiting. However, I understand you must have your own thoughts. If you choose to fight, as your older brother, I will undoubtedly support you. Upon witnessing Lin Tao's meaningful smile, Kurenai's heart sank. This could spell trouble. Clearly, he would intervene should Kiba falter. The technique known as the halo of belief could elevate a genin to chunin level without anyone being the wiser, qualifying as blatant cheating. Should she advise him against this? Or, despite Lin Tao's encouragement, Kiba exhibited an attitude of self-sufficiency, asserting, I understand, brother, but you need not worry. I will win this battle through my own strength. At this stage, Kiba harbored a sense of pride. He realized he could not always reside under his brother-in-law's protection. Although anxiety coursed through him at the thought of facing Kankuro, the gazes of Naruto, Seichi, and Shikamaru instilled in him the determination not to back down. Win or lose, he was committed to fighting. After exchanging farewells with Kurenai, he leaped from the stands into the arena. Kankuro, observing this, grinned widely. Oh, isn't this the little brat from a few days ago? It seems we are indeed fated to meet. Indeed, it appears so, Kiba replied with a nod. Entering a fighting stance, Kankuro wasted no time, summoning his puppet, Crow. Just as Lin Tao leaned over the railing, preparing for an in-depth observation of the match, a familiar female voice called from behind. Mr. Lin, may I ask you to accompany me? The third Hokage wishes to speak with you about a matter. Lin Tao turned at the sound, and was surprised to find it was the masked Yuzuki Yuin. What is the matter? Why the sudden visit? I'm not certain, but it seems to be quite urgent. I must ask you. Yuzuki Yuin's tone was almost pleading. Lin Tao could surmise that Sarutobi Hiruzen must have a request for him. Yet he could not fathom what issue could be so dire that even the third Hokage could not resolve it. Very well, I shall accompany you. But what about the matters concerning this examination? Rest assured, Mr. Lin, it will not take long. I will communicate with the examiners. If you wish, you can return afterward. With that, Yuzuki Yuin approached Hong Do and Ibi, exchanged a few words, and then led Lin Tao out of the hall. The crowd was left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired, but given Yuzuki Yuin's status as a direct operative of the third Hokage, possessing the authority to act without prior approval, no one dared to inquire further, opting instead to pretend they had not seen anything. Once outside the central tower, Lin Tao inquired again about the situation. Yuzuki Yuin finally removed her mask and sighed. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I did not intend to disturb your enjoyment, but upon returning to the residence, the third Hokage discovered that Konohamaru has contracted a severe and mysterious illness, and his life is in jeopardy. The third Hokage believes only you can save his grandson. Hence my urgent request for your presence. Konohamaru has fallen ill, and only I can heal him. What are the symptoms? I am not fully informed, so I must ask you to see for yourself. Very well, since you have asked so earnestly, I shall oblige. To the Hokage's residence. Then, I shall proceed at once. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Tao vanished, leaving Yuzuki Yuin in a state of confusion. In the next moment, he appeared in the courtyard of the Hokage's residence. Third Hokage, I hear you seek my assistance. Is there an urgent matter? What? You've arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen, initially filled with guilt and anxiety, brightened at the sound of Lin Tao's voice and hurriedly grasped his hand, exclaiming, It is truly wonderful that you are here, Mr. Lin. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of Konohamaru. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had shed any semblance of the Hokage's authority, transformed instead into a grandfather solely focused on seeking medical help for his grandson. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Tao dropped any pretense and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily upstairs. Upon entering the room, Lin Tao found Konohamaru sitting vacantly in a wheelchair, tears evident on his face. A heavy blanket draped over his legs. Third Hokage, what has happened to Konohamaru? Mr. Lin, please take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted the blanket, revealing that Konohamaru's lower legs were covered in dense clusters of small stalagmites, which appeared to be spreading ominously upwards. Is this petrification? Mr. Lin, can you cure him? I can, Lin Tao nodded, but I wish for the third Hokage to truthfully explain how Konohamaru came to be in this condition. Well, the fact that the third Hokage sought him out indicated that the cause of Konohamaru's affliction was something only Lin Tao could comprehend. From Konohamaru's expression, it was clear he had undergone a mental assault. The ability to inflict mental attacks and petrification was reminiscent of the Puppet King, Doguri, from Lin Tao's memories. Thus, he inquired, "Where did you encounter it? Or rather, where is it now?" Chapter 77. The Sky City Above the Sea. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted, "Indeed, nothing escapes your perception, Mr. Lin. It is referred to as the Puppet King Doguri, which explains its formidable nature. Please, follow me." Sarutobi Hiruzen led Lin Tao to an underground chamber within the residence, where the body of Doguri lay still. "Indeed, it is truly here. But why is it in this place?" Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tao was utterly bewildered. The king of puppets, Doguri, who resided as the boss in the puppet entrance of the Sky City, had now inexplicably appeared in the basement of the Hokage's residence. In fact, more than half a month prior, the villagers of the Land of Waves had discovered the legendary Sky City upon the sea, resembling the illustrations in Mr. Lin's book. However, due to a peculiar, dense fog enveloping its perimeter, the villagers were unable to approach it. It was said that any who ventured too close would have their minds eroded by the mist. Upon receiving this report, I dispatched ninjas from the village to investigate. They found that only those ninjas of strength approaching the Chunin level were unaffected by the fog. Consequently, I sent an 8-member ninja team to delve into the Sky City for further exploration. Unbeknownst to them, they were soon beset by a multitude of small, flying wyverns alongside creatures that were both dragon-like and humanoid. I surmised that the third Hokage was referring to the dragon men, originally pure dragons, who had gradually morphed into humanoid forms due to the magical influences within the Sky City. However, they remained lowly dragonkin, devoid of human intellect, thus exhibiting intense hostility upon encountering humans. Indeed, Mr. Lin's assessment was astute. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in affirmation. The team had encountered a towering blue dragon man wielding a fork capable of channeling the power of thunder. Tragically, one member of the team perished in that confrontation. After vanquishing the dragon man, the remaining members continued to ascend, only to find numerous moving humanoid statues that inexplicably attacked the team. After an intense battle spanning several floors, they ultimately discovered Doguri, the king of puppets. Realizing that these statues were under his control, the team initially believed that eliminating all the humanoid statues would lead to an easy defeat and capture of Doguri. However, they were taken aback when Doguri unleashed a black orb that petrified individuals, and just as they were on the cusp of capturing him, he resorted to mental manipulation attacks. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, his face etched with remorse. Noticing this, Lin Tao inquired, "Third Hokage, how many members of the team returned?" "Only 4 remain," he replied, one of whom, in a bid to halt the spread of petrification, endured the agony of amputating his own lower leg to survive. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen averted his gaze. His decision to conceal the events of the Sky City from the village was motivated by a desire for the Sarutobi clan to monopolize all resources therein. After the skirmish with the Dragon Man Lucas, despite losing a member, the team discovered a wealth of healing spring water and sweet melons within the Sky City, resources that Sarutobi Hiruzen had long sought. Thus, upon receiving this news, he promptly instructed the team to continue their ascent, believing that even more precious treasures awaited them at higher levels. After encountering Doguri, the team leader deemed Doguri's various abilities worthy of research and entertained the notion of capturing him, only to suffer devastating consequences. Following Doguri's secret transport to Konoha, he remained confined in the basement of the Hokage's residence until today when Konohamaru inadvertently discovered and entered the basement, falling victim to Doguri's mental control and petrification. Upon realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen acted swiftly to slay Doguri, only to find that Konohamaru's petrification did not cease as a result, leading to the subsequent events. At this moment, Lin Tao gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a complex expression. He genuinely did not anticipate that the other party would be foolish enough to send 8 ninjas directly into the fray without any intelligence. Had it not been for his own grandson Konohamaru's predicament, it is likely that the truth would have remained concealed. He chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. "I suppose the esteemed third Hokage must have his own considerations in this matter, and I shall refrain from probing further. Then, Mr. Lin, about Konohamaru. Rest assured, prior to my descent just now, I have already treated and purified him. He is now perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi let out a long sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face for the first time in a while. "I am grateful for your timely intervention, Mr. Lin. Should there be any needs in the village in the future, do not hesitate to speak up." "Understood. I shall take my leave now." Lin Tao greeted and then departed from the Hokage's residence. He felt a profound discomfort, even a slight sense of nausea. Indeed, the higher one's position, the greater their selfishness, a sentiment that proved to be true. No, that's not right. If I were the Hokage, forget it. I shall not dwell on that for now. Instead, I will return to the venue of the Chunin preliminary exams to assess the situation. When Lin Tao returned, he refrained from using the teleportation potion and instead opted for a leisurely stroll, as he needed this simple act to ease his troubled mind. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after confirming that his grandson Konohamaru was unharmed, retreated to his chamber to smoke in solitude, harboring doubts about Lin Tao's ability to keep secrets. He believed the events of Sky City would inevitably come to light. 2 hours later, Lin Tao sauntered back to the arena for the preliminary matches, where a fierce battle between Sakura and Ino was underway. However, he felt no desire to observe, merely casting a fleeting glance before silently ascending to the stands. Upon noticing Lin Tao's furrowed brow, Kurenai Yui inquired with concern, "Mr. Lin, has something unfortunate occurred?" "Ah, Kurenai-sensei, you worry too much. Nothing bad has happened. I may have simply eaten something that didn't agree with me last night, which has left my stomach a bit uneasy." "Oh, I see," she replied. Lin Tao nodded, striving to project an air of cheerfulness, and then approached Kiba Inuzuka, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, brother, I was here earlier. Did you manage to win your match?" "Big brother, Kiba hesitated to speak. Shino Aburame interjected. Kiba was unable to triumph against that fellow named Kankuro. He couldn't even last 3 minutes. The mechanisms of Kankuro's puppets are ingeniously designed, even concealing steel needles within the joints of their fingers. I understand now. There's no need to feel disheartened. Realizing the gap between oneself and others is beneficial. Just focus on diligent training moving forward. I got it, big brother. Now, where does the competition stand? Who has advanced? So far, the ones who have progressed include Hinata, Shino, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, and from Tsunade, Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara. The match between Sakura and Ino is still ongoing, and the only one left who has competed is you, big brother. Huh? Naruto didn't advance? Kiba grinned. That guy Naruto, like me, had unfortunate luck. He faced Rock Lee from Team 3. I see, so it seems I have a bye, which might count as an automatic advancement. Perhaps, but there is also a chance that a competitor from the elimination bracket will face you in a revival match. However, even in that scenario, the outcome for them is unlikely to change, haha. Chapter 78. The conspiracy of Herder. Though Lin Tao appeared to be engaged in conversation about the Chunin exams with Ya and others, his heart was heavy with the foreboding of an impending catastrophe. The emergence of the Sky City indicated that the previous incident in the Forest of Gran was no mere coincidence. Herders had indeed set his sights on this world, transforming it into a new arena for his experiments. Perhaps he was currently probing the limits of this realm's capacity to endure the influx of magical power. Given this situation, it was inevitable that more monsters, even apostles, would be teleported here in the future. Although Lin Tao understood that Herder's ulterior motive was to fulfill the prophecy through the hands of adventurers, he found himself bereft of effective countermeasures. The creatures transported to this world would instinctively invade and wreak havoc upon its inhabitants and resources. To choose not to slay them would result in further suffering for the people, while to kill them would unwittingly assist Herders in realizing his prophecy. This predicament was akin to a blatant scheme. However, if viewed from a different perspective, it also presented an opportunity for the denizens of this world. Match concluded. The victor, Sakura Haruno. The announcement of the results by Moonlight Gale jolted Lin Tao's thoughts back to the present. As he surveyed the arena, he noticed Ino sprawled on the ground, utterly spent, while Sakura had summoned her last vestiges of strength to remain standing. TSK. Indeed. When it comes to cautious hand-to-hand combat, Sakura's prowess surpasses all. Yet, gazing at Sakura in the arena, Kakashi felt a pang of regret. Although Sakura had triumphed in the preliminary rounds, her chances of survival in the third exam against formidable opponents like Gaara, Shino, and Rock Lee were virtually non-existent. A brutal beating seemed inescapable. Asuma watched Ino lying on the field, his face etched with concern. After all, she was a student he had spent many days with. He glanced at Lin Tao, contemplating speaking up, but hesitated. He had learned from Kurenai that Lin Tao possessed advanced healing techniques and wished to ask for assistance. However, pride held him back, and he ultimately swallowed his words. Lin Tao, on the other hand, had no intention of healing Ino or Sakura. Winning hearts did not necessitate becoming a benevolent fool. Differential treatment often yielded better results. Thus, he had always favored the members of Team 8. showing little inclination to assist others unless they explicitly requested it. After Sakura and Ino exited the arena, Moonlight Gale did not immediately declare the end of the second preliminary match. Instead, he conferred with several other examiners, seemingly deliberating on something significant. Seeing this, Lin Tao chuckled and addressed Shiri Hong and the others. Haha, it seems I still have a chance to compete. I just wonder who my opponent will be. Ah. No matter who it is, they are truly unfortunate. In a state of resignation, Inuzuka Kiba shrugged his shoulders, fully aware that no one could last even a second against his brother-in-law. As anticipated, after a discussion among the examiners, Moonlight Gale announced that the final match would take place in 10 minutes, featuring Lin Tao against another randomly selected contestant. However, this contestant would not be chosen from the losing group, but from the winning group. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru immediately lost his composure. Huh? If that's the case, does it mean that one of the current 9 victors needs to win 2 matches to advance? And the opponent for the second matches? Shikamaru turned to Lin Tao, fervently hoping he would not be the unfortunate soul. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma were filled with anticipation, having previously relied on Shiri Hong's descriptions to gauge Lin Tao's abilities without witnessing them firsthand. Now, they would finally have the opportunity to validate their assumptions. Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro also fixed their gaze intently on Lin Tao, as the battle in the forest against teammate had left a lasting impression on them. They were eager to discover what capabilities this person, whom Kiba referred to as Big Brother, truly possessed. Ha ha ha. Everyone seems quite excited, observing the reactions of the crowd. Lin Tao's lips curled into a smile, realizing that the examiners orchestrated this seemingly unnecessary contest to assess his prowess. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Lin Tao leaped from the stands into the arena, awaiting the announcement of the other contestant's name on the big screen. Moments later, the list came to a halt, revealing the name of Rock Lee. Upon seeing this, Might Guy was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, and a storm of emotion surged within him. Team 3's Niji and Tintin had been eliminated in the preliminary rounds, and now, after finally having one member advance, it seemed they were about to face yet another setback. The thought of Team 3 potentially facing utter defeat caused Might Guy to clutch his chest in agony. He instinctively turned to Kakashi, seeking solace, only to find an inexplicable smile gracing Kakashi's face. Don't worry, Teacher Guy, for me, this may also be an opportunity for self-improvement. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up to Might Guy, signifying his determination to fight, then took a deep breath and resolutely leaped into the arena. Lee, are you truly going to battle me? Yes. I hope Mr. Lin can offer me guidance. Lin Tao felt a profound sense of helplessness, having not anticipated that he would be matched against Xiao Li. Were he to face another opponent, he would feel no psychological burden. However, confronting someone like Xiao Li, who, devoid of lineage, background, or innate talent, had ascended to this level solely through sheer determination, left him deeply conflicted. He found it difficult to bring himself to undermine such a spirited young individual. After much contemplation, Lin Tao addressed him. Your resolve is commendable, but surpassing me will not be an easy feat, I understand. Xiao Li replied. Excellent, then I shall put your strength and speed to the test. After enveloping himself in the radiant shield of divine protection, Lin Tao assumed a combat stance, poised for Xiao Li's assault. Observing the luminous barrier encasing Lin Tao, Xiao Li discerned the situation. Mr. Lin's shield appeared to be an impenetrable defense, a bastion of absolute protection with a 360-degree coverage. Indeed, named the Divine Guardian. It posed a challenge. To inflict any harm, one must first breach this formidable barrier. With this realization, Xiao Li sprang into action. Wood Industry Whirlwind, he exclaimed, dashing forward to deliver a powerful kick directly against Lin Tao's shield. When his initial strike proved futile, he swiftly maneuvered to unleash a flurry of jabs, hooks, and uppercuts. The impacts registered as 122 points, 88 points, 96 points, and 92 points. Wait, what does this mean? Li Lok inquired, perplexed by Lin Tao's murmurs. These are the damage points from your 4 attacks against my shield. By the way, the shield's total value is 30,000 points, so at this rate. Lin Tao crossed his arms, gazing at Li Lok with a hint of disappointment. Ah, I see. As expected of Mr. Lin, it appears I must exert myself fully. Li Lok turned to face Might Guy, and after a confirming glance, he removed the weights from his legs and activated the first gate of the 8 gates. Chapter 79, The Supreme Martial Sovereign. Upon opening the first gate, an immense surge of chakra radiated from Li Lok, his skin flushed with vitality. And both his strength and speed saw a significant enhancement. Leaf Gale, he bellowed, launching into a second wave of attacks against Lin Tao. Despite having unlocked the gate, he refrained from employing the Lotus technique, not out of reluctance, but due to the prerequisites not being met. Lin Tao's state of being impervious to capture and knockback, akin to a diamond's resilience, became evident to Li Lok after 2 attempts at the Leaf Rising Wind. The damage assessments revealed 274 points, 230 points, 254 points. I see, not only has my speed notably increased, but my strength has more than doubled as well. It seems my turn is imminent. Spear of Victory. Paladin level 20 skill. In an instant, Lin Tao conjured a golden spear exceeding 3 meters in length, which he hurled towards Li Lok after a brief moment of gathering energy. Observing this, Li Lok swiftly transitioned from offense to defense, evading the attack by creating distance. The spear struck the ground, causing an explosion. Witnessing the crater left in its wake, Li Lok was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, before he could catch his breath, another spear hurtled toward him. He narrowly dodged the assault and wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on the formidable, destructive power of the attack. If he were to be hit, it would surely spell disaster. Ah, what keen observation and rapid reflexes. But this is merely the beginning, Lin Tao declared as he continued to materialize spears aimed at Li Lok, who was forced to leap and evade incessantly. In truth, the Spear of Victory was a skill with an instantaneous activation cooldown of 2 seconds. And Lin Tao had intentionally charged it for half a second to grant Li Lok a fleeting moment to react. How can this be? Such a caliber of ninjutsu. And he can unleash it so frequently. Is his chakra limitless? The spectators gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief, including Kurenai, who was rendered speechless. For it was the first time in months that she witnessed Lin Tao employ offensive ninjutsu. After dodging numerous spears of victory, Li Lok gradually discerned Lin Tao's attack patterns and the explosion timing of the spears. He seized the intervals to mount a counterattack, but his strikes felt as ineffective as mere tickles. Even his most powerful blow barely inflicted over 300 points of damage. How infuriating! Is the gap truly this vast? I refuse to accept this, though Li Lok was aware of the considerable disparity between himself and Lin Tao. The realization that he could not even breach Lin Tao's defenses after opening the first gate was a bitter pill to swallow. 4th gate, open. 5th gate, open. In a bid to prove himself, Li Lok unleashed the 5th gate of the 8 gates of opening, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in Gaara, Sasuke, and others. Might Guy, witnessing this, proudly elaborated to Kakashi and Kurenai about the might of the 8 gates, proclaiming Li Lok as a diligent genius. What an impressive aura! However, it is time to bring this to a close. Lin Tao realized that Li Lok was becoming increasingly agitated, and if this continued, he might succumb to madness. Therefore, he resolved to conclude the battle. With a subtle lift of his hand, a golden orb of light, measuring over 2 meters in diameter, materialized and began to advance slowly forward. The emergence of the holy light orb instantly jolted Li Lok back to his senses. Although it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, his instincts warned him of its perilous nature, suggesting that any closer proximity could lead to an explosion. Kakashi, witnessing this, swiftly activated his Sharingan, and after observing the orb, instinctively recoiled in shock. What? That enormous golden orb is formed from concentrated chakra. Kakashi, lacking any concept of magic, interpreted the immense energy fluctuation as chakra. Upon hearing this, Might Guy immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and shouted to Li Lok. Little Li, run. That thing will explode. In the next moment, the holy light orb detonated, creating a circular crater with a 5-meter radius on the ground. Although Li Lok narrowly escaped the blast radius, he was rendered momentarily dazed by the intense light emitted from the orb. This outcome was precisely as Lin Tao had anticipated. He had no intention of genuinely harming Li Lok, but merely sought to instill a sense of calm. While his speed could have easily subdued Li Lok physically, he feared that such an action might shatter the latter's resolve, thereby opting instead to utilize the orb's capacity for control. The disorienting effect of the holy light orb lasted for 6 seconds, a duration contingent upon the relatively comparable levels and attributes of both parties. Should the disparity be too great, the disorientation would significantly extend. Thus, when Li Lok regained his senses, the announcement of Lin Tao's victory had already echoed through the arena. Hey, little Li, wake up. Can you hear me? Might Guy rushed into the arena, shaking Li Lok's shoulder in an effort to rouse him. Wait, did I just pass out? Li Lok lightly tapped his forehead, gradually regaining consciousness. Rest assured, you were merely dazzled by the intense light. Feeling disoriented is entirely normal. You'll be fine in a few minutes. Lin Tao reassured Might Guy, alleviating his concerns. Gratefully, Might Guy nodded and, with a smile, helped Li Lok to his feet. Little Li, you truly had me worried just now. Once awake, Li Lok sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, but I still embarrassed myself in front of Teacher Guy. Even though I tried my best, I couldn't even break Mr. Lin's shield. Ha ha ha, do not speak so negatively. Lin Tao chuckled, providing comfort. When I trained with Ino, his strongest strike only dealt 300 points of damage, and he was equipped with weapons. Yet your most powerful strike exceeded 400, and you did it unarmed, so in terms of prowess, you were already quite formidable. Equipped weapons, huh? Li Lok had often heard teammate mention this, though he didn't fully understand. He knew it was something that could enhance one's abilities swiftly, prompting him to ask Might Guy, Teacher Guy, if I were to use weapons in battle in the future, would I progress even faster? Might Guy appeared somewhat awkward, unsure how to respond, for he understood that Lin Tao spoke of weapons imbued with special powers, which were not akin to ordinary weapons. Thus, he turned to Lin Tao, hoping he would elucidate the matter. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tao nodded affirmatively and remarked, Shaoli, your words ring true. With a suitable weapon in hand, your strength could potentially double. What? Double? Li Lok and Might Guy were taken aback, convinced they had misheard. Indeed. At least a twofold increase. Given your circumstances, I would highly recommend the use of gauntlets. Gauntlets? Yes, long ago, I was acquainted with a martial artist who, much like you, relied solely on physical techniques. Through relentless effort, he honed his formidable skills in both fist and leg combat. However, lacking a proper weapon, he faced humiliation during an expedition, repeatedly subdued by a woman clad in white with blue eyes and silver hair. Even his comrades looked down upon him. It wasn't until one fateful day that he stumbled upon a weapon known as the ancient dust gauntlets, which empowered him to rise again, defeating Martaga with a single kick. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, is Martaga truly a formidable foe? Indeed, he is the lord of the Black Volcano, possessing omnipotent strength, along with formidable defenses and an astonishing life force. An exceptionally high defense and life force, you say? Precisely. For instance, if my shield has a life force of 30,000 points, Martaga's life force is a staggering 400 million points. What? That martial artist defeated such a powerful being with merely a kick. Indeed. Subsequently, he earned the affectionate title of the Supreme Martial Emperor. How remarkable. Li Lok was thoroughly captivated by Lin Tao's tale and promptly raised his hand to inquire, Mr. Lin, may I ask how one might acquire such a powerful weapon as the ancient dust gauntlets? Upon hearing this, Lin Tao's lips curled into a genuine smile. Oh, that is an excellent question. The ancient relic gauntlets are legendary weapons of epic status, rare and difficult to procure. However, I happen to possess a pair of rare gauntlets that can significantly enhance your strength. Really? Li Lok exclaimed, excitement causing him to leap into the air at the prospect of becoming stronger. Of course it's true, but Lin Tao paused, indicating that there would be a cost involved. Chapter 80. Young man, do you yearn for power? I am unafraid of hardship. As long as I can grow stronger, I am willing to pay any price, Li Lok declared, thumping his chest to affirm his determination. Little Li, Mr. Lin is not referring to hardship. Huh? Then what is it? That is. Might Guy hesitated, aware that Lin Tao, as a businessman, was undoubtedly driven by profit. He could surmise that the equipment capable of enhancing one's abilities would not come at a modest price. Yet, at this moment, Little Li's desire had been ignited. The prospect of donning gauntlets that could double one's strength was an irresistible temptation for someone devoted to physical prowess. As a mentor, Might Guy felt a deep reluctance to see his disciple lose an opportunity to grow stronger due to financial constraints. Mr. Lin, could you please accompany me for a moment? Might Guy discreetly beckoned Lin Tao, signaling for a private conversation. Lin Tao understood immediately and stepped aside with Might Guy. Mr. Lin, how much would it cost to custom make a weapon for Shaoli? I wish to have one crafted for him. Well, it would require 100,000 gold coins to create a rare grade gauntlet of level 20. We only accept gold coins, no other currencies, and the crafting process will take half a month. Might Guy replied. Lin Tao then produced a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Might Guy for inspection. Upon hearing the price, Might Guy fell into silence. The value of 100,000 gold coins was equivalent to 100 million Rio, the currency of the Land of Fire. After more than a decade as a Jonin, he had barely saved that much. Noticing Might Guy's hesitation, Lin Tao leaned closer and whispered, Teacher Guy, I also believe Shaoli possesses great potential. Such talent should not be squandered. Frankly, if I had the means, I would gladly gift him a weapon. However, those weapons imbued with magical attributes are crafted by others. But I have a good relationship with the shop owner, and perhaps I could persuade him to offer a 30% discount, bringing the price down to 70,000 gold coins. Alright. After much contemplation, Might Guy resolved to dig into his own pockets to help Xiaoli advance, valuing their master-student bond at that price. Lin Tao's initial explanation regarding the weaponry was, in essence, a means to comfort him, implying that Xiaoli's failures were not due to a lack of effort or talent, but merely a deficiency in resources, something that could be remedied over time. However, this inadvertently ignited a desire for equipment within Might Guy, prompting Lin Tao to contemplate the sale of weaponry. Moreover, Linus was currently within the clan, and idleness was not an option. To the ninjas of Konoha, 100,000 gold coins represented a substantial sum, requiring many years of labor to accrue. Lin Tao was well aware of this fact, although he was not in need of money. He set such a high price with other considerations in mind. A prodigious talent like Xiaoli, equipped with enhanced gear, would undoubtedly see a significant improvement in strength, which would not go unnoticed by others, creating a burgeoning desire for equipment. Once they had experienced the power of their first piece of gear, the pursuit of ever more powerful equipment would become relentless, akin to an addiction. Once one has tasted strength, they would never willingly return to a life of mediocrity. Families like the Hyuga clan, naturally, would not be short of funds. They could procure equipment through wealth. However, for other clans, particularly those who yearned for strength yet could not afford the monetary cost, Lin Tao would impose alternative prices. Now that the preliminary rounds have concluded, the third official examination will take place in a month. I urge all participants to prepare accordingly. Moonlight Gale coughed lightly, announcing the final matters and signaling for everyone to disperse. Yet, the crowd did not disperse. Instead, they gathered around Lin Tao, Xiaoli, and Might Guy, eager to learn about the explosive golden orb technique witnessed earlier in the arena. Even the Sand Village ninjas craned their necks, seeking valuable information. Since you all are so curious, allow me to give you a brief demonstration. Lin Tao's thoughts stirred as he opened the system's repository. Selecting an old weapon he had once wielded, the Holy Silver Cross of Galanus. Manifesting it in his hand, he planted it firmly into the ground. Holy Silver Cross of Galanus, Level 45 Artifact, Light Attribute Attack, Holy Light Sphere Skill 1, Hammer of Repentance Skill 1. Light's Revenge Skill 1. The silver cross embedded in the earth left the onlookers in utter disbelief. Yuhi Kurenai gasped in astonishment. I have often imagined what weapon Mr. Lin would use, always envisioning a katana, a longsword, or a spear, but I could never have anticipated it would be a cross. Was the ninjutsu just now empowered by this very cross? Lin Tao nodded in affirmation, replying, Indeed. However, this weapon possesses 3 skills, and I only utilized one during the earlier battle. But Shino's handgun was remarkably powerful, yet it only granted 1 skill. Why is this different? Kurenai queried. My dear Kurenai, one must not judge solely by appearances. Do not assume that because it is a cross it is weak. In truth, this is a level 45 artifact, its attributes vastly surpassing those of rare weapons of lower levels. I invested 5 million gold coins to acquire it. Choking on his drink, Kakashi, usually composed, was taken aback by the revelation of such wealth. Dingji, observing the strong reactions of the others, turned to Shikamaru and inquired about the worth of 5 million gold coins. Shikamaru awkwardly scratched his cheek and responded, if spent on barbecue, it would probably last a lifetime. Lin Tao then retrieved the cross and addressed the group. Magical equipment functions in such a manner, it melds with the user, rendering it nearly invisible in everyday life. Yet it certainly exists. Besides weapons, there are also armors and accessories, all capable of significantly enhancing one's power. For detailed information, you may consult the Hokage building. I previously compiled an illustrated guide and presented it to Lord Third Hokage. With that, Lin Tao departed the hall with Kiba. From the expressions of the group, it was evident that, aside from Kurenai, the others had scant knowledge of such equipment. This indicated that the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had not shared this information with Kakashi and the others, prompting Lin Tao to reveal the existence of the illustrated guide to them. On the way back, Kiba gazed at Lin Tao with a complex expression, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Noticing this, Lin Tao inquired about the meaning behind his ambiguous demeanor. Kiba cautiously remarked, Big brother, I can't shake the feeling that you seemed considerably weaker during the recent match. Although Rock Lee's 8 gates are indeed formidable, it shouldn't have made things so arduous for you, right? Lin Tao laughed heartily. So you noticed, did you? Of course, you're right. You're not usually like this. Are you injured? Haha, no need for concern. I was merely feigning it. As for the reason, it is difficult to explain at this moment. Let us just say it pertains to the intricacies of human relationships. Chapter 81. Go. Give him a couple of slaps to teach him a lesson. By the way, Kiba, make sure to greet Kurenai-sensei tomorrow. For the next week, you won't be training with Hinata and Shino. As I am taking you to a special place, this must remain a secret. Huh, where are we going that requires such secrecy? You will find out once we arrive. Our primary purpose is to gather some materials, which will enable Uncle Linus to craft you a new weapon, far superior to what you currently possess. Oh, is that true? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? That's fantastic, Kiba exclaimed, his excitement evident as his smile stretched from ear to ear. Although he wielded the purple shadow claw of the Poison Cat King, a level 10 artifact with an attack power of only 198 points, it was insufficient to breach the defenses of a ninja of Gaara's caliber, leaving him yearning for more powerful equipment. Lin Tao observed the elation on Inuzuka Kiba's face, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction within. It was a thrill derived from altering and wielding the destinies of others. What of Azura Indra's reincarnation? Without formidable equipment, he remains but a novice, while those of mediocre talent, if they are willing to listen and toil for themselves, can be nurtured into geniuses. Hey, you over there in the faux purple stainless steel, you shall take the lead in this round. Upon returning to the village, Lin Tao did not head home directly but instead made his way to the Arad General Store. For days prior, he had arranged to pick up Xiong Lin from the shop, and he wondered if the young girl had arrived. At that moment, outside the Arad store, a menacing grass-hidden village ninja was dragging Xiong Lin by her hair, repeatedly pulling her along the ground. You scoundrel! I wonder why I couldn't find you. Turns out you were hiding here. It seems the other two in the team must have met their demise because of you. Just wait until we return to the village. I will deal with you. Now get up and come with me. I'm sorry. Xiong Lin knelt on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Clutching her head and repeatedly apologizing, yet she showed no intention of leaving with him, for she held on to Lin Tao's promise from days past. You. What do you mean by lying there? Are you planning to betray the village? The grass-hidden ninja, frustrated by his inability to lift Xiong Lin, felt rage boil within him and slapped her across the face. The sharp crack echoed down the street, where passers-by turned a blind eye, fearing the trouble that might arise from intervening with a ninja from grass-hidden village. After receiving the slap, tears streamed down Xiong Lin's face. Yet she continued to struggle against her captor. Seeing her resistance, the grass-hidden ninja's veins bulged with fury. Oh, so you dare to fight back. It seems you've forgotten the beatings you received before. Today, I shall remind you. With that, he raised his hand to strike Xiong Lin again, but this time, the slap missed its mark. Instead, he felt a chilling sensation at his elbow and looked down to discover that half of his arm had vanished. Ah, my hand. The excruciating pain caused the grass-hidden ninja to collapse to the ground, wailing in agony as blood mixed with cold sweat soaked through his garments in mere seconds. Before Xiong Lin could comprehend the situation, a warm hand rested gently on her head. I apologize for my tardiness. Xiong Lin suddenly looked up to see Lin Tao behind her. In an instant, a whirlwind of emotion surged within her, and she clutched Lin Tao's leg, sobbing silently as tears streamed down her face. The grass-hidden ninja, struggling to rise, directed a furious curse at Lin Tao. You bastard! How dare you treat me this way? Lin Tao, covering his face with a cold smirk, replied, You dare strike my companion? I have shown you considerable restraint by merely severing your hand. You scoundrel! Xiong Lin is the property of Grass-Hidden Village. Do you not fear the retribution that will ensue? Grass-Hidden Village? Retribution? Indeed. Do you know who I am? I'm the son of the village chief of Grass-Hidden. You dare treat me like this, and your Hokage will not spare you. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao clenched his teeth and chuckled coldly a few times, stepping forward to seize the opponent's collar. A village no larger than a fingernail dares to threaten me? Have you lived long enough? Hokage? You may inquire throughout the entirety of Konoha village who would dare to lay a finger on me, Lin. To speak plainly, you should be grateful for my mercy that has allowed you to live thus far, but should you utter another word, I shall annihilate your village. The grass-hidden ninja, upon hearing this, felt his scalp prickle and cold sweat trickle down his brow, for he sensed that Lin Tao was not jesting. Hey, Cheyenne. This grass-hidden fool must have bullied you often in the past. I now present you with an opportunity for revenge. Go. Give him 2 slaps. So he remembers this lesson. Senior, go. Under my command, there are no cowards who endure without retaliating. I understand, Senior. Initially, Cheyenne felt a twinge of fear and hesitation, but upon meeting Lin Tao's piercing gaze, she realized the necessity of obedience. Thus, She summoned her courage and approached the grass-hidden ninja, delivering 2 resounding slaps. The grass-hidden ninja, intimidated by Lin Tao's threat, dared not speak or move, only gritting his teeth and enduring Cheyenne's strikes on his wounded face. "Senior, I have finished. Not enough force. Do it again." "Eh?" I said, "Not enough force. Keep going until I am satisfied with the sound." Subsequently, Cheyenne repeatedly slapped the grass-hidden ninja until Lin Tao finally commanded her to stop after over 50 strikes. At that moment, Cheyenne was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, yet unbeknownst to her, a smile crept across her face. Lin Tao achieved the desired outcome, and thus he released the hidden grass ninja. Subsequently, Lin Tao led Xiang Lin into the Ara general store, where the 3 female clerks, members of the Inuzuka clan, stood in a row, trembling with apprehension upon noticing the arrival of the deputy clan leader. Lin Tao raised his head with a deep sigh, gesturing towards the fragrant incense beside him, and addressed the 3 individuals. "Just now, she was bullied. Why did you stand by idly? Were you merely watching in the store?" "Mr. Lin, we..." "Huh? What do you mean by we? Were you unaware that she is under my care? I asked her to come to the shop to see me, hoping that you would attend to her, and yet you allowed her to be mistreated?" In a fit of anger, Lin Tao slammed his palm onto the shelf. "I spend a considerable amount each month to support you, providing you with work and compensation. And this is how you repay me? We sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin. We truly did not know she was under your protection. Had we known, we would have risked our lives to ensure her safety." The 3 individuals, witnessing Lin Tao's fury, bowed repeatedly in apology. Lin Tao spread his hands, a look of exasperation on his face. "What is going on? Your noses are usually so keen, yet you cannot discern my sin on her?" "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lin. We truly could not identify it. Otherwise, we would never have." "Haha. All right, Xianglin, come here." "Yes, senior. What is your command?" "Come closer so I may take a bite. This way, the clan will be able to recognize you as one of my subordinates by scent." "Understood." Xianglin was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, her expression transformed from confusion to delight, and she unhesitatingly opened her collar. "Wait, that's unnecessary. Simply expose your arm." Chapter 82. Sasuke seeks guidance. Xianglin, I shall now take you back to the clan grounds to greet my family and arrange a place for you to stay. All right. There is one crucial matter you must remember. From now on, whether within the clan or the village, you are to heed only my commands. The orders of others, including those from other Jonin or Umbu, are to be disregarded. Should you encounter any trouble beyond your capacity to handle, inform me or other members of the Inuzuka clan immediately. Your safety is paramount. I understand, senior. At this stage, Xianglin's abilities were still quite weak. Yet her potential was remarkable. With a little guidance, she could evolve into a capable support figure, but most importantly, she needed to be obedient, which was precisely what Lin Tao cherished most. However, due to Xianglin's unique constitution, her burgeoning abilities would undoubtedly attract the covetous gazes of others. Thus, keeping her close, much like he did with Lin Nas, was the most prudent course of action. As they journeyed home, although Xianglin remained silent, her face was alight with happiness, a stark contrast to the timid and numb expression she had worn upon their first meeting. Hey, Xianglin, do you have any dreams? Lin Tao gently stroked her head as he posed the question, eager to uncover her true desires now that she had attained her freedom. While he had rescued her from a nightmarish existence, a lasting and stable relationship is built upon the mutual fulfillment of each other's needs. For instance, the reason Orochimaru was able to conduct such inhumane experiments yet still retain a loyal following was not merely because he provided them sustenance and shelter. Rather, he satisfied their needs, granting them power and recognizing their worth. Xianglin fell into contemplation at Lin Tao's inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, her face brightened with anticipation as she replied, I wish to eat pork chop rice. Huh? Lin Tao's thoughts were suddenly clouded with confusion. Wait, I just asked about your dreams, not your food preferences. I'm referring to those long-held aspirations deep within your heart. A long-term goal? Well, I hope to eat pork chop rice every day in the future. Is that all? I haven't thought much beyond that. But I do wish to enhance my abilities through training, so I can assist you, after all. Haha. I am pleased to hear that you hold such aspirations. Once we finish up these tasks, I will arrange for a teacher to instruct you in your training. Senior, are you very busy these days? Is there anything I can assist with? Indeed, I must embark on a journey, but the destination poses no danger. So your assistance is not required for now. Your primary focus should be on restoring your health. You may be needed at a crucial moment. As the two conversed, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Mr. Lin, I have some matters to discuss with you privately. I hope it is a convenient time. Lin Tao turned to the source of the voice and was surprised to find Uchiha Sasuke from Team 7. This was unexpected, especially since their previous encounters had been marked by Sasuke addressing him directly, yet this time he employed a respectful title. Observing Sasuke's breathless demeanor and evasive gaze, Lin Tao quickly grasped the situation. Xianglin, I need to speak with this classmate Sasuke about some matters, so I require you to proceed first. The Inuzuka clan grounds are just ahead. Upon entering, continue straight until you reach the last row of houses. The largest 5-story villa there is my home. My name is on the door. Once you arrive, simply knock, and my wife will be there. Explain your situation to her, and she will understand. Understood, senior. The sin of Lin Tao serves as a form of identity verification, allowing Xiong Lin to enter the Inuzuka clan's territory without any issues. After dismissing Xiong Lin, Lin Tao immediately donned a puzzled expression and inquired of Sasuke regarding his intentions. I would like to ask Mr. Lin, does that so-called weaponry truly enhance one's strength significantly? It turns out that during their time at the Central Tower, Sasuke had already been astounded by Lin Tao's prowess. Upon learning that the immensely destructive Holy Light Sphere was merely derived from a single weapon, he silently vowed to possess such a formidable weapon himself. Following the night of clan extinction, Sasuke endured a daily torment, his hatred for Itachi Uchiha intensifying with each passing day. Due to the disparity in strength, he chose to remain patient, dedicating himself to training, with the hope of one day avenging his clan. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. It is never too late. However, Lin Tao's appearance led Sasuke to believe that this decade-long wait could be significantly shortened, though he first needed to ascertain the worthiness of Lin Tao's weaponry and the price he would have to pay. Upon hearing Sasuke's question, Lin Tao appeared perplexed, unsure if the other party was truly grasping the situation, and replied, Why do you ask such a question? Did I not already demonstrate this on the arena? I wish to understand whether your strength derives from your equipment or from within yourself. Aha, I see. You merely wish to know the extent to which equipment can enhance a person, correct? Indeed, for Kakashi once said that a ninja's strength comes from personal training, and weapons serve merely as an aid. Excessive reliance on them may even diminish one's own abilities. Aha. Lin Tao laughed heartily at this. Teacher Kakashi is correct. But this applies only to the ordinary weapons you typically use. The majority of a ninja's combat relies on ninjutsu, while shuriken, kunai, wire, and senbon needles serve merely as supplementary tools. However, my weaponry is fundamentally different. It provides a comprehensive enhancement to one's abilities. What does that mean? Let me ponder how best to explain this. Sasuke, what is your most proficient ninjutsu? My most skilled ninjutsu? It would be the fire release, great fireball technique. How do you perceive the potency of your great fireball technique? Sasuke hesitated, yearning to assert that his mastery of the technique was unparalleled. But the thought of Itachi's great fireball technique instantly deflated his confidence. The uniqueness of my weapon lies here, even if it is merely a blade. Even if you do not wield it, simply possessing it can greatly amplify the potency of all your ninjutsu, including the great fireball technique. What? This? Sasuke's face was a picture of shock. He was about to exclaim that it was impossible, yet recalling the various validations he had previously witnessed, he found himself compelled to believe. Additionally, certain equipment can enhance one's resistance to flames, thus granting immunity to fire release attacks. Some can elevate one's mental capabilities, providing immunity against genjutsu and others. Huh? What? Lin Tao's words left Sasuke utterly bewildered, his mind descending into chaos. In Chapter 83, the Stockpile Warehouse, Sasuke gasped for breath, trembling all over. At that moment, his thoughts were consumed by images of Uchiha Itachi. Envisioning 100 different ways in which he could meet his demise, ultimately succumbing to a mad, cold laughter, Lin Tao furrowed his brows, pondering, this is not good. The child has become possessed. Hey, Sasuke, what has come over you all of a sudden? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's smile gradually faded. After taking a deep breath, he fixed his piercing gaze upon Lin Tao. Mr. Lin, I find your equipment quite intriguing. How about we strike a deal? What kind of deal? I require a weapon of the same caliber as your crucifix, preferably a sword or blade. Can you procure one? Upon hearing this, Lin Tao accessed the second storage warehouse through the system, commencing his search for the previously stored ghost swordsman weapons. He discovered that the warehouse contained 24 Radiant Starfall blades, level 50 Divine Sabers, 16 Chosen One swords, Grang, level 55 Divine Great Swords, 16 Shadow Blades, Soul Chaser, level 80 Divine Sabers, for Black Blades, Dark Moon, level 60 Divine Sabers, 2 True Callets Phantom Longswords, level 82 Divine Greatswords, and 2 Breaking Dawn Sky Piercers, level 85 Legendary Greatswords. Among these weapons, the one with the lowest level was the Radiant Starfall Blade at level 50. However, considering Sasuke's current capabilities, he would likely only be able to wield equipment ranging from level 20 to level 30. Thus, Lin Tao, with a troubled expression, remarked, "Although this is attainable, it is beyond your capacity to wield." "What does that mean?" Sasuke inquired. "Your strength is far from adequate to master weapons of that caliber. Quality equipment demands certain standards from its wielder. When you choose it, it also selects you. At your present state, you will need at least a year or two of cultivation. Such a situation is indeed extraordinary," Sasuke mused. "Moreover, the cost of equipment of that level is exorbitant." With a cold smile, Sasuke replied, "I understand. Over 1,000,000 gold coins, a sum that would take decades to accumulate. However, I possess compelling reasons to grow stronger and vital tasks that must be accomplished. Therefore, I wish to exchange something of another kind." Lin Tao's lips curled into a slight smile, for it seemed that Sasuke was on the verge of signing a pact of servitude. "Oh, what do you wish to exchange?" "My Sharingan. If you can assist me in accomplishing that task, once completed, I shall bestow my Sharingan upon you." With that, Sasuke activated his Tsutomu Sharingan, awaiting a response. What now? This is a genuine Sharingan. Just hold on a moment. I'm a bit bewildered. I don't understand. Why would I want your Sharingan? I have no penchant for gouging out others' eyes, Lin Tao replied, his face a mix of shock and confusion. Sasuke was taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone would reject the allure of the Sharingan. "Then what is it that you desire?" "Sasuke, your words startled me. And your eyes are filled with animosity. I wish to know, is your fervent quest for strength driven by a desire for vengeance against someone?" At this, Sasuke turned his head away, his expression complex. "That is none of your concern. Just assist me in achieving my goal, and whatever you wish for, I can exchange." "Ha ha ha, Sasuke, I fail to comprehend what wretched act I have committed to make you perceive me as a mere mercenary. If you approach me as a friend, I would undoubtedly aid you in enhancing your power." "A friend?" "Indeed." Very well." Sasuke then recounted the tale of the Uchiha clan's massacre at the hands of Itachi, declaring his intent for future retribution. Afterward, he self-deprecatingly chuckled. "So, do you still wish to befriend a vengeful soul like me? I see nothing wrong with your sentiments. Were I in your position, the hatred within me would likely be even more intense. As a friend, I would choose to help you seek vengeance. For I cannot bear to witness such a sincere and forthright individual like you living in torment each day." Upon hearing these words, Sasuke felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude. His fondness for Lin Tao soaring, for this was the first person who truly understood him. The members of Team 7 were aware of his singular focus on revenge. Yet none comprehended his plight. Kakashi often admonished him to relinquish his hatred, but how could one simply abandon such a deep-seated animosity? "Thank you, Mr. Lin. You are most welcome." Lin Tao retrieved the violet blade, Zimaru, crafted by Lin Naz a few days prior from the system warehouse. Upon seeing it, Sasuke's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What is this?" he inquired. "This katana is named Zimaru, a rare level 15 blade and the champion's creation from the Grand Master Blacksmithing Contest. You should be able to wield it perfectly. I present it to you today. It will be of great assistance. Such a precious item. Please accept it. One day, perhaps even if that day never comes, I would appreciate your gratitude in return." "I understand, Mr. Lin. Thank you." Despite his hesitant words, Sasuke's body was honest as he accepted the katana. After explaining the usage methods to Sasuke, Lin Tao excused himself, as his purpose had been achieved. Given Sasuke's strong-willed nature, he would typically refuse to accept charity, as he sought to avoid unnecessary entanglements with others. By choosing to accept, it indicated that he had acknowledged this favor. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Human desires are akin to boulders rolling down a mountain. Once set in motion, they cannot be halted. After utilizing a level 15 weapon, Sasuke would inevitably yearn for a level 20 weapon, and after that, a level 30 weapon, thus planting a unique curse within his heart. During their earlier conversation, Lin Tao had refrained from revealing the truth about the night of the Uchiha massacre, for the time was not yet ripe. Sasuke was still too weak. Should the truth be unveiled now, he would likely rush to confront Danzo recklessly. Therefore, Lin Tao intended to wait until Sasuke was strong enough to eliminate Danzo before gradually guiding him to uncover the truth. After parting ways with Lin Tao, Sasuke eagerly raced to the training ground, determined to experiment with the new weapon. "What is this?" "A new ninjutsu." Upon binding with the purple orb, Sasuke not only learned the intricate details of the weapon, but also instinctively mastered a three-strike technique. Ha, ha, ha. With a powerful thrust, he could unleash 3 consecutive slashes while sliding forward, each strike capable of severing a wooden post as thick as a thigh. Indeed, it was formidable. However, Lin Tao had mentioned that he could currently wield only a level 15 rare weapon. If he devoted himself to training diligently, he would surely. Itachi. Wait for me. One day. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lin Tao found no sign of Inuzuka Hana or Karen. Only 5 large bowls stacked on the coffee table indicated that a meal had recently been enjoyed. Hana? Could she have gone out? Chapter 84. 2 women under one roof. Hey, Greymaru, did Hana just leave with a red-haired girl? What woof? What does that mean? Woof woof. All right, I was foolish to expect you to speak human language. Lin Tao waited at home for over half an hour. Yet there was still no sign of Inuzuka Hana and Colleen returning. He decided to rush to the kennel to inquire about Greymaru. However, lacking any knowledge of canine language, he could only sigh helplessly in response to Greymaru's barks. What a disaster. Hana wouldn't have taken Colleen directly. No, that seems unlikely. Though she is quite prone to jealousy, she would not commit such a foolish act. Another half hour passed. As Lin Tao sat on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Hana entering with large bags in her hands, followed by Colleen, who had been transformed into a completely different person. Her attire had changed from a dark green shirt paired with black shorts to a cream-colored sweatshirt complemented by a brown skirt. Additionally, her hair had been styled from a disheveled state into a half-up, half-down ponytail. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Where have you been? You took quite a while to return. Of course, we went shopping for clothes with Xiao Xianglin and also indulged in a warm soak while tidying up our hairstyles. She replied with a light chuckle. Oh, and what is this? Lin Tao inquired, gesturing toward the items in the bag. This? Inuzuka Hana placed the large bag on the ground, exhaling deeply before smiling and saying, These are Xiao Xianglin's bed sheets and blankets. She'll be living with us from now on, as we have an extra guest room on the 4th floor. Hee, I hope to count on your kindness in the future. Senpai. Xianglin smiled and waved at Lin Tao. Lin Tao was momentarily flummoxed. Having been married for some time, he knew Inuzuka Hana well. While she was not one to be stingy, it was surprising that she would be so generous as to allow Xianglin to reside under the same roof. Well, I understand the situation. Since Xiao Xianglin is unfamiliar with Konoha, it would be concerning to have her living alone outside, he acknowledged. All right, your reasoning is sound. Let's proceed as you suggest. Following this, Inuzuka Hana briefly explained a few house rules to Xianglin, introducing her to the ninja dogs they kept at home. During this time, the two shared laughter and appeared to be in perfect harmony. Lin Tao's lips curled into a smile. He had not anticipated that Hana Inuzuka possessed such profound awareness. It was not until the late hours of the night that he was roused from his slumber by a sudden nip from the very Hana beside him. Oh dear. Hana. Why are you awake at this hour, and why do you bite me? He exclaimed. My love, I hesitated to inquire during the day, but now. Could you enlighten me as to why you brought back that delicate young girl? Moreover, why does she bear your bite mark upon her shoulder? Upon hearing this, Lin Tao furrowed his brow, believing that the other party had misunderstood his intentions, and thus explained, Xianglin possesses the bloodline of the Vortex clan, with a chakra capacity several times greater than that of others, and she inherently possesses unique healing abilities. For instance, we can restore our injuries and chakra by biting her, which is why I contemplated bringing her back. I understand all of this, but is that truly the sole reason? Wow, you have changed. Your lack of trust in me is profoundly disheartening, but I cannot comprehend why, given your already formidable healing capabilities, you would need to. Such short-sightedness. Wah. Let me pose a question. Why, despite my considerable wealth, enough to last several lifetimes, do I still seek to earn money from others? I do not know. Allow me to rephrase. Consider the matter of dog training. Why is it that even when the dog food in the storage room is piled high, we still adhere to a strict feeding schedule? Why not let them into the storage to feast at their leisure? Is it merely a matter of being frugal with that little food? Of course, it is to establish a system among the dogs. My dear. You see, much of what I am currently engaged in is, in fact, to construct a special storage, ensuring that individuals like Xianglin, even if I may not utilize her myself, do not fall into the hands of others in the future. There are many matters I prefer not to clarify too explicitly, as I wish to spare you from undue psychological burden. However, I hope that as my wife, You can trust and support all that I endeavor for the good of our family. I understand now. I am sorry, my dear. Do not fret. Get some rest. Tomorrow, I must take you on a journey. During your free time at home in the coming days, please teach Xianglin some fundamental combat skills. They will surely be of use in the future. I comprehend. The primary reason Inuzuka allowed Xianglin to reside in her home was for ease of surveillance. Although Xianglin was merely a girl of 13 or 14, she had been personally retrieved by Lin Tao. Inuzuka worried that, over time, an inappropriate bond might develop between them, so keeping her close at hand offered some reassurance. Lin Tao found himself rather speechless at Inuzuka Hana's unfounded suspicions. With his considerable wealth, if he truly desired infidelity, the young women pursuing him could easily be counted from the land of fire to the land of earth. The following morning, hey, big brother, wake up quickly. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Inuzuka Kiba, having been entrusted by Lin Tao, rose early to seek leave from Yugao, only to unexpectedly uncover a monumental secret. Thus, he hurriedly rushed to Lin Tao's residence. Lin Tao was roused from his slumber by the sound of voices. Instinctively glancing at the clock by his bedside, he realized it was already 7 o'clock. He hurriedly washed up and dressed before stepping out of his home. Upon seeing Ye's exuberant expression, Lin Tao couldn't help but chuckle. What has you so delighted? Did you consume bee droppings? Brother, do you remember that enormous tornado cloud we spotted while in the land of waves? Within that cloud lay the legendary city in the sky, rumored to be home to numerous enigmatic creatures. This morning, the Hokage appointed our team, alongside the 3rd, 7th, and 10th squads, to embark on an expedition to investigate. The Hokage also mentioned that should we fortuitously uncover any spoils within the city in the sky, the team responsible may retain half of the findings. The other squads have already gathered at the Hokage's office. We must hasten there, as this is of utmost importance. Huh? What did you say? Brother, did you not previously mention having visited the city in the sky? Now that it has resurfaced, this presents a splendid opportunity to acquire treasures. We can set aside other matters for the time being. The 3rd Hokage actually. Lin Tao was taken aback. He had intended to venture to the Sky City today with his companion, to scavenge for treasures. However, the unexpected move by Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly a preemptive strike against his plans, reflecting a belief that he could not be thwarted. Thus, the information was released without hesitation. Very well. No one shall monopolize the spoils, and it seems rather equitable indeed. Chapter 85. Armor Equipment Brother, you appear somewhat discontented, one remarked. Not discontented. Merely astonished. Let us hasten. This matter is indeed of great significance. Although Lin Tao appeared cheerful on the surface, his mind was occupied with troubling thoughts. The situation was not unfolding as he had hoped. Initially, he intended to surreptitiously seize and monopolize resources, thereby constraining the advancement of others. However, achieving this aim had now become considerably more challenging. Furthermore, the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen could disseminate information suggested that he had likely established covert sentinels in Sky City. Thus, attempting to scour for resources without being detected would prove to be a daunting task. For safety's sake, it seemed prudent to accompany the main group and act according to the circumstances. With 4 elite jonin leading 12 capable subordinates, their combat strength was quite formidable. Investigating the Sky City, where the average level was merely 20, posed little difficulty. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have been entirely unaware of the precise capabilities of the monsters within Sky City, which explained his decision to deploy such a considerable force. 10 minutes later, Lin Tao and Ye arrived at the Hokage's office, and upon entering, they discovered that the members of the other squads were already assembled. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, greeted Lin Tao with a warm smile, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, it is truly wonderful to have you here. I trust that Ye has informed you of the situation regarding the city in the sky that has emerged in the land of waves. Hiruzen proceeded to recount the events surrounding the city in the sky to Lin Tao and the others, emphasizing the emergence of numerous monsters whose ominous presence had begun to affect the nearby villages. He stressed the urgency of the matter, urging everyone to investigate and eliminate the threats for the sake of the villagers. Throughout his narrative, Hiruzen maintained a grave and earnest demeanor, as if he had only just learned of these developments himself. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tao couldn't help but exclaim, truly, the Hokage's acting prowess surpasses even my own. Kakashi, with an air of nonchalance, placed his hand on Lin Tao's shoulder and inquired with a smile, if I recall correctly, there exists an item in Mr. Lin's establishment known as the spring water of Sky City. This suggests that you possess some knowledge about Sky City. Would you be willing to share any insights regarding it with us? Well, I have indeed visited that place once, albeit I only ascended over 30 floors. After vanquishing a golden stone giant, I departed. A stone giant? Yes, though its body is composed of rock, it can launch attacks on those who trespass its territory. These creatures are magical constructs, and after defeating them, they tend to reappear after a few days or even months. I see, so its body is made of rock, which should imply a high level of defense. Indeed, their offensive capabilities are also formidable. However, due to their massive size, their movements are rather sluggish. Lin Tao was reluctant to divulge too much information to Kakashi, not for any particular reason, but simply because Kakashi's hand rested on his shoulder, a gesture typically reserved for seniors addressing juniors. By daring to act so casually in Lin Tao's presence, Kakashi had inadvertently narrowed the path ahead. Ahem, everyone, let's set off and ensure your safety, he announced. Understood, the group replied in unison before gradually exiting the Hokage's office. As they made their way, Kurenai approached Lin Tao and quietly inquired, Mr. Lin, you seem quite knowledgeable about the Sky City. Could you describe the monsters there? Are they something we can handle? Ah, there is no need for concern, Teacher Kurenai, Lin Tao reassured with a chuckle. Under normal circumstances, even a small team would face no danger. However, in exceptional situations, it becomes a different matter altogether. Excuse me? What do you mean by normal and exceptional circumstances? I previously mentioned during the Chunin exams at the Central Tower that magical gear encompasses not only weapons but also armor and accessories. These items significantly enhance one's defensive capabilities, reducing damage taken. A person equipped with armor can withstand blows from an axe or lightning with minimal injury. In contrast, someone without protective gear, regardless of their training duration, level, or physical strength, might struggle to endure even a few strikes from monsters. I've heard that high up in the Sky City resides a being named Sedgeheart, the Lord of Light, who can summon vast storms of lightning and unleash devastating lasers. His power far surpasses that of a mere thunderbolt. Many have aspired to reach the top, only to be annihilated by Sedgeheart. What? Does that mean our journey will be perilous? Haha, Lin Tao laughed, waving his hand dismissively. With me around. What danger could there be? I merely meant to convey that the monsters we encounter this time possess significantly greater vitality and offensive strength than the goblins we faced previously. A strike from a goblin might result in mere superficial wounds, but a hit from a creature in the Sky City could lead to severe injuries, such as broken limbs. Although I can heal everyone in the end, the pain from those injuries is very real. Thus, it is best to evade rather than confront the monsters directly. At this juncture, Lin Tao suddenly recalled something and beckoned to Kiba and Izuka. Kiba, come here for a moment. What is it, big brother? Lin Tao retrieved the wind garment previously bestowed by Sada from the warehouse. Here, put this on. It will enhance your defensive capabilities and increase your attack speed. Oh? I thought you had given this to my sister. I never imagined it remained here. Inuzuka Kiba, aware of his brother-in-law's genuine generosity towards him, refrained from being modest and donned the wind garment immediately. In that instant, he felt an invisible armor enveloping him. This scene left Hinata and Shino filled with envy, both silently acknowledging how fortunate it was to have such a brother-in-law. Teacher Kurenai, there are numerous materials for crafting weapons and equipment within the Sky City. We should gather as many as we can. When we return, we can forge something for you, although it may not be of high grade. It will certainly surpass ordinary kunai and shuriken. Really? Is that true? Of course. While we may not be able to create divine artifacts, rare equipment is certainly within reach. Upon hearing this, Kurenai's eyes sparkled. She had long desired to possess her own piece of equipment, yet as a teacher, she felt it inappropriate to request anything from her students. Lin Tao had long sensed that Shiri Hong also yearned to possess a weapon. Initially, he intended to wait for her to broach the subject, but to his surprise, her proud disposition led her to remain silent for many days. Consequently, Lin Tao felt compelled to extend this favor himself. 3 days later, the group arrived at the location of the Sky City, successfully gaining entry to its interior, where they discovered numerous corpses of dragonfolk and small pterosaurs strewn across the ground. What is this? Is it the legendary dragon? It appears to possess human characteristics as well. These bodies seem to have been lifeless for many days, indicating that a fierce battle had previously transpired here. Kakashi squatted down, retrieving his notebook to meticulously document the features of the corpses. My guy approached a row of red dragon head sculptures, observing them for a few moments before exclaiming, "Everyone, come quickly." The eyes of the statue seemed to emit light. Wait, why do they appear to be growing brighter? Chapter 86, The Stone Giant Tower. Hey, teacher guy, quickly step away from that. It's dangerous. Huh? Dangerous? Those sculptures are traps. They will spew fire. As Lin Tao observed Might Guy dangerously close to the dragon-headed statues, he kindly offered a word of caution. "What?" Might Guy exclaimed, startled by the warning, and immediately executed a backflip to evade the impending threat. In the next moment, a torrent of flames erupted from the statue's mouth. Lee Rock rushed over to assess Might Guy's condition. "Teacher Guy, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Fortunately, Mr." Lin's timely warning was invaluable, he replied. "There are two types of dragon-headed statues here. The brown ones are ordinary statues without mechanisms, while the red ones unleash fire upon sensing nearby movement. When I first came here years ago, I encountered a similar situation. However, my reflexes were not as sharp as Teacher Guy's, and I nearly perished in the flames." Kakashi silently took note of this information and exchanged glances with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, signaling them to stay close to Lin Tao for their safety. Asuma instinctively moved his three students closer to Lin Tao, recognizing that he was the only one with experience in this perilous situation. Staying close to him would surely be wise. Lin Tao, upon witnessing the situation, shrugged with a look of exasperation. "There is no need to be so tense. These mechanisms do not move or pivot. As long as we maintain a safe distance, we will be fine." "Ah, I see. However, we should hasten our pace, for the Sky City comprises hundreds of layers, each containing numerous rooms. It may take us considerable time to investigate them all. To be honest, when I entered years ago, I was merely a child of 10. Armed only with a broad-bladed axe, a level 10 advanced battle axe. Although there may be monsters lurking here, with careful observation and understanding of their attack patterns, we can easily dispatch them, as they lack the intelligence of humans." Upon hearing this, Kakashi, Asuma, and Might Guy visibly relaxed. Before their departure, the third Hokage had not explicitly informed them of the task's difficulty level, and the fact that 4 Jonin were dispatched led them to mistakenly believe they were undertaking an A-rank mission, thus their heightened caution. Now, with Lin Tao's words, they realized that their assignment might only be a B or even a C-rank task. "Ah, in that case, Kakashi, shall we compete to see whose team can reach the highest floor first?" Guy proposed with enthusiasm. "A competition?" Kakashi replied, puzzled by Guy's suggestion. "Indeed. Let us determine which of our teams can ascend the fastest." With that, Guy, brimming with excitement, led his 3 students toward the second layer. "Is this wise?" Kakashi murmured, glancing at Lin Tao, still harboring doubts about his words. If investigating and combating the monsters in the Sky City were indeed low-level tasks, the third Hokage would not have sent so many elite shinobi. Lin Tao, with a complex expression, chuckled coldly and responded, "Given Teacher Guy's strength, there should be no issues. Moreover, if we do not keep up, we will be left behind to scavenge." "What do you mean by that?" Kakashi inquired. "The task assigned by the third Hokage is to explore and investigate the interior of the Sky City. You all instinctively interpreted it as a combat mission merely because you heard there are monsters here, but that is not the case." Lin Tao pointed to a nearby fountain and continued, "Observe that fountain. The water flowing from it possesses healing properties. Now, look at the dragon people's corpses on the ground. They bear signs of having been rifled through. Could it be that the true intent of the third Hokage in sending us here is?" Kakashi began, and Lin Tao interjected, "You are correct, Teacher Kakashi. The investigation is merely a fade. The actual purpose is treasure hunting. In fact, I discussed this place with the third Hokage half a year ago, and since then, he has been sending people to seek it out, as some of the monsters here have a chance of yielding magical equipment or items." "Ah, I understand now. No wonder the third Hokage mentioned that any loot found here could allow the team to keep half of it." At the time, I was puzzled by his words. The scene fell into a few seconds of silence. Although unspoken, it was evident that the third Hokage's words indicated that this mission also involved competition for resources among each team. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai exchanged glances. They shared a good relationship and typically would not contend over interests, but this situation was different. As the instructors of their respective teams, they could not solely consider their own interests, they had to think of their students as well. To expedite the mission, perhaps we should split up and regroup at the top. "I agree," Kakashi replied. "That seems reasonable." Ultimately, at Kakashi's suggestion, Teams 7, 8, and 10 opted to proceed separately. After Kakashi and Asuma departed with their students, Lin Tao crouched down to begin collecting the dragon people's eyes from the corpses. Kurenai observed this with confusion and inquired about the reason. Lin Tao explained, "There is no particular reason. I simply believe they may prove useful in the future. I recall encountering an old man years ago who would exchange 15 dragon eyes for over 100 gold coins, so these must hold some value." "Really? These are worth that much?" Kurenai asked. But, brother, we should hurry to the upper levels. After all, did you not say that the best items are found on the monsters? No need to rush. We shall take our time. We must not waste what we find along the way. Yeah, you go and smash those lamp posts over there, and check the statues for gems or the like. All right. Kurenai, Hinata, and Shino nodded in agreement and began to assist. Meanwhile, Team 3, having set off first, reached the stone giant tower. Upon spotting the stone giants wandering within the floors, Might Guy's expression shifted to one of astonishment and excitement. Oh. After climbing over 20 layers, we finally encounter an enemy. The legendary stone giants. Facing such opponents truly ignites one's passion. Allow me to test their might. With that, Might Guy targeted one of the brownstone giants. Sprinting forward to deliver a powerful side kick directly to its face, the stone giant, upon being struck, let out a deafening roar, raising its arms to smash down upon Guy. The other stone giants, roused by the commotion, began advancing toward him. Seeing this, Guy deftly evaded the attack and swiftly retaliated with a kick that toppled the stone giant. However, he soon wore a look of disappointment. These stone giants were slower than the wooden dummies he trained against. He gestured to Lee and his companions, saying, Lee, Niji, Tintin, these creatures are perfect for you. Handle them. Just as Might Guy turned around, a blue stone giant seized the opportunity to charge up. Humph. A glob of gray slime shot out towards Might Guy, successfully adhering to his vest. What is this? Might Guy questioned, feeling something sticky on his clothes. He bent down to inspect it, only for the gray slime rock bomb to explode, sending him staggering. Cursed. I was ambushed. I never expected monsters to employ ranged attacks. Teacher Guy. Lee and Niji noticed the stone giants closing in on Might Guy and rushed to his aid, launching a series of taijutsu strikes that repelled the 6 surrounding stone giants. Seeing her classmates engaged in battle, Tintin felt compelled to join, her gaze locking onto a small monster in the distance, a stone giant controller. Iron chains, binding meteor. Tintin hurled chains to ensnare the stone giant controller, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of shuriken and kunai. The stone giant controller was quickly pierced and fell lifeless. Meanwhile, the stone giants that had been fighting with Lee and Niji transformed into floating blue spirits. Lee and Niji exchanged concerned glances. What is happening? Their speed seems to have increased significantly. Huh? Why have they turned red? Wait, be careful. They are charging. With that, a resounding boom echoed through the air. With a resounding echo, the souls of the stone giants collectively erupted, yet fortunately, a few managed to evade the blast in time. What was that phenomenon? It transformed into a spectral explosion. It seems the monsters here possess 2 distinct forms. After a brief respite of 5 minutes, they ventured into the next chamber, where they encountered a new foe, the floating stone giant. Teacher Kai, look at that! Lee Rock exclaimed, pointing at the airborne floating stone giant. Those 2 monsters can actually fly. Might Guy glanced upwards and observed that the floating stone giants hovered at least 10 meters above the ground, their undersides bristling with sharp spikes, making them difficult to engage with physical techniques. Consequently, Might Guy entrusted these adversaries to Tian while he and Niji focused on the other stone giants. Tian summoned a multitude of shuriken, using a scroll to strike at the floating stone giants. But it became evident that this creature's vitality surpassed that of the stone giant controller, for her onslaught not only failed to vanquish it, but also incited its wrath. The 2 floating stone giants glowed with a cerulean light in their eyes and charged at Tian. Realizing the imminent danger, she swiftly took flight. Although it was her first encounter with such a creature, she could intuit its method of attack from its appearance. In an instant, the spikes beneath the floating stone giant expanded, and its entire body plummeted to the ground. Indeed, Tian wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Relieved to have dodged that strike, she adopted a strategy of hit and run, tossing over 50 shuriken at the foes. However, just as the health of the 2 stone giants dwindled, they unexpectedly shattered and transformed into blue spectral forms. Drawing from her previous battle experience, Tian recognized that these spectral giants would target a person before self-destructing. To prevent their detonation, she utilized the tool, Shattering Jade, casting 5 of them, reducing the stone giant's souls to mere fragments. Following the skirmish, Niji deduced that the transformation of the stone giants into spectral forms was the result of the stone giant controller in the room. Upon its demise, the giants would shatter and become spectral entities. Though they could self-destruct in this state, they were exceedingly fragile, prompting him to share this insight with his comrades. Lee Rock and Tian nodded in agreement, affirming Niji's conclusions. Might Guy, with a slight smile, crossed his arms and gave the trio a thumbs up. "Ah, my students. Your observational skills are commendable. I had already disowned this aspect, but refrained from mentioning it to hone your perceptiveness. Clearly, you have all passed the test. Henceforth, let us prioritize attacking that peculiar little monster in the next room." After a brief regroup, they proceeded to the next floor, employing their pre-established strategy. In merely 1 minute, they effortlessly dispatched the stone giant controller and the spectral stone giants. Just when they believed the current chamber had been cleared, a powerful sonic attack struck them, plunging them into a momentary daze. Due to his years of training, Might Guy, possessing superior endurance compared to his 3 students, regained his senses first. As he focused his gaze, he discovered a silver-gray stone giant advancing towards them. This giant not only bore a different hue but also exhibited a significantly faster pace than its counterparts. Seeing this, Might Guy executed a flying kick, only to be met with a column of mud that erupted from the giant's mouth, spinning through the air and knocking him to the ground. The newly awakened Lee Rock, Niji, and Tian were momentarily stunned by the scene, but they quickly rallied and charged at the creature, engaging in a fierce battle for several minutes until they finally shattered the stone giant. After the confrontation, Lee Rock gasped for air. This stone giant is incredibly tough. Its defense must be at least 3 to 4 times greater than that of the other giants. Niji nodded in agreement, reflecting. Is this the same type of creature that Mr. Lin battled alone? Unbelievable. Might Guy fell into contemplation. His physical prowess was among the finest in Konoha. Yet facing these monsters, he felt a palpable pressure. Even Kakashi could manage only 3 encounters with the leaf scale, yet this monster had endured over a dozen. At that moment, Tian noticed something glimmering atop the creature's remains and bent down to investigate. After rummaging through the debris, she discovered a yellow pouch. As she lifted it, a realization dawned upon her, and a smile spread across her face. "Teacher Kai, Niji, Lee, look what I found," Tian exclaimed, spreading the pouch on the ground, revealing a bounty of gold coins that captivated everyone's attention. Teacher Kai, the 3rd Hokage, once mentioned that during missions, any spoils of war acquired can be split among the team, right? Indeed, that has been stated, he affirmed. I understand now. The formidable nature of that monster likely indicated the presence of such a special reward upon its defeat. See, I told you, no effort goes unrewarded. These coins are a testament to our hard work. Let us continue to strive. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. While Might Guy's assertion seemed far-fetched, it was indeed the only plausible explanation. The discovery of the gold coins acted as a stimulant for Team 3, igniting their anticipation for the next floor. Teacher Kai, I noticed that the colors on either side of this doorway seem different from those we encountered previously. The earlier ones were blue, while this one is red. Could it mean you've noticed as well, Lee? Based on my years of experience, I suspect that behind this door lies an enemy we have never encountered before. However, the group exchanged knowing smiles, understanding Might Guy's intent. None among Team 3 were cowards. The more formidable the foe, the greater their competitive spirit. Thus, they confronted the Lord of the Stone Giant Tower, the Golden Giant, Platonus, and were awestruck by its colossal golden form. This must be the Golden Stone Giant that Mr. Lin spoke of. I never imagined it would be so immense. Everyone, look at that enormous ruby embedded in its chest. If let us not get ahead of ourselves, we must first devise a strategy to defeat it. Pay attention, it has spotted us. Chapter 88. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Behold my golden form. Etch it into the depths of your souls. The Golden Giant Platonus charged at Team 3, simultaneously slamming its fist into the ground, sending tremors rippling through the earth. Everyone, be cautious. This creature is unlike any other. Not only is it colossal, but its speed and destructive power far exceed that of the other stone giants. It can also speak, suggesting a degree of intelligence, maintain mobility, and avoid close-range combat. Drawing from his earlier encounter with the stone blade Lazel, Might Guy surmised that this foe likely possessed special ranged attack capabilities. Thus, he refrained from recklessly advancing, opting instead to hurl explosive shuriken as a test. Lee Rock, Niji, and Tian provided cover, drawing its ire, as Platonus's charge was alarmingly swift, leaving them wary of approaching too closely. You think you can defeat me? Not a chance. The Golden Giant, Platonus, emitted a low, mocking sound after enduring 10 shurikens and detonating seals. As the Lord of the Stone Giants, it possessed an impressive 12,000 health points, and the recent attacks had merely inflicted 3,000 points of damage. More crucially, as a Lord, it could regenerate health slowly, rendering the prospect of defeating it through attrition exceedingly challenging. However, Mike K had recognized from the outset that Platanus was not a creature that could be vanquished solely with shurikens. After evading several rounds of assault, he discerned the monster's attack rhythm and vulnerabilities. We can ascertain that this golden giant lacks ranged attacks, and while its charge is swift, it can only strike in a straight line without the capacity to change direction. We can exploit this. One person can lure it while the other three attack from the sides and rear. Therefore, I shall take on the role. Teacher K, exclaimed Lee Rock, raising his right hand. Let me attract the monster. That is too perilous, little Lee. This creature's fist is larger than you. Being struck would be problematic. Allow me to take charge instead. Rest assured, Teacher K, this time I shall prove myself. Upon learning that Lin Tao had felled this very golden giant with a broad-bladed axe at a mere teenage age, a fiery determination ignited within him. He yearned to gauge the gap between his abilities and Lin Tao's. Seeing the resolute glimmer in little Lee's eyes, Mike K nodded in acquiescence. Under normal circumstances, he would have declined, but the presence of Lin Tao in this mission made a difference. Should little Lee sustain injuries, he could receive prompt medical attention. With fervor in his gaze, Lee Rock steadied his breath and dashed toward Platanus, delivering a soaring kick directly to its head. Platanus was momentarily staggered by the unexpected strike, retreating several meters and entering a brief state of paralysis. Mike K immediately noted this, and to confirm his suspicion, he launched a powerful attack from behind Platanus as it targeted little Lee, once again inducing a state of immobility in the creature. I understand now. Although this monster cannot be toppled, it can indeed be repelled, rendering it incapable of attacking for a short duration. If we can maintain a continuous barrage of physical strikes, we can easily suppress it. Indeed, as expected of Teacher K, due to the insufficient impact of shurikens and kunai, they had failed to restrict Platanus's movements, leading them to erroneously believe it was in an invincible state. However, the recent attacks revealed that physical techniques could effectively counter the giant. Seizing the opportunity, Niji executed the gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms, successfully pushing Platanus back into a corner, despite not sealing its chakra points. The group then began a relentless assault of punches and kicks on Platanus, which, having been continuously struck, lost all capacity to resist. 3 minutes later, Platanus's form began to shatter, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. On the ground lay a purple card and a kunai radiating a pink glow. Golden Giant Platanus, card, lower body enchantment, all attribute resistances 7, origin of ninjutsu, level 15 artifact kunai, physical attack power 215, magic attack power 266. Independent attack power 135, intelligence 48, attack speed -5, release speed 9. 5. Fire release. Great fireball technique skill 2, skill damage 11. Wow, Teacher K, look at this. It even sparkles, exclaimed Ten as she picked up the card and kunai, presenting them to her companions. Mike K stroked his chin and remarked, this card contains information about the golden giant we just encountered. Platanus must be the name of this creature. However, I am uncertain what the attribute resistance signifies. It seems we must entrust it to the village's code department for analysis. One thing is certain, it undoubtedly harbors some of Platanus's powers. We should store it safely. And what about this kunai? Well, it appears indistinguishable from a regular kunai, save for its coloration. Let's also keep it. It could be a unique weapon. Understood. After the recent battle, the third squad found themselves depleted of stamina and chakra, thus deciding to rest for half an hour before proceeding. The kunai's extraordinary hue piqued Ten's interest as a collector of ninja tools, prompting her to fidget with it. However, this inadvertently led to a successful binding between Ten and the weapon. When the kunai's information flooded her mind, she sprang to her feet, her expression dazed and peculiar as she gazed at her companions. Mike K was startled, fearing that Ten had suddenly lost her senses. He rushed over, shaking her shoulders. Ten, what is the matter? Have you been possessed? Wake up. Let go of me. Teacher K, I am fine. It's just... Then why? Everyone, that kunai was a magical artifact. It seems to have fused with me. She then disclosed the attributes of the origin of ninjutsu to her companions, who were left astounded. It was well known that the Great Fireball technique was a signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan, and now Ten had inexplicably acquired it through a weapon. To prove her newfound skills, she swiftly formed hand seals to gather chakra. In the next instant, a massive fireball erupted from her mouth. This spectacle coincidentally caught the attention of Team 7, leaving Sasuke momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 89, The Dark Corridor. Sasuke, if I am not mistaken, that is your clan's great fireball technique, isn't it? Kakashi exclaimed, equally bewildered upon witnessing Ten unleash the technique. He had previously discussed his students with Mike K, noting that Tintin lacked a natural affinity for ninjutsu and primarily relied on her proficiency with tools. Yet today, he witnessed her employing the Uchiha clan's signature jutsu, a sight both surreal and confounding. At that moment, Sasuke could not comprehend the unfolding events. After a brief contemplation, he reached a conclusion. She must have infiltrated the Uchiha clan's forbidden grounds and stolen their ninjutsu scrolls. Fuming with indignation, Sasuke could not tolerate an outsider brazenly pilfering and utilizing the Uchiha's techniques. Thus, he approached Tintin, determined to demand an explanation. Hey, why are you using our clan's great fireball technique? Upon encountering Sasuke's distinctly unfriendly gaze, Tintin became acutely aware that a misunderstanding had arisen. Consequently, she meticulously recounted the entire sequence of events. Although her explanation sounded preposterous, the corroboration of a few members from Team 3 ultimately swayed Sasuke to believe her. Nevertheless, a tempest of unease continued to churn within him, for the size of Tintin's fireball technique bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. The sole distinction being that Tintin had mastered it in a mere second, while he had dedicated 7 or 8 arduous years to its practice. Kakashi, upon hearing this, wore a complex expression. After much internal conflict, he pulled Might Guy aside and whispered, Guy, I understand your affection for your students, but your actions are rather unorthodox. How can divine weaponry be handled so cavalierly? Even if this was an error, you bear undeniable responsibility. Guy responded, I am aware. Upon our return, I shall clarify the situation to the third Hokage. Having served as a ninja for 20 years, Might Guy understood the village's regulations. Selfishness was the antithesis of a ninja's ethos. However, with the damage already inflicted, holding Tintin accountable would only be an exercise in futility. Let it be, he sighed. It is not my place to deliberate on such matters. It seems the recent battle has drained your energy significantly. Rest well. Team 7 shall venture ahead to scout the upper levels. You may join us shortly. Yes, do exercise caution, Kakashi. None of us know what awaits us above. There may be even more formidable foes. Indeed, after bidding farewell to Might Guy, Kakashi led Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in their ascent. Team 7 had been diligently gathering Sky City spring water and various gemstones in the lower levels, and Kakashi had initially believed their haul surpassed that of other teams. However, his conversation with Might Guy revealed that the true treasures lay with the powerful monsters inhabiting the upper levels. Although Lin Tao had previously hinted at this, Kakashi had remained skeptical, for Team 8 was still meandering in the depths. He reasoned that if valuable items were truly situated above, Lin Tao would have certainly suggested that Team 8 proceed there first. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Meanwhile, Lin Tao continued to sift through the debris on the lower floors with his companions, adopting a laid-back approach. Unbeknownst to them, one of his shadow clones had inadvertently reached the floating city. Confronted with Lin Tao, the formidable intruder, the monsters within the floating city stood no chance. Ukshin and the sinister duo were obliterated by a hammer that fell from the sky before they even laid eyes on him. In the next instant, a radiant light erupted from the corpses of the monsters. Lin Tao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he approached, discovering a level 25 divine artifact, the gloves of thought energy. Where are my ink bamboo bracelet and the splintered soul blade? This is not right. Why is it merely a glove? He pondered. Nevertheless, I have collected several thousand zero-gravity shards and dozens of blue and white garments. Time to tidy up and return. Since the game system was shared, Lin Tao's shadow clone did not need to carry the equipment back to the lower levels. He could directly deposit the items into the system's warehouse. A few minutes later, the shadow clone vanished, and Lin Tao's consciousness returned to his main body. After a quick mental calculation, he smiled slightly. That should suffice, Red Teacher. Let us continue our ascent. Is it all right now? Yes, I believe the materials we have gathered are ample for crafting 2 pieces of equipment upon our return. Very well. Yukihina nodded slightly in agreement with Lin Tao's proposal. The atmosphere within Team 8 was somewhat delicate, although Yukihina officially held the position of the team's lead Jainin. Lin Tao wielded greater influence, as every member had benefited from his generosity. This included Yukihina, who had received a substantial gift of 100 million ryo following the mission in the Land of Waves after Kato's demise. Thus, while Yukihina sometimes found Lin Tao's actions perplexing or extreme, as long as they posed no threat to Konoha, she chose to overlook them. Returning to Team 7, Kakashi and his companions traversed through over 10 empty floors before arriving at a fantastical locale. Naruto pointed at the blue corals on the ground and inquired, Kakashi-sensei, why are there corals growing here? It seems like there are schools of fish if we look outside. Where exactly are we? This chilling sensation feels akin to being submerged in the ocean. Look at those blue orbs. They resemble small asteroids. Could it be? Kakashi suspected he had fallen prey to an illusion and attempted to dispel it through hand signs, only to find the surroundings unchanged. This is not an illusion. We are indeed in some marine expanse, yet we can breathe and move normally. This is quite extraordinary. For now, let us observe our environment. Understood. Wow. These statues resemble the armor worn by knights. How impressive. If only we could take one back, Naruto exclaimed, running up to a row of knight statues, his hands eagerly caressing them. Little did he know that this very action had activated the exile within the statues. In the next moment, the knight statues began to tremble and emitted a sinister red light from their eyes. Naruto, danger behind you. Move, Sasuke shouted, but it was too late. The exile's sword struck Naruto's chest, and blood spattered as he collapsed to the ground, gradually losing consciousness. Naruto. Chapter 90, The Exile of Heaven. The exile's ambush caught the group off guard. Upon witnessing the gravely injured Naruto, Kakashi refrained from further bravado and unleashed Chidori upon the cluster of exiles. In a flash of lightning, the exiles shattered, but one remained, its resilience astonishing. Even after losing its head and legs, it continued to swing its sword. Kakashi soon realized he was facing a group of sentient armors. Naruto, hold on. After Kakashi dispatched the remaining foes, Sakura rushed to Naruto's side, quickly retrieving the Sky City spring water she had gathered during their journey. She pried open his mouth and began to pour it in. Moments later, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. What happened? Just now. The awakened Naruto was still dazed, as he had clearly seen a massive orange fox speaking to him, only to find it vanished in an instant, leaving him to awaken from his slumber. Ah, Sakura, was I attacked by those statues? Yes, your condition startled us. Thankfully, we collected plenty of spring water from here. Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief. Sentient armors, the magical creations truly defy logic. It appears we cannot approach this place with conventional thinking. Armors that attack people? Quite intriguing, Sasuke remarked, stepping behind the headless and legless exile, plunging his blade into it. At least we can confirm they can be killed. That alleviates some of my fears. Extracting his sword, Sasuke watched as the exile shattered, revealing over 60 gold coins within its remains. I never expected that defeating monsters would yield gold. Oh, the glittering gold coins were truly remarkable. However, Naruto had nearly lost his life moments earlier. Sakura, infuriated by Naruto's lack of caution, struck him on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Naruto protected his head with his hands, yet the smile on his face remained unyielding. To him, money was an essential necessity. Since becoming a genin, the third Hokage had ceased his financial support, compelling Naruto to earn a living through missions. Yet, the rewards for C and D rank missions were meager, after various deductions. A mission might yield only a few hundred to 1,000 ryo, sufficient for survival, but hardly enough to save for future endeavors. Sasuke contemplated the coins scattered on the ground. Having grown up in a well-off family, he had little desire for wealth. However, thoughts of Lin Tao reminded him of the importance of money. The purple blade gifted by Lin Tao had proven invaluable, and after experiencing the power of a magical weapon, Sasuke yearned for even more advanced armaments. He was aware from previous discussions that Lin Tao possessed superior weapons, yet he felt unprepared to wield them, despite their budding friendship. Sasuke's pride prevented him from relying on Lin Tao's generosity. After a brief rest, the group decided to continue their exploration. They dispatched over 100 exiles and ex-exiles, amassing over 2,000 gold coins and 10 coral jellies. Eventually, they arrived at a staircase glowing ominously red, prompting them to halt. Everyone, pause, Kakashi instructed. According to intelligence shared by Team 3, this red glowing staircase indicates the likely presence of a formidable monster on the next level, perhaps the region's lord. Faced with the prospect of an unknown adversary, Kakashi hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. Sasuke scoffed. What difference does it make? It's probably just an animated suit of armor, merely a bit tougher to defeat. Besides, Team 3 managed to slay that golden giant alone, so we have no reason to retreat. Sasuke's point resonated. Sakura, seeing the determination in Sasuke and Naruto's expressions, nodded in agreement. All right then, let's ascend. The four climbed the staircase, and upon reaching the upper level, they were immediately enveloped by an eerie melody. The environment around them darkened unexpectedly, causing cold sweat to break out as they huddled together back to back. What is happening? Why is there music? Just listening to it feels dangerous. Naruto and Sakura expressed trepidation, glancing back towards the staircase, only to discover that their way back had vanished. This is bad, The path we took has completely disappeared. Have we entered a peculiar domain? As they stood bewildered, a fist-sized black iron ball rolled to Naruto's feet. Huh? What's this? Quick, move aside. It's a bomb, Sasuke shouted, shoving Naruto aside and kicking the bomb away. It spun through the air for 2.5 rotations before crashing into an explosive Kage, triggering a chain reaction that illuminated the chandelier, allowing Team 7 to see the room's entirety. One explosive Kage, upon sighting this, exclaimed, "Ouch! My eyes hurt. I must turn off the lights." With that, it charged toward the chandelier switch. Although the others were unsure of the creature's intent, instinct urged them to act. Following a brief exchange of glances, Naruto and Sasuke lunged forward, subduing the monster. Kakashi seized the opportunity to dispatch 2 nearby explosive Kages, activating his Sharingan to keep a vigilant watch on the remaining 9 night statues in the room. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura focus on the statue in the center. Its weapon differs significantly from the others, and it radiates an unusual aura, likely containing the power of lightning. That must be the lord of this area. Let's eliminate the surrounding minions first, then concentrate our efforts on it. After several battles, Team 7 had discerned the exile's characteristics. They would awaken only upon being attacked or approached. With this knowledge, they devised a strategy to tackle the exiles one by one. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he withdrew shuriken from his pouch. Targeting 2 of the statues. To be cautious, we will take down 2 at a time. Understood. The statues, upon being struck, quivered, and in the next moment, the exiles burst forth, brandishing swords and axes against Kakashi. The team waited for the opportune moment, then simultaneously attacked, eliminating the 2 exiles. 3 minutes later, all 8 exiles had been dispatched, leaving only the final lord, the heavenly exile. It's the last one. Let's go. Kakashi launched a shuriken and, channeling chakra, unleashed Raikiri towards the heavenly exile. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura simultaneously attacked from 3 other directions. Bam! The heavenly exile was toppled by their combined assault. Kakashi smirked. For this confirmed that the monster could indeed be defeated, allowing them to employ a barrage of attacks to prevent it from retaliating. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, keep attacking. We've successfully subdued it. Don't let it rise. Kakashi's strategy was sound, as rapid strikes often incapacitate foes. However, the heavenly exile was a unique case upon receiving damage. It had a chance to unleash lightning. Remembering Naruto's earlier experience, they hesitated to withstand the monster's counterattack, fearing it would lead to certain doom. As the lightning cascaded down, the team recoiled in fear, retreating. Why can it still counterattack? Before they could react, the heavenly exile swung its lightsaber, pursuing them relentlessly, as torrents of lightning fell, forcing the team to evade. Meanwhile, Team 8 had already united with Teams 10 and 3 below and learned from Might Guy about Team 7's advance into the Dark Corridor. They resolved to search for them, only to find that the staircase leading to the upper levels had vanished. Mr. Lin, what is going on? Have you encountered this before? This occurrence indicates that Team 7 is engaged in battle with the region's lord. Only after their fight concludes will the path to the upper levels reappear. Team 3 likely faced a similar situation while battling the Golden Giant, though Guy and the others may not have noticed, Lin Tao explained. Do you think Kakashi and the others will be alright? Might Guy expressed concern, recalling the difficulty Team 3 faced against the Golden Giant. If the monsters on the upper levels were stronger, Kakashi and his team could be in peril. They should be fine. As I mentioned earlier, the monsters here follow fixed attack patterns. Once their characteristics are understood, defeating them becomes relatively straightforward. Let us wait here a moment. They may emerge soon. Agreed. Lin Tao's words were akin to a soothing balm, easing the tension that gripped the hearts of those around him. In truth, he did not intend to console others. Rather, this was simply his genuine belief. Given the personnel configuration of Team 7, even if they were all unarmed, they could still navigate through the Dark Corridor. Not to mention that Sasuke was equipped with a rare level 15 weapon, while Naruto's Ninetail served as a potent buff, providing continuous health and energy regeneration. As they took a moment to rest, Asuma and Yuhi Kurenake chatted about mundane matters, while the team members busily cataloged their gains from the journey. Each person's bag was nearly bursting with unique consumables and materials from the Sky City. In an unexpected turn, Lin Tao stumbled upon the Golden Giant card nestled in Tion's backpack. Oh, you managed to find this? Quite lucky, aren't you? Lin Tao remarked, pointing at the card. Hey, Mr. Lin, do you know what this is? They asked. Indeed, Lin Tao nodded. Let me have a look. After obtaining Might Guy's consent, Tion handed over the card featuring the Golden Giant Platanus to Lin Tao. The moment he took it, A notification popped up in his mind's system. I see. He mused, not only does it enhance the upgrade limit, but it also allows for direct enchantment using the card, which certainly simplifies matters. Mr. Lin, did you just say, is this thing very powerful? Yes, this is an enchantment card. It can bestow the attributes depicted on it onto your equipped gear. And what does the attribute resistance of 7 signify? How should I explain this? Essentially, it means that when you are subjected to ninjutsu with associated attributes, you will be more resilient than others. For instance, against lightning and fire techniques, a resistance of 7 points would provide approximately a 3 reduction in attribute damage. If your resistance surpasses 200 points, you could effectively become immune to fire and lightning techniques. Such a thing is simply unheard of. Mr. Lin, I may not be well-read, so please do not deceive me. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, I have read extensively. So I would never deceive you. A few minutes later, the path leading to the dark corridor returned to its original state. In the next moment, Naruto tumbled down the stairs, and after surveying his surroundings anxiously, he rushed towards Lin Tao, exclaiming, Brother Lin. Sakura. She. Naruto stumbled over his words. Grasping Lin Tao's hand and pulling him towards the upper level, Lin Tao felt a heavy weight in his heart. Judging from Naruto's expression, he sensed that Sakura might be in grave danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace, hastening to follow Naruto to the upper level. There, he beheld Sakura lying motionless on the ground, a gaping wound marring her chest. Sasuke pounded the earth in anguish, his face a portrait of despair and regret, while Kakashi stood silently, his head bowed in solemn contemplation. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tao refrained from further inquiries and swiftly moved to Sakura's side, intending to employ a rapid healing technique for her treatment. However, as he activated the skill, he realized, to his dismay, that Sakura was not an option within its range. Sakura, is she truly gone? Alas, she could not evade the relentless pursuit of the monster. Just as the battle was drawing to a close, the creature's speed had abruptly surged, and despite our attempts to intervene, all was in vain. Kakashi wore a deeply remorseful expression. Although ninjas are perpetually accompanied by the specter of death, witnessing the demise of a cherished student, one with whom he had shared countless moments, was profoundly sorrowful. At that moment, the others began to ascend from below, and as they beheld Sakura's lifeless form, their minds momentarily blanked, plunging them into a collective silence. I possess one more method, perhaps it warrants a try. Lin Tao's words shattered the silence. Under the gaze of the crowd, he gently placed his hand upon Sakura's chest and slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, Sakura's body began to grow translucent, a faint blue light erupting from within her. Before anyone could comprehend what was transpiring, Sakura had already risen from the ground. All her wounds vanished without a trace. What happened? Everyone? Did I just? Sakura, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the attention, looked around at the gathering. Sakura! It's truly wonderful that you are all right. What a relief! Naruto exclaimed, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes and breaking into a joyful smile. The others gazed in astonishment at Sakura, then at Lin Tao, utterly bewildered by the miraculous event that had unfolded, far beyond the realm of their understanding. Seeing that Sakura was unharmed, Lin Tao quietly withdrew from the crowd, clutching his chest in apparent agony. Inazuka Kiba hurried to his side, offering support. Brother, what is wrong? I'm fine, little brother. Just a bit of tightness in my chest, Lin Tao replied, his brow furrowed, exhaling deeply. The resurrection coins in his backpack totaled a mere 5,900. Each one used was one less, and thus he felt the sting of loss acutely. The others, observing Lin Tao's reaction, began to speculate. This must be an incredibly costly form of resurrection. Chapter 92, Akamaru. Go. Fight it. Through Naruto's recounting, Sakura learned that she had indeed died once, saved only by Lin Tao's selfless act. Thank you, Mr. Lin. If it weren't for you, I might have. She began, but hesitated, glancing at his condition. Your peril was one I could not ignore, as a fellow villager. It merely consumed a fragment of my vitality. With the passage of time, I shall gradually recover, he reassured her. Is that truly the case? Kakashi mused, his expression a mixture of complexity. Having come from the Umbu, he had harbored doubts upon first meeting Lin Tao, suspecting that his presence in Konoha was not merely for altruistic investment but held ulterior motives. However, the events that just transpired led him to realize that his previous assumptions were gravely mistaken. How could one with ill intentions go to such lengths for the people of the village? Might Guy, Asoma, and Yuhi Kurenai shared similar thoughts. Although Lin Tao often appeared somewhat avaricious or preoccupied, it was now evident that he possessed a sense of belonging to Konoha, marking him as a worthy and trustworthy companion. Lin Tao, in essence, possesses no significant influence. The reason he feigns a semblance of power lies within the intricacies of human nature. When one's abilities surpass those of others to a slight degree, they are met with respect. However, when one is overwhelmingly superior, it often evokes an instinctive fear, prompting others to keep their distance. Thus, before his reputation in Konoha eclipses that of the village's elders, he is reluctant to present himself in an overwhelmingly dominant manner. Ahem. Please do not regard me so intently. I assure you, I am well. After all, we have successfully vanquished the monster here. Let us examine its remains for any valuable possessions. Upon hearing this, the group approached the vanquished celestial exile and discovered 6 pouches beneath its corpse, each containing over 200 gold coins. The members of Team 7 exchanged glances, somewhat surprised that the creature they had expended such great effort to defeat yielded only gold coins. While this was indeed a noteworthy bounty, it paled in comparison to what they might have expected from a battle of such magnitude. Lin Tao gazed upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground and addressed the onlookers. This is the guardian of the City of Light, Seghart, also known as the Sky's Exile. Thus, should we venture further upwards, we might be able to reach the Lord's Palace. Mr. Lin, Xia Hong inquired softly regarding the strategy to confront the formidable Lord of Light. The others listened intently, from the name alone. They discerned that Seghart was the sovereign of the Sky City, embodying its utmost combat prowess. Previously, when Lin Tao mentioned defeating the Stone Giant Tower in his adolescence, Might Guy and Kakashi had mistakenly assessed the strength of the local monsters. It was only upon facing them that they understood the formidable challenge posed by foes devoid of weaponry. The stark contrast lay in the nature of their previous adversaries, who were merely human, easily dispatched by shurikens or kunai. Now, they faced creatures capable of withstanding countless shuriken assaults. Indeed, the Lord of Light is exceptionally challenging. Many years ago, numerous adventurers formed parties to explore the Lord's Palace, yet none returned alive. It was not until an elder named GSD wielding an epic broad-bladed short sword entered the Sky City and vanquished Seghart that accounts of this event began to circulate. The chronicles state that Seghart's attack power and health points are at least double those of the Sky's Exile, and he unleashes widespread lightning strikes. Frankly, exploring under-equipped and inadequately prepared is tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing this, the crowd comprehended Lin Tao's message. The original 3-to-1 team formation aimed at defeating Seghart was perilously fraught with danger. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Tao continued, "Allow me to proceed ahead. Among us, I possess the most means of self-preservation. Besides, only magic can conquer magic." With that, he planted the conjured cross firmly into the ground. Kakashi, Might Guy Asuma, and Xia Hong exchanged glances, agreeing with the proposal. They believed Lin Tao, possessing the strength of a Jonin and bolstered by a divine artifact, would likely navigate the situation without significant issues. "Big brother, you." Inuzuka Kiba felt a pang of concern at Lin Tao's intention to explore alone. Just as he was about to voice his apprehensions, Lin Tao silenced him with a mere glance. "Do not worry, Kiba. I carry ample medicine. However, I shall need to borrow Akamaru. I fear I might lose my way in the upper levels." "Very well." Lin Tao lifted Chi-Wan and, bearing the cross, began to ascend the layers, cleaning as he went. After vanquishing the frost puppet master Shadu, Lin Tao set Chi-Wan down and addressed him. "Chi-Wan, we must have entered the realm of the Lord's Palace, though I am uncertain of the precise floor or chamber where Seghart resides. Thus, I entrust you with a most important task." "What woof?" Although Chi-Wan could not articulate human speech, he comprehended Lin Tao's words and responded with a few soft barks. "Very well." Lin Tao nodded in satisfaction. "I command you to eliminate the Lord of Light, Seghart. Then, bring back any treasures that he drops." "Woof?" Upon hearing this, Chi-Wan's little head was filled with questions, momentarily doubting that humanity had evolved a new language. "Hey, Chi-Wan, what does your wagging tail signify?" "Woof. Fear not. I shall bestow upon you several buffs to ensure your success. I must remain here to guard against any sudden intrusions from others. Guardian's Emblem, Celestial Melody, Source of Life, Blessing of Honor." "Woof woof woof." Upon feeling the enhancement from the Blessing of Honor, Chi-Wan was momentarily taken aback, but then his gaze sharpened, and his previously drooping tail stood proudly aloft. "Go forth, Chi-Wan. You are the finest now." Following the command, Chi-Wan darted upward, effortlessly shattering any monsters encountered along the way. Upon locating Seghart's chamber, Seghart was momentarily stunned. never having imagined that a dog could breach this sanctum. However, facing the intruder, Sedgeheart uttered his iconic line, "By the command of the great Dragon King Bakel, I shall eternally guard the Sky City." Before he could finish, Chiwan leapt and sank his teeth into Sedgeheart's head. A few minutes later, Lin Tao, seated on the stairs, heard the increasingly close sound of barking. Following the noise, he discovered Chiwan racing towards him, carrying an item radiating a soft pink glow, seemingly clutching a card in his mouth. Chapter 93. Unlocking Level 25 Rare Equipment. Come here, Chiwan. You are my best friend, now and forever. What woof. Chiwan joyfully dashed to Lin Tao's side, placing the card and the glowing equipment on the ground. Lin Tao fixed his gaze and indeed found the card belonging to the Lord of the City of Light, Sedgeheart. The artifact in question was a Level 20 wand, the Dark Moon Wand. Dark Moon Wand. Physical attack power 257, magic attack power 315, independent attack power 163, intelligence 21. Attack enhancement 40, Thunder Spin skill level 1, Spirit Summon, Lavos skill level 2, Spirit Summon, Aurora Grelin skill level 2, skill damage 11. 5. Alas, how astonishing. Such an item exists. I must hastily secure it. Lin Tao stored the equipment in the system warehouse and then cradled the red orb as he strolled into Sedgeheart's chamber. After 15 minutes, the group below began to grow concerned at the prolonged silence from above and decided to ascend in search of Lin Tao. As they climbed the stairs, they were met with a gruesome sight of monster corpses and scattered gold coins, which filled them with an ominous foreboding. Could it be that Mr. Lin is? Let us not jump to conclusions. We must locate him first. A few minutes later, they reached Sedgeheart's room, where Lin Tao was seated beside Sedgeheart's armored corpse, meticulously counting the gold coins strewn across the floor. Ah, you've arrived. Come, take a look. Lin Tao beckoned the group. This legendary Lord of the City of Light is indeed wealthy. Just from him alone, over 4,000 gold coins have been dropped. And the guards. I haven't even had the chance to collect them all. Please lend a hand with gathering. Oh, and there's this. Lin Tao retrieved the card of Sedgeheart from his bag and presented it before Sunset Red and the others, saying, "Fortune smiles upon us. I have acquired a card. Please, Red Sensei, accept it for safekeeping. This card belongs to Sedgeheart, the Lord of the City of Light, and it is the city's most treasured artifact. Do not underestimate its significance. Countless adventurers have risked their lives to challenge the Lord's palace, all for the sake of this card. Once infused into a weapon, it bestows the power of lightning upon all your attacks. Is that so?" Sunset Red accepted the card, her expression a mix of confusion as she gazed at Lin Tao. Her perplexity stemmed not from the existence of such treasures in the City of Sky, but rather from why Lin Tao would relinquish something so precious to her instead of keeping it for himself. To Lin Tao, however, this card held little value. It was better to distribute it openly before everyone than to hoard it privately, thus garnering a favorable reputation. Moreover, it did not significantly enhance one's combat prowess. The true game-changers were the weapons and armor. The demise of Sedgeheart signified the successful completion of their mission in the City of Sky. After spending half a day scouring the city, the group of 17 embarked on their journey back to the village. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi and the others reported the mission's details to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon learning that the soul artifact, the origin of ninjutsu, had been used by Tintin, Hiruzen's blood pressure surged with indignation, nearly causing him to choke on his rage. He had dispatched 4 teams with the intention of mutual oversight, yet the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. Nevertheless, the events had transpired. And as the third Hokage, he needed to exhibit a measure of magnanimity. After some contemplation, he merely issued a verbal reprimand to Might Guy, refraining from imposing any substantial punishment. The combined efforts of the 4 teams yielded approximately 12,000 gold coins, 1,000 bottles of spring water from the City of Sky, 300 bottles of dew, 80 melons, 300 coral jellies, 100 sleep shells, and several hundred unidentified materials, stones. After reserving half for the teams, Hiruzen planned to publicly auction the remaining items after the Chunin exam finals, knowing that the feudal lords and high-ranking officials from various nations would be present, and they would surely be intrigued by these curious trinkets. As for the giant golden card of Platanus and the card of Sedgeheart, Hiruzen learned of their functions through Sunset Red. However, the pressing issue remained that he possessed no equipment to enchant with them. Thus he could only set the cards aside for the time being. Upon returning to his clan's territory, Lin Tao did not head directly home. Instead, he made his way to Lin Naza's blacksmith shop. When he poured out over 4,000 gravity fragments and various other materials collected from the floating city, Lin Nas was taken aback, scratching his head in astonishment. Uncle, in addition to these, I have gathered over 1,000 materials, including the eyes of the luminous crystal dragon. Surely, this should suffice for crafting equipment? Indeed, this is quite an abundance. With such materials, we could forge hundreds of weapons. It seems you have indeed visited the floating city. Yes, I intended to bring back more, but I was pressed for time due to a task. So I could only manage these. It appears you are familiar with that place. During a previous blacksmith convention, someone crafted weapons from this very material. I heard they were purchased from other adventurers at 540 gold coins each. Quite steep, indeed. Who would have thought I would find use for them today? By the way, what equipment did you intend for me to forge? Claws and gloves for the fighter, and an automatic pistol for the marksman. I won't need the gloves for now. So perhaps a pair of daggers as well. Not a problem. The claws and automatic pistol can be crafted to level 25. But the daggers and gloves can only be made to level 20, as high-level designs for daggers have yet to be developed. It will take about 5 days. All right. I shall leave the task in your capable hands. I will return in 5 days to collect the items. Ah, Mr. Lin, you are too kind. After discussing the work with Lin Nas, Lin Tao set off towards home. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Hana had informed Lin Tao's whereabouts to the clan's ninja dogs, allowing her and Kei Rin to prepare a meal in advance. Thus, upon Lin Tao's arrival, he was greeted by the steaming aroma of hot pot. Welcome home, my dear. Welcome back, senior. Haha, I truly am fortunate to return home to a warm meal. I appreciate your efforts, both of you. Fortunate? I could smell you from 800 li away. Come, sit down. We have prepared your favorite lamb and shrimp balls. Haha, splendid. Lin Tao approached the dining table, gently kissing Inuzuka Hana's cheek and affectionately ruffling Kei Rin's hair. After dinner, I will show you something an unexpected delight from this task. Chapter 94, The Creations of Bakel Darling. With so many of you participating in this task, were you addressing a significant predicament? Inuzuka Hana had been anxious since Lin Tao left the village on his mission. The collaboration of 4 elite ninjas and 13 lower ninjas for a single task was a scenario that typically only occurred during wartime, leading her to suspect Lin Tao was engaged in an extremely perilous A or S-level mission, which had caused her sleepless nights for several days. It was only now, seeing Lin Tao jovially seated at the dining table, that she mustered the courage to inquire about the mission's details. Haha, well, Lin Tao smiled coyly. The third Hokage discovered the ruins of the Sky City, and our mission was to eradicate the monsters dwelling there, merely addressing a minor inconvenience. The Sky City? Is that not the place you mentioned before? Yes, for me, it felt akin to returning home. However, for them, it was quite different. The monsters there are not easily dealt with through mere intelligence. Some tangible strength is required. During our mission, Team 7 encountered an unforeseen incident. Had I not been present, that girl named Haruno Sakura might have met a dire fate. But darling, given your familiarity with that place, why didn't you? Ah, Hana. After living in Konoha for so many years, are you not aware of the customs here? Among the 4 elite ninjas, aside from Yuhi Kurenai, who does not possess their own pride? Who does not wish to gain face in front of their students? Ideally, it should have been Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai leading the charge, while a group of lower ninjas followed behind to clean up. However, the spoils from this mission were to be distributed by team, and I feared that speaking too much might engender resentment. Moreover, Lin Tao let out a cold snort, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. It would be beneficial for them to suffer a little loss. Otherwise, how could our family's enterprises flourish? This time, I have seized the opportunity to acquire a substantial amount of materials for weapon production. Are you planning to open a weapon shop? No, no, no. This is entirely different from a grocery store. This does not pertain to the essentials of life, so it cannot be as commonplace as medicine. Production must be regulated, and auctions must be organized. The upcoming finals of the Chunin exams will attract the lords from various nations, providing an excellent opportunity for publicity. Is there anything you need me to do? Let me think. Recently, Lin Nas has been quite busy. Select 2 sharp-witted young men from our clan to assist him. I understand. Senior, is there a task you would like me to undertake? Xiang Lin tugged at Lin Tao's sleeve, expressing her desire to contribute in any way she could. Lin Tao found himself in a quandary upon hearing this. If he were to let Xiang Lin go out alone, he would be uneasy. Yet, keeping her at home for an extended period raised concerns about her becoming reclusive. Xiang Lin, why don't you accompany me starting tomorrow? It would be beneficial for you to broaden your horizons, he suggested. Hana, what do you think? That sounds good. In the week that Hana had spent with Xiang Lin, she had come to understand her temperament, allowing her to feel more at ease now. Xiangling's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, eagerly nodding in agreement. Although her life at Lin Tao's home was quite comfortable, the guilt of being idle gnawed at her. Having a task to engage in would at least affirm her self-worth. All right, but you can just call me brother from now on. If anyone asks when we're out, tell them you are my long-lost half-sister. After all, we both possess healing abilities, so it makes sense. I understand. Brother. Henna couldn't help but laugh at this. Haha, darling. Most people say cousin or sister. Your long-lost half-sister is quite the imaginative twist. Oh, don't mind those details. By the way, I mentioned earlier that there's a pleasant surprise in this mission. Let me show you. With excitement, Lin Tao pulled out the Dark Moon wand from his backpack and placed it on the table. Hannah and Xianglin were momentarily speechless upon seeing the wand. Its appearance resembled a magical stick used in children's shows, especially with its glaring green hue. Darling, did you bring the wrong item? This looks like a toy for kids. Moreover, how do you even possess such a thing? Lin Tao frowned slightly. How can you judge solely by appearance? This is a legitimate magical artifact capable of summoning spirits to assist in battle. Do not underestimate it. A wand? Summoning spirits? Haha. What? You don't believe me? Go ahead and try it. I don't plan to sell it anyway. It's yours to play with. I don't want it. Hannah stifled her laughter, casting a knowing glance at Lin Tao, while Xianglin kept her head down, silent. What's with you? Why do you look at me as if I'm an imbecile? I assure you, I'm not deceiving you, and the spirits summoned by this wand can unleash powerful attacks, you know. I believe you, darling. But the design and color are simply hard to commend. All right. It seems everything is judged by looks. I am truly at a loss for words. Well, if that's the case, I might as well find an opportunity to sell it. Hannah nodded with a smile, eager for Lin Tao to dispose of it, as she could hardly imagine herself wielding such a wand. Meanwhile, in the Land of Waves, 20 members of the Root organization, clad in black cloaks, were escorting a 6-meter-long carriage. The carriage bore a massive wooden crate tightly wrapped in iron, resembling a frigid fortress from which an unending chill emanated, as if it sought to freeze everything in its vicinity. After Lin Tao and the others departed from the Land of Waves, members of the Root organization infiltrated the Sky City. Given that the Sky City reached into the heavens and each floor contained numerous rooms, Danzo surmised that Lin Tao's group could not possibly scour every corner. Thus, he dispatched Root members to lie in wait, ready to delve into the Sky City for any forgotten treasures. As anticipated by Danzo, the Sky City indeed harbored a wealth of consumables such as coral jelly and sleep shell meat. After a day and night of searching, they discovered the magic circle at the top of the Sky City and stumbled upon a hidden chamber exuding a bone-chilling aura. The icy air terrified them, rendering them motionless outside the door, fearful of disturbing some great terror within. Chapter 95. The unintentional incident. By Kankuro, the members of the Root organization felt an unprecedented danger. They immediately contemplated fleeing. However, their squad leader, using his life as leverage, ordered 2 members to enter and investigate. Consequently, they uncovered an endless world of ice and snow behind the door. Faced with such an anomaly, the squad leader did not hesitate. Instead, he commanded his members to prepare for warmth and then began to explore the area. After 2 hours of searching, they discovered a towering snow mountain and found a giant ice spear measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, faintly glowing red from within. The squad leader instantly recognized that this was no ordinary object. Its icy energy was unparalleled. If they could bring it back, Danzo would surely commend them. Thus, they extracted the ice spear from the mountain and packaged it into their carriage, preparing to return to Konohagakure. Returning to Konohagakure. With a little over 20 days remaining until the final round of the Chunin exams, the participants from various classes were engaged in their final intensive training sessions. Except for the bald-headed guy, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Shino, possessing family secret techniques, had dedicated training partners. Kakashi, leading Team 7, deeply realized the inadequacy of their physical strength after battling the celestial exile. Had they been faster and more enduring at that moment, they would not have suffered so greatly at the hands of that monster. Thus, Kakashi commenced rigorous physical training for Sasuke and Sakura, intending to teach them the method to unlock the 8 gates. Even if they could only open one, it would significantly enhance their survival and escape capabilities in perilous battles. However, Kakashi's intense training regimen was beyond Sakura's current capacity. After a few hours of running and rock climbing, she felt overwhelmed and, after requesting leave from Kakashi, departed the training ground. Kakashi said nothing, feeling somewhat guilty towards Sakura, given that girls naturally possessed less strength and stamina than boys. It was indeed unreasonable to have Sakura train in the same manner as Sasuke, but with his limited energy, he could not implement two separate training plans. On her way home, Sakura coincidentally ran into Lin Tao, who was out for a walk. Remembering their previous encounter, she felt a wave of gratitude and approached him once more to express her thanks. Lin Tao noticed the fatigue etched on Sakura's face and realized she must have just completed her training. He praised her, saying, "Oh, Sakura, have you just finished your training? Your dedication is truly commendable. I look forward to your performance in the Chunin exam finals." Sakura chuckled awkwardly in response. "Ah, senpai, please don't tease me. To be honest, I am well aware of my capabilities. Regardless of who I face in the finals, I stand little chance of victory. I've already prepared myself to forfeit." Why so pessimistic? I believe there's still a chance to strive for success. The criteria for advancing to Chunin may not solely hinge on the outcome of the finals. If you perform well in the arena, even a loss could lead to promotion. How can you be so certain? Well, it's quite simple when you think about it. Do you remember what the third Hokage said before the preliminary rounds? The Chunin exam essentially serves to showcase the village's emerging combat strength to other nations. It also helps attract more sponsorships and missions for the village. Therefore, whether one becomes a Chunin is not solely determined by the village's examiners. The visiting daimyos also wield considerable influence in the decision-making process. To put it plainly, as long as you can impress the esteemed guests in the VIP section, even if you lack strength, you might still advance. I see. Sakura's mouth fell slightly open, as if she had just grasped an incredible revelation. Lin Tao, glancing towards the Hokage's office with a smirk, mused that had he not been so playful, he could have easily occupied a spot in the VIP section during the Chunin exam, leveraging his financial resources, and subsequently been captured by the sound ninja dispatched by Orochimaru. Senpai, may I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. As long as I can provide an answer. With your immense prowess, do you possess any secrets to your strength? Secrets, you say? Lin Tao rubbed his chin in contemplation for a moment before shrugging. It seems there aren't any true secrets. It's all been a matter of diligent effort step by step. If I had to pinpoint something, it would be the power of financial resources. The power of financial resources. Can that really be considered a secret? Sakura asked, somewhat bewildered. Of course, back when I became a disciple, my master assigned me a task, stating that I could only join his ranks upon its completion. The task was to venture to a place known as the Dark Thunder Ruins and successfully slay the monsters dwelling there. Given my feeble strength at the time, I struggled for days without success. And then what happened? Well, eventually, I had an epiphany. I spent 3,000 gold coins to enlist the help of a formidable elder brother to accompany me in dealing with the monsters. Isn't that cheating? How could it be considered cheating? The objective was to slay the monsters, and the means of achieving that were irrelevant. In the end, I passed the trial. But don't emulate me. My lack of talent necessitated such measures. Your potential far exceeds mine, so you must strive diligently. Never abandon hope. If you cannot surpass others, aim to surpass yourself. Every ounce of effort you invest will yield rewards. Keep it up. I understand. Thank you, senpai. I still have some training left to complete. So I'll take my leave now. See you later. See you later. As Lin Tao watched Sakura depart, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Those without lineage, background, or resources truly had it tough. On the path of cultivation, when lost and without guidance, the weight of fate became ever more palpable. What seemed like mere coincidences would ultimately reveal themselves as inevitabilities. Afterward, Lin Tao continued to stroll through the streets, partly to aid digestion and partly to greet the villagers, enhancing his presence within the community. Meanwhile, concealed a few dozen meters away were two individuals, stealthily observing Lin Tao's movements. One was Tsunade, an operative under Orochimaru, and the other was Kankuro from Tsunade, both tasked by their superiors to uncover more of Lin Tao's secrets and identify his weaknesses. They had trailed him since he exited the Inuzuka clan's territory. However, Lin Tao never displayed his abilities while wandering through the streets. He even walked leisurely, blending in with the ordinary populace. Under such circumstances, following him would yield no advantages. Thus, Kankuro resolved to take the initiative. He feigned being a casual passerby, and, as he was about to brush past Lin Tao, intentionally collided into him. Ah, that hurts. In that instant of collision, Kankuro fell to the ground. Lin Tao was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing his counterpart as Kanjiro from the Sand-Hidden Village. A wave of suspicion washed over him. It was indeed incongruous for a Chunin-level contender to collide with someone while walking. This led Lin Tao to ponder the possibility that the individual was attempting to feign an accident for ulterior motives. After all, He had previously boasted of his wealth in front of a multitude, with expenditures exceeding millions in gold coins, potentially provoking such thoughts in the other party. However, with the bustling crowd around him, Lin Tao felt compelled to maintain his image and decided to play along. "Ah, aren't you Kanjiro from the Sand-Hidden Village? My sincerest apologies for bumping into you. Allow me to assist you." Just as their hands made contact, an imperceptible smile graced Kanjiro's face, while Lin Tao felt an increasing pressure emanating from the other's grip. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, perplexed by the other's intentions. Could it be that he sought to engage in a test of strength with him? Lin Tao gazed into the eyes of Kanjiro and discerned an undeniable unease reflected in his gaze. The inhabitants of Konoha, having spent considerable time with Lin Tao, were well aware of his formidable prowess. However, the denizens of Tsunade possessed scant knowledge of Lin Tao's capabilities, having only learned during the preliminaries that he could wield 3 types of ninjutsu: the Holy Light Guardian, the Spear of Victory, and the Holy Light Sphere, with his other abilities remaining shrouded in mystery. Consequently, Kanjiro's actions aimed to ascertain the extent of Lin Tao's physical strength, particularly his prowess in close combat. Could it be that you intend to test my skills before the finals? If so, I shall indulge you for a moment, Lin Tao mused, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as he subtly exerted pressure with his fingers, intending to make his opponent experience a modicum of discomfort. Yet, despite the audible cracking of Kanjiro's fingers, he maintained an air of calmness. Suddenly, Lin Tao realized that the figure before him might not be the true Kanjiro, but rather a puppet controlled by him. With this revelation, Lin Tao abandoned any pretense of civility, his fingers clenching as he crushed the puppet's entire hand to dust. He then feigned a startled demeanor, yanking the puppet's arm off with ease. My apologies. I may have exerted a tad too much force. Hope you're uninjured?" Meanwhile, the real Kanjiro, ensconced in bandages, was drenched in cold sweat. To crush a puppet solely by physical strength was beyond human capability. "What is this? Sand is pouring out. How fascinating. I shall investigate what the other arm conceals," Lin Tao remarked, playfully toying with the severed arm of the puppet, laughter bubbling forth in a series of chuckles. Upon hearing this, Kanjiro realized that Lin Tao had seen through his puppet trickery. Clambering out from his wrappings, he expressed his sincere apologies, saying, "I beg your pardon. Esteemed senior, I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to engage with you after witnessing your prowess during the preliminaries. I did not anticipate this outcome. Truly, I am sorry." "Oh, is that so? I was under the impression that my younger brother, Inuzuka Kiba, had faced you twice, and that you harbored some resentment, laying in ambush to harm me." Lin Tao's piercing gaze sent a chill down Kanjiro's spine, prompting him to hastily shake his head in denial. "No, absolutely not. You must be mistaken, senior." Lin Tao, with a faint smile, replied, "Given your earnestness, I shall take your word for it. However, your puppet is rather feeble. How does it shatter upon mere contact? Can such a puppet truly be employed in battle?" Kanjiro's expression darkened at the insult directed towards the very puppets he relied upon for survival. Anger simmered within him. Yet he was acutely aware that he was no match for the man before him, compelling him to suppress his ire. After a moment of silence, Kanjiro mustered a strained smile and responded, "You may not fully grasp the situation. The strength of a puppet is determined by its internal mechanisms. For instance, my puppet, the crow, conceals numerous steel needles within each joint, all laced with a lethal toxin. Under normal circumstances, Kanjiro would never divulge the secrets of his puppet." But the derisive look from Lin Tao ignited his frustration, prompting him to defend his honor as a sand-hidden ninja. Observing Kanjiro's clenched teeth, Lin Tao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, his opponent was still quite young, with a sense of pride and competitiveness that was easily provoked. "Oh, lethal toxin, you say? That does sound formidable. May I have a look?" Kanjiro nodded and retrieved a poison needle from the joint of his puppet, presenting it to Lin Tao. "Be cautious. This is not a toy." Lin Tao picked up the poison needle and examined it closely, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he remarked, "Though I lack understanding, its hue alone suggests it is undoubtedly lethal." Upon hearing this, Kanjiro Lang's lips curled into a smirk, believing that his poison needle had already intimidated his adversary. However, before he could bask in his triumph for more than a fleeting moment, an unforgettable incident unfolded. Lin Tao proceeded to lick the toxin from the needle's tip, smacking his lips thoughtfully before chuckling and shaking his head. The initial taste is smooth, but it becomes slightly bitter upon reaching the throat. I would recommend an enhancement. Perhaps a touch of strawberry syrup would be delightful." This spectacle left Kanjiro Lang's face oscillating between crimson and pallor. He was utterly bewildered by the enigma before him. a being not only endowed with formidable physical strength but also impervious to toxins, coupled with the intelligence he had gathered earlier. It appeared that this individual truly possessed no discernible flaws. Lin Tao observed the fear etched upon Qin Jiolong's face and stepped forward to gently pat his shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, saying, "The puppet is indeed quite impressive. However, there remains ample room for enhancement." At this remark, Qin Jiolong hastily nodded in agreement, feeling utterly incapable of offering any dissent. Lin Tao observed that Qin Jiolong had become rather earnest, and thus refrained from further teasing him, signaling for him to depart. At that moment, he did not ponder deeply, merely considering it a challenge from a junior. After all, following the second Chunin exam, he had sensed a distinct change in the way the other candidates regarded him, as if they all wished to measure their prowess against his, leaving Lin Tao feeling somewhat speechless. Upon returning to his residence, Qin Jiolong informed Maki of Tsunade about the day's events. Maki's expression darkened upon hearing the news. According to previous intelligence, that individual possesses not only absolute defense but also formidable destructive capabilities through wide-range ninjutsu. Now you tell me he merely flicked his finger and crushed your puppet, and he has the ability to resist toxins? This is troubling. While colluding with Orochimaru, Tsunade had meticulously analyzed the existing top-tier combatants in Konohagakure. They had devised the plan to dismantle Konoha only after confirming they had sufficient strength to do so, as the time for the execution of their scheme drew near. Such an unforeseen complication arose. Wait, I see it now. Everyone has a weakness. Perhaps we can employ Genjutsu against him. Chapter 97, The Plan Exposed. Tsunade ninjas in flight. After much contemplation, Maki resolved to relay the current intelligence to Orochimaru. Under the cover of night, he sought out Orochimaru's messenger, Kabuto, to apprise him of the day's occurrences. Kabuto, however, did not display much surprise, for Orochimaru's intelligence gathering was far more thorough. They were already aware that Lin Tao was nearly invincible, but to ensnare Tsunade, they had to play their part to the end. Smiling, Kabuto assured Maki, "Rest assured. Regarding that individual, Lord Orochimaru has already devised a countermeasure to ensure the plan's absolute success. We only hope that you and Tsunade do not encounter any issues." Maki, upon hearing this, wore a pleased expression. "Well then, I shall rest easy. Please convey to Orochimaru that our forces from Tsunade are en route. This time, we must ensure that Konoha." The two continued to discuss various details regarding the day of the operation, unaware that these words were being overheard in the shadows by Tsuki no Kaze. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsuki no Kaze resolved to report this matter immediately to the third Hokage. However, as he attempted to leave, he was spotted by Maki from Tsunade. Maki understood that if Tsuki no Kaze managed to escape, their plans would be thwarted, thus he conceived the thought of eliminating him. Tsuki no Kaze, adhering to a principle of facing adversaries alone whenever possible, chose to confront Maki by himself. The two stood poised on the rooftop, ready to engage in battle. Understanding that Maki was an elite jonin from Tsunade, Tsuki no Kaze did not take the situation lightly. Before the fight commenced, he consumed the vial of divine blessing potion given to him by Yuya several months prior. As the conflict unfolded, Tsuki no Kaze initiated with two kunai as probing strikes, then drew his katana to execute a downward slash. Maki, in response, brandished his kunai to meet the challenge, and the two exchanged blows. Yet, Tsuki no Kaze, weakened from prolonged strain, soon found himself at a disadvantage after more than 30 exchanges. Realizing the imminent danger, he attempted to disrupt Maki with a flurry of shuriken before employing the leaf-style sword technique, Crescent Moon Dance. However, lacking sufficient force, his katana became lodged in Maki's vest. Maki scoffed, "Your swordsmanship is commendable, but if that is all you can muster, then you shall perish here tonight." Frustrated, Tsuki no Kaze recognized the overwhelming gap in their strengths and relinquished his sword, attempting to create distance to call for help. Yet, Maki would not allow Tsuki no Kaze to escape. As he turned to flee, Maki unleashed a wind blade, successfully severing Tsuki no Kaze's Achilles tendon. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt beside him, raining down additional wind blades. Tsuki no Kaze, unable to resist, collapsed into a pool of blood. Maki crouched beside Tsuki no Kaze's lifeless body, his gaze cold. "Rest easy, your comrades will soon join you." He then rose slowly, exhaling as he gazed at the full moon above. However, in the next moment, Tsuki no Kaze's body became semi-transparent, rising from the ground and fleeing into the distance. What? Maki stood frozen for several seconds, taken aback by the sight. Unaware of the nature of the divine blessing potion, he initially mistook the translucent Tsuki no Kaze for a spirit of the deceased. It was only when Tsuki no Kaze solidified that Maki realized he was very much alive. This cannot be. I must not let him escape. Maki cursed inwardly before giving chase, but Tsuki no Kaze had already gained considerable distance, and Maki, unfamiliar with the terrain of Konoha, found the gap widening. Alarmed, Maki abruptly ceased his pursuit and hastened to the residence of the Tsunade ninjas. He understood that the plan to dismantle Konoha had been exposed. The most pressing matter now was to ensure that the Tsunade siblings fled immediately. Should they be captured, the consequences would be dire. Yuya, I need to see the Hokage at once. It is urgent. Yuya, a member of the 3rd Hokage's direct guard, had been stationed around the Hokage's residence during the night shift. Upon witnessing Tsuki no Kaze's distressed and frantic demeanor, she dared not ask questions and promptly assisted him to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Tsuki no Kaze recounted the events, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a cold sweat break out upon learning of Tsunade's collusion with Orochimaru to invade Konoha. Should they succeed, Konoha would once again be plunged into chaos. Lord 3rd Hokage, Maki, and his associates from Tsunade will undoubtedly flee now that their plan is exposed. What should we do? Pacing the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated for some time before responding. Yuya, immediately lead all Umbu members in pursuit of Maki and his group. With only 3 lower-ranked ninjas, they cannot escape swiftly. We must capture them before they leave the Land of Fire. I understand, Lord Hokage. After the departure of Tsukuyami and the 3 siblings of the Sand Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow in contemplation, lamenting repeatedly. He had never anticipated that his once-beloved disciple would engage in such treachery. Nor could he fathom that the allied Tsunade would conspire against them. For a fleeting moment, Hiruzen reflected on whether he had failed as a teacher and as Hokage. But upon glancing at the Hokage hat adorning the wall, those thoughts dissipated. He had devised a plan to address the incident, having dispatched Umbu ninjas to pursue Maki solely to keep the matter concealed. Should the villagers learn of such treachery, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Moreover, he had to ensure that the visiting feudal lords, arriving in just over 20 days for the tournament, remained utterly oblivious to the situation. If they discovered the truth, they might question Hiruzen's capability as Hokage or even consider appointing a new leader, potentially leading to a reduction in funding for the Hidden Leaf Village. Though the Hokage held a position of great authority and prestige in the Land of Fire, the feudal lords were, in fact, the true masters, wielding control over the distribution of the nation's wealth. Meanwhile, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Maki was leading Gaara and his siblings through the forest at a breakneck speed, informing them of the plan's exposure. Temari and Kankuro felt a sense of relief, knowing that war brings death. Who truly relishes the prospect of battle if peace can be attained? Conversely, Maki was consumed with anxiety, aware of the grave consequences that would follow the revelation. He feared that the Hokage would demand reparations from Tsunade, which lacked the strength to confront Konoha directly. Ultimately, they would have to concede, exacerbating the already precarious situation of their village. Chapter 98. The night capture moved quickly. We don't know when Konoha's forces will catch up, or how many will pursue us. It would be disastrous if they did. Maki urged Gaara and his siblings to hasten their pace, though the weight of Gaara's sand gourd significantly hampered their speed. Maki could do little but silently pray that Konoha's ninjas would not find them. After receiving the authorization from the 3rd Hokage, Yuzuki Yugao led over 30 Umbu members, organized into teams of 8, to conduct an extensive search for Maki and his group. He fled, she pursued. Escape was nearly impossible. After more than half an hour of relentless pursuit, Yugao's squad successfully cornered Maki and his companions. Upon seeing the 8 Umbu, Maki's expression soured, akin to someone who had just endured a great embarrassment. The members of Konoha's Umbu were predominantly elite Genin, and under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for Maki to escape from them. Yugao had taken into account Maki's potential strength while forming her teams. 8 against 1 would surely tilt the odds in their favor. Thus, as she confronted Maki, a triumphant smile graced her face. The Umbu members surrounded Maki and his group, and Yugao admonished, people of Tsunade, to avoid unnecessary complications, it would be wise to surrender peacefully. Our Hokage will not make things difficult for you. Maki's brow furrowed as he rapidly devised a strategy. If they were taken hostage, Tsunade would lose all leverage in negotiations. If they chose to fight, they might demonstrate their strength to Konoha, and considering the plan had already been compromised, there was no longer a need for secrecy. Is it a full moon? Maki scoffed, turning to Gaara and saying, now is the time when your village needs you, Gaara. I understand, Gaara replied, mentally preparing for battle. Upon witnessing this exchange, Yugao comprehended their intent, After a brief glance with her fellow UMBU members, she opted to employ forceful persuasion, adhering to the principle of capture the leader first. 3 UMBU members advanced with Yugao towards Maki, only to be violently repelled by a massive sand claw. What is this? A monster? The UMBU members recoiled in horror as they recognized that Gaara had transformed into a semi-tailed beast state, the murderous intent radiating from Shikaka striking fear into their hearts. Do not panic. Even if the opponent possesses some intimidating abilities, he is still a mere genin. If we all rush him, we will surely subdue him. Maki couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the UMBU's self-assurances. I initially intended to let you go, but since you persistently pursue us, you shall remain here. As he spoke, Gaara completed his transformation, towering over 50 meters, exuding a formidable presence that dwarfed Yugao and her comrades, rendering them akin to insects on the ground. Maki, Temari, and Kankuro seized the opportunity to retreat, understanding that the ensuing battle would be beyond their capability. They merely needed to wait until the conflict concluded to emerge and clear their names. This is dire, Captain. What should we do now? Curse it, a Jinchuriki. Is this the confidence that Tsunade has in betraying Konoha? Yugao's expression was complex, clearly torn. Faced with an opponent of such overwhelming size, their offensive capabilities were severely limited, especially against a tailed beast with unpredictable power. However, prior to their departure, the third Hokage had commanded that Maki and his group must be apprehended, and as a ninja, abandoning a mission, regardless of the reasons, would result in severe repercussions. Thus, after much deliberation, she issued the order to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, within the Hidden Leaf Village, Konoha's elite shinobi, including Tsukuyami, Nara Shikaku, Yamashiro, Aoba, and others, were secretly hunting for the rogue sound ninjas and Orochimaru's minions hidden within the village. When Tatsuzan, Sukuk, and Kinetsu were abruptly awakened by Konoha's ninjas, their minds were still in a fog. They never expected that participating in a Nin exam would lead to their capture. Only when the Konoha ninjas revealed the situation regarding Orochimaru did they realize the gravity of their predicament. To Orochimaru, the sound trio were merely expendable. Hence they were never entitled to know about the plans for the destruction of Konoha. Tatsuzan, known for his rebellious nature, harbored considerable resentment towards Orochimaru. And upon learning the truth, he erupted in a furious tirade against him. Though Sukuk and Kinetsu maintained a facade of calm, disbelief lingered in their hearts. After all, Orochimaru had assured them just days prior that they would soon rise to become esteemed Nin within the Sound Village. Meanwhile, Kabuto, a seasoned spy accustomed to navigating multiple nations, possessed a keen sense of evasion. Upon detecting several Konoha ninjas approaching his residence, he sensed that something was amiss and promptly chose to flee. This is dreadful. The situation may have already been compromised. I must inform Lord Orochimaru immediately. Although Kai and Ken Misumi sensed the impending danger and sought to flee, their inadequate strength rendered them incapable of escape, resulting in their immediate apprehension by the elite shinobi dispatched from Konoha. The nighttime operation, orchestrated by Saratobi Hizashi, was executed with remarkable swiftness and discretion, aimed at avoiding alarm among the villagers of Konoha. However, he never anticipated that the matter had inadvertently been leaked. The Inuzuka clan, responsible for search and patrol duties, established their territory on the outskirts of the village. Thus, when Yueying and her contingent of elite AMB burst forth from the village, they were promptly detected by the patrolling nin dogs of the clan. Ever since Renteo had taken residence with the Inuzuka, he had invested considerable resources into expanding the training grounds, significantly increasing the number of nin dogs. These loyal canines tirelessly served as vigilant sentinels, ensuring that any intrusions or unusual occurrences near their territory were swiftly reported to the Inuzuka. Consequently, Inuzuka Hana roused Renteo from his slumber, imparting the events that had transpired that night. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao furrowed his brow. The simultaneous departure of dozens of covert ninjas from the village is no trivial matter. Surely, the third Hokage has assigned them an urgent mission. Could it be that war has erupted along the borders of the Land of Fire? It seems unlikely. Inuzuka Hana shook her head in explanation. If such an urgent situation were to arise, the third Hokage would undoubtedly convene a council of the major clans immediately. However, this time appears to be quite different. Indeed, that makes sense. It is certainly peculiar. Chapter 99. The failure of the pursuit mission. Hana, stay at home and take care of things. I must step out for a while. My dear, you wouldn't be thinking of. Yes, I intend to investigate the situation further. Although Lin Tao was unaware of the underlying circumstances, the simultaneous mobilization of so many UMBU was undoubtedly indicative of significant matters at hand. In such times, the task of intelligence gathering could not be overlooked. In response to his concerns, Inuzuka Hana was not taken aback. Through 6 months of companionship and communication, she had sensed that her husband was unlike ordinary men. He was destined for greatness. She wholeheartedly supported Lin Tao's every decision, confident in his formidable strength, which provided her with immense reassurance. "Be cautious on your way," she urged. "Do not worry, I shall return in no more than an hour." "You should rest," he replied, affectionately pinching Hana's cheek before vanishing into the shadows. After departing the village, Lin Tao swiftly came across a small Umbu team from Konoha. Though the number of members was significantly fewer than what Inuzuka Hana had indicated, could they have split into multiple teams? He pondered, observing their demeanor, which suggested they were in pursuit of something. With this thought, Lin Tao quickened his pace, intending to scout ahead of the Umbu ninjas. However, as he accelerated, the friction of his speed against the air produced a sonic boom that startled the Umbu team, causing them to instinctively adopt a defensive stance, back to back. What was that just now? An enemy? Did anyone see anything? One team member inquired anxiously. Nothing was seen. But it is certain that something just sped past us. It was too swift. Another replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. What should we do now? Should we continue the pursuit? The team leader, wiping the sweat from his brow, contemplated aloud. We have been chasing for quite some time without spotting any signs of Tsunade's presence. It seems prudent to search in another direction. Understood. The members of the team sighed in relief. They were not eager to encounter whatever had just rushed by. As Lin Tao surpassed the Umbu ninjas, he too was taken aback, gradually realizing that while his speed rivaled that of the Flying Thunder God technique, it still fell short in comparison. The Flying Thunder God constituted a space-time ninjutsu that allowed for spatial teleportation, whereas his own was merely rapid movement. The sound generated by his high-speed travel could not be masked, even though he possessed the ability to create dimensional rifts for teleportation through epic gear. It was evidently cumbersome and ill-suited for stealth operations, though assassination was not truly necessary. Indeed, I must devise a way to master the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, I have traversed for dozens of kilometers, yet there is nothing ahead. Realizing he might have deviated from his intended path, Lin Tao halted. What were those individuals pursuing? I should follow them. A moment later, he returned to the position of the Umbu team, successfully tracing their footsteps once more. This time, Lin Tao intended to observe covertly, so he retrieved the Apparition's Obsession Robe from his storage. The Apparition's Obsession Robe possesses the trait of shrinkage. When the equipment attribute command is input, the character shrinks, with the effect lasting for 25 seconds. During this time, movement speed increases by 30, evasion rate by 75, and it restores 1 of health and mana per second. Skills and basic attacks cannot be used, and re-inputting the command will negate the effect. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tao shrank to the size of a rabbit and began to stealthily follow the Umbu team. Minutes passed, and suddenly, a crimson flare ascended into the distant sky. It's a signal flare from another team. They must have located the whereabouts of the Tsunade ninjas. We must hurry to assist. By the time the team arrived, 8 minutes had elapsed, and the situation for the Yu team was dire. All members lay upon the ground, surrounded by signs of severe struggle, indicative of a fierce battle. Damn it! How could this happen? You there, check their conditions. The team leader commanded, squatting beside Yu, intent on checking for signs of life. Just as his hand was about to touch her mask, Yu abruptly opened her eyes. What? You. Rest assured, I am not dead yet. Yu sat up, gasping for breath, though I came perilously close. What transpired here, Yu? What caused your team to end up like this? The Tsunade team had a Jinchuriki, the red-haired brat with the gourd on his back, and they could transform into tailed beasts for combat. Is that so? Upon confirmation, it was revealed that of the other 7 members of the Yu team, 4 had perished, and 3 were gravely injured and unconscious. The grim reality sent shivers through everyone present. Other teams soon arrived, and upon witnessing the devastation, they fell into a collective silence. While ninjas placed great importance on their missions, they were not reckless death squads. They held a profound respect for life and felt fear when confronted with death. Thus, upon learning of the Jinchuriki among the Tsunade team, they chose to abandon the pursuit. Moreover, with 3 members of the Yu team severely injured, they needed to return to the village for urgent medical attention. Once all Umbu members departed, Lin Tao emerged from the shadows. Although he had not overheard their discussions, the sight of scattered sand and their expressions of terror led him to form a reasonable conjecture. This sand resembles that of Gaara. Could it be that Yu and her team were pursuing individuals from Tsunade tonight? If so, then Orochimaru's plan to destabilize Konoha must have been exposed, which spells trouble. Consequently, my original plans will require adjustment, he mused, glancing at the scorched surroundings of the forest. It seems that Gaara and his companions are not faring any better. Lin Tao approached a charred tree trunk, caressing the scars left by blades, a faint smile gracing his lips. The reality aligned closely with his conjectures. After Gaara transformed into Shikaku, a mere gust of wind release, air bullet, had decimated 2 members of the Shiyong squad. Although the squad members possessed considerable strength, Shikaku's expansive attack range rendered their evasion futile. Coupled with his colossal size and formidable defense, even ordinary katana proved ineffective against him, resulting in a lopsided battle. Upon witnessing her comrade's fall, Shiyong resolved to reveal her full potential. She unsheathed the radiant Starfall blade, a gift from Lin Tao, and charged at Shikaku. The fiery, searing blade inflicted grievous wounds upon Shikaku's form. After 2 minutes of fierce combat, numerous deep lacerations marred Shikaku's body, forcing him to retreat into Gaara, while Shiyong, having endured 2 of Shikaku's ferocious strikes, collapsed from her injuries, albeit with the aid of a sacred blessing potion that mitigated 1 lethal blow. Observing the unfolding events, Maki and the others swiftly intervened to extract Gaara, thus bringing the skirmish to a close. Unbeknownst to Shiyong, one of her teammates, still conscious at that moment, had witnessed her wielding the radiant Starfall blade in its entirety, a sight that would lead to complications in her future. Chapter 100. The third Hokage's suspicion. After escaping Konoha under the guise of disguise, Kabuto informed Orochimaru of the night's events. Orochimaru's brow furrowed with increasing concern, as this indicated that the plan to dismantle Konoha had been thwarted before it even commenced. The premature exposure of their scheme was a blunder on the part of the Suna ninjas. Lord Orochimaru, the Suna village will undoubtedly sense the anomaly. You need not remind me, I am fully aware. Inform the others, the Sound Ninjas, that the plan is cancelled. We must immediately withdraw from the Land of Fire, and those remaining in the Sound Village must be relocated to other strongholds. Realizing that Konoha had become wary, Orochimaru was not foolish enough to proceed with the operation. His immediate priority was to ensure the safe relocation of his subordinates to evade a potential joint assault from Konoha and Suna. Orochimaru possessed the ninjutsu for immortality. Thus, though this plan had failed, he could afford to wait for another opportunity as he had the luxury of time. However, he needed to conserve his resources. The Sound Village harbored over 300 exiled ninjas and war orphans. While they were expendable, gathering these individuals had taken him 2 years of effort, and he did not wish for their sacrifice to be in vain. Inside the Hokage's residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tightening in his chest upon receiving reports from the Umbu. Although he had uncovered Orochimaru and Suna's deception in advance, it had allowed Kabuto and Maki to escape. More troubling was the revelation from one Umbu member, who stated that during Shiyong's confrontation with the Suna ninjas, she had inexplicably wielded a longsword that radiated a red glow, allowing her to engage Shikaku effectively. Realizing that this was no ordinary blade, Sarutobi retrieved the equipment dictionary hidden beneath his pillow. His research revealed that it was, in fact, the level 50 artifact, the Radiant Starfall blade. This revelation sent a chill down Sarutobi's spine, as he suspected that this extraordinary weapon might have originated from Lin Tao. Furthermore, the fact that Shiyong, the Umbu captain by his side, had concealed her possession of such an artifact raised profound questions about her intentions. At that moment, Sarutobi began to suspect that Shiyong might have been covertly swayed by Lin Tao, hinting at an undisclosed relationship between them. Regardless, he concluded that she could no longer remain in his vicinity. He must find a reason to reassess her position to ensure his peace of mind in the future. The following day, Land of Wind Maki, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, after a night of relentless travel, finally reached the borders of the Land of Wind. Maki's face gradually lit up with a smile. At last, we have returned. Now, we need not fear pursuers. However, we must promptly report our situation to Lord Kazekage and devise a strategy, as I suspect Konoha will send envoys for negotiations within a few days. Inazuka clan territory. Upon awakening in the morning, Lin Tao wore a light smile, a gesture that left Inazuka Hana puzzled. During their meal, she inquired about the events of the previous night. Lin Tao, without reservation, recounted everything he had witnessed and shared his speculations. Inazuka Hana's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The Hidden Sand Village had actually intended to attack Konoha. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the third Hokage, the village could have faced dire consequences. Indeed, the destruction at the scene was severe, An area of over 1,000 meters had been reduced to rubble. Had this occurred within the village, the toll on innocent lives would have been unimaginable. However, after the battle of the previous night, it was likely that the hidden sand village would think twice before opposing Konoha again. By the way, my dear, when did you gift Yuzuki Yugao an artifact? I was completely unaware of this, she questioned. Lin Tao hesitated for a moment before a smile crept upon his lips. When I first arrived in the village, she served as my bodyguard for a few days. During our idle conversations, she learned that I was not yet married and offered to assist me. I was quite pleased and accepted her help immediately, expressing the importance of finding a good girl with a solid background. I assured her that there would be a generous reward once the task was accomplished. And then, she prompted. The very next day, she provided me with the information on your entire family. Being a member of the Umbu, accessing documents from the archives was quite simple for her. When I turned to your page, I thought to myself, this girl is rather attractive. I find her quite satisfactory. Inuzuka Hana's face was filled with incredulity. Ah, I see. So that is how it is. Truly, what a good sister she is, selling me out like that. Lin Tao chuckled. What do you mean by selling you out? You were quite willing yourself, always gravitating towards me. Your little hands were more audacious than mine. Stop it, truly shameless. Inuzuka Hana shot Lin Tao a glare before glancing at the nearby Shakurin. Although Shakurin had been focused on her meal, her cheeks were flushed like an apple. At just 13, she had begun to grasp the nuances of relationships, thus understanding the implications of Lin Tao's and Inuzuka Hana's banter. Unperturbed by the presence of the children, Lin Tao regarded them as mere youngsters who would not comprehend adult conversations. After finishing breakfast, he took Shakurin's hand as they stepped outside. Just before exiting the clan's territory, Shakurin unconsciously wrapped her arms around Lin Tao's arm. Lin Tao was slightly taken aback upon noticing her reaction. What is it, Xianglin? Are you feeling unwell? Xianglin shook her head and gazed at the dozen or so ninja dogs gathered at the outskirts of the clan's territory. Those dogs look rather fierce. I feel a bit frightened. Fierce? Haha. Lin Tao laughed heartily. Every dog in our clan is fierce. They bark and bite at anyone they see. Yet they do not attack me. Why is that? Because I raised them. Rest assured, having lived in my home for so many days. The dogs have already recognized you as one of their own. Yes, I understand. Xianglin replied softly, yet her hands remained clasped tightly. Lin Tao paid no mind to this, interpreting it merely as childlike whimsy. After gently stroking Xianglin's hair, Lin Tao continued, due to your remarkable abilities in healing and perception, I intend to send you to learn from teacher Sunset Red. Hinata and Shino are currently engaged in special training within their respective clans, so I believe she should have some availability to mentor you. Is teacher Sunset Red also proficient in healing and perception? Well, she is our responsible jonin and teammate. Although she may not possess healing abilities, she excels in perception-based ninjutsu and is exceptionally skilled in genjutsu. There is much for you to learn from her, and she is regarded as one of the most beautiful women in Konoha.